In her previous life, Li Shi saved Gu Huaizhou, the sole heir of the Gu family, only to be hypnotized and have her memory erased by her adoptive parents. The true daughter, who replaced her, garnered immense merit and became a celebrated star. Meanwhile, Li Shi, manipulated by her adoptive family, became notorious as the infamous villain of Dongzhou City, a lazy, materialistic woman who seduced her adoptive brother. After meeting her tragic end in a car accident, Li Shi awakened to her reality. In this life, she would not be a victim any longer. She would confront her adoptive brother, who had abandoned her, extort her greedy adoptive parents, and expose the true character of her star sister. The CF family eagerly awaited her demise. However, the following day, a billionaire, Gu Huaizhou, was seen on one knee before Li Shi, ring in hand, asking Shi, "Will you marry me and make me the happiest man in the world?" It turned out that she was Gu Huaizhou's cherished one all along. On the day of Li Zai's fatal accident, Xie Xingyun was grandly marrying Jiang Chuqing. Two trending topics emerged on Douyin: the union of Zhaixing films and Jiang Medical, a true fairy tale of a princess marrying a prince. In a tragic multi-car pileup on Jinxing Bridge, 5 dead, 3 injured. In a daze, Li Shi managed to call Xie Xingyun, only to be met with his distant and cold voice. "Li Shi?" he asked, devoid of warmth. When she failed to respond, he lost his patience, reminding her that throwing tantrums in front of someone who does not love her was futile. He demanded she call him brother at his wedding, suggesting that perhaps she could return home if she did. But home was no longer an option for her. The CF family was not her family. As the call ended, Li Shi was whisked away in an ambulance, lying on a narrow stretcher, paralyzed by fear of the very vehicle that had once taken her father away from her. On that fateful day, she remembered being in the ambulance as her father took his last breath while rescuing Xie Xingyun and his sister. Xie Xingyun, who had vowed to protect her for life, was marrying another. Li Shi realized her injuries were dire, but as she stared at the ceiling of the ambulance, she recognized the doctor by her side, Guzhen. He had helped her when she was cast out by the CF family and nearly fell ill. And now, even on the brink of death, he was there to save her. As memories flooded her, exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she began to drift. Gu Zhen, with red-rimmed eyes, urged her not to sleep, to hold on. In the emergency room, doctors and nurses battled against fate while, at the wedding, Xie Xingyun kissed his bride. The heart monitor flatlined Li Zai's life seemed to flicker out. Yet, someone refused to surrender. Gu Zhen, drenched in sweat, persisted in his efforts to revive her. An assistant implored him to let her go, but Gu Zhen, known for his exceptional skills and composure, was uncharacteristically frantic. In a luxurious suite at Green Island Hotel, Li Shi awoke, startled to find herself alive. A familiar voice whispered, "Shi, Big Brother loves you." Recognizing the owner of the voice as Xie Xingyun, she comprehended the truth. She had not died, but was reborn on the day of Xie Xingyun's engagement to Jiang Qingkong. She recalled the events of that day vividly. At the engagement party, she had consumed wine offered by Jiang Qingkong and felt dizzy, retreating to rest. The alcohol had taken effect too quickly, and she had lost consciousness, only to awaken in Xie Xingyun's arms. As she prepared to resist his advances, Jiang Qingkong and her entourage burst in, catching them in a compromising position. Though innocent, Li Shi was branded a harlot, and the Xie family laid all blame at her feet. Xie's father even forced her to kneel before Jiang's family to apologize, punishing her severely when she refused. Her adoptive sister, Xie Jiaoyu, pretended to be kind, offering her a job as an assistant for a popular star. But it was a trap to infect her with HIV. The car accident that followed? Perhaps a scheme orchestrated by the CF family. Overwhelmed with resentment, Li Zai's fury extinguished the effects of the drug in her system. She approached Xie Xingyun, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Brother, do you see who I am now?" Despite his intoxication, Xie Xingyun's gaze remained clear. The girl before him was undeniably familiar, her delicate features etched in his memory. He called out her name, Shi, with a tenderness that ignited her rage. "Was that a confession from you, big brother?" She replied mockingly. "Do you love me?" Xie Xingyun, struggling against his constricting tie, met her gaze and whispered, Shi, the one I have always loved is you." "Good," she exclaimed, seizing a hairdryer from the entryway and striking him repeatedly. Dazed, Xie Xingyun sank to the ground as she ensnared him with the cord, dragging him across the room. The sensation of suffocation jolted him awake, and he fought against the wire, but his struggles grew weaker. Realizing he was near death, Li Shi paused, placing her heel on his chest. Leaning down, she struck his forehead with the hairdryer, demanding, "Brother, do you still love me now?" Chapter 2. The Scene of Infidelity. Endless twists. Xie Xingyun slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the suddenly volatile Li Shi with an expression that could hardly conceal his confusion. Where had gone the gentle, obedient first love? Li Shi. Shi, you shut up. Scoundrel. We've long since parted ways. And you are unworthy to call me Shi. Li Shi forcefully shoved the nozzle of the hairdryer into Xie Xingyun's mouth. His eyes widened in shock. Just then, a loud banging erupted at the door, accompanied by Jiang Qing's furious shouts. "Li Shi, Jiang Xingha, open the door. I know you two are inside. You shameless hussy, daring to seduce my brother at my engagement banquet." Seeing no one respond, Jiang Qing turned to the hotel manager, yelling, "Swipe the card. Open the door." This hotel belonged to the Jiang family, and the manager dared not defy Jiang's command, hastily using a key card on the sensor. Jiang Qing eagerly pushed the door open, storming in with a group of young friends to catch the culprits. Upon entering, she was left utterly speechless by the scene before her. The man sharing the room with Li Shi was not her half-brother Jiang Xingha, but rather her fiancé, Xie Xingyun. Jiang Qing amita a sharp skream, Li Shi. How could you be with Xingyun? Li Shi leaned weakly against the wall, one foot resting on Xie Xingyun's chest. Her hair, bound by a jade hairpin, was in disarray, yet it did not diminish her stunning beauty. With a cold glare, she addressed Jiang Qing, her tone inscrutable. "If I understand Miss Jiang correctly, whom exactly should I be with?" Jiang Qing was rendered speechless. Li Shi continued her incisive questioning. "Is Miss Jiang prepared for this? Did you time it just right to catch me and your half-brother in bed? What a cunning scheme to ruin the reputations of two individuals with a single stroke." After speaking, Li Shi smirked mockingly at Jiang Qing and asked, "Miss Jiang, how does it feel to wear a green hat you fashioned for yourself?" Having failed to catch the chicken, Jiang Qing was filled with regret. However, given the circumstances, she had to extricate herself quickly. She blustered, "Li Shi, cease your slander. I merely heard someone say you entered my brother's room and didn't see him downstairs, so I came to find you. I never expected you would shamelessly seduce my fiancé. Li Shi, the Xie family raised you, yet you enticed their eldest son. Is this how you repay their kindness? Truly, you're a white-eyed wolf." Jiang Qing was adept at biting back, while others might be unaware. She had long since discovered the forbidden relationship between Li Shi and Xie Xingyun. Thus, when she retaliated, she spoke with confidence. Li Shi had no intention of engaging in a war of words. She removed the jade hairpin from her hair and, without blinking, drew it across her left arm. The skin was instantly sliced open, and the sharp pain surged, temporarily suppressing the effects of the drugs within her system. Taking a deep breath, Li Shi gripped the bleeding hairpin, her gaze resolute. "I suspect someone has drugged my drink. I will report this and initiate an investigation." In this life, she intended to seize control for herself. The disgrace of being labeled a promiscuous woman, she would not bear it. Upon hearing Li Shi's intent to call the police, Jiang Qing's composure finally faltered. At that moment, a striking figure in blue glided through the crowd, approaching Jiang Qing from behind. Qing. The newcomer was a stunning woman clad in a blue starry dress. Her long, flowing black hair was styled in soft curls, resembling shimmering seaweed. Her skin was as pale as a freshly emerged pearl. This woman was Xie Xingyun's younger sister, Xie Zhiyue, a well-known actress. Xie Zhiyue embodied the persona of a beautiful and kind-hearted koi, possessing deep connections in the entertainment industry and being greatly admired in elite circles. In her previous life, Li Shi had novelly trusted this kind-hearted sister, nearly falling victim to an AIDS infection. With a gentle voice, Xie Zhiyue reassured Jiang Qing, "Qing, don't be anxious. We all know how strong your feelings for your brother are. Why would you be foolish enough to drug Shi and wear a green hat yourself? There must be some misunderstanding. Shi is also a victim of this irrational speculation." Under Xie Zhiyue's soothing words, Jiang Qing gradually regained her composure and rationality. Noticing that Xie Xingyun was unharmed and that Li Shi was still fully clothed, she decided, in the spirit of minimizing the situation, to extend mercy. "Li Shi, let us consider today a misunderstanding. I want to hold it against you." With that, Jiang Qing stepped into the room to assist Xie Xingyun. Xie Zhiyue approached Li Shi, her high heels clicking softly as she drew near. Xie Zhiyue tenderly grasped Li Shi's left hand, gazing at the bleeding wound with a mix of concern and reproach. Why would you harm yourself? I know you've been wronged. But today is the engagement banquet for my brother and Miss Jiang. Our families are both respectable. Let us not cause a scene. Let us endure this for now and discuss it at home later, shall we? Seeing that Li Shi remained silent, Xie Jiue resorted to her trump card. Sister, as a public figure, if this gets out to the paparazzi, it would cause trouble for me as well. Shi, since Miss Jiang is no longer pursuing this matter, can we avoid involving the police? Repaying a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. As an adopted daughter, Li Shi felt immense gratitude towards the Xie family. Understanding her unique position, she had always tried to diminish her presence in the Xie household, never competing with Xie Jiue for beautiful dresses, cars, toys, or jewelry. After entering a romantic relationship with Xie Xingyun, Li Shi felt she had wronged the Xie family and had been exceptionally accommodating towards Xie Jiue. Thus, Xie Jiue was certain that when she interceded on Jiang Qing's behalf, Li Shi would soften and they would ultimately resolve their differences peacefully. However, this time, Li Shi violently shook off Xie Jiue's hands. Staring at the rejected hands, Xie Jiue's eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could decipher Li Shi's thoughts, she heard Li Shi say, Jiang Qing's decision not to hold a grudge against me is commendable, but I am not targeting Miss Jiang. I simply wish to find the perpetrator who poisoned me. Li Shi tilted her head, innocently asking Xie Jie, Sister, if you are so concerned about Miss Jiang, do you suspect that she was the one who poisoned me? Even the most astute individuals could find themselves rendered speechless by Li Shi's inquiries. Blocking Xie Jiue's retorts, Li Shi asserted, someone who dares to poison in public might also dare to poison the water cooler at the company. Discovering a crime and reporting it to the authorities is a civic duty. Li Shi fixed her piercing gaze on Xie Jiue, sharply questioning her, Sister, you are a public figure and an idol to many young people. Should you not stand against such criminal acts? Xie Jiue fell into silence, staring at Li Shi in astonishment, unable to comprehend when this little follower had become so articulate. Ding! A commotion arose from the elevator area as guests turned to look. Upon seeing the police officers entering with casual strides, they exchanged glances. They really did call the police. A burly man in his 30s approached the suite door, exuding an air of authority. I am Officer Zhou. Who is Li Shi? Officer Zhou's gaze swept across the crowd, and both Xie Jiue and Jiang Qing averted their eyes, avoiding each other's glances. Li Shi raised her head, weakly responding, I am Li Shi. Only then did she notice a strikingly handsome young man standing behind Officer Zhou. The young man wore a thin trench coat that reached his ankles. Holding a cup of coffee in his left hand while his right hand casually rested in his pocket, the sleeve rolled up to reveal a slender forearm. His slightly long, tousled hair fell over his forehead, giving him the appearance of a model rather than a police officer. Perhaps it was the intensity of Li Shi's gaze that attracted his attention. He turned his head slightly and glanced at her, his elongated, almond-shaped eyes revealing an air of nonchalance. Instinctively, Li Shi straightened her posture, shedding her earlier languid demeanor. Officer Zhou scrutinized Li Shi, inquiring, Did you report the incident? Noticing the blood trickling from her arm, Officer Zhou suddenly addressed the young man beside him. Professor Gu, could you assist Miss Li with her wound? At this, Li Shi readily extended her left arm towards the man. His cold, distant gaze froze upon seeing her bloodied hand. Li Shi's fingers were long and delicate, adorned with two uniquely placed moles, one black and one red, on her middle finger. The vivid red of her blood, the striking red moles, and her beautiful, jade-like fingers created a captivating image. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, the man spoke gently and with restraint, Miss Li, please follow me. Chapter 3. Professor Gu. Li Shi followed Professor Gu to the lounge on this floor, observing as he retrieved a backpack and extracted antiseptic and medical gauze. Methodically, he tended to her wound, offering her advice as he organized the supplies. The wound is not deep, but avoid getting it wet. His every movement was composed and orderly. It is said that after death, the last sense to fade is hearing. Li Shi recalled how, post-accident, Dr. Gu had called her name repeatedly, urging her not to succumb to sleep, his voice tinged with urgency. She could still picture him in the emergency room, desperately wielding a defibrillator to bring her back from the brink of death. The image of him weeping uncontrollably after her passing lingered painfully in her mind. Regaining her composure, Li Shi expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Professor Gu, for tending to my wound. The mention of Professor Gu caused him to pause. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, locking eyes as he clarified, "I am merely a special consultant invited by Officer Zhou. My surname is Gu. You may call me Gu Zhan. Professor Gu. Gu Zhan, with a courtesy name Huaizhou, what a delightful name." Captivated by his striking features, Li Shi sincerely inquired, "When you say special consultant, do you mean the exceptionally handsome kind?" A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Zhan's eyes. Was he being flirted with? Just then, Officer Zhou approached, stating, "Miss Li, I will take you to the hospital for a blood test. We can proceed with further investigation once we have the results." Upon hearing this, Li Shi suppressed her curiosity about Gu Zhan and adopted a serious demeanor, presenting a new request. "Officer Zhou, I insist that Xie Xingyun accompany me to the hospital for the blood test." Officer Zhou appeared taken aback. "What is the reason?" Li Shi replied with a cold smile. "He previously assaulted me in the room. As the victim, I have the right to demand he accompany me for a blood test. If the results confirm he was also drugged, I might reluctantly forgive his offense. If he was not poisoned, then I shall accuse him of assault, which would be justified. A former boyfriend should remain in the past. If he dares to lay hands on his ex-girlfriend, that is indeed a form of misconduct." Officer Zhou raised an eyebrow, about to speak when Gu Zhan interjected, "That is not unreasonable." After a brief pause, Gu Zhan added, "It is fair and just." Hearing this, Officer Zhou cast a curious glance at Gu Zhan, his expression laced with intrigue. How remarkable that the renowned, aloof figure of Dongzhou City's medical community, Gu Zhan, would display such compassion today. As Officer Zhou firmly led Xie Xingyun and Li Shi away, their parents were finally alerted. After consulting the hotel manager and piecing together the events, Father Jiang cast a suspicious look at Jiang Qingkong. Understanding his daughter's jealousy, he recalled her recent complaints about Li Shi, accusing her of being a seductress and questioning her relationship with Xie Xingyun. It dawned on him that Jiang Qingkong had called out Li Shi and Jiang Xinghe's names during her confrontation, leading him to suspect the truth. Jiang Xinghe was his son with his ex-wife, a reckless youth who indulged in racing, women, and nightlife, and Jiang Qingkong had always disdained him. It was indeed within Jiang Qingkong's character to eliminate two thorns in her side. With this realization, Father Jiang shot a warning glare at Jiang Qingkong before making his way toward the Xie family. "Brother Xie," he addressed Xie Mingzong, the head of the Xie family. "What occurred today was merely a misunderstanding among children, not something that warrants police involvement." His expression grew serious, implying to Xie Mingzong, "Can we persuade Miss Li to settle this privately?" He had heard that Li Shi's biological father was once a driver for the Xie family. After her father's passing, the Xie family had taken her in out of compassion. As a foster daughter of the Xie family, Li Shi should not behave so recklessly. Causing a scene on the day of the engagement banquet between the Xie and Jiang families would tarnish the Xie family's reputation. Without needing Father Jiang's suggestion, Xie Mingzong had already come to the same conclusion. "Rest assured, I will head to the police station immediately to persuade Li Shi to withdraw her case." That would be ideal. With Xie Mingzong's assurance, Father Jiang turned to Jiang Qingkong. "You will accompany me back to our room. I have questions for you." Jiang Qingkong was taken aback by Li Shi's decision to escalate matters to the police, her mind swirling in confusion. Meeting her father's knowing gaze, she followed him with a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Xie Mingzong returned to the banquet hall, requesting his elderly father to attend to the guests. He then took his wife, Zhang Xiang, into the car, preparing to intercept Li Shi at the police station. Xie Jue hurriedly approached, tapping on the car window. "Yue." Xie Mingzong greeted his precious daughter with rare warmth. "It's cold outside. Why did you come out in a dress? In a few days, we will celebrate the elder Gu's birthday, and you must go to offer your congratulations. You cannot afford to fall ill at such a crucial time." The Gu family is a true aristocratic lineage in Dongzhou City, their influence vast. For a middle-class family like the Xie family, an alliance with the Gu family could elevate their status significantly. Beside him, Xie Mu, draped in purple fur, chimed in, "The elder is aging, and his health is declining. If you catch a cold now, you may miss the opportunity to meet him." If she missed this chance, she would also miss the chance to meet Mr. Gu. You're the only girl with the privilege to step into the Gu family's door and meet Mr. Gu. Do not squander this opportunity. Hurry back to the hotel. We will return shortly. In the eyes of the Xie couple, Li Shi was a docile girl, easily manipulated by flattery. They believed they could convince her to change her mind and retract her case. Xie Due was aware of the gravity of the situation. She cautioned her parents, "Mom, Dad, please be cautious. Li Shi is acting strangely today, She is not like her usual self. I advised her against reporting this, but she outright refused. Reflecting on this, Xie Jiuyue found it hard to believe. What could have changed? Xie Mingzong dismissed her concerns with a scoff, stating, "She is merely a dog we have raised. Dogs do not bite their masters." With that, Xie Mingzong urged the driver to proceed. Xie Jiuyue stood watching as the car drove away, feeling the cold air seep into her bones. She hurried back to the hotel, her thoughts racing at the prospect of visiting the Gu family soon, longing for even a brief encounter with that illustrious figure. Just a glimpse of his silhouette would suffice. She felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, she alone held this privilege. Who does not know that Xie Jiuyue occupies a special place in Gu Huaizhou's heart? It was this distinction that allowed her to thrive in the entertainment industry. Other girls seeking to ascend must resort to shortcuts, yet she, without any effort, effortlessly acquires excellent resources. Upon arriving at the hospital, Officer Zhou escorted Li Shi and Xie Xingyun to undergo blood tests. As Li Shi pressed on the side of the needle, she looked up and saw Gu Zhen approaching. Gu Zhen inquired softly, "Do you require gastric lavage?" The effects of the drug were undeniably potent, causing Li Shi's body to feel feverish and her limbs somewhat weak. She did not feign strength and quickly nodded to Gu Zhen, indicating her need for the procedure. Gu Zhen then informed Officer Zhou, "I will take Miss Li for the lavage. I will visit you at the precinct later." Officer Zhou's curious gaze followed the pair as they departed. Turning around, he noticed Xie Xingyun had also completed his blood test, glaring discontentedly at Gu Zhen, who was assisting Li Shi. His expression was that of a famished wolf deprived of its prey. Chapter 4. The ex-boyfriend's coat belongs in the trash. Gu Zhen led Li Shi to the gastric lavage room. The attending physician recognized Gu Zhen and quickly rose in surprise, asking, "Professor Gu, what brings you here today?" "I have a matter to attend to. This is a friend of mine who accidentally ingested something unclean. I would appreciate Dr. Li's help with the lavage." Upon assessing Li Shi's condition, Dr. Li surmised the type of substance she had ingested. "Please come inside." While Li Shi underwent the procedure, Gu Zhen waited outside. The operation concluded swiftly. Afterward, Li Shi appeared pale and weak, ultimately being gently lifted from the operating table by Gu Zhen. Not accustomed to physical contact with unfamiliar men, she was about to ask Gu Zhen to set her down, but he preemptively placed her gently in a chair. "Rest here for a moment. I will fetch you some water." Gu Zhen procured a disposable cup from Dr. Li, filled it with warm water, and handed it to Li Shi before departing, exhibiting an admirable sense of propriety. As Li Shi observed Gu Zhen's retreating figure, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Having just returned from a tumultuous ordeal, solitude made her acutely aware of her mental fatigue. Slowly sipping the warm water brought her some comfort. At that moment, Xie Xingyun approached. He was now fully sober, the marks on his neck clearly visible, even somewhat alarming. However, he seemed indifferent to his injury. Noticing Li Shi clad in a flimsy dress, shivering with goosebumps, Xie Xingyun promptly removed his suit jacket and carefully draped it over her shoulders. "Don't get frostbite. You break out in hives whenever you're cold." After 3 years of mutual affection, Xie Xingyun understood Li Shi well and remembered her tendency to develop rashes from a cold. Had this been before their breakup, such care from Xie Xingyun would have undoubtedly warmed Li Shi's heart. Yet now, the thought of Xie Xingyun nearly forcing himself upon her, tarnishing her reputation throughout Dongzhou City, filled her with revulsion. Li Shi discarded the jacket, still bearing the scent of smoke, pushing it against the wall and tossing it into the trash bin. Witnessing this, Xie Xingyun's brow twitched. "CC." Li Shi, still seething, kicked the trash can, not with great force but laden with deep insult. A self-deprecating smile crossed her lips as she remarked, "How foolish I was to have chosen a boyfriend from the trash. I'm a clean girl. I cannot allow myself to be sullied by refuse. The jacket of garbage belongs in the trash." Xie Xingyun felt a pang in his heart, unable to reconcile the eloquent woman before him with the gentle, understanding first love he once cherished. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Fortunately, at that moment, Officer Zhou returned with the test results. Upon seeing Officer Zhou, Li Shi immediately approached him, asking, "Officer Zhou, have the results come in?" Xie Xingyun remained against the wall, uneasily observing the exchange, seemingly anticipating the contents of the report. Officer Zhou informed Li Shi, "Your blood test results are positive. However, there are no toxins present in Mr. Xie's blood." In other words, Xie Xingyun had not been drugged. He had merely consumed a few drinks. Yet as a businessman, Indulging in alcohol was commonplace for him. How could a mere few drinks incapacitate him? Moreover, a truly intoxicated person would lack the strength to engage physically with another. He simply sought to take advantage of Li Shi in her vulnerable state. In an instant, Li Shi's expression turned frigid. She strode up to Xie Xingyun and, without hesitation, swung her right arm, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Xie Xingyun, you are despicable. He staggered, his head turning from the force of the blow. His hands, which had hung by his sides, clenched slightly as he choked out, Shishi, I'm sorry. With the blood test results revealed, Xie Xingyun could no longer deceive himself. He acknowledged that upon seeing Li Shi, with her flushed skin clearly under the influence of drugs, he had been consumed by desire. Like a famished refugee gazing upon a delectable cake, he lost control. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with the urge to possess Li Shi. Although Li Shi had been drugged, it was he who felt poisoned by his own desires. Li Shi scoffed, do not apologize to me. You are the biological son of the CF family, while I am merely a foster daughter unworthy of your contrition. Hearing this, Xie Xingyun felt his heart wrench. See, you may strike me, but do not belittle yourself with such words. Even at this juncture, he continued to feign innocence. Li Shi slammed the report against his chest, mocking, among the CF family, you, Xie Xingyun, are the finest actor. She then turned to Officer Zhou, declaring resolutely, Officer Zhou, I wish to file a formal complaint and investigate thoroughly. Having clawed her way back from the abyss, she was determined to upheave the Xie and Jiang families. Officer Zhou drove Li Shi to the precinct. As they approached, she spotted a pair of elegantly dressed middle-aged couples at the corner, her selfish foster parents. Gazing at Xie Mingzong's hypocritical visage, Li Shi felt the air around her grow acrid. She turned to Officer Zhou and asked, Officer Zhou, do you have any gum? I would like to freshen the air. Officer Zhou rummaged through the car and indeed found a piece of candy in the glove compartment. However, it was not gum, but rather a common peppermint hard candy. Will this suffice? It will do. Officer Zhou handed the candy to Li Shi in the back seat. Li Shi unwrapped it and was about to chew and swallow a whole when she suddenly heard Officer Zhou say, I didn't expect Professor Gu to enjoy peppermint candy. At this, Li Shi silently loosened her grip on the candy, using her tongue to roll it around in her mouth, allowing the cool sweetness to envelop her palate. In her mind, Gu Zhen's handsome face became increasingly vivid. Was that not Officer Zhou? Xia's mother was the first to notice Officer Zhou's car. Xie Mingzong hurriedly approached, his belly jiggling, as if he were a pregnant woman, a sight difficult to behold. Officer Zhou pulled over, remaining in the car while merely lowering the window. With a sycophantic smile, Xie Mingzong began, Hello, Officer Zhou. I am Xie Mingzong, Li Shi's father. My daughter has been a source of trouble for you. Thank you for taking the time to accompany her. You've worked hard, please. Have a cigarette to relieve your fatigue. With that, Xie Mingzong swiftly produced a sealed pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering it to Officer Zhou. Officer Zhou took the package, weighing it in his hands and realizing the weight did not add up. This was likely not a pack of cigarettes, but cash. Given its dimensions, it could easily contain tens of thousands if rolled up. Officer Zhou, with a bemused expression, commended, These are fine cigarettes. You truly are generous, Mr. Xie. Yet, in the next moment, Officer Zhou returned the pack to Xie Mingzong, stating gravely, However, Professor Gu mentioned my complexion has been poor lately, and my liver is suffering. I've already quit smoking. Xie Mingzong chuckled, thinking, what nonsense is this wild professor spouting? Maintaining a smile, he added, if you do not smoke, your colleagues who accompany you on patrol might want to take a break as well. Officer Zhou replied, serving the people is our duty. We are always mindful of the principle of not taking even a single penny from the public. Mr. Xie, are you attempting to ensnare me? Xie Mingzong, upon observing Officer Zhou's unyielding demeanor, recognized that he was facing an impenetrable barrier. Officer Zhou, you are entirely correct. It is my actions that have been improper. With a wry smile, Xie Mingzong hastily tucked away his cigarette into Zhang Xian's luxurious Hermes bag. Unable to sway Officer Zhou, he decided to shift his focus and appeal to Li Shi's emotions instead. Officer Zhou, may I have a word with Li Shi? After confirming with a nod from Li Shi in the back seat, Officer Zhou finally unlocked the car door. As soon as Li Shi stepped out, Officer Zhou produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette, and settled back into the car, exhaling clouds of smoke. Xie Mingzong felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Just moments ago, Officer Zhou had claimed to have quit smoking. Suppressing his rising ire, Xiamingzong guided Li Shi to the sidewalk, issuing commands as though she were a pet. Li Shi, withdraw the case. You've made enough of a scene. It's time to let go of your anger. Chapter 5. Striving to entice Gu Huaizhou and become Mrs. Gu, withdraw the case. Xiamingzong's request caught Li Shi off guard, eliciting a laugh from her. Did you know? Xie Xingyun's blood test results are perfectly normal. If the Jiang family and the entire city were to learn that Xie Xingyun was not drugged, yet nearly assaulted my adopted sister at his engagement banquet with Jiang Qingkong, do you think this marriage can still be salvaged? Your son's reputation is tarnished. How will you find a suitable match in the future? At her words, a subtle change flickered across Xiamingzong's expression. Are you threatening us? Zhang Xiang, unable to contain her indignation, retorted. So what if Xingyun wasn't drugged? He didn't actually assault you. He merely touched a bit. You suffered no real loss. When you two were dating, did you not ask him to touch you? With disdainful eyes, Zhang Xiang gazed at Li Shi, accusing, you two must have slept together long ago, haven't you? You're practically worn out. Yet here you are pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Who knows if this whole affair was your ploy to seduce Xingyun and ruin his engagement with Qingkong? Zhang Xiang's words incited laughter from Li Shi. I assure you, I have never slept with your son. He has bad breath and is rather lacking in other departments. I find him quite unimpressive. You're outrageous. Zhang Xiang shot back, but Li Shi interjected, not only do I wish to investigate the person who poisoned him today, but I also intend to hold Xie Xingyun accountable. Zhang Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, Li Shi, what kind of heart do you possess? After raising you for over a decade, you intend to send your brother to prison. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. I would have been better off raising a piece of char siu. Zhang Xiang seethed, raising her arm in anger. I swear I will beat you today. Li Shi seized Zhang Xiang's wrist, glancing toward the police car. Have you thought this through? Are you really willing to strike me in front of the police? Releasing Zhang Xiang's hand, Li Shi leaned in closer, taunting, go ahead, strike me. Once you're done, I'll ensure you receive some moral education in return. Zhang Xiang, wary of Officer Zhou, hesitated. Officer Zhou had already opened the car door, ready to intervene. Ultimately, Zhang Xiang, fearing the police, begrudgingly swallowed her fury, glaring at Li Shi. You are indeed ruthless. Meanwhile, Xiamingzong had discerned Li Shi's true intentions. Speak, Li Shi. What must be done for you to spare your brother? He understood that her words were not merely for show. She had ulterior motives. Xie Xingyun was his only son, and over the years, he had demonstrated remarkable prowess in the business world, surpassing even his father's achievements. Xiamingzong could not allow his son's future and reputation to be tarnished by this troublesome girl. Li Shi stated, give me 100 million, and I will consider withdrawing the case and letting Xie Xingyun go. Xiamingzong felt a surge of disbelief as he exclaimed, what, 100 million? Zhang Xiang's face turned ashen with anger at Li Shi's audacity. You truly are bold. 100 million? I can offer it. But do you dare to accept? Then let your son go to prison. Attempted rape is still a crime. He can sit for a while, Li Shi declared defiantly. Xiamingzong's expression darkened. 100 million is out of the question. The most I can offer is 20 million. Li Shi turned to board the police car, her movements swift and purposeful, as if she were not playing a game of seduction. Xiamingzong's voice trembled as he called out, at most 50 million. See? The old scoundrel is indeed fond of his son. Li Shi paused, then added, I have 2 more conditions. Xiamingzong narrowed his eyes, warning her, Li Shi, one must know when to stop. Do not be greedy. My demands are not excessive, Li Shi stated. First, I demand an immediate severance of ties with you. I will establish my own identity. You must promptly and amicably remove my name from the CF family household register. This time, it was not the CF family casting her out. She was kicking them to the curb. She was done playing this adoption game. Secondly, Li Shi stepped closer to Xiamingzong. I will be attending old Master Gu's birthday celebration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively rejecting the idea. The first condition we can accept, but the second condition is absolutely out of the question. The Gu family is not a place you can simply waltz into. Li Shi, you have already ruined my son. Do you wish to steal my daughter's engagement as well? A toad should remain in the marsh, feasting on snails, not dreaming of swan meat. If Officer Zhou were not present, Zhang Xiang would have readily confronted Li Shi. Xiamingzong's gaze flickered before he surprisingly conceded. I agree to your terms. Had it not been for Li Shi's beauty and potential usefulness, he would have cast her aside long ago. Furthermore, he thought with a sinister smile, It was uncertain whether she would live to spend the money. Zhang Xiang glared at her husband in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? The invitation to the Gu family is reserved for Yuer and Xingyun. Let her go, Xie Mingzong sneered. The Gu family's threshold is not something just anyone can cross. Even if she manages to enter, will she meet Mr. Gu and snatch away our Yuer's engagement? Do you forget that, Mr. Gu has never been a man swayed by beauty? Over the years, besides our Yuer, no other woman has approached him. His words served as a reassurance, calming Zhang Xiang instantly. She scoffed at Li Shi, saying mockingly, "Little vixen, you are free to go. Seize this rare opportunity and try to charm a few wealthy suitors. Perhaps you might even achieve fame overnight." Li Shi remained unperturbed, smiling serenely. "Since you have labeled me a vixen, I shall endeavor to seduce Gu Huaizhou and become Mrs. Gu. Should you be willing to kneel and plead with me, perhaps I may consider persuading my husband to take Xie Jiaoyu as a concubine." Zhang Xiang was left speechless, and Xie Mingzong was equally stunned by Li Shi's audacity. However, Li Shi was in high spirits, declaring, "Now that our deal is struck, I will withdraw the case and no longer pursue Xie Xingyun's responsibility." In response, Xie Mingzong pressed on, "And what about the one who poisoned him?" Li Shi's eyes turned icy, her tone firm as she interrupted. "One payment can only protect one person. The one who should be addressing this matter is not you, but the Jiang family. They know exactly what Jiang Qinkong has done and the kind of person she is. If they wish to preserve her reputation and spare her from imprisonment, they must come to me with sincerity." Li Shi, though solitary and weak, understood that the Jiang family possessed wealth and influence. If they sought to protect Jiang Qinkong, they could certainly find a way. Rather than concocting a plan that would ultimately lead to failure, it would be wiser to propose a condition acceptable to the Jiang family, thus maximizing mutual benefits. Xie Mingzong sensed that Jiang Qinkong was deeply entangled in this affair. As a businessman, he was cunning and self-serving, never engaging in unprofitable ventures. The thought of Jiang Qinkong attempting to undermine Li Shi and nearly ruining his son's reputation left Xie Mingzong feeling coldly resolute. Very well. Let the Jiang family handle the aftermath for Jiang Qinkong. Why should he be the one to bear the burden? After reaching an agreement, Li Shi accompanied Officer Zhou to the police station to file a report, while Xie Mingzong returned home to retrieve the household registration book. Both parties aimed to finalize the relocation process before the station closed for the day. After completing the statement, Officer Zhou kindly offered Li Shi a military coat, saying, "Put this on, don't catch a cold." "Thank you," Li Shi replied, wrapping herself in the oversized coat as she sat in the waiting room for Xie Mingzong. She attempted to check her phone for messages, only to discover it was out of battery. Bored, she decided to take a stroll in the back courtyard of the office building, tightening the coat around her. The chilly autumn air had stripped the ginkgo trees bare, and she stepped on the fallen leaves in her high heels. The setting sun elongated her silhouette as she frolicked, when suddenly, a gentle voice, as if to avoid startling a little rabbit, asked from behind, "Aren't you cold?" Surprised, Li Shi turned to find Gu Zhun, dressed as before in a thin windbreaker, a bag slung over one shoulder, and a pair of black cotton shoes in hand. Those commonplace, plush-lined shoes, costing merely 20 yuan, might not be fashionable, but they were certainly warm. Pointing at the shoes, Li Shi tilted her head and asked, "Professor Gu, are these for me?" Without hesitation, Gu Zhun bent down and placed the shoes before her, his tone somewhat hesitant as he inquired, "I bought them in size 37. Will they fit?" Li Shi's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "I wear size 38 in sneakers and 37 in high heels." Glancing at the humble cotton shoes, she smiled brightly. If they're bought by Professor Gu, they must fit perfectly. Chapter 6. The password is your father's Memorial Day. Gu Zhun then produced a pair of socks from his pocket and handed them to Li Shi. She thanked him and, in his presence, began to change her shoes, struggling to put on the socks while balancing on one foot. At that moment, Gu Zhun extended his arm towards her, his concern as subtle as his demeanor. Li Shi accepted his support, leaning against his arm to maintain her balance as she changed her shoes. Gu Zhun's gaze lingered on the intertwined shadows they cast on the ground, lost in thought. Once clad in the cotton shoes, Li Shi tucked her high heels into a clothing donation box in the courtyard, stating, "These shoes are from Jimmy Chu. It's a pity to throw them away. Better to donate them." With her frostbitten hands tucked into the coat, she resumed her stroll over the leaves. A long, clean hand, as delicate as a jade chopstick, re-entered her line of sight, holding a box of antihistamines. Gu Zhun slipped the box into the pocket of her military coat instructing, "Take them with warm water. They'll take effect swiftly." Unbeknownst to him, Li had already developed a rash on her neck and thighs. A warmth flooded her heart, and as she opened her mouth to express her gratitude, she suddenly heard Gu Zhan say, "You're not a vixen. Don't provoke that Mr. Gu out of spite." Li Shi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing as she nervously touched her nose, murmuring, "Did you hear that?" Those words had been a hasty attempt to provoke Zhang Xiang. And while she did wish to meet the rumored Mr. Gu, it was not to seduce him. Rather, she intended to disrupt his engagement with Xie Zhiyue. In her past life, Xie Zhiyue had orchestrated a trap that nearly led to her contracting AIDS, a grievance she could not swallow. The Xie family eagerly awaited Xie Zhiyue's ascendance as Mrs. Gu, and she was determined to thwart that union. Anyone could become Mrs. Gu, but not Xie Zhiyue. Gu Zhan did not deny it. Instead, he advised, "Take better care of yourself, Li Shi." With that, he walked away, holding the medicine box. Li Shi gazed at Gu Zhan's tall, aloof figure, her eyes suddenly moist with tears. Very well, she would cease her attempts to entice Mr. Gu and instead set her sights on pursuing Professor Gu. After Gu Zhan departed, Li Shi returned to the office building, requested a disposable cup from the staff, poured herself some water, and swallowed the antihistamine. It was the latest domestic miracle drug, and within half an hour, the visible welts on her body had started to fade. Just then, Xie Mingzong arrived at the police station with the necessary documents. With Officer Zhou assisting, the relocation process was swiftly completed, and Li Shi finally received her own household registration book, with her as the sole head of the household. Upon exiting the police station, Li Shi extended her hand towards Xie Mingzong, saying, "The card and the invitation, please." Xie Mingzong's expression darkened slightly, but he handed over the invitation from the Gu family along with a card containing 50 million yuan. "What about the password?" Li Shi inquired. Xie Mingzong deliberately provoked her. "The password is your father's Memorial Day." Li Shi clenched her fists tightly. Xie Mingzong chuckled darkly, discarding his half-burned cigarette on the ground and crushing it underfoot. He warned Li Shi, "Now that you have something to hold over Xingyun, with Officer Zhou watching, I can't do anything to you. However, the same trick may be clever once, but foolish the second time. Li Shi, since you've gained something, stay away from the Xie family. Should you encounter me in public, remember to call me Mr. Xie, lest you tarnish the name of the Xie family." This was a clear warning that he feared she would squander the money and then return to extort the Xie family. After saying this, Xie Mingzong shook his suit jacket and, in a veiled insult, remarked, "I have a dog that knows to wag its tail at me. After raising you for 12 years, I find myself outmaneuvered by you. Li Shi, you are even less than a dog." Li Shi scoffed and called after his retreating figure, "You treat people like dogs, yet somehow believe yourself noble? Xie Mingzong, have you forgotten how my father died?" Xie Mingzong's lips tightened abruptly. Li Shi held the bank card tightly, her voice quivering as she stated, "My father died while driving to save your two children, willingly taking the impact of a truck for their sake. He sacrificed his life to save yours. If it weren't for the fortune teller advising you to adopt me to accumulate merit for your children, would you have taken me in?" Xie Mingzong, who is truly the dog here. Xie Mingzong's fingers trembled slightly as he closed his eyes, and the gruesome visage of Li Shi's father, Li Chang'an, flashed in his mind. As a driver, it was his duty to protect his masters. It was simply a matter of bad luck. Who could he blame? With that, Xie Mingzong turned and strode away. Li Shi coldly watched his departing figure, vowing that one day, the Xie family would also experience what it meant to have bad luck. Wrapping herself tightly in the military coat, Li Shi hailed a cab and headed to the nearest bank, ensuring she transferred the 50 million yuan to her own account before the staff finished for the day. Money was best held firmly in her hands. Realizing her computer and other vital belongings remained at the Xie residence, Li Shi borrowed a power bank from the bank staff to charge her phone. Once powered on, she scrolled through her contacts until she finally located Jiang Xinghe's number and dialed. At that moment, Jiang Xinghe was racing with friends outside. Li Shi got straight to the point. "Jiang Xinghe, your sister nearly caught us in the act today. I can't let this insult slide. Let us collaborate." Jiang Xinghe racked his brain for a few seconds before recognizing the voice belonged to Li Shi. He had left the engagement banquet early to fish with friends all afternoon, then spent the evening racing, narrowly avoiding a disaster. He had heard the ridiculous incidents that transpired at the banquet. Although he had not been ensnared in the plot, he felt a simmering anger within him. Jiang Qingkong's behavior had grown increasingly unscrupulous, and it was time for a serious lesson. Upon hearing Li Shi's words, Jiang Xinghe clicked his tongue and responded with a hint of schadenfreude. Li Shi, you are quite impressive, managing to put my dear sister in her place. But what's in it for me if we collaborate? Li Shi replied frankly, Jiang Qingkong is the apple of the Jiang family's eye. Your father will surely come to negotiate terms with me to protect her reputation. I will split any benefits I gain from the Jiang family with you. Jiang Xinghe hadn't anticipated Li Shi's straightforwardness, and her unguarded revelation of her plan left him questioning whether she was naive or confident. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Xinghe voiced his doubts. Li Shi, are you not afraid that I might betray you and disclose your plans to the Jiang family? Li Shi replied lazily, if Jiang Qingkong wants to target you, and you still choose to fawn over her, then I must commend you for being a loyal lapdog. Jiang Xinghe. Damn, I have been completely cornered. He removed his helmet, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said with a cold demeanor, ask Jiang Qingkong where she has hidden my mother's portrait. Chapter 7, Li Shi had long heard the gossip surrounding the Jiang family. It was said that Jiang Xinghe's situation within the family was quite precarious. His biological father was indifferent, his stepmother disdainful, and his sister took pleasure in bullying him. Even his grandparents treated him with coldness, all because Jiang Xinghe's mother came from humble beginnings, merely a schoolteacher from a small town, and had passed away early. A child without a mother is like a blade of grass, and Jiang Xinghe had become that wild grass, facing a fate akin to Li Shi's in the Xie family. Li Shi never anticipated that Jiang Qingkong could be so malicious as to use Jiang Xinghe's mother's portrait as leverage against him. Very well, I accept your terms. With Li Shi's affirmation, Jiang Xinghe then inquired, how do you propose we collaborate? Help me find a place to stay, whether to rent or buy. But privacy and security must be guaranteed. Moving out of the Xie residence, Li Shi needed to quickly secure her own little haven. As a single woman living alone, her safety was paramount. She had already experienced death once, and now cherished her life dearly. This is not a difficult task, Jiang Xinghe readily agreed. Li Shi added, first, accompany me back to the Xie residence. I need to retrieve my belongings and require a strong arm. The Xie residence was a den of wolves, and Li Shi was not foolish enough to return alone. She could forego her clothes, but her computer and various documents remained in the Xie household and were essential to retrieve. Jiang Xinghe, exasperated, laughed, you want me to be your bodyguard? Li Shi, do not push it. He self-deprecatingly remarked, I am, after all, the young master of the Jiang family. Then, young master, Li Shi replied calmly, if you wish to reclaim your mother's portrait, accompany me to the Xie residence. Touch. Jiang Xinghe first rode back to his apartment, intending to change into more combat-ready attire. But in the underground garage, he encountered Gu Zhan, the landlord next door. Gu Zhan was exceedingly wealthy, owning the entire apartment building. Yet he drove a modest BYD electric car, possibly a testament to his environmentalist inclinations. Shan Yi, Jiang Xinghe called out to Gu Zhan while clutching his helmet. Gu Zhan, carrying a takeout order, had just stepped out of his vehicle. Upon being hailed, he cast a cool glance at Jiang Xinghe before striding toward the elevator. Jiang Xinghe, whose legs were shorter, hurried to catch up, grinning as he asked, Zhanggu, are there any vacant units in our building? A friend of mine is in urgent need of a rental. Gu Zhan pressed the elevator close button, interrupting him softly, no rentals for unknown individuals. Jiang Xinghe instinctively retorted, it's for my friend. Gu Zhan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Jiang Xinghe. Suddenly, Jiang Xinghe felt the weight of the unspoken words. What do you think you are? Enlightened, he awkwardly fidgeted with his helmet, inwardly chastising Li Shi once more. At that moment, his phone rang, Li Shi's call. He quickly answered, muttering under his breath, Li Shi, what is it now? On the line, Li Shi instructed. It's too late today. We'll head back to the Xie residence tomorrow morning. For now, find me some housing options. Got it. Irritated, he hung up, muttering, she certainly knows how to delegate. Wasn't it said that the adopted daughter of the Xie family had a docile personality? This certainly did not seem the case. She was more akin to a bomb filled with explosives. The elevator reached the 23rd floor. Gu Zhan stepped out, and since they lived on the same floor, Jiang Xinghe hurried to follow. Just as he placed his fingerprint on his apartment door, Gu Zhan's voice called out from behind, send me the tenant's information. I'll take a look first. He paused before adding, the more detailed, the better. With that, Gu Zhan entered his own home. Jiang Xinghe stared in astonishment at the closed door, perplexed by Gu Zhan's sudden change of heart. Hadn't he just said that unknown individuals were not to be rented to? Back in his own apartment, Jiang Xinghe opened a chilled beer, settled at the window sidebar with his laptop, and dialed Li Shi's number. As soon as she answered, he stated, "Provide me with your personal details. The more comprehensive, the better. The landlord here is quite particular." Li Shi was aware that some landlords had stringent requirements. The more demanding they were, the higher the caliber of tenants they attracted, effectively filtering out the oddballs. Exactly what Li Shi needed. "All right," Jiang Xinghe asked, "name, height, blood type, family background, any criminal record. How many relationships have you had? And is your romantic life chaotic?" He posed a myriad of detailed inquiries. And since Li Shi had nothing pressing to attend to, she cooperatively answered each one. Once he had compiled the information, Jiang Xinghe opened WeChat and sent a file to Gu Zhan. However, Gu Zhan seemed preoccupied and did not respond. Gu Zhan's apartment was spacious yet lonely, decorated in a stark black and white minimalist style. He placed his shoulder bag on the entryway storage cabinet, turned on all the lights, and then carried his takeout into the dining room. After washing his hands and eating, he returned to his room to prepare for class. By the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. He picked up his phone from the countertop and opened Jiang Xinghe's message containing Li Shi's information, reading it carefully, word for word. After finishing, Gu Zhan headed to the bathroom for a shower. The cool water cascaded over him, yet his hands trembled with a peculiar nervousness. He abruptly turned off the shower, hastily donned a bathrobe, and strode out of the bedroom into his password-protected study. Upon entering the room, Gu Zhan turned on the light and surveyed the walls adorned with countless paintings, hundreds of identical images depicting a blood-stained hand, slender fingers, and a small palm, with two distinct moles on the middle finger, one black and one red. It was the hand of a young girl. Fixated on the array of artwork, Gu Zhan walked straight to his desk, picked up a brush, and spontaneously created a new piece. This time, the hand was still stained with blood, but it had transformed into that of an adult woman. Gazing at the painting, Gu Zhan pressed the mole-marked hand to his lips and whispered, almost in a trance, "CC. Chapter 8 Mountain pigs cannot digest fine grains." Li Shi is clueless about fashion. The following day, early in the morning, Jiang Xinghe arrived at the hotel in a rugged tank vehicle to pick up Li Shi. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he spotted her. Li Shi was bundled in a black down jacket, the zipper extending from her knees to her neck, rendering her entirely encased, standing at the hotel entrance like a black pillar. Noticing the practical black cotton shoes on her feet, Jiang Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief. While unwrapping a piece of gum, he derided her, "What kind of outfit is this? I'm not exaggerating. Even the Andes who collect trash in our neighborhood Wunti wear those." With a tone of disapproval, he continued, "With your sense of style, if Jiang Xingkong were to drug you and send you to sleep with me, it would be an insult to my taste in women." Li Shi had long been aware of Jiang Xinghe's sharp tongue, but she remained unfazed. A child unloved must develop a biting wit to protect themselves. Dismissing the urge to banter back, she simply opened the car door and settled in, elegantly pulling up her down jacket. Pointing at her black cotton shoes, she declared, "These were a gift from someone special to me. They're incredibly warm." Jiang Xinghe nearly rolled his eyes to the back of his head. "Then your special someone's taste leaves much to be desired." Li Shi recalled Gu Zhan's tall and model-like attire and calmly countered Jiang Xinghe, "You are gravely mistaken. He resembles a work of art, and his taste is unparalleled. Standing next to him, you appear rather uncouth." Jiang Xinghe, however, dismissed her claims as mere bluster. In Dongzhou City, no man possessed a superior sense of fashion than he did. Li Shi turned her head to scrutinize Jiang Xinghe. The half-zip sweater he wore exuded a certain roguish charm, yet beneath the tousled hair, his eyes, sharp in appearance, concealed a profound weariness and loneliness. Unloved children often disguise themselves as prickly hedgehogs to shield their fragile hearts. Li Shi yawned and leaned against the car seat, remarking, "Your taste seems rather average." Jiang Xinghe scoffed, "A mountain pig cannot appreciate fine brand. You simply lack an understanding of fashion." The rhyme amused Li Shi, prompting her to inquire, "Have you found a place to stay? Are you familiar with Lanting apartment building? I currently reside there. The security is impeccable, though the rent is rather steep." Li Shi nodded, aware it was the most upscale apartment complex in Dongzhou City, the pinnacle for young tenants. 3 months ago, Xia Jiue had attempted to purchase an apartment there, but had been unsuccessful. Jiang Xinghe informed Li Shi, "I've sent your information to the landlord. Wait for his response. You should hear back within 2 days at the latest. If not, I'll go knock on his door to hurry him along." "The landlord?" Li Shi was taken aback. Is the Lan Ting apartment solely his property? Indeed. The mention stirred a mix of envy and resentment within Jiang Xinghe. Chewing gum, he gritted his teeth in irritation. The landlord is quite the handsome fellow, youthful and exceedingly wealthy. He bought the entire building outright. Every tenant must pay him rent quarterly. He is quite secretive and has exceptionally high standard for tenants. He glanced at Li Shi's attire and smirked. With your taste, you likely wouldn't catch the landlord's eye. Li Shi rolled her eyes. Who cares? He is just a landlord. Who caters to him? If I can't rent in Lan Ting, I'll find another community. There is no one I fancy there anyway, so why would I bother? She continued, as long as I have money, I can settle anywhere. Changing the subject, Li Shi asked Jiang Xinghe, how does a carefree scion like you meet the landlord as criteria? Jiang Xinghe beamed with pride. I play the violin. The landlord enjoys my music. Ah, so you rely on talent to gain favor. Li Shi pondered seriously before adding, I suppose I must rely on my looks. Jiang Xinghe nearly bit his tongue. You possess looks? He turned to examine Li Shi's face. Surprisingly, despite her dreadful fashion sense, she was quite striking. In fact, her beauty rivaled that of Xie Jiyue, perhaps even more dazzling. Fine, I concede you possess a certain allure, Jiang Xinghe admitted. What do you mean, a certain allure? In all of Dongzhou City, few girls can surpass my beauty. Li Shi's tone mirrored Jiang Xinghe's own. He chuckled. You're quite different from the rumors. The gossip suggested that Xie's adopted daughter, Li Shi, was a spineless lackey, obedient to the Xie siblings. If Xie Jiyue commanded her to go left, she wouldn't dare glance right, merely a subordinate. Li Shi shrugged. A helpless child must rely on others to survive. Jiang Xinghe fell silent, gripping the steering wheel, his playful demeanor fading. In times of misfortune, who has the right to mock another? The engagement party at the Xie residence had been quite the spectacle, with Xie Xingyun extorted of 50 million and losing an invitation from the Gu family. One would expect a somber atmosphere, yet upon Li Shi's arrival, she found the household brimming with laughter, even the potted plants were placed with more exquisite varieties. It felt more festive than the new year. Jiang Xinghe quipped, Is your foster father planning to take a concubine? Li Shi chuckled, or perhaps a love child is coming to claim his heritage. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper, rushed to open the door. Upon seeing Li Shi, her smile vanished, replaced by a harsh tone. Your belongings are in your room. Hurry and move them out. The second miss needs the space for her wardrobe. Li Shi, often overlooked in the Xie household, had endured Aunt Zhang's cold treatment since her arrival. Without hesitation, Li Shi kicked Aunt Zhang's leg, reprimanding her. I am no longer a daughter of the Xie family. I am a guest. How dare you act superior? After serving as a watchdog for so long, have you truly come to see yourself as one? Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow, silently commending her. Aunt Zhang, her face turning pale from the reprimand, rubbed her leg in silence. The commotion soon attracted attention inside. Xie Jiyue emerged, clad in a dark green vintage dress and a fluffy shawl, wafting like a fragrant breeze. Li Shi. She grasped Li Shi's wrist affectionately, her expression turning troubled. Is it true what they say about you being removed from our household register? Li Shi nodded. Should I hold a press conference to announce it? Xie Jiayue's face darkened. She glanced at Jiang Xinghe, recognizing him, and instinctively bit her lip, hesitating before asking, Li Shi, did you spend the night with Jiang Xinghe? At this, Jiang Xinghe snorted derisively, pulling Li Shi behind him protectively. Li Shi glanced at him, noting the fury in his eyes, akin to an angry little dinosaur, and stood quietly behind him, allowing him to take center stage. Jiang Xinghe crossed his arms, gazing at Xie Jiyue with a smirk. Miss Xie, your words are quite amusing. Just because she spent the night away, you assume she was with me? Is it that she is too impoverished to afford a room, lacking even a place to rest? Xie Jiyue's smile faltered as she prepared to explain, but Jiang Xinghe launched into a tirade. Miss Xie, you've been filming outside for months, often absent from the Xie residence. Is it not common for you to spend nights away? Do you really stay at different men's homes every night? Men who spend their lives mingling in society possess an innate radar for discerning insincerity. As soon as Xie Jiyue spoke, Jiang Xinghe recognized her as a seasoned manipulator. With someone like her, there was no need for the gentlemanly pretense of respecting women. Xie Jiyue, incensed by a few of Jiang Xinghe's remarks, cast a disappointed glance at Li Shi, shaking her head as she said, Li Shi, associating with a second-generation heir like Jiang Xinghe is truly a descent into depravity. Is mingling with Jiang Xinghe a descent into depravity? Li Shi furrowed her brow and pulled Jiang Xinghe behind her as she stepped forward. The two women were of similar height. But with Xie Jiyue in high heels and Li Shi in flat shoes, the latter appeared slightly shorter. Li Shi held her head high, but her demeanor was not one of inferiority. I appreciate your concern, second sister. Since you look down upon my friend, I kindly ask you to wait a few days. I am striving to become good friends with Mr. Gu Huaizhou. I hope by then you might have a kind word of praise for my abilities. Upon hearing this, Xie Jiyue's expression turned dark. She already knew that Li Shi had obtained an invitation from the Gu family through Xiemingzong, and this knowledge was a thorn in her throat. She had spent the night in a rage, imagining tearing Li Shi apart. Now, confronted with Li Shi's provocations, Xie Jiyue felt both angered and amused. You have no connection to the Gu family. What do you need that invitation for? Li Qi, you cannot seriously be deluded into thinking you can pursue Gu Huaizhou, can you? I warn you, what does not belong to you should not be coveted. Li Shi tilted her head and flashed an innocent smile, sharply questioning Xie Jiyue. Pray tell, Miss Xie, what is your relationship with Mr. Gu Huaizhou? Did he propose to you? Or has he made formal arrangements with the Xie family? You two haven't even had the chance to appear publicly together. How can he be considered yours? Xie Jiyue was momentarily speechless. Everyone in Dongzhou City knew that Xie Jiyue held a special place in Gu Huaizhou's heart. Yet he had never publicly acknowledged their relationship. All the signals of intimacy had been subtly released by Xie Jiyue herself. Besides, why fret over a duck that could still fly away? Gu Huaizhou was not yet her man, and here she was, already anxious. Li Shi smiled brightly. Her mood evidently lifted. Miss Xie, you ought to keep a close watch on your duck, lest it flutters away to my bed, and I might end up sleeping with it. With that, Li Shi turned to Jiang Xinghe and said, let us go upstairs to gather my things. Jiang Xinghe hummed a tune as he followed Li Shi into the Xie residence. Upon seeing the unexpected return of Li Shi, Zhang Xiang's expression shifted. She wanted to express her displeasure, but upon noticing Jiang Xinghe, she forced herself to suppress it, donning a facade of warmth. Xinghe, how is it that you are here with Li Shi? Despite Jiang Xinghe's diminished status in the Jiang family, he remained their eldest son. Zhang Xiang was not foolish. With the turmoil surrounding Xie Xingyun, the alliance with the Jiang family was already precarious. Creating a scene in front of Jiang Xinghe would have significant repercussions. And Jiang Xinghe replied, I am accompanying Li Shi to help her gather her belongings. Zhang Xiang regarded the two with confusion. When had Li Shi and Jiang Xinghe's relationship grown so amicable? But such matters were secondary. She turned to Li Shi and reproached. If you are here to collect your things, you ought to have called ahead. Since you have severed ties with our family, you should hasten to leave. We have distinguished guests arriving. I would not have them witness any embarrassment. Distinguished guests? Li Shi scrutinized Zhang Xiang, who was dressed in an opulent royal blue velvet gown, adorned with a fur coat and a full set of jade jewelry. This attire was even more extravagant than what she had worn at the engagement banquet the day before. Clearly, a person of noble stature was indeed expected. Li Shi did not inquire further and ascended the stairs with Jiang Xinghe. On the second floor, they encountered Xie Xingyun. Today he wore a stylish beige suit, complemented by a tie patterned in light apricot and deep brown. Li Shi immediately recognized the tie as a birthday gift she had given him months prior. The moment Xie Xingyun laid eyes on Li Shi, his expression brightened. He instinctively moved to engage her in conversation, only to notice Jiang Xinghe trailing behind. The sight of the two together altered Xie Xingyun's demeanor. Were you with Jiang Xinghe last night? He inquired. Jiang Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Clearly, he and Xie Jiyue were cut from the same cloth. Their thought process is similarly peculiar. Li Shi mischievously replied, yes, from today onwards, you may call me sister-in-law. Jiang Xinghe. Well, it seemed Li Shi's thought process was equally unconventional. Hearing her jest, Xie Xingyun calmed down, realizing that Li Shi had not spent the night with Jiang Xinghe. Li Qi, it has come to my attention that you sought an invitation from my father for the Gu family. Xie Xingyun scrutinized her, pondering. What are you planning? What do you think I am planning? Are you afraid I might ruin your sister's promising engagement by pursuing Gu Huaizhou? Xie Xingyun pressed his lips together, not denying the possibility. After all, Li Shi had been hurt the previous day, and in her impulsiveness, she was capable of anything. Very well, Li Shi declared. I shall do as you wish and strive to snatch your dear sister's engagement, aspiring to become the young mistress of the Gu family. Now, If you will excuse me, I must go gather my things. Xie Xingyin hesitated for a moment before saying, today is the 25th birthday of my sister, and the Gu family called last night to inform us they would be coming to celebrate. Gu Huaizhou himself was coming to celebrate her birthday, which effectively announced her status as the prospective young mistress of the Gu family. Li Shi, do not engage in self-degradation. Gu Huaizhou was coming. Li Shi felt perplexed, recalling that in her previous life, he had never visited the Xie family until her demise. Chapter 10. Li Shi. I am truly the comic artist Yun Gu. Li Shi led Jiang Xinghe to her room. Her belongings remained untouched, indicating that the Xie family was preoccupied with preparing for the arrival of distinguished guests and had not managed to pack her things. She immediately located her computer and conducted a thorough check. Unsatisfied, she turned to Jiang Xinghe and asked, do you understand computers? Please help me check for any viruses that may have been installed. All her documents were encrypted, making it impossible for Xie Zheyue and her cohorts to access them. Nonetheless, she feared they might secretly install a virus. I know a little, Jiang Xinghe replied, chewing gum as he sat on the wooden floor at the foot of her bed. Leaning against it while scanning for viruses, Li Shi swiftly gathered important documents and packed several seasonal outfits. Finally, she opened the hidden compartment of her wardrobe, retrieving her father's memorial tablet and photograph. The computer is fine, Jiang Xinghe announced, looking up only to be startled by Li Shi standing before him, holding a black and white photograph. What's this? Jiang Xinghe jumped to his feet, frightened. Are you really that easily scared? Have you walked through dark paths and seen ghosts? Li Shi tucked the memorial tablet into her bag and wrapped the photograph in clothing, placing it into her luggage. Only then did Jiang Xinghe remember her background. Is that your biological father? The one who used to work as a driver for the Xie family? Not my biological father, but close enough, Li Shi explained. I was abandoned as a baby, found on a crooked tree on a cliff, and rescued by him. I was still an infant, and my father, burdened with me, never managed to find a wife. It was I who held him back. With her luggage slung over her shoulder, Li Shi sighed. Had it not been for me, my father might still be alive, living a happy family life. Jiang Xinghe fell silent for a moment before responding. You are luckier than I. Though you were abandoned, you received a father's love that could heal a lifetime. I am the eldest son of the Jiang family, yet I carry a childhood that can never be healed. Let us go, Jiang Xinghe offered, shouldering Li Shi's computer bag and reaching for another suitcase, only to find it too heavy. What on earth is in here? Comic books. Li Shi rappelia kazwadi. You are a comic enthusiast? Li Shi responded nonchalantly. I draw comics. Jiang Xinghe chuckled at her. Oh, is that so? What renowned works have you produced? Please share them with me. During high school, Jiang Xinghe was also enamored with comics and has read numerous masterpieces. To this day, his favorite remains the suspenseful series 7 Days of Nightmare by the illustrious Yun Gu. Li Shi remarked, 7 Days of Nightmare. Jiang Xinghe laughed heartily. Who are you trying to tease? 7 Days of Nightmare burst onto the scene 5 years ago, and upon its serialization, it became a phenomenal success, with over 10 million copies of the published comic sold. The author, Yun Gu, has thus been hailed as the king of Asian suspense comics. Gazing at the young woman before him, clad in black cotton shoes, Jiang Xinghe could hardly believe she was Li Shi. You must be a fan of Yun Gu's 7 Days of Nightmare, right? He inquired. Li Shi nodded. Indeed, I greatly admire her works. Jiang Xinghe Blaifuyi, Flika Li Shi's Furiat. Feeling a surge of excitement at finding a kindred spirit. It seems you have moments of exquisite taste. Given that we are both fans of Yun Gu, I will certainly assist you with your housing situation. As Jiang Xinghe dragged his suitcase and carried his laptop bag ahead, he mentioned, my mother left me an inheritance of over 3 million. I plan to discuss film rights with Yun Gu. We, the fans, are eagerly anticipating a film adaptation of 7 Days of Nightmare. What about you? Li Shi, trailing behind, muttered, I wish. But the film rights for 7 Days of Nightmare must be exorbitant. Jiang Xinghe's spirits slightly dampened. If I don't have enough money, I might have to resort to seduction. I heard Yun Gu is quite alluring. Li Shi finally looked up, intrigued, and asked, what do you mean by that? Yun Ji's art style is dark and audacious, with intricately woven plots. It is undeniably the work of a man. Jiang Xinghe replied. Oh, Li Shi continued. What's this about her being alluring? Jiang Xinghe hesitated, then confessed. I was just rambling. I can't be assertive with men. I can only be submissive in love. Li Shi's expression turned peculiar. Well, you certainly have an open-minded outlook. As they conversed, They descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they discovered the living room was sparsely populated. The housekeeper, Aunt Zhang, stood on tiptoe in the dining area, peering towards the front door. Upon seeing Li Shi and Jiang Xinghe, she rushed over, urging, "You two, hurry up, Mr. Gu and the others will arrive in just a few minutes, quickly." Fearing they would dawdle, Aunt Zhang took the initiative to help Jiang Xinghe with a suitcase. He gratefully handed it over to her. Hearing the sound of luggage being dragged, the four members of the Xie family at the door turned to look. Xie Xingyun quickly approached to assist with the items, asking Li Shi, "What are your plans next? Have you thought about finding a job?" Xingyun, Mr. Xie frowned, reminding him, "What are you talking about? Our guests are about to arrive." Mr. Xie then coldly nodded at Jiang Xinghe, saying indifferently, "Xinghe, we have distinguished guests today, so we will have to entertain you another time." Mr. Xie looked down on Jiang Xinghe. The Jiang family consisted merely of the siblings Jiang Xinghe and Jiang Qinkong. Jiang Xinghe was not valued, whereas Jiang Qinkong enjoyed the utmost favor. The Xie family's relationship with the Jiang family was one of kinship. If Jiang Qinkong were to inherit the Jiang family's fortune, it would eventually pass on to her and Xie Xingyun's children, thus becoming the grandson of the Xie family. Mr. Xie would be more than pleased if Jiang Xinghe were to meet with an unfortunate accident. "Mr. Xie, you all continue with your affairs, and we'll take our leave," Jiang Xinghe said as he helped Li Shi place her suitcase into the trunk. Just then, the sound of car wheels echoed behind them. Zhang Xiang hurried to help Xie Zhiyue with her hair and shawl, even adjusting the position of her hairpin. At this moment, Xie Zhiyue's hair seemed to radiate an enchanting charm. Leaning against the car, Li Shi found the scene amusing. Jiang Xinghe approached and asked Li Shi, "What, envious?" Li Shi replied, "Look at Xie Zhiyue. She is the apple of the Xie family's eye, utterly cherished by them." Jiang Xinghe gazed over, mumbling, "I suppose so. The youth of Dongzhou City all hold her in high regard." Li Shi shook her head, saying, "I was merely pondering what would happen if Gu Huaizhou were to abandon her. How would this radiant moon fare?" Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. It was only then that he truly scrutinized Xie Zhiyue. Just as Li Shi had stated, after being meticulously groomed by Zhang Xiang and Xie Mingzong, Xie Zhiyue appeared as a plump and exquisite pearl. She was beautiful, the most favored child of the Xie family, a noble little princess. Yet, this privilege stemmed entirely from Gu Huaizhou's affection for her. Once that affection waned, she would inevitably become a waning moon. Jiang Xinghe suddenly turned to Li Shi, asking, "What are you planning?" "What planning? I mean to go after Gu Huaizhou," she replied. Jiang Xinghe gasped, giving Li Shi a thumbs up. "Now that's ambitious. To dare to dream is to dare to achieve." Chapter 11. The distinguished guests arrive, but not Gu Huaizhou. There is no fear of a Benz or a Land Rover. It's the Volkswagen with letters that instills dread. The Gu family arrived in 3 impeccably organized Volkswagen Phaetons, parked in the open area to the left of the Xie family's entrance. Neighbors living nearby had long caught wind of the event, gathered in their courtyards or on rooftops to witness the spectacle. The affair between Xie Zhiyue and Gu Huaizhou had been the talk of the town for years, yet the two had never publicly appeared together. In fact, Gu Huaizhou rarely made public appearances at all. With the prolonged speculation and the absence of their joint appearances, murmurs of doubt began to circulate. Thus, when the Xie family received a call from the Gu family last night, they not only spread the word discreetly, but Xie Zhiyue even reached out to reporters in the entertainment industry. At this moment, a group of paparazzi concealed behind a flower bed near the Xie residence lay in wait, cameras at the ready. Observing the commotion, neighbors discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the excitement. Xie Mingzong busied himself with welcoming the Gu family, but he still found time to shoot a glare at Li Shi, warning her with a harsh tone, "Get lost." Li Shi and Jiang Xinghe got into the car. However, Jiang Xinghe was in no hurry to depart, stating, "In my entire life, I've heard the name Gu Huaizhou mentioned daily, yet I've never seen him in person. I hear he is a year younger than Xie Xingyun and the same age as me, while he has become the CEO of the Gu Corporation. The most impressive accomplishment I can claim is winning a competitive eating contest. I must see what this Gu Huaizhou looks like." Jiang Xinghe adjusted the rearview mirrors while speaking. Li Shi looked on in exasperation. Yet, she too was curious about Gu Huaizhou's appearance. The man who could make Xie Zhiyue fawn over him like a lovesick puppy must surely possess a decent looks, if not handsome. Otherwise, she would lose interest entirely. The two of them, like curious children, fixated on the rearview mirror. Seeing that Li Shi had obediently entered the car, Xiemingzong felt reassured and quickly donned a warm smile, approaching the middle phaeton. Just as he reached for the car door, a bodyguard exiting from the passenger seat swiftly stepped in front of him, saying, "Mr. Xie, allow me to take care of this." Xiemingzong chuckled, feigning nonchalance as he withdrew his hand. The car door opened slowly, revealing a polished, high-end leather shoe that touched the ground. The trousers cropped to reveal a pair of black and gray striped socks. Xiemingzong's smile grew more sycophantic as he grasped Xie Jiyue's arm, saying, "We warmly welcome Mr. Gu to the Xie family. I am Jiyue's father, Xiemingzong." Mr. Gu. As the door swung fully open, the true identity of the shoe's owner was revealed, a gentleman appearing to be in his 70s, his face lined with wrinkles. When the elderly man, with his strikingly gray eyes, looked down at Xiemingzong, a hint of disdain was evident. The carefully prepared words of Xiemingzong suddenly lodged in his throat. "Are you Mr. Xiemingzong?" The elder extended his right hand, saying, "I am Gu Han, the personal steward of Huaizhou." The so-called life steward is the chief overseer responsible for Gu Huaizhou's daily needs and safety. From the moment Gu Huaizhou was born, he's been by his side. His identity encompasses that of a steward, a mentor, and a family member. However, in the eyes of Xiemingzong, Gu Han is merely a paid servant. Xiemingzong stood on tiptoe to glance into the compartment behind Gu Han, but saw no one. He then looked around at the other vehicles and noticed that all the bodyguards had exited, but not one could match Gu Huaizhou. The warmth and flattery in Xiemingzong's gaze evaporated instantaneously, replaced by astonishment as he stammered, "Is Mr. Gu not here?" At this, Gu Han withdrew his hand. His hands, which had been clasped before him, fell to his sides, his tone chilling as he replied, "If Mr. Xie is inquiring about Huaizhou, then indeed, he has not arrived." Xiemingzong furrowed his brow and instinctively remarked, "But you mentioned over the phone last night that Mr. Gu would personally attend my daughter's birthday." Before Gu Han could clarify, a bodyguard interjected, "Mr. Gu Han is also Mr. Gu. Gu Han, Mr. Gu, both are accurate, and there is no fault in that." Realization dawned on Xiemingzong, and he understood that it was all for naught. Xie discreetly cast a few glances toward the reporters hidden behind the bushes, gathering herself. She forced a composed and graceful smile, approaching Gu Han with a respectful bow as she said, "Steward Gu, I am immensely grateful for your presence at my birthday celebration. It is a great honor for me. Please forgive my father's indiscretion. He has never been to the Gu family and was unaware that you also share the surname Gu. He instinctively assumed that Mr. Gu Huaizhou would be attending today, given it is my 25th birthday. It was a misunderstanding, and I hope it did not amuse you." Xie Jiyue's words were flawless, and Gu Han's expression softened slightly. "Miss Jiayue, I wish you a joyous birthday." As he spoke, Gu Han exchanged a glance with a bodyguard, who opened the trunk and retrieved a box containing a beautifully crafted guqin, clearly of considerable value. Upon seeing the guqin, a smile of delight broke across Xie Jiyue's face. "Is this the guqin I bid on at the auction?" "Miss Xie has not erred. Huaizhou heard of your regret at missing the guqin at the auction and asked me to acquire it on his behalf." Gu Han explained as he approached and presented the guqin to Xie Jiyue. "I wish you a happy birthday, Miss Jiyue." "Thank you, I adore it," Xie Jiyue replied, taking the guqin with both hands and turning to her brother, Xie Xingyun. "Brother, please help me take this inside. These high heels are rather inconvenient." Xie Xingyun accepted the guqin. Observing Xie Jiyue's respectful demeanor towards Gu Han, Xiemingzong deduced that this elder must hold significant status within the Gu family, prompting him to adjust his own attitude. He warmly invited Gu Han in the house. "Old Mr. Gu, please come in for tea. Let us sit and chat." However, Gu Han dismissively waved his hand. "There is no need. Since the gift has been delivered, we shall take our leave." "Oh, by the way," Gu Han suddenly recalled, addressing Xiemingzong, "we only learned last night that the Xie family has adopted a child. The elder entrusted me to bring an invitation today." Gu Han produced a red invitation with gold lettering from his pocket, which was indeed an invitation to the elder's birthday celebration. Handing it to Xiemingzong, he continued, "Since we are all children, we should extend an invitation equally. We must not show favoritism. The elder's birthday would be incomplete without the 3 children of the Xie family." Xiemingzong's heart raced. He could hardly believe that the Gu family had prepared an invitation for Li Shi as well. He accepted the invitation. As soon as Gu Han drove away, Xiemingzong muttered under his breath, "What is the Gu family playing at? They cannot have just discovered that we adopted Li Shi. Why have we never seen the Gu family treat Li Shi equally before?" And what is this nonsense about not favoring one over the other? Is that a jab at how we have treated Li Shi poorly? Glaring at the glaring invitation in Xie Mingzong's hand, Xie Jiyue could no longer maintain her smile. She snatched the invitation away, opened it, and saw the elegantly pinned name at the bottom. Gu Huaizhou. This was indeed his handwriting. Xie tightly gripped the invitation, her teeth clenched in frustration. Li Shi had received an invitation penned by Gu Huaizhou himself. Yet this was a privilege that rightfully belonged to her. Even her own invitation bore only Gu Huaizhou's personal seal. Chapter 12. The poor work like oxen and horses. The invitation that Xie Mingzong received for Li Shi was identical to the one that Xie Xingyun had, both marked with Gu Huaizhou's personal seal. Zhang Xiang believed her daughter was overthinking the situation. Perhaps there weren't enough invitations, and they wrote one out at the last minute, signing a name for convenience. Besides, the Gu family has never met Li Shi, so it is unlikely they would show favoritism. Upon hearing this, Xie Jiyue felt somewhat relieved. Suddenly, the car door slammed open, and Li Shi jumped out, striding toward them. She snatched the invitation from Xie Jiyue's hand and slapped down her ordinary invitation against Xie Mingzong's chest. In front of the Xie family, she opened the invitation. Upon seeing her name as the invitee alongside Gu Huaizhou, Li Shi felt an unprecedented sense of elation. Look closely, Li Shi exclaimed, waving the invitation triumphantly before the Xie family. Deliberately displaying her pearly whites, she smiled and said, "Ah, the toad wishes to feast on the swan, and the swan has graciously fallen at my feet. I cannot refuse such hospitality. This swan meat is mine for the taking." With that, Li Shi strutted away, leaving the Xie family blushing in embarrassment. Once in the car, Li Shi generously handed the invitation to Jiang Xinghe. "Here, take a look at the Gu family's invitation. It's a chance to broaden your horizons." Jiang Xinghe genuinely took the invitation, stroking it. "Can I take a picture?" Li Shi replied, "Just hide my name. I don't want to share the shame with you." All right. Jiang Xinghe snapped a photo of the invitation, obscuring Li Shi's name and replacing it with his own before posting it on social media. "I too am one favored by Gu Huaizhou." Noticing Jiang Xinghe's antics, Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment for the Jiang family. With such a foolish eldest son, the Jiang family is truly blessed. Jiang Xinghe, being sociable, quickly garnered over 20 likes on his post. As he scrolled through the likes, he exclaimed, "Even a rent collector liked my post. What an honor." Having rented an apartment from the collector for 3 years, this was the first time he had interacted with him on social media. He had thought the collector never ventured into WeChat moments. Upon hearing this, Li Shi urged, "Send me the collector's WeChat contact." "That's not appropriate," Jiang Xinghe replied. "The collector values his privacy. I cannot simply share his information with you. Besides, why would you want to add him? Just wait until you successfully find a place to rent, and then you can add him, making sure to pay your dues quarterly." Li Shi, with a hint of mischief, said, "Of course, I wouldn't want to risk him saying no. A little seduction in advance wouldn't hurt." "You are quite bold," Jiang Xinghe admired. Li Shi chuckled, unapologetic. "If young Master Jiang can do anything for love, surely I must learn from you." Jiang Xinghe promptly fell silent. A moment later, he muttered, "I think you were sent by God to test me. I need to consult the rent collector first." Jiang Xinghe was principled, always respecting the preferences of his friends. Given that the rent collector valued his privacy, he would never casually disclose his contact details. Opening a chat with the collector, he asked, "Zhengge, did you review the materials I sent you last night? Do you think my friend can rent an apartment in our complex?" He expected the collector to take a moment to respond, due to several instances where he transferred rent to the landlord, only to have the recipient forget to collect it after 24 hours. Jiang Xinghe was surprised by the landlord's prompt response this time. The message was succinct, consisting of just one word, "Okay." Jiang Xinghe promptly shared the landlord's WeChat contact with Li Shi, returning the invitation and stating, "Now that we are friends, please capture some videos of Gu's garden for me to admire its mysterious beauty." "Okay." Jiang Xinghe's WeChat notifications chimed again. He swiftly checked the group chat and informed Li Shi, "I'm dying of laughter. Your sister thinks that Gu Huaizhou is coming to celebrate her birthday today and even contacted a reporter. Now, the reporter has released photos, and everyone knows your sister has been stood up by Gu Huaizhou, who sent an old man in his place. This is what we call instant karma. Stealing chickens only to lose rice. Serves her right, doesn't it? Can you show it to me?" Li Shi smirked, imagining the furious reaction of the Xie family. Jiang Xinghe, finding it tedious to take screenshots of the chat history, suggested, I'll just add you to the group. It's filled with a bunch of useless people. You'll find kindred spirits there. Li Shi scoffed, thanks but no thanks. Nevertheless, she consented to Jiang Xinghe's invitation and joined the Dongzhou Waste group. Welcome to the new Waste member. Please modify your group name according to the rules, or you'll be kicked out, the group admin announced. Another member inquired, is this new Waste person invited by Xinghe? What is their background? Jiang Xinghe replied, just a friend who was kicked out by their family. A real good-for-nothing. The group responded with laughter. Then they truly are a good-for-nothing. As Li Shi modified her group name to Waste He, she returned to the chat only to see everyone under Jiang Xinghe's influence, concluding that she was indeed a true Waste. Internally exasperated, she typed, hello everyone, I'm the new little Waste here. Please take care of me. The group admin responded, the new Waste has quite a sweet tongue. Don't worry, I own all the recycling stations in Dongzhou City. For others, I pay 50 cents for empty bottles. But for you, I'll offer 70 cents. Another member chimed in, you can eat at the place I perform to earn some money. Li Shi couldn't help but laugh, asking Jiang Xinghe, who are these people? Jiang Xinghe replied with a smirk, just a bunch of underappreciated individuals. Li Shi gazed deeply at Jiang Xinghe and suggested, let us go. Where to? Jiang Xinghe noticed her lack of a destination and refrained from teasing her this time. He offered kindly, since the landlord has allowed me to share his WeChat with you, the rental situation is settled. I'll take you to my place first, and then we can meet the landlord after work to sign the contract. Is the landlord still working? Shouldn't he be relaxing? Li Shi lamented, as her ideal life was to lounge around as a wealthy, beautiful Waste. How could anyone enjoy working while being rich? Jiang Xinghe astutely remarked, for the wealthy, work is an experience of life. For the impoverished, it's mere toil. Can they be compared? Chapter 13. The future Mrs. Gu's shoulder is yours to touch. The Lanting apartment is situated beside the Great River in Dongzhou City, with the subway entrance just 50 meters to the left and a riverside park nearby, complemented by a large shopping complex behind it. It is conveniently located across the river from the CBD area where office workers toil, making it the prime choice for high-ranking professionals seeking rental accommodations. Many celebrities on business trips to Dongzhou City prefer to rent here. Jiang Xinghe parked in the underground garage and pointed to a sky blue gradient sports car, saying, this is mine too. If you ever need to impress someone, I can lend you my little blue car. Li Shi responded, I appreciate your offer, but you might as well sell your little blue car for cash. Perhaps then you wouldn't need to toil for love and could purchase the rights to 7 days of nightmare. That is not an option, Jiang Xinghe replied seriously. A car is like a wife. How could I sell it? Li Shi retorted, so you're planning to cheat on your wife? Jiang Xinghe shrugged, my wife is carefree. It's not a problem. Li Shi was left speechless. They entered the glass elevator, which ascended slowly while Li Shi gazed out at the Dongjiang River and the bustling skyscrapers across. Her mood lifted, but upon seeing a jewelry advertisement featuring seductress on a building screen, she quickly shut her eyes as if repulsed. Jiang Xinghe suddenly asked, didn't you used to get along well with seductress? What happened? During the discussions of their families about marriage, Li Shi had accompanied seductress. Jiang Xinghe had observed their dynamic, noting that Li Shi was submissive to seductress, akin to a loyal pet. Li Shi countered, when you find your mother's portrait, will you still tolerate Jiang Qingkong? A shadow of anger crossed Jiang Xinghe's features as he declared, I could smash her head with one punch. Exactly. Now that I have successfully changed my household registration and completely severed ties with the CF family, why should I continue to be subservient? Jiang Xinghe, with an air of camaraderie, draped his arm around Li Shi's shoulders and smiled. We can be Waste, but we cannot be spineless. Understand? Li Shi found little distinction between the two. The elevator chimed, halting on the 23rd floor. Gu Huaizhou stood outside, holding a suitcase containing a long-haired tricolor cat as he awaited the elevator. As the doors opened, he prepared to step in, only to inadvertently catch sight of Li Shi shaking off Jiang Xinghe's hand. Both were facing the elevator's glass wall, unaware of his presence. Li Shi tifatrikayi proclaimat. The future Mrs. Gu's shoulder is yours to touch. Be careful. This surveillance footage could become the black mark on my ascent into the ranks of the elite. Jiang Xinghe retorted, have you ever met Gu Huaizhou? You think you're Mrs. Gu? As they exchanged banter and turned to exit, they unexpectedly came face-to-face with Gu Huaizhou. Despite his mask, Li Shi recognized him instantly. Professor Gu? Meanwhile, Jiang Xinghe stood at attention, greeting him, Brother Huaizhou, are you taking the cat for a bath? Li Shi instinctively glanced at the suitcase, locking eyes with the cat's round yellow-black orbs. Panda Star? She stared at the cat's mottled fur, feeling an urge to pet it. Brother Jin's cat, Panda Star, was a stray he rescued from the riverside and had cared for over the past year. Li Shi finally connected the dots. You know Professor Gu? Jiang Xinghe frowned, asking, who is Professor Gu? Their exchanged glances conveyed a complex understanding. Finally, Gu Zhan introduced himself. I am Gu Zhan. Jiang Xinghe smacked his thigh, exclaiming, so the landlord is named Gu, and he's a professor? He had only known the landlord as Brother Zhan, without any further details. Gu Zhan appeared somewhat surprised, his tone enigmatic as he remarked, so you refer to me as the landlord. Jiang Xinghe quickly covered his mouth, while Li Shi internally mused. Realizing that the landlord was indeed Professor Gu, she promptly pushed Jiang Xinghe out, along with her belongings, stating, I need to visit the pet store to buy some supplies. It's on the way with Professor Gu. You should head back. Jiang Xinghe stumbled forward, caught off guard. He clutched his suitcase tightly and cursed at Li Shi. Have you kept a pet? You even brought along. Li Shi winked at him mischievously. Jiang Xinghe's eyes flickered slightly. Recalling how Li Shi had previously mentioned seducing the landlord, he believed he had unraveled the truth. He slapped his luggage and exclaimed, Ah yes, you have kept a pet. A beautiful snake. Gu Zhan observed this scene, but chose not to expose it. Once they entered the elevator and watched the doors slowly close, Gu Zhan finally spoke. While I respect everyone's freedom in pet ownership, snakes are prone to escape, which could cause panic among other tenants. If you do have a snake, I must reconsider this rental situation. Li Shi hurriedly shook her head, clarifying, Jiang Xinghe is deceiving you. I don't have a snake, only fish. Fish? Gu Zhan nodded, approving of the idea. He then inquired, what species of fish? Li Shi replied, butterfly koi. I'll accompany you to the pet store to see if they sell fish food. Sounding reasonable, Gu Zhan responded, you can ride in my car. Then I shall trouble you, she said graciously. Gu Zhan glanced down and noticed the black cotton shoes on Li Shi's feet, but chose not to comment. The front passenger seat, originally meant for his cat, Pai Daxing, was now occupied by Li Shi, leaving the cat with only the back seat. Once inside the car, Pai Daxing lay in its carrier, curiously observing Li Shi with its yellow and black eyes. Li Shi, in turn, scrutinized Pai Daxing. An eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. As they passed the CAF, Gu Zhan pulled over and, unbuckling his seatbelt, said, I'll go buy coffee. Pausing, he asked Li Shi, Miss Li, would you like something? Hot cocoa, she replied. All right. As Gu Zhan exited the car, Li Shi reached out to tease Pai Daxing, tugging at its whiskers. In retaliation, Pai Daxing raised a paw and began swatting at her, resulting in a playful scuffle within the car. Frustrated, Pai Daxing turned its back on Li Shi, sitting down and displaying a woeful yet comical demeanor. Li Shi stifled a laugh and took the opportunity to stroke Pai Daxing's fluffy tail. Hiss! Pai Daxing whipped around, baring its teeth at her. You can act fierce all you want, Li Shi teased. Once I win over Professor Gu, you'll have to deal with me. If you misbehave, I'll ensure you go without food or litter, suffocating you in the process. Pai Daxing only became more irate. Spotting Gu Zhan returning from the CAF, Li Shi quickly withdrew her hand and sat upright. Gu Zhan opened the car door and handed her the hot cocoa, stating, the CAF is running a promotion today. Buy 2 cups and get the second at half price. After taking a sip of her cocoa, Li Shi remarked, that's quite a bargain. I'll have to try it out next time. Suddenly, Pai Daxing let out a pitiful meow from the back seat. Gu Zhan turned to see the cat's round, sorrowful eyes and pretended not to notice the fur on the seat. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Li Shi and apologized. I apologize. Pai Daxing is in heat and has been a bit irritable. Has it troubled you? Li Shi discreetly removed a strand of fur from her fingers, smiling. Not at all. If it gets too rowdy, a neutering will surely calm it down. Gu Zhan gazed at Pai Daxing for a couple of seconds, wholeheartedly agreeing with Li Shi's suggestion. You're right. Let us arrange for the neutering today. Chapter 14. Is Professor Gu single? Upon seeing Gu Zhan take her seriously, Li Shi quickly clarified, I was joking. If there are no female cats at your home, there's no rush for Pai Daxing's neutering. Gu Zhan nodded, adding, this isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Pai Daxing has a history of urinary blockage and has undergone catheterization before. The vet also recommended neutering to mitigate the risk of future blockages. Urinary blockage in cats can be a serious condition. If detected early, it can be managed, but if neglected, it could lead to severe complications or even renal failure. Li Shi exhaled in relief. In that case, neutering would indeed be the wiser choice. She had also kept a cat in the past, a stray her father had rescued from a dumpster, a tabby named Sandwich. After her father's passing, she moved in with the Xie family, only to discover the next day that Sandwich had gone missing. Upon inquiry, she learned that Xie Jiuyue was allergic to cat fur, and Zhang Ma had disposed of the cat in a nylon bag early in the morning, leaving it at the market. Li Shi had skipped breakfast and rushed through the rain to find her beloved pet. By the time she located Sandwich, it had already been tragically killed by a car, its body mangled beyond recognition. All she could recover was Sandwich's bloodied fur and the collar that had once adorned its neck. Upon arriving at the veterinary clinic, Gu Zhen arranged for a complete examination for Pai Daxing. With all results normal, he scheduled the procedure for that day. Pai Daxing was sedated and quickly fell into a deep sleep. After a brief 40 minutes in surgery, the nurse brought Pai Daxing out, still unconscious, its tongue lolling out in a comical yet pitiful manner. Gently pinching its ears could stimulate its senses and hasten its recovery. After the doctor concluded the necessary instructions, he became preoccupied with other clients. The two remained by Pai Daxing's side, occasionally pinching its small ears and calling its name. After being out for over half an hour, Pai Daxing finally stirred. It seemed dazed, wobbling as it attempted to stand before collapsing onto the absorbent pad. It lay behind the bars of its cat house, staring blankly at Li Shi. Perfect. In their first encounter, Pai Daxing had already developed a grudge against Li Shi. Feeling guilty, she swiftly excused herself to the adjacent pet supply exhibition area. She purchased a bag of fish food and several cans of cat food as a peace offering for Pai Daxing. Since the cat would need to stay in the clinic for 3 days, Li Shi placed the cans in Pai Daxing's storage compartment, instructing the nurse to feed it at regular intervals. Gu Zhen accepted her offerings without hesitation, affectionately patting Pai Daxing's head while saying, "Look how much Miss Li cares for you. Hurry and get better." Pai Daxing thought to itself, "Meow? She loves me, huh? Father, you're blinded by beauty," unable to see Li Shi's true nature. In the presence of Li Shi, Pai Daxing sighed at the difficulties of feline life. Once Pai Daxing regained full consciousness and was in good spirits, with no bleeding from its incision, Gu Zhen took Li Shi back to the Lanting apartment. Upon reaching the 23rd floor, Li Shi instinctively moved to knock on Jiang Xinghe's door. Gu Zhen called out to her from the middle of the hallway, "Li Shi." Accustomed to being addressed as Miss Li, she felt a bit awkward upon hearing her full name. Turning back, she looked at Gu Zhen. He said, "Come over here." "Huh?" Li Shi responded. Gu Zhen clarified to sign the rental contract. "Oh right, the contract." She nearly mistook Gu Zhen's intentions for something else entirely. Li Shi followed him to his apartment. Jiang Xinghe, having overheard voices outside, peeked through the peephole and was astonished to see Li Shi enter Gu Zhen's home. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What? In just one afternoon, Li Shi has already managed to charm the landlord? She has gone straight to his place? Jiang Xinghe felt a pang of defeat, reflecting on how he had known Gu Zhen for 3 years without ever visiting his home. He opened a can of cold beer, took a swig, and sent Li Shi a thumbs-up emoji. "Jiang Xinghe, Li Shi, you're incredible. You've already snagged the landlord." Jiang Xinghe, first the landlord, then Gu Huaizhou. "I have high hopes for you. Keep it up." Li Shi sat in the elegantly decorated black and white living room, attentively listening as Gu Zhen read through the rental agreement stipulations. When reviewing the documents, Gu Zhen habitually donned his glasses. Seated on the couch, with his right elbow resting on a cushion, he exuded a relaxed, homely charm. Gu Zhen possessed a captivatingly melodious voice, reciting documents as if they were love letters, leaving Li Shi almost intoxicated by the sound. "If there are no issues, let us proceed with signing the contract," Gu Zhen stated, placing the rental agreement before Li Shi. This brought her back to reality, and she began to scrutinize the document meticulously. "Apartment 2201, isn't that the one beneath yours?" Li Shi inquired. Gu Zhen nodded, affirming yes. "That apartment was renovated 3 years ago and has remained unoccupied, so you need not worry about formaldehyde." In response, Li Shi remarked, "There will inevitably be some formaldehyde. I'm not overly concerned about it." However, Gu Zhen pointed to her neck, stating, "Those prone highs are often allergic to formaldehyde." Li Shi was taken aback. Professor Gu's concern was indeed profound, and it was precisely this type of attention that resonated with her. Taking a slight breath, Li Shi suppressed her wandering thoughts and returned her focus to the document. Upon examining the rental fee section, she noted the rent is to be paid quarterly, totaling 68,000 each quarter. The Lanting apartments were high-end, managed like a hotel, featuring units that were well ventilated. Li Shi's rental unit was approximately 140 square meters, comparable in size to Jiang Xinghe's. Yet, Gu Zhan adjusted his glasses with his left index finger and inquired, "Is there a problem?" Li Shi raplia. Jiang Xinghe's rent for a similar unit is 78,000 per quarter, while mine is 1,000 less. A windfall like this made Li Shi cautious. She tilted her head to scrutinize Gu Zhan, asking seriously, "Professor Gu, you Haven T lowered my rent with the expectation of compensation, have you? Perhaps in a more intimate manner?" Although Li Shi was not averse to a physical relationship with Gu Zhan, the moment it involved monetary exchange, the nature of it shifted, and she despised such transactions. Gu Zhan was initially taken aback, but adopted a serious demeanor upon grasping her insinuation. The rental prices vary slightly based on the floor. The 23rd floor has only had my residence, ensuring greater tranquility and enhanced security measures. Thus, a slightly higher fee is justified, and Jiang Xinghe is aware of this. Gu Zhan countered, "What concerns you, Miss Li?" Pushing his glasses up, he spoke plainly and assertively. "Are you afraid I harbor ulterior motives?" Li Shi gasped slightly. Was it permissible to pose such a direct question? No. Shaking her head, she promptly signed her name on the document with a pen. Gu Zhan observed her signing, noting that she was left-handed. As she signed, her left hand trembled slightly, causing the two small moles, one black and one red, to quiver as well. Gu Zhan found himself entranced, his gaze darkening. Li Shi set down her pen and casually remarked, "Professor Gu, with such good looks, I fear I might be tempted to entertain illicit thoughts about you." Gu Zhan's mind was pulled back by her words, and he looked at her in astonishment, meeting her fierce, alluring gaze. It was as if Li Shi were a hunter, locking onto her prey. "Professor Gu, are you single? You had better be." Chapter 15. A gentleman? Just as undressed. Li Shi admired Gu Zhan's appearance, but that was where it ended. She could be frivolous, but she would never be the third party to ruin someone else's relationship. If Gu Zhan had a girlfriend, fiancé, or an ambiguous partner, she would immediately depart. Gu Zhan seemed to ignore her question, rising to take the documents to the study. As he reached the corner of the hallway, he mentioned, "I often visit that coffee shop, but today marks my first time enjoying the buy two get the second half price deal." Li Shi pausa, contemplating Zhen's implication, before breaking into a sly smile and muttering, "So you're single, yet you express it so subtly. Truly reserved." The rental agreement was prepared in duplicate. Gu Zhan retained one copy, while Li Shi kept the other. As she stepped out of Gu Zhan's residence with the key card and contract in hand, she heard the door across from her open. Cough. Jiang Xinghe leaned against the door and cleared his throat, startling Li Shi. When she turned to look, he wore a half-smile and asked, "Finished so soon?" Li Shi, not overthinking, nodded affirmatively. "Of course, Professor Gu values efficiency, unlike you." Jiang Xinghe exclaimed, "It only took a little over 20 minutes? At his age, is his stamina already faltering?" Li Shi, while you're still young, you should find someone else. It dawned on Li Shi what Jiang Xinghe was implying. If one day you were to crack your head, your brains would surely be yellow. Full of absurdity. Jiang Xinghe was incredulous. "What? You didn't go back with him for a night of passion?" Li Shi rolled her eyes. "Just because you can't control yourself doesn't mean everyone is like you. Our Professor Gu is a true gentleman, pure as snow." Jiang Xinghe retorted, "One's pants are off. Aren't they all the same? You should check for yourself if he's as pure and gentlemanly as you think." Li Shi found no pleasure in banter with him. She reached the threshold of Jiang Xinghe's home, standing outside. "Please hand me my luggage. I won't be entering your place to avoid any untoward advances." Jiang Xinghe scoffed, "You, with your lack of taste, are not worthy of my bed." He slammed the door shut, turning to fetch Li Shi's belongings from the living room. Knowing that her bag contained her father's memorial photo and tablet, Jiang Xinghe was careful when handing over the bag. "Which floor do you live on?" Li Shi counted her bags, not lifting her head as she replied, "The one below Professor Gu, the 22nd floor." "Then we are neighbors. Your luggage isn't much. I won't help you with it. I didn't sleep well last night, so I'll catch up on some rest." After tossing the car keys to Li Shi, he added, "Take the luggage from the trunk yourself. Keep the keys for now. I'll retrieve them when I need them." Before closing the door, Jiang Xinghe reminded her, "Be sure to return my belongings soon." When it came to business, Li Shi was straightforward. "By tomorrow evening at the latest, Officer Zhou will provide leads, and the Jiang family will surely reach out to me." Apartment 2201 and 2301 boasted similar square footage, yet their layouts were worlds apart. Li Shi had visited Gu Zhan's apartment, noting that his living and dining areas were quite compact, suggesting his bedroom must be quite spacious. In contrast, Li Shi's apartment layout was more aligned with ordinary living habits, larger living and dining spaces, but a relatively smaller bedroom. Aware that the new tenant was eager to move in, Gu Jin had summoned housekeeping that morning to ensure the apartment was pristine and ready for immediate occupancy. Li Shi placed her luggage in the master bedroom, positioning her computer and her father's memorial tablet in the guest room. She texted Gu Jin, "Could you provide me with the housekeeper's number? I intend to convert the guest room into a study, leaving no bed." Li Shi had only two requirements for her study: emptiness and tranquility. As an orphan, she rarely had guests staying over, rendering the bed a waste of space. Gu Jin promptly sent her the housekeeper's contact. Li Shi called the housekeeper, who informed her it was too late for a visit, as the apartment prohibited noise past 9:30 p.m. and would need to come the following morning instead. After pondering, Li Shi replied, "Then let us schedule it for tomorrow afternoon. I likely won't rise early." Once she organized her belongings, it was past midnight. Li Shi silenced her phone, finally enjoying a restful sleep. When she next opened her eyes, her first instinct was to check the time on her phone. It was 2:40 p.m. What? Li Shi leaped from her bed, flinging open the blackout curtains, only to be blinded by the glaring sun. She stood there in shock. She had slept for a staggering 14 hours. Remarkable. Even pregnant women didn't sleep as much. During her time at the Xie household, she had only managed 7 hours of sleep each night, often waking twice. All of this was due to the poor feng shui at the Xie residence. As Li Shi brushed her teeth, she glanced at her phone and noticed a series of calls from an unknown number since 11 o'clock that morning, totaling 6 attempts, the last one occurring 20 minutes ago. Additionally, Officer Zhou had also attempted to reach her. Li Shi decided to return Officer Zhou's call first. The background noise on his end was quite loud, and he raised his voice to convey, "Miss Li, our technical team has successfully repaired the hotel surveillance system and has identified the perpetrator of the poisoning." At this point, Officer Zhou deliberately left a suspenseful pause, asking Li Shi, "Do you have any guesses as to who it might be?" Li Shi held her phone further from her ear, pressed it against her ear, and replied, "It must be Miss Jiang, right?" "Correct. Miss Jiang has already been taken to the police station for questioning. Whether to settle this privately or proceed with formalities is up to you." Officer Zhou understood that Li Shi did not intend for Jiang Qingkong to face imprisonment, so he discreetly dispatched his subordinates to apprehend her. "Thank you, Officer Zhou. I will send you a banner of appreciation another day." Officer Zhou chuckled heartily, finding the thought of a banner far more appealing than slipping cash into a cigarette box. "All right," he cheekily reminded Li Shi, "make sure to unfurl the banner and do a lap around the police station entrance, ensuring all your colleagues see it." "Sure, no problem." After ending the call with Officer Zhou, Li Shi ignored the unknown number, changed her clothes, and summoned the butler to help move her bed. The butler arrived promptly, accompanied by 2 sturdy security guards. As the guards bent over to dismantle the bed, their narrow but strong waists became visible. Li Shi inquired of the butler, "Do we select security personnel based on their looks and physique in this building?" The butler chuckled, "Miss Li, you jest, but indeed, our security staff is rather pleasing to the eye. The less attractive ones are on the night shift. After all, the apartment owner has a preference for good looks." Once the bed was dismantled, the butler bid farewell and departed with the guards and the bed. Noticing the car keys on the entrance console, Li Shi suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to return Jiang Xingha's keys. She sent him a WeChat message. "Are you awake?" Jiang Xingha replied with a picture of himself eating snail noodles. Li Shi then headed upstairs to return the keys. Jiang Xingha stood behind the door in light gray pajamas, and a pungent odor of snail noodles wafted from his home. Noting Li Shi's wrinkled brow, he remarked, "The smell is quite strong inside, so I want to invite you in." Reaching out to take the car keys, Jiang Xingha asked, "Has anyone from the Jiang family contacted you yet?" "A few calls came in, but I had my phone on silent while I was sleeping, so I haven't answered." "No wonder," Jiang Xingha continued. "Jiang Qingkong's mother called me early this morning, asking me to threaten you into settling this privately." It was likely that the scene from yesterday, where Jiang Xingha accompanied Li Shi back to the Xie family to collect belongings, had reached the ears of the Jiang family, leading his stepmother to assume they were involved romantically. "Don't worry about it. I'll handle this. Just let your stepmother stew for a while." Then, recalling something, Li Shi added, "Where did you get your driver's license? Can you recommend a reliable driving school? I intend to learn how to drive." "You don't know how to drive?" Jiang Xingha asked, "How old are you?" Li Shi replied, 22. She had just graduated from university. Jiang Xinghe leaned against the doorframe and chuckled, realizing she was a fresh graduate. No wonder you're so innocent. You dared to drink whatever is handed to you. Li Shirong. I admit my foolishness, but saying more would be impolite. Why didn't you learn to drive during your 4 years of university? Jiang Xinghe questioned. I have a bit of a phobia about driving, so I never learned, Li Shi confessed. In her previous life, she had obtained a driver's license while working as an assistant to a celebrity, but a severe car accident on an overpass had left her traumatized, making her hesitant to even touch a steering wheel now. However, life is long, and she cannot avoid driving forever. She must confront her psychological fears. Remembering that her father had been the driver for the Xie family and died, saving the Xie siblings, Jiang Xinghe assumed her aversion to driving stemmed from her father's death. All right, I'll ask around later and find you a reliable and attractive instructor, he said, thinking it would be unsafe for Li Shi, given her appearance, to be paired with a male instructor. Li Shi felt warmth in her heart, her tone becoming more sincere. Thank you. Despite appearing somewhat oblivious, Jiang Xinghe was surprisingly attentive and considerate, proving to be a friend worth nurturing. After leaving the 23rd floor, Li Shi took a taxi to the supermarket. While pushing a shopping cart in the dairy section, her phone rang again. She answered the call nonchalantly as the ringtone was about to end. This is Li Shi. Who is this? You finally decided to answer? A middle-aged man's voice responded, heavy with malice, as if he wished to tear her apart and consume her flesh. Li Shi recognized it as Zhang's father's voice. Placing the fresh milk in her cart, she smiled lightly. If Mr. Jiang is calling to argue, I can certainly spare some time to accommodate you. But if we are to quarrel, then let's forget about settling this matter privately. Mr. Jiang, have you decided whether to argue or negotiate? With a few light-hearted words, she extinguished Jiang's father's fury. After a moment, he sternly instructed, 5 o'clock this evening. I will be waiting for you at the Bafang Club to discuss the matter of settling. His tone dripped with condescension, eliciting laughter from Li Shi. Please clarify, Mr. Jiang, your daughter is the perpetrator of the poisoning, while I am the victim. Today, you are the one who needs something from me. And with that comes the expectation of a humble attitude. The Bafang Club is quite far. Will you reimburse my travel expenses? If we do not reach an agreement and you attempt to extort me, who will I turn to for help? Besides, as a delicate young lady, how could I possibly dare to meet the cunning Mr. Jiang alone? Zhang's father was infuriated, Li Shi. But before he could finish, Li Shi interjected. I've heard that Mr. Jiang recently took on a young mistress who is around the same age as your daughter. If you were to develop ill intentions towards me, I would be at a significant disadvantage. Each of her words was like a bomb detonating in Zhang's mind, leaving him gasping for air. Where shall we meet? You choose the location. Zhang's father was eager to end the call, fearing he might suffer a stroke from the frustration Li Shi was causing. Their SAT house across from the Public Security Bureau. Let us meet there to discuss. The proximity to the police made it appear the safest option. See you at 6. With that, Li Shi decisively hung up. She returned to her apartment, quickly prepared a bowl of spicy beef noodles, and then set off for her appointment. At 5:58, Li Shi arrived punctually at the tea house. However, Zhang's father had arrived even earlier. Standing at the entrance, Li Shi silently assessed him. Jiang Xingkong's father was named Jiang Zhulang, a name reminiscent of heroic figures from martial arts novels, wielding swords and helping those in need. Yet, he bore the appearance of a court eunuch, with a sinister gleam in his eye. Seated at the tea table, he emitted an aura of cold calculation, unmistakably a ruthless man. As 6 o'clock struck, Li Shi gracefully approached Jiang Zhulang. Shadows obscured his face, and he sensed her presence. Lifting his gaze to scrutinize the young woman walking toward the table, Li Shi, clad in a gray hooded sweatshirt, with her long black hair pulled into a bun, radiated vibrant energy. The youthful girl exuded a lively charm, resembling a delicate flower poised to bloom. Frankly speaking, Li Shi was indeed stunning, which explained why Xie Xingyun had succumbed to temptation. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Zhulang would have adopted a gentlemanly demeanor and engaged her in light conversation. However, having witnessed Li Shi's sharp tongue, he had completely lost interest. What did beauty matter? She was merely a thorny flower. Pouring a cup of tea, Jiang Zhulang offered it to Li Shi with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Miss Jiang, have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Li Shi did not touch the cup of tea. She extracted a bottle of mineral water from her handbag, unscrewed the cap in front of Jiang Zhulang, and took a small sip. Jiang Zhulang's smile froze. Was Miss Li truly so oblivious? She wouldn't even drink the tea poured by her elder. Had the upbringing from the Xie family over the years been utterly wasted? Li Shi smiled sweetly and retorted cleverly, I am merely the foster daughter of the Xie family. Yet Miss Jiang is the biological daughter of Mr. Jiang. Even with direct guidance from Mr. Jiang, he has managed to raise a criminal who dares to poison others at will. It is hardly surprising that the Xie family has produced a worthless individual like me, who disregards her elders. Furthermore, Li Shi placed the mineral water on the table and remarked, children are mirrors reflecting their parents' teachings. Miss Jiang offered me a glass of fruit wine, nearly ruining my reputation. Who knows if drinking Mr. Jiang's tea would lead to my organs separating and going their own ways? Jiang Zhulang felt a throbbing pain at his temples. Hadn't Xie Mingzong said that Li Shi was a soft-spoken person who despised trouble? Yet, Jiang Zhulang had never encountered someone as trouble-averse as Li Shi. This woman was even more unpredictable than his son, Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Zhulang sneered repeatedly. Miss Li, your eloquence is commendable. Since you hold me in such low regard, please feel free to express yourself. Recognizing that Li Shi was not to be trifled with, Jiang Zhulang abandoned his initial plan to intimidate her. He instinctively pulled out a cigarette, but before he could light it, he noticed Li Shi pointing at the no-smoking sign on the wall. This is a non-smoking area. If you wish to smoke, kindly restrain yourself. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Zhulang reluctantly put the cigarette away. He got straight to the point, inquiring about Li Shi's intentions. Miss Li, we are here solely to discuss peace. Let's be sincere. Please state your conditions. Mr. Jiang was a straightforward man. Li Shi raplia. I have only 3 requests. Only 3. Jiang Zhulang's expression remained impassive. Proceed. First, I want 30 million. Miss Li certainly knew how to demand a hefty sum. Jiang Zhulang's face twitched, and he coldly retorted, the Jiang family can afford this amount, but aren't you afraid I might turn around and accuse you of extortion? It matters not to me. I am but an orphan without family or fiancé. I fear not the consequences of imprisonment. I have heard that one can learn something while serving time. I would simply consider it a change of venue for acquiring skills. However, Miss Jiang's situation is different. Li Shi smiled knowingly. Miss Jiang's uncle is the vice president of Dongzhou University, and her grandparents are retired professors, esteemed in academia. If word gets out that such a family has raised a jealous daughter who resorts to poisoning, who would dare send their daughters to school? Ultimately, it would be Miss Jiang who suffers greater losses. Li Shi's words struck at Jiang Zhulang's core. At this moment, Jiang Qingkong's uncle and grandparents were waiting for news at the Jiang residence. Before he left, Madame Jiang had repeatedly warned him not to provoke Li Shi and to keep Jiang Qingkong's disgraceful actions from tarnishing the reputation of her prestigious school. Having come to negotiate with Li Shi, Jiang Zhulang was prepared to make concessions. He did not rush to respond, but instead asked Li Shi to share her remaining conditions. The second condition is for Mr. Jiang to ensure that Miss Jiang marries Xie Xingyun as soon as possible. What? Jiang Zhulang questioned in disbelief. You want Xie Xingyun to marry Qingkong? Why? Jiang Zhulang could not fathom Li Shi's motives. Let us not beat around the bush. You have spoken with Xie Xingyun. Haven't you? Li Shi did not deny it, stating that they had indeed spoken in the past, but had since parted ways cleanly. She reassured Mr. Jiang. My relationship with Xie Xingyun was nothing more than holding hands. Nothing else transpired. Jiang Zhulang was unconcerned with their past. He questioned, how long has it been since you broke up? Can you bear to see him marry the woman who harmed you? Bear it. I have found a new love. My old flame means nothing. Jiang Zhulang regarded Li Shi skeptically, as if gauging the truth of her words. Li Shi feigned innocence. To be honest, I received a sum from the Xie family, promising my adoptive parents that I would not create further troubles. The engagement between the Xie and Jiang families is well known throughout the city. To suddenly announce its cancellation would only invite suspicion. The Xie family has raised me for several years. That is a kindness. Moreover, Miss Jiang's foolish actions stem from her deep affection for Xie Xingyun. Thus, I hope the marriage alliance between the Jiang and Xie families can be successfully established. Jiang Zhulang did not hesitate to agree. It seemed Jiang Qingkong might be pregnant, having been nauseous several times the previous night. Should the engagement with the Xie family be called off, Jiang Qingkong would have to undergo an abortion. Although premarital abortions were not uncommon, the Jiang family was not of humble origin, and Jiang Qingkong would eventually need to marry. If her future husband were to discover such a matter, it would inevitably tarnish her reputation. Jiang Zhulang preferred to establish the marriage alliance with the Xie family. sparing his daughter from the agony of an abortion. Very well, I can agree to both conditions. What is your third request? Mr. Zhang's first wife had passed away many years ago and had yet to be buried. Li Shi fixed her gaze on Jiang Zhulang's calculating eyes and declared, I want to take away the portrait and ashes of Jiang Xinghe's mother. Jiang Zhulang's demeanor shifted to one of fury. Having been provoked, he confronted Li Shi with anger. Is this a deal between you and Jiang Xinghe? One could say that, Li Shi replied calmly. Mr. Jiang seems unwilling. Li Shi stood up, taking the mineral water from the table. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. We shall meet in court. Li Shi da parte decisively. But Jiang Zhulang called after her. I can give you the portrait, but not the ashes. Li Shi smiled. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we will meet at the police station. Mr. Jiang, remember to bring everything. If anything is missing, I will not sign the settlement agreement. The circumstances surrounding Jiang Xinghe's mother's death were shrouded in mystery. It was said that shortly after giving birth to Jiang Xinghe, she had an affair and was caught in the act by Jiang Zhulang. Overcome with shame, she took her own life. Jiang Zhulang believed that their family misfortune was a result of her actions, so he had not even arranged a funeral, opting instead to cremate her. Consequently, Jiang Xinghe's mother had no gravestone. Growing up, Jiang Xinghe never had the chance to visit his mother's grave, nor did he even possess a portrait of her. Li Shi's earlier insistence on obtaining the ashes and portrait was a calculated move, knowing full well that Jiang Zhulang would never agree to part with the ashes. Thus, she aimed for the lesser prize of the portrait. The following day, at 10 in the morning, Jiang Xinghe accompanied Li Shi to the police station. He parked the car below the tea house, watching as Li Shi crossed the street to negotiate with Jiang Zhulang. Upon seeing Jiang Zhulang, a shadow fell over Jiang Xinghe's expression. He had heard from an elder that the Jiang family had faced business failures years ago, leading his grandfather to believe that his mother's questionable character had tainted the family's fortune. After her death, his grandfather had enlisted a master from the port city to perform rituals to hide his mother's ashes at the center of a formation, hoping to reverse the family's fortune and bring in wealth. It sounded absurd, yet he could find no trace of his mother's ashes. Thus, Jiang Xinghe suspected there was some truth to what the elder had said. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned back in his seat and took a deep drag. At the police station entrance, Jiang Zhulang stood with Madame Jiang, accompanied by a lawyer carrying a briefcase. Upon seeing Li Shi, Jiang Zhulang took the briefcase from the lawyer and handed it to Li Shi, containing the 30 million check and the portrait. Additionally, Jiang Qinkong and Xie Xingyun will be going to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning to obtain their marriage certificate, with the wedding to be postponed. Li Shi was not easily deceived. She remarked, in that case, I can only agree to your request for Miss Zhang's bail for now. Once they obtain their marriage certificate, I will sign. Li Shi felt it was imperative to witness Jiang Qinkong and Xie Xingyun wed, ensuring their bond was irrevocable. Jiang Qinkong was no innocuous character. She was someone capable of causing turmoil. Having drugged herself, she nearly ruined Xie Xingyun's reputation, and the Xie family's attitude towards her had long since soured. Yet, the upper echelons of society were fixated on the Xie and Jiang families, and to quell the rumors, the Xie family had no choice but to acquiesce to this marriage. Now that Xie Xingyun was marrying Jiang Qinkong, it appeared to Zhang Xiang and Xie Mingzong as though he were being forced to consume something utterly repugnant. While it might not be lethal, it could certainly be revolting. After marrying into the Xie family, Jiang Qinkong would undoubtedly be at odds with her in-laws. And with her princess-like temperament, how could she endure such treatment? In due course, the Xie household would be in disarray, and Xie Xingyun would find himself caught in the middle. The more tumultuous their families became, the more Li Shi would revel in the spectacle. Jiang Zhulang, having previously encountered difficulties with Li Shi, recognized her tenacity. Thus, upon hearing her words, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Let us wait until tomorrow when they obtain the certificate, and then you may sign. Li Shi then took the bag from him, opening it to inspect the check. After confirming its validity, she examined the portrait. The image was dull, and despite having been meticulously cleaned, the frame concealed numerous unsightly remnants. Li Shi lowered her head and caught a whiff of a foul odor. Observing this, both Jiang Zhulang and his wife appeared somewhat guilty. Li Shi raised her gaze to Mrs. Jiang, her eyes sharp and penetrating, stating, "The frame emits an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of excrement. Where has Jiang Qinkong hidden the portrait of her mother?" Mrs. Jiang, formerly Song Yunji, The principal dancer of the Dongzhou City song and dance troupe had retired due to a right foot injury. She now operated an etiquette school, offering courses in ballet, Chinese dance, flower arrangement, and painting, aimed at cultivating young ladies into socialites and attracting wealthy suitors. As the headmistress, her appearance and demeanor were expected to be impeccable. Yet, at this moment, the usually graceful and dignified Mrs. Jiang could not help but roll her eyes, covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, muttering, "It suffices to give you the portrait. Why concern yourself with where it is placed?" Realizing she would get no answers, Li Shi crossed the street and entered Jiang Xingha's car. She handed him the portrait, saying, "Take a whiff and tell me if it carries an odor. I wonder where Jiang Qingkong has hidden your mother's portrait all these years." Jiang Xingha's expression turned icy. He lifted the portrait closer and, with a frigid tone, declared, "It's in the horse manure disposal pit. She has hidden my mother's portrait there." The Jiang family owned a horse ranch, which Jiang Zhulang utilized for social engagements. Li Shi was taken aback by this revelation. Looking into Jiang Xingha's reddened, yet resolute eyes, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. Surely, his mother in the heavens must be distressed to see her child subjected to such indignities. Chapter 18. May you first rest with rent collector, then with Gu Huaizhou. The two sat in the car, soon witnessing the lawyer escort Jiang Qingkong out on bail. Having been incarcerated for merely a day, she appeared significantly haggard, lacking the elegance she had displayed at the engagement party. Jiang Zhulang clearly felt a profound sense of concern for his daughter, continually embracing her shoulders and soothing her as though she were his precious jewel. Witnessing this tender scene, Li Shi couldn't help but tease. "Does your father not feel any remorse while in bed with a young mistress?" Jiang Xingha scoffed, retorting, "He hasn't been involved with Jiang Qingkong, which is a testament to his principles." Li Shi inhaled sharply. "This is what you claim? Such a virtuous child would never utter such unscrupulous words." They then made a trip to the bank to cash the check. Li Shi divided a sum of money with Jiang Xingha as per their agreement, but he refused, asserting, "You retrieved my mother's portrait." "I do not wish for any money," Li Shi countered. "You were prepared to go bankrupt to acquire the film rights for 7 days of nightmare. Are you truly going to forego this money?" Jiang Xingha waved his hand, declaring, "No matter how desperate I am for money, I cannot accept your money out of pity." Li Shi was taken aback. Jiang Xingha patted her shoulder, adopting a serious demeanor. "If not for your fortunate escape, you would have surely become the most notorious harlot in Dongzhou City." "Jiang Xingha, you are quite a good person." Li Shi resolved to cultivate a genuine friendship with him. "If you truly wish to thank me, treat me to a meal at that upscale French restaurant across the street." What do you think? That restaurant was notoriously exorbitant, preying on the affluent. The previous Christmas, Xie Xingyun had taken Li Shi there for a meal. Li Shi readily agreed. All right, reservations were mandatory, and those who failed to book in advance were required to pay double. Having earned 50 million in just 3 days, Li Shi was in high spirits and willingly paid double, leading Jiang Xingha to the best window-side couple seat in the restaurant. Lifting her glass, she toasted, "To my newfound freedom, wealth, and the delightful friendship of Jiang Xingha." After wiping the dessert from his lips, Jiang Xingha raised his glass in response, saying, "And to my reclaiming my mother's portrait. Cheers!" After their first toast, they lifted their glasses again. This time, Li Shi proclaimed, "Here's to our becoming neighbors, supporting one another in love and friendship. But let me clarify, should you find yourself entangled with a married woman and get caught, I shall not assist in hiding you." Jiang Xingha chuckled, clinking his glass with hers. "Then I wish you first to sleep with the rent collector, then with Gu Huaizhou, becoming the esteemed Mrs. Gu." Well said. Having finished their second drink, Li Shi raised her glass once more, struggling to find words. After a moment, she finally managed, "May you successfully acquire the film rights for 7 days of Nightmare, become a producer, and enjoy box office success, leading to overnight wealth." Jiang Xingha found her words pleasing, replying, "Then I wish you to pass your driving test on the first try." Agreed. The other tables were filled with couples enjoying a warm, intimate atmosphere, contrasting sharply with their own unique conversation. Guests at the neighboring table cast sidelong glances, unable to suppress their amusement. Yet both were orphaned souls, indifferent to the scrutiny of the outside world. After a few drinks, for safety's sake, Li Shi proposed they use a designated driver. Jiang Xingha readily agreed, opening an app to arrange one. When he caught Li Shi's peculiar gaze, he chuckled. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm the type to drunkenly drive?" Li Shi nudda honestly. In her previous life, Jiang Xinghe had indeed driven under the influence, crashing through a guardrail into the Dongzhou River, leading to his tragic demise. His death had delayed the marriage between Jiang Qingkong and Xie Xingyun by a year. Thus, upon learning that Jiang Xinghe was a law-abiding citizen, Li Shi found it perplexing. How could someone who only consumed 3 glasses of wine be so cautious, yet still meet such a fate? Leaning against the elevator, Jiang Xinghe recounted, "When I used to ride motorcycles, I witnessed a little girl struck by a drunk driver. I'll never forget the look in her eyes as she fell. The memory of that girl brought a wave of anguish to Jiang Xinghe. I may be a failure, but I am a law-abiding citizen. If drinking and driving harms oneself, that is one thing, but it endangers others, and I despise it." Upon hearing this, Li Shi regarded Jiang Xinghe with a deep, contemplative gaze before nodding. One does not need to achieve great feats in life. Living without remorse is sufficient. If being a failure brings you joy, then embrace it, Jiang Xinghe. On their way, they indeed encountered traffic police conducting sobriety checks. Li Shi silently rejoiced. "See, it was fortunate we arranged for a designated driver. Both individuals are law-abiding citizens," exhibiting no hint of guilt in front of the traffic police. However, despite their meticulous calculations, they failed to anticipate that the designated driver had consumed alcohol. When the breathalyzer indicated that the driver was over the legal limit, Jiang Xinghe, in a fit of rage, kicked the seat back and muttered harshly, "What on earth were you thinking? Why would you accept a ride request after drinking? Are you prepared to compensate for any accidents? Will it be with your life or your money? I sought you out for peace of mind, yet here you are drinking." Enraged, Jiang Xinghe yanked the driver out of the car, raising his hand to strike, only to be promptly restrained by the police officer. Li Shi hurriedly followed, grasping Jiang Xinghe's arm, urging him, "Don't resort to violence. You'll be detained for that." This foolishness. Jiang Xinghe, still seething, kicked the tree in frustration. Meanwhile, the driver feigned innocence, pleading with the officer, "I swear, I only had 1 beer. Please have mercy." The officer remained unmoved by his explanations, adhering strictly to the data provided by the breathalyzer. With a stern expression, he declared, "Driving under the influence results in a fine of 1,500 yuan, 12 points deducted, and a 6-month suspension of your license." The driver was on the verge of tears, and Jiang Xinghe felt similarly distressed, albeit from anger. The repercussions, including fines and demerits, would fall on the driver, yet Jiang Xinghe still needed to accompany him to rectify the violation the following day. Frustrated, he announced, "Li Shi, you can walk home. I won't be going back." With that, Jiang Xinghe shoved his hands into his pockets, grumbling as he walked away. Li Shi, opting to walk home alone, sought to clear her slightly inebriated mind. As she passed a pet hospital, she decided to step inside to visit Patrick Star, intending to feed him some cat food. However, the nurse informed her, "Mr. Gu has already fed Patrick Star. The next meal won't be until 10 o'clock tonight." "Mr. Gu is here? When?" "He just left a few minutes ago." The nurse, intrigued, continued tidying up another hospitalized cat, asking Li Shi, "Miss Li, are you Mr. Gu's girlfriend?" Chapter 19. Shi, how many fish do you actually have in your pond? Li Shi countered with a question of her own. "Do I look like one?" The nurse blushed at the inquiry, muttering, "I was just curious, that's why I asked." Mr. Gu has never brought friends here before. It seemed that Gu Zhan frequented this pet hospital. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi inquired about Gu Zhan's romantic life. "Really? Has he never brought a girl here?" The nurse shook her head, smiling. "No, not even male friends. We speculated that Mr. Gu might be averse to marriage." It appeared that Gu Zhan was indeed single. Unable to feed Patrick Star, Li Shi opted to tease him with a feather wand, but Patrick Star, still holding a grudge, lay lazily on the mat, uninterested in interacting with her. Nevertheless, his eyes followed the wand's movements. Finding the playtime dull, Li Shi placed the wand in a storage box outside the cat enclosure. "You ungrateful creature. See you tomorrow." As she prepared to leave, the doctor descended from the surgical floor. Spotting Li Shi, he asked, "Miss Li, I forgot to inquire about the type of fish you keep. Different species have varying dietary needs. The fish food you purchased yesterday is for goldfish." Li Shi slapped her forehead, realizing her oversight. She had forgotten to buy butterfly koi. If Professor Gu ever decided to visit her to see the fish, she certainly couldn't show him the large grass carp she had prepared for dinner. After exchanging a few words with the doctor, she quickly ordered an air pump online, resolving to buy fish once the tank arrived. Just as she completed her order, she heard Xie Xingyun's voice call out, Shi. Li Shi tucked her phone away and looked up to see Xie Xingyun, freshly off work and dressed in a sharp outfit, prompting her to mutter, "Persistent ghost." She felt as if she had encountered a worm crawling out from a pit. Repulsed and nauseated, she swiftly maneuvered around him, maintaining a 2-meter distance. Xie Xingyun caught up, grabbing her wrist and anxiously explaining, "I heard you agreed to reconcile with the Jiang family?" Li Shi, feeling as if she were ensnared by a worm's tail, retorted, "Don't touch me." She forcefully shook off his grip, instinctively pulling out an alcohol wipe to clean her hands repeatedly. Xie Xingyun watched her actions with a mix of sadness and hurt in his eyes. Did she truly despise him so? As she continued to wipe her wrist, she confirmed, "Yes, I agreed to reconcile. The Jiang family is far more generous than yours. They straightforwardly offered me 30 million as a settlement." With a scoff, she added, "Thanks to you and Jiang Qingkong, I managed to earn 80 million in just 3 days. I'm now a little wealthy lady in Dongzhou City." Clenching his fists, Xie Xingyun attempted to mask his agitation, asking, "I heard from the Jiang side that it was your condition for Jiang Qingkong to marry me as soon as possible?" Li Shi saw no reason to deny it, replying, "Yes, that was my condition." Xie Xingyun's anger surged. "You would willingly push him toward Jiang Qingkong? Shi, can you truly accept this? Have you completely moved on from me?" He struggled to believe that she no longer loved him. Some individuals possess such audacity. They can effortlessly plunge into other women's arms without a hint of guilt, yet shamelessly expect their ex-girlfriend to remain chaste. Li Shi chuckled coldly. "You broke up with me without hesitation to marry Miss Jiang. She, in turn, recklessly drugged me for your sake. You two are a perfect match. It's only fitting that you be locked together. I'm merely facilitating your union. Furthermore, I've long ceased to love you." Fearing that Xie Xingyun would not take her at her word and would continue his relentless pursuit, Li Shi pointed toward the Lan Ting apartment, smiling as she said, "I already have a new partner. Currently, I am cohabiting with him in the Lan Ting apartment. Don't come looking for me again. My partner is quite possessive, and I wouldn't want him to misinterpret our interactions. After all, men like my partner, handsome, wealthy, standing at 188 centimeters, with impressive attributes and remarkable skills, are rare." Xie Xingyun was infuriated yet strangely confident. "Stop lying. Shi, you wouldn't be living with anyone." He insisted, "The person living in the Lan Ting apartment is Jiang Xinghe, right? You were just temporarily staying at his place." Believing he had unraveled the truth, he added, "I know you, Shi. A wastrel like Jiang Xinghe wouldn't attract your interest." As he spoke, Xie Xingyun stepped closer, placing his hands on Li Shi's shoulders, his tone becoming soothing. "Shi, I promise you, as long as you behave and stay by my side, I can buy you a villa and hire a maid to take care of you. You love cats, right? I can get you a cat, and you can take care of it however you wish. No one will ever toss it aside due to allergies again. Don't mention cats." The thought of the tragic sandwich deepened Li Shi's resentment toward the Xie family. Furious, she almost lifted her leg to kick Xie Xingyun when she heard Gu Zhan's voice from behind her. "Shi, aren't you fond of fish? Why the sudden interest in cats?" Gu Zhan's cold, dark eyes scrutinized Xie Xingyun's towering figure, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is he yet another one of your fish? How many fish do you truly have in your pond?" "Gu Zhan." Li Shi immediately shoved Xie Xingyun away, hopping 2 meters to stand beside Gu Zhan. Clutching his arm, she looked up at him with feigned innocence, pointing at Xie Xingyun. "Brother Gu, Xie Xingyun is bothering me again. Woe is me, he is so disgusting. Claiming he would buy me a villa." Suddenly seized by a hand, a firm grip that entwined their fingers, Li Shi felt her thoughts scatter. She gazed up at Gu Zhan, pondering, is this fellow perhaps a professor at the film academy? Such talent in acting. Gu Zhan held Li Shi's hand with his left, shielding her protectively behind him. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly scrutinized Xie Xingyun. "Your name is Xie Xingyun, isn't it? The eldest son of Li Shi's adoptive parents." He extended his right hand towards Xie Xingyun, saying, "I am Gu Zhan, pleased to meet you." Xie Xingyun stared at the outstretched hand, refusing to shake it. Upon looking up at Gu Zhan, he realized the man towered over him, even though he himself was already 6 feet tall. Gu Zhan seemed to approach 6 feet 3. "You are the professor beside Officer Zhou?" Xie Xingyun frowned and inquired, "Which institution do you teach at?" Noticing Xie Xingyun's reluctance to shake hands, Gu Zhan naturally withdrew his hand and tucked it into the pocket of his parka. He first cast a gentle, affectionate glance at Li Shi before addressing Xie Xingyun. "You need not concern yourself with which institution I represent. Remember only this. I am Li Shi's new boyfriend. After a brief pause, Gu Zhan's tone turned resolute and commanding. Considering Mr. Xie's previous history, I would appreciate it if you kept your distance from my girlfriend. Should you continue to harass her without reason, I will seek a restraining order from the court in her favor. A tree may survive without its bark, but a person without skin succumbs to infection. Since you possess human skin, Mr. Xie, I suggest you act like one. Chapter 20. The first step in pursuing love. Transitioning to coaching, Gu Zhan's scathing remarks left Xie Xingyun utterly speechless. Li Shi, equally astonished, looked at Gu Zhan. Is Professor Gu truly so sharp-tongued? One wonders if such a venomous tongue would also prove exhilarating in more intimate moments. Xie Xingyun had previously attempted to violate Li Shi. It was highly likely that the court would grant her a restraining order. At that point, Xie Xingyun would not only be barred from conversing with Li Shi, but would be stripped of the right to even breathe the same air as her. Coldly observing the intertwined fingers of Li Shi and Gu Zhan, Xie Xingyun slowly exhaled his pent-up frustration and asked Li Shi, "Are you two truly together?" Li Shi nodded, unwaveringly stating, "We are together. While you were engaged to Jiang Qingkong, I was with Professor Gu." At this revelation, Xie Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "You two slept together?" "Of course," Li Shi replied, casting a bewildered look at Xie Xingyun. "We haven't slept together, so how would I know how proficient he is?" Xie Xingyun had secretly courted Li Shi for 3 years without daring to touch her. She was a pure girl. How could a girl who had never been intimate with a man so nonchalantly utter such shameful remarks? Realizing they might indeed have been intimate, Xie Xingyun was consumed by jealousy. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear Gu Zhan apart, yet he recognized he had no standing to do so. It was he who had cast aside Li Shi and turned to engage with Jiang Qingkong. Li Shi was a free, single woman. Her choices and companionship were her own. Moreover, she had severed ties with the Xie family, and Xie Xingyun had lost any right to lecture her from a brotherly stance. Taking a deep breath, Xie Xingyun provocatively looked at Gu Zhan and gritted his teeth. "So, Professor Gu, you best maintain this arrogance." A mere professor, he had ample means to tarnish Gu Zhan's reputation. With that, he reluctantly departed. Once Xie Xingyun was gone, Gu Zhan immediately released Li Shi's hand. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. Seeing him harass you, I assumed you needed rescuing and took it upon myself to say those things." Li Shi smiled and waved her hand. "It's all right. I was worried I wouldn't be able to convince him." Watching Xie Xingyun leave, Li Shi couldn't help but scoff. "That scoundrel believes I should remain chaste for him after 3 years. He doesn't even believe I'm living with my new boyfriend now. Thank goodness Professor Gu appeared just in time to help me with this charade. I owe you my gratitude." Li Shi felt a deep appreciation for Gu Zhan. Speaking of which, Professor Gu's acting skills were indeed impressive. Gu Zhan smiled. "It was my duty to assist a lady in distress." As they walked back to the apartment, Li Shi reflected on the audacious words she had spoken to provoke Xie Xingyun, and she felt her cheeks flush. She dared not meet Gu Zhan's gaze, but when she looked down, her eyes uncontrollably darted towards his lower half. 18:8. Li Shi's neck began to redden. Gu Zhan's gaze fell, taking note of Li Shi's reaction, and his mood turned subtly complex. Thus, the atmosphere in the elevator became somewhat awkward. Gu Zhan hastily changed the subject, casually mentioning, "I saw you and Jiang Xinghe on Dongzhou City recommendations. You two were stopped by the traffic police." Li Shi became dejected at the mention. "We had a few drinks and called a designated driver to take us home, but it turned out the driver had also been drinking." Gu Zhan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. That is quite the twist of fate. Li Shi, recalling the incident, found it both laughable and exasperating. She lamented, "I really need to learn to drive." "You don't know how?" Gu Zhan asked, his gaze warm. Li Shi, avoiding eye contact, replied, "I've been planning to get my driver's license soon, and have been asking Jiang Xinghe to help me find a driving school." Gu Zhan took his hand from his pocket, saying, "The school I attended has a good reputation. I can introduce you." Li Shi inquired, "Is it far?" Gu Zhan smiled. "It's a bit far, but they provide a shuttle service. The services at driving schools are so comprehensive these days." "Then I'll trouble you, Professor Gu." Upon returning to the apartment, Gu Zhan received a call from the old dean of the medical school. "Young Gu, your contract is nearing its end. Will you come to renew it?" Gu Zhan was a distinguished professor at the medical school, having only signed a 1-year collaboration agreement. Seeing the contract nearing expiration, the old dean wished to continue their partnership, as Gu Zhan's classes had the lowest failure rate each semester. Gu Zhan replied, "A 1 TB renewing. I need to take a break." "Oh." The old dean sounded surprised. "You're the most disciplined and diligent student, suddenly wanting a break. Do you have other work lined up?" Gu Zhan answered, "Sort of. I plan to shift my career." The old dean, puzzled, asked, "What? Are you joining the Pharmaceutical Research Institute?" Several pharmaceutical research institutes had indeed been in contact with Gu Zhan recently. However, Gu Zhan clarified, "No, I intend to become a coach." "What?" The old dean doubted his hearing. "What sort of coach? A shooting coach? An equestrian coach?" He remembered Gu Zhan's exceptional equestrian skills and championship titles. Gu Zhan removed his watch, undressing as he entered the bathroom. A driving coach. What on earth? Gu Zhan hung up the phone and stood under the cold shower, letting the icy water drench him. He remained motionless, lost in thought, staring at his left hand. With his eyes closed, Gu Zhan could still recall the sensation of holding Li Shi's hand, their fingers intertwined. Unbeknownst to him, young Gu Zhan had awakened, his fervor not easily extinguished by cold water. As soon as Li Shi arrived home, she received a call from the local delivery service. Her newly purchased office chair had arrived. As someone who spent long hours working and drawing at a desk, she had high standards for her chair. She had long, eyed a particular model, but the cramped quarters of the Xie family's bedroom had prevented her from purchasing it. Now that she had her own little space, Li Shi immediately ordered the chair from the local mall. However, the apartment prohibited strangers from entering, and the caretaker insisted she go downstairs to receive it. Finding it cumbersome, Li Shi asked the caretaker to have security deliver it to her apartment instead. The security guard who brought her chair that night was rather ordinary looking, far less handsome than the two young men from the previous afternoon. Yet he was efficient, providing attentive service, and even helped Li Shi assemble the office chair. As she was about to depart, Li Shi presented each of them with a packet of cookies, her homemade cranberry biscuits. The security guard, upon receiving the cookies, encountered Gu Zhan as soon as he stepped into the elevator. Gu Zhan was holding a small bag containing a cozy nook for Patrick Starr to sleep in. The nurse had mentioned that Patrick was having trouble sleeping at the hospital, likely missing his owner and his cat bed at home. "Mr. Gu." The two security guards recognized Gu Zhan and instinctively concealed the cookies behind their backs. Stepping back slightly, Gu Zhan suggested, "Let us share." The two guards quickly entered the elevator. Noticing that they had come from room 2201, Gu Zhan inquired, "Did you come from Miss Li's residence?" "Indeed," one guard explained respectfully. "Miss Li purchased a computer chair, and we assisted her in delivering it home." The other guard, quite talkative, could not help but express his delight. "Miss Li is quite kind. We even helped her assemble the chair, and she prepared little cookies for us." Fixating on the cookies in their hands, Gu Zhan suddenly remarked, "Cookies, you say? I haven't had dinner yet." "Ah." Chapter 21. Diminish my fortune, decline cooperation. Gu Zhan strolled along the riverside path, savoring the cookies he had pilfered from the security guards. The cookies were exquisitely baked, the tartness of the cranberries perfectly balancing the sweetness of the biscuits, creating a delightful flavor. Gu Zhan silently devoured them all, feeling a tinge of regret for not having snatched the other guard's cookies as well. Meanwhile, Li Shi brewed herself a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar and settled down in her study with a steaming cup. As she opened her computer and logged into QQ, she received a message from the editor-in-chief of the Guanmon website, Dixie, stating, "Teacher Yungu, congratulations. The total sales of the physical book of 7 Days of Nightmare have officially surpassed 10 million copies. Is Teacher Yungu available recently? The publishing company wishes to print an additional 200,000 copies at the strong request of readers and hopes that Yungu can sign 5,000 copies." Li Shi had revealed to Jiang Xinghe that she was Yungu, but Jiang Xinghe dismissed it as a humorous jest. Yet, Li Shi was indeed Yungu. 7 Days of Nightmare was a mystery comic entirely conceived and created by Li Shi, encompassing the storyline, character designs, and every frame of artwork, all completed independently by her. She had been recognized as the Dark Horse Author of the Year for 2 consecutive years thanks to 7 Days of Nightmare. It is no exaggeration to say that this work had sustained the entire Guanmon website. Hence, the editor-in-chief Dixie held Yungu in high regard. After reading the message, Li Shi replied to Dixie, "I am available." Although Dixie had already left the office, she immediately logged back on upon receiving Li Shi's message. Dixie expressed her excitement. "Teacher Yungu, you have finally agreed to write signed copies. If Teacher Yungu is willing to write signed copies, the upcoming reprint will surely sell out. Throughout the serialization and even the explosive success of the physical comic, the author Gu had never penned a single signed edition. She had also never made a public appearance. The willingness of teacher Gu to write signed copies was an immense surprise for both the publishing company and the readers. Seeing Dixie's message, Li felt a bit embarrassed. She had previously mentioned her comic creation to the Xie family. But neither Xie Xingyun nor Xie Zhiyue took her dream of becoming a comic artist seriously. After Zhang Xiang learned of this, she even ridiculed her, suggesting that she was overambitious, lacking the talent to be a comic artist, and should focus on completing her university studies instead. Aware of their disdain for her, Li concealed her works after the explosive success of her serialization. Living in the Xie family made it inconvenient for her to receive large packages. So she had never agreed to the publisher's proposal of preparing signed copies for readers. Now, with her own little apartment, Li felt completely liberated, and her dreams could finally see the light of day. She was certainly willing to cooperate with the website's promotional efforts. Dixie then inquired, "Teacher Gu, would it be convenient for us to communicate via voice call? There is something I need to discuss with you." After a moment's hesitation, Li replied, "All right." Dixie made the call, and as Li answered, she greeted her, "Hello, Editor Dixie, I am Gu." On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence, followed by Dixie's astonished exclamation, "Teacher Gu, you are indeed a girl. Your voice sounds so youthful." At the early stages of the comic serialization, Li had signed a contract with the Guanman website. However, she had never participated in any offline events, and all communication with the website had been conducted through corporate QQ or WeChat. The narrative of 7 Days of Nightmare, with its thrilling plotlines and dark, enigmatic character designs, along with its exemplary storyboard, continually astonished audiences. So much so that the website's editors speculated that the author of 7 Days of Nightmare was not merely a young woman in her 20s, but rather a prominent figure in disguise. It was only at this moment, upon hearing Li's youthful voice, that editor Dixie dared to believe that teacher Gu was indeed an exceedingly young woman. Li understood Dixie's astonishment. After all, there were numerous analytical posts online claiming that the true identity of Gu was a mature middle-aged man. Editor Dixie, what would you like to discuss with me? Dixie suppressed her shock and quickly stated, "Recently, several film companies have contacted our website, sincerely wishing to purchase the film rights for 7 Days of Nightmare. We would like to inquire if the teacher has any willingness to sell the rights." Li did not hesitate. She replied, "If it can be adapted into a film, I would certainly be willing." Dixie then said, "To facilitate your understanding, we have compiled a summary of the conditions proposed by several companies, along with their advantages and disadvantages. Shall I send it to you?" Last year, multiple companies had reached out to the Guanman website, seeking to purchase the film rights for 7 Days of Nightmare. However, Li had been indecisive and did not agree. By the end of last year, 7 Days of Nightmare had reached its grand conclusion, and the complete series had sold over 10 million copies. Selling the rights at the peak of the work's popularity was indeed the wisest course of action. Li responded, "All right, send it to me first, and I will get back to you later." "Understood," Dixie replied. While Dixie opened her computer to find the documents, she engaged in casual conversation with Li. "The company we are most optimistic about is actually Zhaixing Entertainment." "Zhaixing Entertainment? Xie Xingyun's company?" Li inquired nonchalantly. "What are their proposed terms?" Without a moment's hesitation, Dixie replied, "A pre-tax copyright fee of 30 million, along with a luxurious cast. The female lead is set to be played by Xie Zhiyue." Li exclaimed, "What a stroke of bad luck." Unbeknownst to Dixie, who was oblivious to the enmity between Li and the Xie family, she continued speaking on the other end of the line. "Xie Zhiyue is immensely popular. Having her star in 7 Days of Nightmare would surely be a mutually beneficial collaboration." Upon hearing Dixie's words, Li's reaction was notably cold. Dixie hesitantly asked, "Teacher Gu, what do you think of these terms?" Li replied, "I apologize, but I must decline cooperation with Zhaixing Entertainment." Li's refusal was so direct that it left Dixie momentarily stunned. "Why?" Dixie pondered in confusion. Li explained, "A fortune teller once told me that names containing moon or cloud negatively impact my financial luck. The president of Zhaixing Entertainment is named Xie Xingyun, and the female lead they wish to promote is named Xie Zhiyue. Their names clash with my fortune." "Ah," Dixie responded, perplexed. "Is there such a saying? Is teacher Gu really that superstitious?" Yet regarding matters of fortune, Dixie too felt a tinge of uncertainty. How about I send you the document first? You can take a look at the others and then give us your response. All right. Li Shi ended the voice call, received the document on her tablet, and nestled into a cozy corner of her sofa to examine the contents meticulously. Just as Dixie had said, the terms offered by Zhaixing Entertainment were indeed the most enticing. They had proposed the highest film rights fee, and every actor mentioned in the cast was a reputable actor with a certain level of fame in the entertainment industry. It was evident that Zhaixing Entertainment aimed to leverage 7 Days of Nightmare to elevate a multitude of promising actors, provided they executed the project well and avoided any shenanigans. 7 Days of Nightmare could indeed launch the careers of numerous actors. Regrettably, Li Shi is Yun Gu, and 7 Days of Nightmare is a work she dedicated 4 years of her heart and soul to complete. It is akin to her own child. How could Li Shi possibly sell the copyright of 7 Days of Nightmare to Zhaixing Entertainment? Have you ever encountered a mother who would stuff her child into the nylon bag of a human trafficker? In Chapter 22, amidst the throng of humanity, Li Shi's like a porcelain doll crafted by the goddess Niwa. Upon shutting her tablet, Li Shi retreated to her bedroom. She had a habit of spritzing a light fragrance on her bed before sleep. After applying the perfume, she took a shower, dried her hair, and slipped into bed wearing only her underwear, having discarded her bathrobe, setting her phone to do not disturb. She noticed the calendar notification at the top of her screen and suddenly remembered that the birthday banquet for Elder Gu was the day after tomorrow. Yet, she had not prepared a gown. Realizing this, Li Shi hastily contacted her best friend from university, Shui and I, via WeChat. Shui and I, originally from another city, had remained in Dongzhou City after graduating, currently working as a makeup artist at a prestigious photography studio. Their studio was quite renowned, offering high-end gowns for the socialites of Dongzhou City who frequently attended banquets. Just as Shui and I finished her shift and barely caught the last subway home, she received Li Shi's message and immediately reached out to the studio manager to explain the situation. Upon receiving the manager's reply, Shui and I informed Li Shi, "Just come to the studio tomorrow at 9 in the morning." The following day, around 8:40 a.m., Li Shi arrived at the photography studio dressed casually. Upon seeing her, a short-haired girl standing outside the door waved eagerly. Li Shi, over here. Swinny, petite at 158 centimeters, had an excellent body proportion and could pull off various styles of clothing. Today, she donned a white ruffled collar shirt paired with a leather vest. Her short hair was styled in soft curls, topped with a black beret. Standing at the entrance, Shui and I could easily be mistaken for a guest model at the studio. "Swinny." Li Shi jogged over and handed her a bag of delicacies. "I brought some snacks from Shigu's. Please share them with your colleagues." Shigu's delicacies were from the most upscale snack shop nearby, and Shui and I, after a long day of work, could only afford a single portion. Yet, Li Shi had brought enough for several people. As Shui and I was from out of town, finding a job in Dongzhou City was no small feat, and she had no relatives or friends to rely on. As a customer, Li Shi could rent a gown empty-handed, but bringing expensive snacks was her way of showing support for Shui and I. Touched, Shui and I embraced Li Shi tightly. Nearly in tears, "You are as thoughtful as ever." "Thank you, Li Shi." During their school days, Li Shi had taken special care of Shui and I, who had grown up in a divorced household with her mother. In her freshman year, Shui's mother tragically lost her life in a traffic accident caused by a drunk driver. After taking a leave of absence, Shui and I returned home to manage her mother's funeral and subsequently engaged in legal battles for compensation. With the drunk driver uninsured and impoverished, he willingly opted for prison instead of paying restitution. Shui and I, having lost her mother, had to deplete her meager savings for the funeral and burial expenses. During that difficult period, Shui and I took a job selling drinks at a nightclub to continue her education. However, her youthful appearance soon attracted the attention of a predatory boss. After conducting background checks to confirm her lack of connections, he summoned her one fateful night under the guise of patronage. Shui and I, believing in the protections of a lawful society, underestimated the depths of human depravity. That predator nearly assaulted her in front of his friends, and in her desperate fear, she seized a bottle and struck him, fleeing in her dress. Yet, with many against her and him being a privileged guest, where could she escape? Shui and I was soon captured and coerced to kneel before the lecherous boss, begging for mercy. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Li Shi, who had arrived at the nightclub to pick up Xie Xingyun. The moment she stepped out, she called the authorities to report the incident, promptly rescuing Shui and I. Learning of Xuanyi's talent for makeup, Li Shi wishing to help her friend escape her dire circumstances. Bought a plethora of high-end cosmetics and encouraged Shui and I to take freelance makeup jobs online. Furthermore, Li Shi promoted Xuan Ni's services on campus forums to attract clients. With Li Shi's assistance, Shui and I managed to sustain herself through her makeup skills. After graduation, she was fortunate enough to be recommended by a senior, successfully joining the photography studio as a legitimate makeup artist. Today, Shui and I has gained a modest reputation, having worked with several celebrities. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain in return. Shui and I holds Li Shi in the highest regard, cherishing her deeply. Let's go. I will introduce you to our manager, Sister Zhou. She is very kind. Shui and I distributed the snacks to her colleagues, finally taking a cherry cake to share with Sister Zhou. Manager, this is my friend, Li Shi. Shui and I presented the cake, saying, "This is a treat from Li Shi for everyone. It's cherry-flavored, and I remember you love cherries." Sister Zhou, encountering such a courteous customer for the first time, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Li." Having skipped breakfast in a rush to send her child to school, Sister Zhou was truly relieved to receive the cake. She quickly enjoyed it in the break room before personally attending to Li Shi. Sister Zhou led Li Shi to the second floor, where the designer gowns were displayed. As they ascended, she mentioned, 3 days ago, we just received a new batch of exquisite gowns from Paris. With your figure and grace, most of them should fit you perfectly. 2 sets have already been reserved. Upon reaching the second floor's boutique area, Sister Zhou pointed out the gowns hanging in a U-shaped display case, informing Li Shi, "You may try on any gown that is not marked as reserved." Sensing Sister Zhou's goodwill, Li Shi smiled. "Thank you, Sister Zhou. I will take you up on that." As a comic artist, Li Shi possessed a keen eye for aesthetics, fully aware of her body's strengths and weaknesses, understanding which styles suited her best. After surveying the selections, her gaze fell upon a red velvet slip dress that cascaded to the ground, adorned with a delicate black butterfly at the chest and a pear-shaped diamond at its center. Silver diamond tassels flowed from beneath the diamond, connecting to the back. The dress featured a lace-up design at the back, with an oversized black satin bow at the waist, draped with 2 flowing black veils. This dress exuded a darkly luxurious style that immediately captivated Li Shi. Sister Zhou clapped her hands in admiration. "Miss Li has exquisite taste. This dress is not easily worn by just anyone, but with your fair skin and tall stature, you can embody both elegance and allure. You will undoubtedly look stunning in it." Her words were not mere flattery. Just by standing beside the dress, Sister Zhou envisioned how breathtaking Li Shi would appear in it, surpassing even runway models. "Go try it on." Shui and I carefully removed the dress and drew the curtain to assist Li Shi in changing. When the curtain was drawn back, Shui and I beheld the breathtaking beauty in the red gown and exclaimed, "Li Shi, you are truly a work of art. We are all creations of the goddess Niwa. While we are mere clay dolls, you are a porcelain masterpiece crafted by her." Li Shi laughed at Xuan Ni's jest, raising her head to ask the manager, "What is the rental fee for this gown?" "It must be returned within 24 hours, and the rental fee is 18,000. Exceeding 24 hours incurs a double charge. As a friend of Xuan I will extend an employee discount to you, thus charging you 15,000. Their establishment provides high-end services, with gowns procured at great expense from international luxury brands. The dress worn by Li Shi is a haute couture gown from this year's spring-summer runway, valued at 600,000 to 700,000. Even as a rental, it is not inexpensive. This price is quite reasonable." Li Shi nodded and declared, "I shall take it." "Very well." Sister Zhou carefully reminded Li Shi, "Please take care not to damage it. Our store does not accept any form of compensation for damages. You would have to purchase it at full price. This is the store's policy. Customers may sign a contract and pay a deposit if they agree, but there is no coercion in sales." Shui and I assist Miss Li in changing while I prepare the contract. Just as Sister Zhou was about to descend the stairs, the curtain of fitting room number 3 was abruptly drawn aside. Upon seeing the woman behind the curtain, Li Shi let out a playful click of her tongue. The woman standing inside was Jiang Qingkong, who had just been released on bail yesterday. Chapter 23. A Powerful Retaliation. Li Shi teaches you what true audacity is. Jiang Qingkong is a prominent figure in Dongzhou's socialite circle, boasting over 5 million followers on Douyin. She regularly shares her fashion choices, skincare tips, and product recommendations online. However, the items she endorses invariably experience a surge in sales, making her a coveted partner for various businesses. 5 months prior, Jiang Qingkong had traveled abroad to commission renowned designers for her wedding dress and reception gown. Obtaining a marriage certificate is a significant occasion, and she even had a custom-made little white dress created for the event. Yet, due to Li Shi's pressure, Jiang Qingkong found herself needing to collect her marriage certificate today, while her little white dress remained unfinished. To capture the best possible photos for her marriage certificate and maintain her online popularity, Jiang Qingkong had no choice but to hurriedly purchase a beautiful little white dress for the occasion. Coincidentally, this photography studio is the most prestigious in Dongzhou. Hearing that they had recently procured a new collection of haute couture dresses from Paris just 3 days ago, Jiang Qingkong hurried over after breakfast. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect Xie Xingyun to accompany her throughout such an important day. However, he had gone directly to the company instead. Jiang Qingkong felt dissatisfied and called to confront him about his absence. Xie Xingyun merely replied, "Apologies, I am occupied with business matters. We shall meet directly at the Civil Affairs Bureau once you are ready." Jiang Qingkong was furious but felt powerless against him. Those in love often feel invincible. After all, from the beginning, it was she who took the initiative in this relationship. Alone in the fitting room, Jiang Qingkong was already seething with resentment, seeking an outlet for her frustrations when she overheard Li Shi's voice. Earlier, she had been eavesdropping on the conversation between the staff and Li Shi. Hearing the makeup artist praise Li Shi as a porcelain doll crafted by Nuwa, Jiang Qingkong nearly choked on her outrage. In her view, Li Shi was not a porcelain doll, but rather a mischievous spirit conjured by the king of hell, specifically to vex her. From her elevated position, Jiang Qingkong smirked as she gazed at the red gown worn by Li Shi before suddenly directing her attention to Sister Zhou. "Do you know who Li Shi is?" Sensing the malice in Jiang Qingkong's tone, Sister Zhou quickly smiled and inquired, "Miss Jiang, have you selected your gown?" Noting the manager's evasiveness, Jiang Qingkong smiled enigmatically. She abruptly pointed at Li Shi and declared imperiously, "I want the dress that Miss Li is wearing." Sister Zhou frowned, apprehensive about this situation. As the manager, it was her duty to provide attentive service to every customer, yet the Jiang family was wealthy and considered a valued client of their store. If Jiang Qingkong truly intended to make things difficult for Li Shi, Sister Zhou would find it challenging to protect her. With this in mind, Sister Zhou forced a smile towards Jiang Qingkong and beckoned to a nearby staff member. The employee approached, holding a tray with a bottle of mineral water and a cup of espresso, a privilege reserved for VIP customers. Sister Zhou handed the bottle of water to Jiang Qingkong. Smiling apologetically, "Miss Jiang, since you are heading to obtain your marriage certificate today, the gown Miss Li is wearing may not be appropriate for such an occasion. There is still time. Why don't we enjoy some water and take our time choosing? Perhaps there are other styles that would be more fitting for you." Jiang Qingkong haughtily swatted the mineral water from Sister Zhou's hands. She smirked provocatively at Li Shi and deliberately challenged Sister Zhou. "I will wear the gown I have on today to collect my certificate, but I also have my eye on that dress worn by Li Shi. Even if I do not wear it, I intend to purchase it simply for my own amusement. Manager, will you sell it or not?" Caught between a rock and a hard place, Sister Zhou glanced at the aggressive Jiang Qingkong and then at the composed Li Shi, her mind racing with anxiety. After observing the unfolding drama with detached amusement, Li Shi finally spoke. "Jiang Qingkong, why make things difficult for someone merely doing their job? Is this the upbringing of your Jiang family? What have I done to make things difficult?" Jiang Qingkong retorted, "I am merely expressing a reasonable request. The money in my bag is more than sufficient to meet my needs. There is nothing wrong with that. Moreover," she raised her voice, emphasizing her words, "Li Shi, although you're the adopted sister of my fiancé, Xie, you were just cast out by the Xie family. You may be able to rent such an expensive gown, but if it gets damaged, can you afford to pay for it?" Jiang Qingkong then turned to Sister Zhou, seeking to intimidate her. "Manager, you must consider whether you wish to sell the gown to me or risk offending me to associate with a powerless orphan." Upon hearing the term orphan, Xuani's brow furrowed slightly. She, too, was an orphan and understood all too well the sting of being labeled as such. Risking her job, Shui and I stood up for a friend. Turning to Jiang Qingkong, she asserted, "I'm also an orphan, without parental guidance. I understand the importance of refraining from using hurtful words against others. Yet, Miss Jiang, you come from a privileged background, and it is truly remarkable that you can so casually attack a girl with such words." You, Jiang Qingkong, realizing she was at a disadvantage, fell silent. Witnessing Shui and I defend her, Li Shi felt a warm current of gratitude. She gently patted Xuan Yi's shoulder and said, Xuan Yi, come, help me undo this gown. Now, right here, Xuan Yi asked. Perhaps I should simply raise the curtain for you. That's unnecessary, Li Shi replied, taking it upon herself to untie the straps behind her. Removing the gown, she covered her chest with her right hand and stepped out of the skirt with one long leg. To facilitate trying on the dresses, she had specifically worn a pair of leggings underneath to avoid any potential embarrassment. With her long, shapely legs on display, Li Shi swiftly crossed past Sister Zhou and the others, seizing the coffee cup from the staff member's tray. She then turned and approached the display stand where Jiang Qingkong stood, raising the coffee cup in her left hand and pouring its contents directly over Jiang Qingkong's head. The icy liquid cascaded down Jiang Qingkong's hair, trickling over her cheeks and instantly soaking her beloved little white dress. The room fell silent in shock. This was the gown she had tried on 5 or 6 times, the one she was most satisfied with. Currently, it was the only one of its kind in Dongzhou. Jiang Qingkong finally snapped back to reality, her face flushed with fury. Li Shi, how dare you stain my dress? Jiang Qingkong was nearly fainting with rage. But Sister Zhou was quick to support her. Leaning against Sister Zhou, Jiang Qingkong glared daggers at Li Shi and shouted, make her pay. If she cannot afford it, call the police and have her arrested. Have you forgotten? Li Shi smiled sweetly, kindly reminding Jiang Qingkong, your father willingly compensated me 30 million yesterday to protect your reputation. With that, Li Shi tilted her head back and drank the last drop of wine from her cup. She elegantly set the cup upon the tray, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke to Sister Zhou. Miss Zhang's dress and the one I just tried on, I purchased both. Even if I don't wear them, simply hanging them at home brings me joy. After all, happiness is priceless. Chapter 24, Conceiving at Once and Expecting Twins. Such a familiar phrase. Yet when spoken from Li Shi's lips, it transformed into the essence of a cliché. However, the thought of wearing a dress previously donned by another left her feeling repulsed. Casting a disdainful gaze upon the little white dress Jiang Qingkong wore, Li Shi proposed to Sister Zhou. How about this? I'll cover the dry cleaning expenses, and you could assist in cleaning Miss Zhang's dress, so we can showcase it as a promotional item in the store. From now on, any woman renting a wedding dress from us, be it a dime or $1, will have it available for hire, and when renting it out, do remember to praise their discerning eye, as if they share the same exquisite taste as Miss Zhang. With this cunning strategy, Li Shi had truly mastered the art of psychological warfare. At that moment, Jiang Qingkong appeared on the verge of fainting. Miss Zhang, observing Jiang Qingkong's imminent collapse, Sister Zhou hastily beckoned Xuan Yi, and together they assisted Jiang Qingkong to the sofa. Sister Zhou helped Jiang Qingkong out of the form-fitting white dress, draping a blanket over her, personally offering her water and fanning her. Eventually, Jiang Qingkong revived. At this juncture, Li Shi had already changed into her casual attire and promptly signed the purchase contract. Approaching Jiang Qingkong, she cast a gentle smile and remarked with double entendre, Miss Jiang, your penchant for scavenging treasures from the trash reflects your unique taste. Do not presume that everyone shares your fondness for picking up discarded items. With that, Li Shi kicked the little white dress aside, treating it like a man. The moment it became dirty, it deserved to be cast away. I shall take my leave. Before departing, Li Shi made a heart gesture towards Jiang Qingkong and offered her heartfelt wishes, wishing you and Mr. Xia a blissful marriage and a harmonious union for 100 years. Just as Jiang Qingkong had regained her composure, she nearly lost it once more. Xuan Yi accompanied Li Shi to the entrance of the subway station, gripping her hand with concern. You have completely offended Jiang Qingkong. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? What is there to fear? What is meant to happen will happen. Since avoidance is futile, we must take the initiative, Li Shi replied, playfully flicking Xuan Yi's short, curled hair. But what about you? Will this affect your work? Xuan Yi waved her hand dismissively. If I get fired, so be it. As artisans, as long as our skills are exceptional, work will always be within reach. By the way, was what Jiang Qingkong said earlier true? Have you truly severed ties with the Xie family? Xuan Yi grasped Li Shi's hand, fully aware of her tendency to avoid causing trouble. Concerned for Li Shi's well-being and the prospect of her having nowhere to go, Xuan Yi added, Li Shi, do you have a place to stay? If not, you can move in with me. My rental may be small, but the bed is wide enough for the both of us. We can manage. Do not worry. I have enough funds to avoid the streets. Li Shi reassured her. Understanding Xue Ni's genuine concern, she revealed her new address. I currently reside in Landing Apartment, just across the river from Dongzhou Commercial Street. You can visit me during your days off. I just moved in and could use a friend for a warm meal. Xue and I immediately patted her chest, declaring, I will come tomorrow. Tomorrow is not feasible. I have a birthday party to attend. Perhaps this weekend? Li Shi suggested, which was merely 3 days away. I'll invite another friend, and we can all dine together and get acquainted. This other friend referred to Jiang Xinghe. Given Jiang Xinghe's assistance in securing her rental, it was only fitting that Li Shi treated him to a meal. Suddenly, Li Shi inquired, have you ever considered changing your work environment? Perhaps as a makeup artist for film crews, applying makeup to the leading actors? Is that a job one can simply switch to? Xue and I replied with a wry smile. Getting into a film crew to do makeup for stars requires connections and a certain background. If such an opportunity arises, would you take it? Li Shi pressed. Recognizing Li Shi's seriousness, Xue and I contemplated before responding. Absolutely. To apply makeup for stars is the ultimate goal for any professional makeup artist, and I am no exception. If such an opportunity presents itself, how could I refuse? I should begin preparing for film makeup techniques. The opportunity favors the prepared. Having arranged to meet Xue and I that weekend, Li Shi lugged her extravagant dress worth over 600,000, squeezing onto the subway for a mere 4 yuan. Upon returning to her apartment, she encountered Jiang Xinghe at the elevator while he was preparing to leave. With a cool motorcycle helmet tucked under his arm, he leaned against the elevator wall and asked, what were you up to? I knocked on your door earlier, but no one answered. What did you need me for? I thought you might be bored, so I was going to invite you to the racetrack. Noticing the large luxury gift box in Li Shi's grasp, Jiang Xinghe inquired curiously, what S in your hands? Li Shi teased with a smile, a dress worth 600,000. Jiang Xinghe was taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, what kind of dress costs 600,000? Is it made of gold and jade? Li Shi shook her head. No, I snatched it back from your sister. Jiang Xinghe's expression darkened. You ran into Jiang Qingkong again? Li Shi recounted the events that transpired at the photography studio. After hearing the full story, Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but scoff. Though you may have been played for a fool, you executed that beautifully. By the way, what do you need the dress for? What do you think? Li Shi reminded him, tomorrow is old Mr. Gu's birthday. Are you really going to his birthday party and spending that much? Why not? Do you think I'm not going to seduce Gu Huaizhou? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shi declared, absolutely. Tomorrow night, I plan to do just that. I even chose a strappy dress for the occasion. Jiang Xinghe gasped in shock, immediately giving her a thumbs up. Impressive. I wish you tomorrow. To achieve fame in one night, and to conceive twins at once. Get lost. Jiang Xinghe retreated into the elevator, heading down to the parking garage to retrieve his motorcycle. At that moment, the adjacent scenic elevator ascended from the garage, stopping on the first floor. As Li Shi stepped inside, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Zhen, who was returning home with his pet, Pai Daxing. Gu Zhen held an airline case in which Pai Daxing lay sleeping. A cat toy perched atop the case, exactly the one Li Shi had bought from the pet clinic. Seeing Gu Zhen made Li Shi feel a moment of unease. Gu Zhen pressed the button for the elevator door, prompting Li Shi to ask, aren't you coming upstairs? Quickly, she entered the elevator. As it ascended slowly, Pai Daxing, waking from its slumber, turned its head to observe Li Shi. Perhaps feeling neglected, it lazily meowed, meow. Li Shi looked down in surprise at Pai Daxing. Hadn't this little creature always shown disdain towards her? Professor Gu, your Pai Daxing just spoke. What was it saying? With a slight smile, Gu Zhen quipped. Perhaps it was implying that someone is set to achieve fame tomorrow and unexpectedly become a mother. Chapter 25. Wealth and Prosperity. A perfect match. Is Gu Zhen truly all-hearing? How could he catch that? The elevator halted on the 22nd floor, and as Li Shi politely bid farewell to Gu Zhen, she said goodbye, Professor Gu, and take good care of Pai Daxing. As she stepped out of the elevator, Gu Zhen suddenly remarked, I inquired about the driving school matter on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Li Shi halted, turning back, only to accidentally bump her forehead against Gu Zhen's chin. Gu Zhen possessed a uniquely enchanting fragrance reminiscent of wood, evoking the image of a pine tree flourishing atop a snow-capped mountain peak. The chilling yet alluring scent wafted into Li Shi's nostrils, causing her cheeks to inexplicably flush as she instinctively took a step back. She rubbed her forehead absent-mindedly. Did she bump into something? Gu Zhen's gentle gaze was now fixed on her with concern. Li Shi shook her head, assuring him she was fine, yet inwardly mused that with Gu Zhan's towering height, she would have to stand on a stool to engage in any accidental kiss antics. Shaking her head to dispel the flood of inappropriate thoughts, she feigned nonchalance and inquired, "Which driving school are you affiliated with? Do you have the coach as contact information? Could you share his business card with me?" "Certainly." Gu Zhan handed her the coach's card and added, "This coach is quite experienced. He served as a transport soldier in the army before transitioning to teaching after an injury forced him to retire. A soldier chosen for transport duties must possess excellent driving skills. The coach recommended by Professor Gu was undoubtedly reliable. Then it seems we are both from the same school of thought," Li Shi teased, calling him senior brother. Gu Zhan momentarily lost his composure at the title, softly murmuring in response as he pointed to the gift box in Li Shi's hands, asking, "Did you purchase a dress? Are you truly going to the Gu residence tomorrow too?" He hesitated, retracting the word seduce. After a brief pause, Gu Zhan politely inquired, "Are you really planning to meet Gu Huaizhou?" Professor Gu had an impressive memory. Li Shi wished he would forget that detail. Gu Zhan studied her intently before saying, "As long as you are happy." He then continued, "If the opportunity arises, could you let Patrick see your butterfly fish? He has grown so much, yet he has never seen a butterfly fish." Li Shi thought to herself, "What fish are you talking about?" "Sure, but my new fish tank hasn't arrived yet. Once it does, I'll bring the fish over." Gu Zhan further asked, "What is your butterfly fish named?" Li Shi concocted a name on the spot, Fortune. Gu Zhan appeared stunned by the simplicity of the name and humbly inquired, "Is it named after the saying fortune brings wealth?" "Yes, a simple name is easy to care for." Gu Zhan reluctantly praised, "It's quite nice." Upon returning to his apartment, Gu Zhan released Patrick, observing it swim around the living room with its tail held high. Suddenly, he suggested, "Why not rename it Wealth then? Fortune and wealth go hand in hand." Patrick immediately turned around, meowing in protest before scurrying off to scratch in its litter box. Dongzhou City is the most prosperous city in the Southeast Economic Zone, and the Gu family, as its foremost nobility, naturally enjoys a stellar reputation. Dongzhou is divided into 13 administrative districts, with Xiangyang District, rich in historical heritage, being the most significant. The original Dongzhou City was located in this area. However, a devastating war last century resulted in the ancient city being engulfed in flames for 5 days, leaving only the Taoist temple built on Xiangyang Mountain miraculously intact. The Gu family estate is situated on this very mountain, nestled against the majestic Xiangyang Mountain and adjacent to the Longyang Taoist temple, with the bustling new city of Dongzhou at its feet. This year, the elder Gu celebrated his 79th birthday, approaching his 80th. And such a milestone naturally called for a grand celebration. In Dongzhou, birthday festivities commenced the night before, with friends and relatives arriving a day early to show their respect. After a light lunch, Li Shi began to prepare her makeup, needing to arrive at the Gu residence before dinner. Just as she finished washing her face, she received a WeChat message from Jiang Xinghe. "Since you can't drive, whose car are you planning to take to the Gu residence?" As Li Shi was about to respond, Jiang Xinghe initiated a video call. He appeared to have just woken up, expressionless while eating wontons. Noticing Li Shi with a headband applying makeup, he remarked, "How do you plan to get to the Gu residence?" Without a second thought, Li Shi replied, "Ride-hailing, of course." Jiang Xinghe skufa, sarcastically raturting, Li Shi. "If you happen to encounter the Xie siblings at the Gu residence, they will be arriving in luxury cars worth millions while you, in your $60,000 dress, arrive in a ride-hailing vehicle. Are you really eager to provide them with a good laugh?" At that moment, Li Shi felt disillusioned about the ride-hailing option. Jiang Xinghe, showing unexpected kindness, said, "Forget it. Since you helped me recover my mother's portrait, I'll be your driver today." With someone volunteering as a driver, Li Shi graciously accepted. "Thank you." In the afternoon, the road leading to Xiangyang Mountain was bustling with activity. Luxury cars glided smoothly along the winding mountain road. Jiang Xinghe, cigarette in mouth, pointed to the convoy of luxury vehicles and teased, "See? I told you I had foresight. If you had actually taken a ride-hailing service, you would have stood out like a sore thumb on this road." Li Shi smirked. "Thank you for having my back, young Master Jiang. Just so you know." As they exchanged banter, a deafening sound of helicopter rotors suddenly filled the air. Jiang Xinghe opened the sunroof and craned his neck to look at the helicopter overhead, quickly warning Li Shi, "Look up. That's your future husband's helicopter." Curious, Li Shi looked up and indeed spotted a red helicopter. "How do you know that's Gu Huaizhou's?" "I saw them discussing it in the gossip group." Apparently, Gu Huaizhou is in poor health and resides on a private island overseas. Every time he returns to the Gu family, he arrives in a red helicopter. Dongzhou City, being a coastal city, has several private islands in the southeastern sea. Li Shi had heard similar rumors. Gu Huaizhou was said to have an aloof personality and avoided contact with strangers, which was why Xie Jiayue had never publicly appeared with him. Gu Huaizhou is an eagle soaring in the sky, while you're a toad hopping on the ground. Do you really think you can capture him? Jiang Xinghe's words were sharp yet realistic. Li Shi, I advise you not to stir up trouble tonight. Be cautious of an unfavorable outcome. Li Shi remained silent, her head lowered as she unwrapped a mint, muttering without looking up, I've been quite fortunate lately, riding a wave of good luck. Who knows, perhaps I won't even need to exert effort. Gu Huaizhou, the eagle, might just fall into my well. What a brazen woman. Jiang Xinghe chuckled. Guest vehicles were not allowed to enter the Gu family estate directly. They had to park in a lot at the foot of the mountain. Li Shi boarded the Gu family's designated vehicle to the estate, while Jiang Xinghe and the other drivers remained at the reception building below. The Gu family was meticulous in their arrangements, providing refreshments and various entertainment facilities for the drivers in the reception building. Jiang Xinghe was thoroughly impressed, pondering how the grandeur of a prestigious family was truly unparalleled. He felt like a country bumpkin, snapping several photos to share in the gossip group, allowing his peers a glimpse into this world. Chapter 26. The birthday party, winning a witty duel of words. Miss Li, we have arrived. The driver opened the door, gentlemanly assisting Li Shi out and reminding her, Miss Li, please ensure you have all your belongings. Li Shi checked the vehicle to confirm she hadn't left anything behind. Then, with her evening bag and gift box in hand, walked to the entrance of the Gu estate with the driver. She presented the invitation to the security guard at the gate. Upon opening the invitation and seeing the prominent signature at the bottom, the guard respectfully closed it and bowed. Miss Li, please enter. Clad in her coat and holding her gown, Li Shi stepped through the Gu family's grand entrance when a middle-aged woman in the staff uniform approached her. With her long, dark hair neatly styled and a round face radiating tranquility, she introduced herself. Hello, Miss Li. I am housekeeper Zhou from the Gu family. I will be at your service. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. With that, housekeeper Zhou extended her arm toward Li Shi, inviting her to take her hand. Wearing 10-centimeter stiletto heels, Li Shi found even the smooth ground a challenge given the distance to the banquet hall. Thank you. Gripping housekeeper Zhou's arm, Li Shi followed her toward the banquet hall. As they passed a fork in the road, Sister Zhou suddenly halted, gesturing towards it, saying, if you go this way, you'll reach the residence of the old gentleman and Huaizhou. Li Shi silently nodded, committing the information to memory. However, she felt a twinge of suspicion. Why would the steward voluntarily share this with her? After walking a short distance, they encountered another fork, and once again, Steward Zhou paused to inform her. This way leads to the lakeside pavilion park, where guests can take a rest. Li Shi understood that Steward Zhou was merely fulfilling her duties as a steward, introducing the Gu family estate to its guests. As they strolled, one thought dominated Li Shi's mind. The Gu family estate was indeed vast. Anyone attempting to catch a cheating spouse here would surely break their high heels in the process. Li Shi chuckled at her own musings. Noticing her amusement, Steward Zhou joined in her laughter, saying, Miss Li, we have arrived. I hope you enjoy your evening. With that, Steward Zhou handed her a wristband-shaped communicator, stating, this is a walkie-talkie that allows you to contact me. Wear it, and feel free to reach out if you require anything. Steward Zhou assisted Li Shi in putting on a wristband, adding, press the green button on the left to communicate. Li Shi felt pleasantly surprised, her fondness for the Gu family growing. Thank you, Steward Zhou. Please go about your duties, she replied. Watching Steward Zhou depart, Li Shi first delivered the gift prepared for the old gentleman to the account manager for registration before gracefully entering the banquet hall. The Gu family had a dedicated guest house for hosting banquets, designed in an elegant European style with 5 stories. The interior featured a grand, circular hall, illuminated by a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the starry dome of the 5th floor. Standing in the 1st floor banquet hall, Li Shi gazed up at the celestial ceiling. Deeply impressed. Truly, it was the Gu family. No wonder Xie Jiayue adhered so closely to Gu Huaizhou, who wouldn't be enchanted in such an ambience. Speak of the devil, and he appears. A fragrant breeze wafted from her left, and a slender arm slipped through the crook of Li Shi's elbow, intertwining with her arm. Turning her head, Li Shi found herself face to face with Xie Jiayue. Li Shi, you really dared to come, Xie Jue whispered conspiratorially, their demeanor suggesting a pair of close sisters. Your dress tonight is stunning. It truly. Xie Jue's gaze provocatively scanned Li Shi from head to toe. A smirk playing on her lips is quite alluring. Alluring. It was a veiled jab, insinuating that Li Shi's ostentatious attire was an attempt to seduce wealthy suitors. Li Shi silently curved her lips into a smirk, mirroring Xie Jue's scrutinizing gaze to assess Xie Jue's own outfit. Xie Jue donned a backless diamond mermaid gown, perfectly accentuating her waist, making it appear as if it were but a mere palm's breadth wide. The gown cascaded to the floor, swaying gracefully. Undoubtedly, she was the belle of the ball tonight. Miss Xie, you look absolutely beautiful this evening, Li Shi complimented sincerely. Xie Jue braced herself for a scolding from Li Shi. If Li Shi dared to speak disrespectfully, Xie Jue could easily summon the Gu family security to escort her away. Yet, here was Li Shi praising her beauty instead. Thank you, Xie Jue said, unable to suppress her pride. This gown is from a newly launched high-end brand from Central Europe, and I'm the first in Asia to wear it. Before she could finish, Li Shi smiled, continuing the praise. Miss Xie, you resemble the queen of the banquet, dazzling and captivating, making it difficult for anyone to look away. At these words, Xie Jue's neck arched proudly, resembling a haughty peacock. Shifting the conversation, Li Shi remarked, fortunately, the old gentleman has led a life of virtue and is recognized as a philanthropist in the business world. Everyone knows of his deep affection for his late wife. Otherwise, seeing such a radiant Miss Xie, one might mistakenly believe you are the old gentleman's new, young wife. Xie Jue's smile stiffened. Subconsciously, she surveyed the guests around her. Noticing the intrigued looks directed at her, she suddenly felt exposed and somewhat embarrassed. It dawned on her that dressing too ostentatiously was not wise. Despite her ambiguous relationship with Gu Huaizhou, she was not yet recognized as a granddaughter-in-law of the Gu family. If tonight were Gu Huaizhou's birthday celebration, her attire could be somewhat justified as the rumored girlfriend. However, this was the celebration of the old gentleman's 80th birthday. She could be beautiful, but not too conspicuous. Stealing the spotlight was a grave faux pas. Inhaling deeply, Xie Jue retorted, don't lecture me, Li Shi. You are not a pure maiden yourself, so spare me the pretense of nobility. That dress of yours is practically backless. Why not shed your coat for all to see your gown? Li Shi scoffed disdainfully. Do I appear foolish to you? Just because you ask, I should comply? This gown may be revealing, but so what? One dresses appropriately for the occasion, and right now I am in a coat. Who can see what I wear beneath? Besides, Li Shi provocatively smiled at Xie Jue, deliberately riling her. Don't worry, once I see Gu Huaizhou, I'll promptly shed this coat. Xie Jue choked on her words, caught between anger and disbelief, her insides trembling with rage. In her fury, she laughed. If you wish to entice Gu Huaizhou, it will depend on whether you possess the capability. Just wait and see. Li Shi snatched a glass of white wine from a passing serveress tray, taking a sip. Noticing Xie Xingyun and Jiang Qingkong approaching arm in arm, she quickly shielded her wine glass and remarked nonchalantly, Ah, Miss Jiang has arrived. I must hide my wine glass to avoid being drugged again, falling prey to some unscrupulous man, and then being preached to about forgiveness by certain self-righteous individuals. Her words subtly reflected on Jiang Qingkong, who had drugged her, Xie Xingyun, who had taken advantage of her, and Xie Jue, who had urged her to be magnanimous. Li Shi's remark struck a nerve, and seeing Xie Jue and her companion's expressions darken, she felt triumphant in this verbal exchange. Chapter 27. What are Gu Huaizhou's feelings for Xie Jue? Meanwhile, at the Gu family villa, the birthday celebrant Gu Wintao had changed into a coffee golden Zhongshan suit, embroidered with auspicious clouds and qilins in dark gold thread. He stood in the inner hall, lighting 3 incense sticks and placing them in the pure copper incense burner before the spirit tablet of his late wife. Watching the curling smoke rise, he turned to the steward, Yu Sheng. Has Huaizhou returned? Du Yusheng replied cheerfully, Manager Han just spoke with me, saying Huaizhou has arrived and is changing his clothes before coming to see you. Urge him along. The esteemed guests are waiting for me in the banquet hall. Upon stepping into the tea room, Gu Wintao noticed a group of employees bringing wooden boxes to the front yard for counting. These boxes were to hold the birthday gifts. After meticulously verifying the inventory, they would be moved to storage. Seeing his grandson's delay, Gu Huaizhou decided to step outside for a bit of entertainment. The gifts from the guests were lavish, including antique collectibles, precious paintings, jewelry, and masterfully carved ornaments. It was always the same assortment, and Gu Huaizhou felt disinterested. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard an employee exclaim, "There's even a comic book among the gifts." What book? Gu Huaizhou had previously received rare, limited edition classics, but this was the first time he encountered a comic book. After indulging in delicacies, the prospect of a simple bowl of vegetable congee piqued his curiosity. "Let me see." Du Yuxing quickly brought over the comic book. Gu Huaizhou, with a casual attitude to pass the time, settled onto a hall sofa and began flipping through the first volume. To his surprise, he became engrossed, unwittingly reading over 20 pages. It wasn't until the steward Du Han's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie on Du Yuxing's waist that he became aware. "Steward Du Huaizhou has arrived." At this, Du Yuxing hurried to brew tea. Gu Huaizhou, unfazed, folded the corner of the book. Looking up, he saw a tall and graceful figure emerge from behind the outermost screen. Stepping into the room, the newcomer donned a misty blue wool suit jacket, complemented by a high-neck black sweater. His hair unkempt with a few stray strands falling naturally over his forehead. Gu Huaizhou stood in the center of the hall, bowing to congratulate his grandfather, Gu Huaizhou. On his birthday, "Grandfather, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea, and may you grow more charming with each passing year." "Nonsense," Gu Huaizhou chuckled, playfully reprimanding Gu Huaizhou. "Still charming in old age? You can hardly utter a few sensible words." Gu Huaizhou chuckled lightly before lifting his gaze to the elderly man before him. Grandfather Gu Huaizhou possessed a kindly, round face that radiated a Buddha-like benevolence, while his grandson bore an androgynous visage. With deep-set brows and striking features, Gu Huaizhou's beauty was exquisite, his every feature flawless, yet he exuded no hint of femininity. Clad in dark hues, he appeared enigmatic and inscrutable. He resembled a snow-capped mountain, long concealed in clouds, majestic and sacred from afar. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discover the mountain's chilling and unyielding nature. Noticing that his grandson had not lost weight, Gu Huaizhou withdrew his concerned gaze and, in a familiar tone, inquired, "How have you been lately?" Gu Huaizhou settled onto the sofa beside his grandfather. Butler Du presented him with tea, saying, "Huaizhou, try this new tea the old gentleman has recently enjoyed." "Thank you, Uncle Yuxing," Gu Huaizhou replied, accepting the porcelain cup with both hands before addressing his grandfather. "My health remains unchanged, but life has brought me some new joys." Upon hearing this, Gu Huaizhou was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with delight. "Have you made new friends?" Gu Huaizhou probed curiously. "Are they male or female? How old are they? Where do they live? Single or divorced?" His inquiries were as thorough as a political vetting process. Gu Huaizhou, gazing into his tea, answered evasively, "Isn't this Junshan, Silver Needle?" "Good eye, Huaizhou," Butler Du praised. Gu Huaizhou, vexed, huffed and puffed. "I'm telling you one thing, and you're responding with another. Can't you speak honestly with your grandfather?" Gu Huaizhou chuckled lightly, meeting Gu Huaizhou's gaze, and in a seemingly obedient tone, replied with a hint of rebellion, "Grandfather, today is your birthday. I wish to be a dutiful grandson for once. Must you make it so tedious for yourself?" Gu Huaizhou snorted, choosing to ignore him. His grandson was admirable in every aspect, save for his reticence, holding back his thoughts as if they were secrets. Once, he had delighted in sharing secrets with his grandfather. As the banquet was about to commence, Gu Huaizhou intended to rise, but his eyes caught sight of the book lying on Gu Huaizhou's lap. The cover depicted a range of towering mountains, with a coffin, its lid ajar, resting atop the central peak. Above the coffin floated a bleeding, sinister eye. The title, 7 Days of Nightmare, was rendered in a gory, chilling font, sending shivers down the spine. Surprised, Gu Huaizhou inquired, "When did you develop an interest in comics, grandfather?" "Butler du interjected. This comic was a gift from a guest at the birthday banquet." He added, in a whisper, "In my decades of service. This is the first time I've seen someone present such a gift to the Gu family." It wasn't that the gift was shabby, rather it was unconventional. Gu Huaizhou took the comic and casually flipped through it, complimenting, "The illustrations are quite good." Gu Huaizhou chimed in, "The story is engaging as well. I was quite engrossed earlier." After snatching the comic back, Gu Huaizhou urged Gu Huaizhou, "Since you're here, why not accompany your grandfather to the banquet hall and join the festivities?" Gu Huaizhou flatly declined, maintaining his aloof demeanor. As you know, I cannot adapt to noisy environments. His refusal was anticipated, yet Gu Wintao persisted, earnestly persuading. Uncle Yuxing mentioned that Miss Xie has arrived, looking exceptionally beautiful. Are you truly not going to take a look? He playfully warned his grandson not to let her slip away. Butler du nodded fervently, indeed. Miss Xie is the most stunning among the guests tonight. Gu Wintao concurred. See, Uncle Yuxing has spoken. It must be true. Unfazed, Gu Huaizhou replied. If I recall correctly, Miss Xie has turned 25, an age where she should seek romantic connections. We wouldn't want to hinder her prospects. Given that both Uncle Yuxing and grandfather held Miss Xie in high regard, he suggested, perhaps tonight would be a rare opportunity to introduce her to a few suitable young men. Upon hearing this, Gu Wintao and Butler Du exchanged glances, both discreetly concealing their smiles. Huaizhou, Gu Wintao said, suddenly serious, I must know your true feelings towards Miss Xie. Over the years, you have kept your distance from all women, yet you allow her to visit the Gu family once a year. I assumed you held some special feelings for her. In this intimate setting, Gu Wintao implored his grandson to speak candidly. He had long believed Gu Huaizhou's feelings for Miss Xie were unique. Thus, when he learned that Xie Jiyue was leveraging her relationship with the Gu family to forge connections, he did not intervene. In truth, Gu Wintao harbored no fondness for Xie Jiyue. Her eyes always betrayed a hidden ambition. However, recognizing his grandson's emotional barriers, he could not fathom the depth of normal human emotions. Aside from himself, few could truly connect with Gu Huaizhou. Thus, he tacitly allowed Xie Jiyue's presence. Yet, it seemed clear now that Gu Huaizhou felt no romantic inclination towards Xie Jiyue. Chapter 28, The Name. A beautiful thought, Gu Huaizhou poured the Junshan silver needle into the waste bin, stating, I cannot acquire a taste for this tea, Uncle Yuxing. Please do not prepare it for me in the future. Observing the discarded silver needles, Gu Wintao comprehended his grandson's sentiment. Very well, you may return to rest. Later, once the guests have departed, we shall converse further. By the way, this year's longevity noodles, I want them to be of 3 flavors. Each year on his birthday, Gu Huaizhou would personally cook a bowl of noodles for his grandfather, and they would share the meal together. Understood, Gu Huaizhou replied warmly. Gu Wintao and Butler Du then climbed into the car, setting off toward the banquet hall. Once inside, Gu Wintao sighed heavily. What a vexing situation. Did you catch that? He asked, not rejecting the tea. He asked, comparing it to people. Butler du certainly understood. It appeared Gu Huaizhou harbored no romantic thoughts towards Miss Xie. What should we do, sir? Gu Wintao waved dismissively. Our family's connections are solely for our kin. He may tolerate Xie Jiyue for Huaizhou's sake. But now that Huaizhou has made his position clear, I shall no longer permit her to exploit the Gu family's influence in the entertainment industry. Butler Du expressed concern. Miss Xie has enjoyed smooth sailing these past years, thanks to her ties with the Gu family. If we sever this connection abruptly, the Xie family may not take it lightly. Disturbance? Gu Wintao scoffed, exuding an air of authority. The Xie family has indeed been favored by us. But have we not supported them in return? Xie Mingzong has successfully managed Zhaixing Entertainment, all thanks to our backing. And Xie Jiyue's rise in the entertainment world is also a result of our influence. While we have repaid our debts of gratitude, any further demands would be seen as insatiable greed. Greed leads to destruction. One cannot overindulge without consequence. Recognizing the gravity of his elder's stance, Butler Du nodded. I understand what must be done. Li Shi, possessing striking beauty and graceful demeanor, attracted attention in her splendid attire that evening. Holding a glass of wine, she stood at the buffet, selecting delicacies, and was approached by several gentlemen seeking to engage her in conversation. She responded courteously to those with genuine intentions, while dismissing those with ulterior motives, opting for silence as her defense. Noticing a fresh platter of cranberry cookies in the dessert section, Li Shi's eyes sparkled. Cranberry-flavored cookies were her absolute favorite. Li Shi walked over, just about to reach for the clip, when suddenly a large hand stretched out and claimed it first, heading straight for the plate of cranberry cookies. The person picked up a piece and placed it onto Li Shi's plate. May I ask for your surname, miss? Li Shi looked up and saw a man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a suit, radiating success. Among the distinguished guests, his appearance was merely average, yet he maintained a commendable physique for his age, bolstered by wealth, which added to his masculine allure. Li Shi replied, my surname is Xiang. Oh, The man smiled slightly, a hint of surprise in his tone. That is indeed a rare surname. I am Chong, the CEO of Huaizhou Technology. And what might I call you, miss? With a subtle smile, Li Shi parted her red lips, uttering 3 words, Xiang de Mei. Mr. Chong was momentarily taken aback. His gaze then shifted to one of depth and intrigue. You speak quite boldly. It seems I must have offended you. I do not dislike you. Her gaze flitted over to the ring on the man's left hand, her voice steady as she continued. I equally despise every individual who, despite being in a relationship, flirts and cavorts indiscriminately. Despite his cultivated demeanor, Mr. Chang's face darkened at her words. He had noticed her from the moment she arrived, observing her discreetly as she engaged in brief conversations with the Xie siblings before retreating to indulge in refreshments. In such a setting, a young and beautiful girl without a powerful background, what could her intentions be if not to ensnare a wealthy suitor? Mr. Chong, being acquainted with Jiang Qinkong, had prudently inquired about Li Shi's background. Jiang Qinkong had informed him that she was merely an orphan, raised by the Xie family after her father. A former chauffeur for her husband's family had tragically passed away. Recently, however, she had been cast out by the Xie family. Thus, this enchanting creature was not only powerless, but also parentless. Mr. Chong had previously noted how Li Shi had rejected several advances from men, yet he did not believe her to be aloof. He perceived it as a mere game of coyness. After she had rebuffed 4 suitors, he decided to approach her, convinced that his status as CEO would surely captivate her. In truth, Mr. Chong was not one to indulge in fleeting flings. He was a self-made man who had spent over 2 decades climbing to his current position, steadfastly loyal to his wife. He believed in the adage that those who wrong their wives invite misfortune. Together with his wife, he had built their enterprise, embodying the essence of a devoted couple. Over the years, he had resisted various temptations, yet the arrival of Li Shi was akin to a crescent oasis in a parched desert, drawing the attention of a weary traveler. She appeared during a time when his wife was aging, their wealth abundant yet feeling void and lonely. Thus, Mr. Chong found himself tempted to make an exception. You possess a fierce spirit, which I find quite appealing, he remarked, picking up the clip again to serve her a beautifully crafted pastry. My lovely lady, he said, placing the pastel delicacy on her plate by my side. You shall be this exquisite confection, no longer merely placed among the other cookies in a vast platter. Li Shi, unimpressed, thought to herself, I merely desire a piece of cranberry cookie. What have I done to deserve this? With disdain, she discarded the pastry into the trash, fork and all, clapping her hands. She looked up at Mr. Chong with a sardonic smile and remarked, if Mr. Chong find himself feeling lonely and unfulfilled, I kindly suggest you head to Meihua Lane Bar Street, where you can find companionship of all sorts. However, this is the Gu family gathering, not your personal nightclub. Do not let your sordid intentions tarnish the celebration of the elder Mr. Gu's birthday. In that instant, countless eyes turned to Li Shi and Mr. Chong. Jiang Qinkong and the Xie siblings were drawn over by the commotion. Mr. Chong felt a prickle of unease, caught off guard by Li Shi's sharpness, which had forced him into a tight spot publicly. He abruptly set down his glass and approached her, grasping her wrist as he addressed the guests. I apologized for the spectacle. This young lady was a student supported by my wife. However, she comes from humble origins and has allowed the glitz of the city to lead her astray, attempting to disrupt my marriage and cross the boundaries of social class. It seems she has found a way to infiltrate this gathering to coerce me. The guests, unaware of the truth, began to accept his narrative, as many had encountered similar situations with ungrateful individuals. Li Shi was taken aback by Mr. Chang's audacity. Regaining her composure, she turned her gaze towards Xie Xingyun in the crowd. As the president of Zhaixing Entertainment, Xie Xingyun held considerable influence in the business realm. Upon hearing her call his name, all eyes fell upon him. Xie Xingyun, she pronounced deliberately, please tell them who I truly am and whether the truth aligns with Mr. Chang's claims. Chapter 29, The Singular Affection, reserved solely for Li Shi with the wristband, meeting Li Shi's calm gaze. Xie Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. She needed him. Instinctively, he took a step forward, ready to defend her honor, but was halted as Jiang Qinkong seized his left hand, swiftly adjusting his wedding ring. Xingyun, she said softly, yet her tone was laced with warning, you are my husband, and you promised my parents you would cease all ties with Li Shi. Xie Xingyun frowned, but I cannot stand idly by while she is wronged. Yet Jiang Qinkong pressed further, understand that this is the Gu family. Li Shi is causing a scene at Mr. Gu's birthday. Do you wish to create trouble for the Xie family and your sister? Brother, Xie gently called, standing behind him as a reminder. Grandpa Gu despises those who attempt to manipulate situations under his watch. Contemplating his sister's connection with Gu Huaizhou, Xie Xingyan hesitated. He could overlook Jiang Qingkong's feelings, but could not afford to burden his sister. If his actions jeopardized Xie Zhuyue's marriage, the consequences would be severe. Noticing Xie Xingyan's reluctance, Li Shi scoffed softly. She then addressed the intercom wristband on her wrist politely. Butler Zhou, I kindly request your presence to clarify this misunderstanding. The guests were left bewildered by the scene. What exactly was the wristband Li Shi wore? Mr. Chong recognized it as an employee wristband from the Gu family. Designed under his wife's supervision, this product was still undergoing further adjustments, with plans for release this winter. The Gu family had ordered a batch of communication wristbands 5 months prior, each adorned with their family crest. The wristband on Li Shi's wrist bore that very emblem. A sense of unease crept into Mr. Chang's mind. Hadn't Ti Jiang's daughter said this woman was merely an orphan recently cast out by the Xie family? How could she possibly possess a wristband reserved for internal Gu family employees? Observing the guest's confusion, Li Shi took the initiative to explain the wristband's origin. This is the Gu family's communication wristband, allowing for real-time conversation. She then raised her gaze to Mr. Chong, offering a cryptic smile. Mr. Chong, as soon as you approached me, I activated the intercom function of this wristband. The conversation between us is inaudible to the guests. Yet the butler of the Gu family eavesdrops attentively on every word. What is the truth? Even if I were to speak it, no one would believe me. Perhaps we should patiently await the butler's vindication of my innocence. This unexpected twist took everyone by surprise. Jiang Qingkong gasped, turning to her companion, Xie Jiayue, and murmured, Jiayue. Is that device in Li Shi's possession truly a communication bracelet from the Gu family? Indeed, it is, Jiayue confirmed. A few days prior, during Xie Jiayue's birthday celebration, Gu Han, the butler, had worn a black bracelet on his wrist, which caught her attention. However, the bracelet worn by Li Shi was a dark red, different from Gu Han's. How could Li Shi have acquired such an item? Meanwhile, as soon as the conversation between Li Shi and Mr. Chong was transmitted through the bracelet, Zhou, the butler, hurried towards the banquet hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, she encountered Butler Du and the old master, who had just stepped out of the car. Zhou paused momentarily and called out to Gu Wintao. Old sir, you've arrived. Gu Wintao casually inquired, why the rush? Zhou, not daring to conceal the truth, promptly explained Li Shi's situation to both Gu Wintao and Butler Du after listening. Gu Wintao grasped the crux of the matter, but misinterpreted it, saying, you mean the Miss Li that Huaizhou instructed you to host? Concerned for her safety, he even ordered you to leave the Gu family's staff bracelet with her? Zhou hesitated, uncertain, and said, I am not sure who precisely gave the instructions, but I did receive directions from Butler Gu Han. Gu Wintao exchanged a glance with Du Yuxing, both sensing something unusual. Gu Han was merely a messenger for Gu Huaizhou. Without his guidance, Gu Han would not have taken such liberties. It seems this Miss Li is not an ordinary individual. Let's go see her, Gu Wintao declared, eager to uncover the identity of a young lady fortunate enough to receive his grandson's special attention. As Gu Wintao arrived, the guests gathered around Mr. Chong dispersed. Flocking towards the entrance of the banquet hall, they formed a pathway, allowing the birthday celebrant to proceed. With smiles, the guests offered their congratulations. Old sir, may you enjoy good health and longevity. It has been years, but you still move with such vigor, a marvel for us younger generations. Indeed, the scene resembled that of a film star gracing a red carpet. Gu Wintao, hands clasped behind his back, responded warmly to the guests while greeting old friends. Upon reaching the center of the hall, he paused, lifting his gaze toward the buffet area, where he spotted a middle-aged man in a brown suit. Chongqing, I believe? Surprised to be addressed, Mr. Chong quickly made his way through the crowd to stand before Gu Wintao. I never imagined you would remember me, sir. Of course, I recall you, Gu Wintao replied, gesturing to Du Yuxing behind him. Yuxing has spoken highly of your company's security bracelets, noting their convenience. Upon hearing this, Du Yuxing raised his wrist to display a black bracelet. Indeed, this bracelet is lightweight and practical, unlike traditional communication devices that take up space and are prone to falling off. Mr. Chong felt a surge of joy. Gu Wintao's public praise would undoubtedly ease future investment endeavors. It is our honor at Huanzhou Technology to receive your recognition. Our products come with a lifetime warranty. Any defects can be repaired free of charge. He then smiled and bowed to the guests present, promoting his company further. The attendees politely echoed their agreement, acknowledging the quality of the product. As Gu Huaizhou spoke, the banquet hall fell silent once more. Mr. Chang noticed a dark red bracelet suddenly appear in Gu Huaizhou's hand. The elder toyed with it, exclaiming, "This design is quite considerate. It not only facilitates location-based communication, but also automatically records conversations. Its intelligent features can be activated by voice commands." As he spoke, Gu Huaizhou commanded the device, "Play the last recorded conversation." A mechanical female voice responded, retrieving the recording. Playback complete. The next moment, Mr. Chang's low, flirtatious voice echoed through the hall. "What is your surname, miss?" A youthful voice replied, "I am called Xiang." Mr. Chang responded, "That is indeed a rare surname. I am Chang, CEO of Huanzhou Technology." "What is your name, Miss Xiang?" Li Shi retorted, "Dream on." Gu Huaizhou smirked, realizing she was a sharp-tongued young lady, clearly the type that Gu Huaizhou favored. The recording continued, with Li Shi deftly countering Mr. Chang's advances. "I do not dislike you. I equally dislike every individual who, while in a relationship, flirts around shamelessly. If you're feeling lonely and cold, kindly take your leave to Meihua Lane, where you can find companionship at any price. Do not let your filthy thoughts tarnish the celebration of the old master." Gu Huaizhou turned off the bracelet and handed it to Zhou, the butler, a wry smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust one have not exaggerated. The product from Mr. Chang's company are indeed effective, as evidenced by this remarkable recording feature." He continued, "Mr. Chang's voice is captured with impressive clarity. I did not anticipate that our devoted Mr. Chang would possess such a hidden side." The vast banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Mr. Chang, who moments ago had strutted proudly like a peacock, now felt as if he had stepped into a pile of dung, wishing to vanish but unable to do so. It dawned on him that Gu Huaizhou's prior compliments, seemingly flattering, were in fact a prelude to his downfall. The higher one is exalted, the harsher the fall. Offending Gu Huaizhou would undoubtedly place him on the blacklist of the Gu family, effectively ending his career. "Old sir," Chang Qing dropped to one knee before Gu Huaizhou, pleading, "I am a fool for my thoughtless actions at your birthday banquet. I had too much to drink. Please forgive me." Gu Huaizhou waved his hands dismissively, responding with feigned regret. "Mr. Chang is youthful and exuberant. It is regrettable that our hospitality fell short, failing to arrange for a companion for our esteemed guest. It appears our humble abode cannot accommodate such a distinguished individual. I kindly suggest you take your leave to Meihua Lane for some enjoyment. Yusheng, do assist our guest," he added. Du Yusheng nodded towards the distance, and two formidable bodyguards swiftly approached to escort Mr. Chang away. Even from afar, his frantic apologies echoed through the hall. Silence enveloped the room. "Silence is the theme of tonight's gathering," Gu Huaizhou remarked, displaying a warm smile. "Dear friends, I apologize for the inconvenience. I hope you have not found this amusing spectacle too distracting. I believe you must be hungry. Let us dine and converse." Gu Huaizhou made a few polite remarks before declaring the banquet officially open. Descending from the stage, he made his way directly to Table 1, where he was seated alongside the president of the Dongzhou Chamber of Commerce and several elderly gentlemen who had traveled from the capital. Yet, there was no sign of Gu Huaizhou. Jiang Qingkong scanned the room, observing all the young men present, but none seemed to match Gu Huaizhou. "Zhu Yue, is Gu Huaizhou not here?" Hearing this, Xie Xingyan also set down his chopsticks, glancing at Xie Jiayue. "Sister, it is Gu Old Master's birthday. How can Gu Huaizhou not be present to offer his congratulations? As the heir of the Gu family, one would expect a certain level of decorum. Yet it appears that the scions nurtured by prestigious families are not as remarkable as presumed." Xie Jiayue's gaze circled several times around Gu Huaizhou, and upon confirming his absence, a sense of disappointment enveloped her. Nonetheless, she could not help but speak up for Gu Huaizhou. "Brother, you know that Huaizhou has never enjoyed lively gatherings. He must have returned, just not alongside grandfather Gu." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingyun recalled that Gu Huaizhou had been kidnapped by a terrifying assassin in his youth, resulting in severe social anxiety and a fear of crowds, even leading to emotional difficulties. It was understandable that he refrained from making an appearance today, given the large gathering. "Indeed, I had misjudged the situation." Jiang Qingkong, unaware of the underlying circumstances, felt a pang of sympathy for Xie Jiyue upon learning that Gu Huaizhou had opted out of the festivities. It's one thing not to join the old gentleman, but wouldn't he at least want to see you? After all, you are his girlfriend. It's rather unchivalrous of him to leave you here alone. She concluded that Gu Huaizhou was not as impressive as he seemed. Casting a glance at Li Shi, seated at a nearby table, Jiang Qingkong reminded Xie Jiyue that Li Shi was also present, wearing the Gu family bracelet. If she finds out you didn't even see Gu Huaizhou today, she'll surely laugh at you. Jiang Qingkong grew more animated as she spoke, while Xie Jiyue's expression turned increasingly somber. Suddenly, Xie Xingyun placed a piece of sea urchin sashimi on Jiang Qingkong's plate. Try this. Surprised by Xie Xingyun's unexpected concern, Jiang Qingkong felt a rush of sweetness in her heart, only to hear him add, "Eat more," to silence your complaints. Xie Jiyue seized the moment to return the gesture, placing a piece of crispy roast duck on Jiang Qingkong's plate and chiming in, "Sister-in-law, silence is golden." Since the incident surrounding the engagement banquet became public, the siblings Xie Jiyue and Xie Xingyun had altered their attitude towards Jiang Qingkong. Had it not been for her unilateral decision to drug Li Shi, Xie Xingyun would not have been manipulated, resulting in a loss of 50 million. Xie Jiyue had long since grown wary of this inept woman. Jiang Qingkong, feeling wronged, slammed her chopsticks down in a small fit of pique. Am I not allowed to speak? Just look at those wealthy ladies at the next table, fawning over Li Shi. Those unaware would think that Li Shi is the one favored by the Gu family as their future granddaughter-in-law. With that, Jiang Qingkong carelessly tossed a slice of lemon from the seafood platter into Xie Jiyue's bowl. Lemon trees bear lemons. Dear sister, eat your lemons. May they sour you. Since the facade of politeness had been dropped, she felt no need to maintain the guise of a gracious sister-in-law. Jiang Qingkong, too, had grown up in a family that adored her. The Jiang family was wealthier than the Xie family. Why should she demean herself to please Xie Jiyue? Xie Jiyue glowered at the lemon, her frustration reaching a boiling point. She longed to slap Jiang Qingkong, but the Gu family patriarch sat nearby. Should she behave in an ill-mannered way here, she would never step through the Gu family door again. With that thought, Xie Jiyue poured herself half a glass of red wine. I'm going to toast Grandfather Gu. Xie Xingyun rose alongside her. I'll accompany you. The pair made their way toward table 1. Xie Jiyue had always been the rumored granddaughter-in-law of the Gu family. Her rise from the seat immediately drew the guests' attention, quieting the atmosphere. Grandfather Gu. The affectionate address revealed a special bond. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Huaizhou set down his chopsticks and turned to see the siblings Xie Jiyue and Xie Xingyun, his smile softening. Jiyue, it's been half a year. You've become even more beautiful. As an actress, Xie Jiyue felt her cheeks flush at Gu Huaizhou's compliment. Grandfather, you still love to tease Jiayue. She elegantly raised her glass, her voice sweet and soft. I'd like to propose a toast to Grandfather Gu, wishing you good health and longevity. Pausing, she added with a hint of depth, may all your wishes come true. Gu Huaizhou's greatest desire was for his grandson to settle down soon. Jiyue speaks so beautifully. I'll take your words as an omen that all wishes will indeed be fulfilled this year. Xie Xingyun followed suit with a few compliments and raised his glass to Gu Huaizhou. Gu Huaizhou merely dipped his glass in acknowledgement, granting Xie Xingyun a courtesy. After the toast, Xie gently bit her red lip, her bashful demeanor eliciting soft-heartedness from all who beheld her. She scanned the surroundings and casually inquired, "Today is Grandfather Gu's 80th birthday, yet I haven't seen Huaizhou." Her question silenced the room. Huaizhou, such an endearing reference. A multitude of young relatives approached Gu Huaizhou to toast, yet he only drank the wine offered by Xie Jiyue. It was evident that she held a special place in his heart. Xie Jiyue noticed the envious glances from those around her, her heart swelling with delight. This sensation surpassed even the allure of the spotlight. To become the Gu family's matriarch was an achievement that transcended social classes, far more significant than merely acting in films. Gu Huaizhou informed Xie Jiyue, due to the recent drastic changes in weather, Huaizhou caught a cold. Fearing he might infect our esteemed guests, I've asked him to rest indoors. Learning that Gu Huaizhou was indeed present at the Gu residence filled Xie Jiyue with joy. Is he very ill? She asked with genuine concern. Grandfather, once the banquet concludes, I wish to see him. Every visit to the Gu family allowed her to meet Gu Huaizhou in his small villa, but due to his emotional difficulties and severe social anxiety, They always conversed behind a screen. This time, Xie Jiyue was confident that grandfather Gu would not refuse her request. As anticipated, Gu Huaizhou affirmed after the banquet, "I will take you to see him." Xie Jiyue was ecstatic. "By the way, Jiyue just celebrated her 25th birthday, right? I heard Huaizhou gifted you a guqin. Did you like it?" Xie Jiyue nodded, her cheeks flushed. "Of course I loved it. I must thank him in person later." "Old master, this girl seems unfamiliar. Which family does she belong to?" An elderly gentleman with a long beard inquired about Xie Jiyue's identity. Another elderly lady chimed in teasingly, "Brother Gu, are you afraid we might be envious and try to steal your granddaughter-in-law? Is that why you want to introduce us?" Hearing this, Xie Jiyue lowered her head shyly, her earlobes tinged with red. She appeared as a bashful youth caught in the throes of first love. She thought to herself that if close friends were curious about her identity, surely grandfather Gu would take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Gu Huaizhou. The mere thought of their relationship becoming public sent her heart racing. Meanwhile, the guests around them leaned in, eager to hear more. "Professor Wen, you must have misunderstood." Gu Huaizhou grasped Xie Jiyue's wrist and, with a serious tone, introduced her to the elderly professor. "This girl is Xie Jiyue, our Huaizhou's little sister. A beauty not just in appearance, but in heart." He continued, with a tone filled with nostalgia, "Good girls are in high demand. You old fellows better prepare your grandsons if you find her appealing." The moment Gu Huaizhou's words settled, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Xie Jiyue's radiant smile faltered, her expression rigid with disbelief. Was grandfather Gu attempting to play matchmaker for her? But the man she wished to marry was Gu Huaizhou. The elderly friends of Professor Wen exchanged subtle glances. "So, she is not Huaizhou's girlfriend? Then why does this Miss Xie call Huaizhou by his first name so casually? It seems we, the older generation, have misunderstood." Professor Wen smiled kindly and praised Xie Jiyue, remarking that the young and beautiful Miss Xie, being so exceptional, should have no trouble finding a suitable partner. "In my opinion, Brother Gu, you are simply being a wet blanket. Young people have their own views on romance. Why should you, an old man, meddle so much?" Gu Huaizhou replied, "This girl has been raised under the watchful eyes of Huaizhou and me. Marriage is a significant matter, and Huaizhou specifically urged me to keep an eye on Jiyue." The old foxes understood Gu Huaizhou's deeper meaning. So, this matchmaking for Xie Jiyue was indeed Huaizhou's idea? Xie Jiyue's mind buzzed incessantly. She could hardly hear what Gu Huaizhou and the others were discussing. It was only when Xie Xingyun pulled her back to her seat that her crumbling composure began to stabilize. "Brother," Xie Jiyue grasped Xie Xingyun's arm, struggling to voice her thoughts. "Did you hear clearly what Grandpa Gu just said?" Xie Jiyue doubted her own hearing, unable to believe that Gu Huaizhou intended to set her up on a blind date. Moreover, Huaizhou was aware of this. Xie Xingyun's expression was grave. He never anticipated that the elder would publicly dismiss Xie Jiyue's relationship with Gu Huaizhou in front of their old friends. If Gu Huaizhou had no interest in Jiyue, why hadn't he spoken up sooner? Why wait until today to humiliate her in front of so many people? As her older brother, Xie Xingyun felt deeply for his sister. He held her hand tightly, whispering words of comfort. "Dude, it's no big deal if you can't marry Gu Huaizhou. Our Xie family is quite well off, and you are young, beautiful, and a star. You will surely find someone even better." However, Xie Jiyue remained silent. Better the best candidate she could envision was Gu Huaizhou. No one else could compare. She withdrew her hand from Xie Xingyun's grasp, distractedly eating her meal, tears silently falling onto her plate. Witnessing Xie Jiyue's desolation, Jiang Qingkong's eyes flickered with delight, though she refrained from provoking her further at that moment. Suddenly, Jiang Qingkong tapped the back of Xie Xingyun's hand, reminding him, "Li Shi is heading over to old Mr. Gu." Xie Xingyun gazed in surprise towards Li Shi's direction, now vacant. He turned back to table 1, and sure enough he saw Li Shi, clad in a striking red dress, her fair skin captivating, approaching Gu Huaizhou with a glass in hand. Upon witnessing this, Xie Xingyun frowned slightly, muttering, "Is she seeking trouble?" Having heard Li Shi boast about seducing Gu Huaizhou, he had dismissed her words as mere bravado. Did she truly believe that mere beauty could make her the mistress of the Gu family? Xie Jiyue found the scene both amusing and infuriating. Fool, thinking that by relying on her looks, she could curry favor with Grandpa Gu and successfully allure Gu Huaizhou? How ridiculous! Xie Jiyue tightened her grip on her chopsticks. eagerly anticipating Li Shi's humiliation at Gu Huaizhou's hands. Chapter 32. The elder's growing satisfaction with his future granddaughter-in-law, Mr. Gu. A melodious voice broke through Gu Huaizhou's conversation with his old friends. He turned around, curiosity piqued, and beheld a delicate young lady behind him. This young lady was elegant and slender, her red dress accentuating her snow-white complexion, while a tailored coat concealed her youthful charms. She radiated beauty, striking a perfect balance. Too much would appear gaudy, and too little would lack impact. Gu Huaizhou did not recognize her, but he was not one to dismiss a toast from a younger generation lightly. With a smile, he inquired, "Little girl, you seem unfamiliar. Whose granddaughter are you?" Li Shi, poised and respectful, introduced herself. "Grandpa Gu, my name is Li Shi. My father is Li Chang'an, a former soldier." As she spoke, Li Shi retrieved an old-fashioned diamond watch from her coat pocket. It was a lady's model, a Patek Philippe. "You may not recall my father, but you should remember this watch." Upon receiving the watch, Gu Huaizhou examined it closely and, recalling its history, exclaimed, "This was my wife's watch, given to her by my daughter-in-law on her 50th birthday. I remember she gifted it to the Tai." Gu Huaizhou suddenly realized, "Is your father the Tai? The tall, muscular man with a physique like iron?" Li Shi nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's him. My father's nickname is Iron." Gu Huaizhou expressed his surprise. "So you're the Tai's daughter. Yusheng, do you remember the Tai?" Du Yusheng, with an excellent memory, could recite details about each bodyguard. "Of course I remember him. He was a taciturn yet dependable man. The Tai used to be the old lady's bodyguard and sustained serious injuries twice while protecting her." Du Yusheng recalled how the watch came into Li Chang'an's possession. "I remember this watch well. It was given to the Tai by our old lady for emergencies when he left to care for his ailing mother." The housekeeper's recollection was accurate. Li Shi confirmed Du Yusheng's memory. "However, my grandmother passed away before my father could care for her properly. He kept this watch with him all along." Du Yusheng then inquired, "Your father must be over 60 now. How is his health?" A flicker of melancholy crossed Li Shi's eyes. "My father has been gone for over 10 years. "Gone?" Du Yusheng and Gu Huaizhou exchanged surprised glances. "Your father was quite young. How could he?" "After fulfilling his duty to care for my grandmother, my father brought me to Dongzhou City to work as a driver for another family. He chose to sacrifice himself to protect the children of his employer." Hearing this, Gu Huaizhou felt a pang of sympathy. Your father was an honorable man. Upon learning the circumstances of Li Chang'an's death, Du Yusheng suddenly recalled the driver who had perished while protecting Xie Zhuyue and Xie Xingyan. Could it be that the driver who died was Li Chang'an, making Li Shi the adopted daughter of the Xie family? With this realization, Du Yusheng's gaze towards Li Shi softened. Pointing to the watch in Gu Huaizhou's hand, Li Shi said, "Before my father passed away, he instructed me to return this watch to the old lady if I ever had the chance to meet her. However, since the old lady has long since passed, I return this watch to you, Mr. Gu, as it rightfully belongs to you." With that, Li Shi took a step back, placing her hand on her heart and bowing to Gu Huaizhou. "On behalf of my father and grandmother, I thank you and the old lady for your kindness. In a family that practices benevolence, blessings will surely follow. The two elders have performed countless good deeds. Their descendants shall undoubtedly turn misfortune into fortune, reaping endless rewards." Upon hearing this, a flicker of solemnity crossed Gu Huaizhou's eyes. Behind him, Du Yusheng held his breath, and the elderly guests at the table shifted uneasily. How could this young girl say such things? While others might find joy in these words, they were utterly inappropriate in Gu Huaizhou's presence. Gu Huaizhou's beloved had not enjoyed good health. They had only one child in their youth, Gu Ting'an, the father of Gu Huaizhou. 10 years ago, Gu Ting'an and his family were kidnapped by a deranged murderer. That incident cost Gu Huaizhou his son, daughter-in-law, and eldest grandson, leaving only Gu Huaizhou alive. When Gu Huaizhou was found, he had gone 7 days without food or water, suffering from high fever and delirium, nearly losing his life. Since then, the Gu estate had been devoid of laughter. Thus, Li Shi's last words were truly audacious. If a benevolent family truly receives blessings, then after a lifetime of charity, how could he and his beloved have suffered the tragic loss of their son, daughter-in-law, and eldest grandson? The atmosphere grew tense. As everyone was concerned that Li Shi might be the target of Gu Huaizhou's ire, Gu Huaizhou suddenly spoke up, "In a house of kindness, there will surely be blessings." "Little girl, do you truly believe that?" Li Shi looked up, gazing into Gu Huaizhou's aged hawk-like eyes. Through the murky depths of those eyes, she could sense the pain of the old man's soul. To outsiders, Gu Huaizhou, who could effortlessly bring down General Chong with a mere word, seemed formidable and inscrutable. However, to Li Shi, he appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary elder wishing for the safety of his grandson. I believe. Li Shi nodded earnestly, adding, "Survival in the face of despair is a miracle, and miracles have always been close to you, Elder Gu." Years ago, young Gu Huaizhou survived 7 days of confinement. Was that not a miracle? His survival is the blessing of the Gu family. Suddenly, Gu Huaizhou burst into hearty laughter, pointing at Du Yuxing and saying, "Yuxing, bring a chair over. I wish to converse further with this young lady." Upon hearing this, Du Yuxing quickly moved a chair next to Gu Huaizhou. As he was getting up, he leaned in and whispered to the elder, "Sir, Miss Li Shi is the adopted daughter of the Xie family." Fearing that Gu Huaizhou might not grasp his meaning, Du Yuxing pointed out it was Miss Li whom Gu Han entrusted to Butler Zhou for special treatment. Gu Huaizhou's eyes lit up. Looking at Li Shi, he found her increasingly pleasing to his sight. "Come, little girl, sit beside Grandpa." Upon hearing Gu Huaizhou refer to himself as Grandpa, Li Shi's heart raced. Just moments ago, the elder had referred to himself as an old man. How had he suddenly transformed into Grandpa? Surprised and delighted, Li Shi took a seat next to Gu Huaizhou. To be honest, she had not anticipated such a smooth progression. She had initially brought the watch to the door merely to establish familiarity and garner some goodwill from the elder. Later, she had planned to follow Xie Zhiyue's example, spreading rumors about her connection with Gu Huaizhou in an effort to annoy Xie Zhiyue. However, today had proven to be quite fruitful. Li Shi, Gu Huaizhou called her name. Li Shi focused her attention and saw the elder returning the watch to her. "Elder Gu, what does this mean?" Gu Huaizhou explained, "You should keep this. The watch was given to your father by Grandma Huaizhou, which makes it rightfully yours. Besides, our Gu family lacks a mistress at the moment, and leaving this watch in the house would be a waste. Continue to hold on to it." Li Shi thought little of it, believing that the Gu family, being affluent, would not mind such a watch, and graciously accepted it. Yet Du Yuxing could hardly contain his laughter, casting several knowing glances at Li Shi. The Gu family was indeed in need of a mistress, and thus this watch ought to be worn by the new lady of the Gu household. It was clear that the old man intended exactly that. As Gu Huaizhou lifted his chopsticks to serve himself, Li Shi stood up eagerly. "Elder Gu, allow me to serve you." Having received such a fine gift, Li Shi naturally wished to express her gratitude. "Very well," Gu Huaizhou responded, not minding her boldness. In fact, he found her rather endearing. Li Shi picked up the serving chopsticks and selected dishes suitable for his age. It was then that Gu Huaizhou noticed she was left-handed. A casual glance at her left hand caused him to pause in surprise. "Elder Gu, would you like some silver fish soup? Shall I serve you a bowl?" Snapping back to reality, Gu Huaizhou eagerly nodded. "Yes, this silver fish is excellent. It was just caught from Dongting Lake last night. You should try some too." "Thank you. Elder Gu, I shall have a taste as well." Li Shi served Gu Huaizhou his soup and filled her own bowl. Preferring not to use a spoon, she held the small bowl and sipped delicately, unaware of the satisfaction reflected in Gu Huaizhou's gaze as he watched her. Gu Huaizhou observed Li Shi, while the entire table regarded him. It was evident Elder Gu had genuinely found a favored granddaughter-in-law. Chapter 33. It turns out Li Shi is an abandoned child while the atmosphere at Table 1 was harmonious. The mood among the Xie siblings was ominous. Only Jiang Qingkong appeared unusually cheerful. With a hint of schadenfreude, she remarked, "Li Shi has now won the favor of the old Master Gu. I dare say her chances of marrying into the Gu family are greater than our sister's. Once a good horse has run, it will not return to the old pasture. Once Li Shi has tasted the fruit of Gu Huaizhou, she would hardly look back at you," she continued. "Xie Xingyun, give up. You and Li Shi are simply not meant to be." Having successfully latched onto the Gu family's prestige, Li Shi had taken a significant step closer to her plan of captivating Gu Huaizhou. Jiang Qingkong felt both envy and admiration for her. Yet the thought of Li Shi and Gu Huaizhou severing any ties with Xie Xingyun made her spirits lift. "Do not be disheartened," Jiang Qingkong said, playfully placing a crab leg on Xie Xingyun's plate to provoke him. "Darling, eat this crab leg. Enjoy the delicacies I offer, forget your ex. And let us focus on building a good life together. That is what matters most." Xie Xingyun, shrouded in gloom, glared at Jiang Qingkong's annoyingly cheerful demeanor and coldly retorted, "Why have you stopped pretending?" Jiang Qingkong had previously been adept at feigning innocence and meekness, But having just received their marriage certificate, she had shed her facade. You and I are now bound in the household register. What pretense is left for me? She shrugged. Whether I pretend or not, you are still my man. Moreover, she added unapologetically, I am not a virtuous woman. Neither are you and your sister. I may have drugged Li Shi, but did you not nearly force yourself upon her as well? We are equally culpable. Who has the right to look down on whom? Li Shi had already revealed her true nature before everyone, and now the CF family could hardly tolerate her. Why should she continue to play the virtuous girl? She resolved to embrace her role as an antagonist and fight against the CF family to the bitter end. Xie Xingyun was left speechless by Jiang Qingkong's retorts. He finally understood why Li Shi had proposed to Jiang Zhulang the condition of marrying Jiang Qingkong. Li Shi had discerned Jiang Qingkong's character, realizing that once she married into the CF family, peace would be a distant dream. Upon this realization, Xie Xingyun's heart sank further. Brother, what did Li Shi just give to Grandpa Gu? They were seated at table 6, a considerable distance from table 1, and from afar, Xie Yue had only seen Li Shi present something to Gu Huaizhou, which successfully garnered the elder's favor. What could it have been? After pondering for a moment, Xie Xingyun speculated it must be that watch. A watch? Both Xie Yue and Jiang Qingkong perked up with curiosity at the mention of the item. Jiang Qingkong, intrigued, immediately inquired what watch. Xie Xingyun cast a cold glance at Jiang Qingkong before leaning towards Xie Yue to explain, Li Shi possesses a Patek Philippe lady's watch, which she claims was a gift from a wealthy matron to her father. When her father had just retired, he worked as a bodyguard for that family. Upon hearing Xie Xingyun mention Li Shi's deceased driver father, Xie Yue's expression grew somewhat unnatural. Are you suggesting that Li Shi's father was likely a former bodyguard for the Gu family? That's merely a conjecture, Xie Xingyun replied. He was aware that Li Shi had a watch hidden in her room, alongside a portrait of her father. Yet he had not paid much attention to this past event until now. However, considering the day's occurrences, he felt there might be some truth to it. Li Shi had indeed kept this significant matter concealed from him. Xie Yue furrowed her brows and muttered softly, what a stroke of luck. She truly has it easy. As the banquet drew to a close, Elder Gu prepared to depart. Before standing, Gu Huaizhou instructed Du Yuxing, later, bring Li Shi to see me. After Gu Huaizhou left, the guests began to rise and leave. Du Yuxing, as the chief steward, stood at the door with Gu Han to bid farewell to the departing guests. Taking a moment to chat, Du Yuxing asked Gu Han, is that Miss Li Shi truly the adopted daughter of the Xie family? Indeed, Gu Han replied. As Li Shi approached, holding the hem of her dress, Du Yuxing remarked, look at this girl's figure and demeanor. She is certainly no less striking than Miss Xie. With her beauty, it was evident that her mother must have been a great beauty as well. It was hard to imagine that a rugged man like the Tai could marry such a stunning wife. Gu Han shook his head. Li Chang'an is not married. This girl is one he rescued, an abandoned child. Du Yuxing was taken aback by this revelation. No wonder. He remarked that Li Chang'an's genes could not possibly produce a daughter as striking as Li Shi. At that moment, Li Shi had already approached the entrance, gracefully bidding farewell to Gu Han and the others. Goodbye, uncles. I shall take my leave now, and I wish you both good health. After saying this, she turned to depart. Du Yuxing quickly called out to her, Miss Li Shi, please wait. The old gentleman is delighted to see an old friend's daughter and wishes to have a word with you. Then I shall not impose, she replied. However, Du Yuxing still needed to attend to the guests, so it would be a while before he could take Li Shi to meet Gu Huaizhou. Remembering that Jiang Xinghe was still waiting for her in the parking lot halfway up the hill, Li Shi decided to find him first. The driver's lodge had prepared dinner as well. After finishing their meal, seeing that their employers had not yet emerged, the drivers gathered together to play cards and enjoy a game of snooker. Jiang Xinghe was seated at a small table, playing poker with several middle-aged men. Upon seeing Li Shi waving to him from the pedestrian path outside the window, he quickly pushed his cards aside and declared, Gentlemen, my boss has arrived. I must take my leave. Let this round be counted as my loss. With a smile, Jiang Xinghe approached Li Shi, generously handing her a portion of his winnings. I won 300, so here is 100 for you to buy some sweets. Li Shi accepted the 100 yuan note, informing him, Old Gu has scheduled to meet later, so I may have to return a bit later. You should head back first. Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. In just the time it took to have this meal, you've infiltrated the Gu family and earned Old Gu's recognition. My goodness, from this day forth, you shall be known as the esteemed concubine Shi. He patted his chest and added, when you make it big, Remember to take your little sister Huanbi along for the ride. Li Shi retorted, have some dignity. Jiang Xinghe burst into laughter. All right, I won't delay your important matters any longer. I'll be on my way. As Jiang Xinghe reached his parking space, he heard Jiang Qingkong's voice ahead. Jiang Xinghe, what brings you here? With a smirk, she continued, what's this? Have you become Li Shi's lapdog? Jiang Xinghe looked up to see Jiang Qingkong, elegantly dressed in a fitted gown, standing beside Xie Xingyun in front of a black Maybach. Her delicate features and flawless complexion revealed her upbringing as a pampered young lady. With a mocking glance at the expressionless Xie Xingyun, Jiang Xinghe teasingly congratulated Jiang Qingkong. Congratulations, little princess. Your wish has come true. You've married your ideal match. I often wondered what kind of man would capture the heart of our proud princess. Today, I see she has a penchant for a rapist. He gave her a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. Sister, your taste is truly unique. At this, Xie Xingyun's handsome face darkened with anger. Chapter 34. Li Shi's fui. She shaves Jiang Qingkong's hair. Xie Xingyun, being the president of Zhaixing Entertainment, was accustomed to admiration wherever he went. How could he endure such humiliation from his peers? Jiang Xinghe, he warned, his tone laced with fury. Don't think that because Qingkong is my sister, I won't dare to hit you. Go ahead. Why would you? You're not only bold enough to strike your brother-in-law, but you also have your eye on your adopted sister, Jiang Xinghe retorted, his insults skillfully woven with a rhyme. Xie Xingyun, ignited by Jiang Xinghe's provocations, shoved Jiang Qingkong aside and raised his arm to charge at him. Xie Xingyun, I've got it all on camera, Li Shi said, having arrived at the parking lot, capturing the scene with her phone. Upon seeing Li Shi, Xie Xingyun instinctively concealed his fearsome expression. He gritted his teeth, swallowing his humiliation, and pointed at Jiang Xinghe, threatening, this time I'll let you off. But if we meet again, I won't be so lenient. With that, he stormed off to his car, slamming the door shut. Jiang Qingkong remained rooted to the spot, her usual haughty demeanor faltering in the face of this absurd union with Xie Xingyun, which had turned into a farcical spectacle, providing endless amusement for Jiang Xinghe. For the first time, she was unable to hold her head high before him. Jiang Xinghe, don't get too cocky, she warned, crossing her arms defiantly before kicking the headlight of his sports car. Do you really think you can escape me by finding your mother's portrait? And if I take the portrait, can you procure your mother's ashes? Can you seize the Jiang family's fortune from me and my mother? Jiang Xinghe's expression shifted between uncertainty and fury. His fists clenched tightly, yet he hesitated to strike. Suddenly, Li Shi stepped in front of Jiang Xinghe without a word. She seized Jiang Qingkong's long hair and forcefully pressed her down onto the hood of the sports car. Unable to attain his mother's ashes or his rightful inheritance, he would have to extract some interest from the princess herself. With that, Li Shi produced a brow-shaping knife from her coat pocket and aimed it at Jiang Qingkong's hairline. Jiang Qingkong screamed, thrashing wildly. Her manicured nails clawed at Li Shi's neck, but Li Shi remained steadfast, her grip fierce and unyielding, as if oblivious to pain. Jiang Qingkong, frightened, shouted at Jiang Xinghe, Jiang Xinghe, hurry and stop this lunatic. Jiang Xinghe snapped back to reality. Hearing her cries, he rushed forward without hesitation. But instead of saving Jiang Qingkong, he helped Li Shi restrain her by holding her shoulders. I've got her, Sister Shi, hurry and shave. His addressing her as sister, she reflected his admiration for her. Li Shi, wielding the brow knife, pressed it against Jiang Qingkong's scalp and began to shave. Inside the car, Xie Xingyun was taken aback by Li Shi's ferocity. The scene before him evoked memories of the engagement banquet, when Li Shi had wielded a hairdryer against him, a grim reminder of that fateful day. Jiang Qingkong, pale with fear, had no choice but to plead with Xie Xingyun. Are you really going to watch your wife be bullied in public? Finally, Xie Xingyun exited the vehicle. Enough. Jiang Xinghe, what sort of man are you to bully a woman? He kicked Jiang Xinghe in the thigh, causing him to stumble. Turning to Li Shi, he attempted to pull her away. Shi, people are watching. Stop this. Get lost. Filthy scum, don't touch me. Li Shi retaliated with a knee to Xie Xingyun's abdomen, forcing him to stagger backward. Clutching his pained stomach, he looked up to see the deep disdain and disgust in Li Shi's eyes, causing his heart to ache like never before. See, do you truly despise me so much? Li Shi shook her head, shaking off her disheveled hair, and fiercely scolded him. Shut up. Stop pretending to be innocent and deep in feelings. Xie Xingyan gazed at her with wounded eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingkong crouched before the sports car, running her fingers over her now bare forehead and the clumps of hair in her hand, unable to suppress her piercing scream. My hair. Jiang Qingkong looked up, her eyes blazing with rage as she shouted at Li Shi, "You lunatic! Why do you have to treat me this way? Who do you think you are to Jiang Xinghe?" Seeing Li Shi protectively standing in front of Jiang Xinghe like a mother hen, Xie Xingyan felt a pang of discomfort. Her willingness to go to such lengths for Jiang Xinghe made him suspicious of their relationship. Li Shi, what exactly is your relationship with Jiang Xinghe? Li Shi snapped back. What is it to you? Is it not enough to help someone in need? She felt no obligation to explain her connection to Jiang Xinghe. Her disdain for Jiang Qingkong's loathsome demeanor was all the justification she needed. Do not assume that Jiang Xinghe lacks maternal affection, and that you can bully him at will. As long as I remain a friend of Jiang Xinghe, I will not allow you to mistreat him. Jiang Qingkong, should I hear you provoking Jiang Xinghe with the ashes of his mother again, I shall not hesitate to shave your head. With that, she pointed at Xie Xingyan, adding, You too. At that moment, a vehicle from the Gu family approached. The car came to a stop, and Du Yuxing stepped out. His gaze swept over Li Shi, Jiang Xinghe, Jiang Qingkong, and Xie Xingyan in turn. Retracting his gaze, Du Yuxing walked directly to Li Shi's side, his tone cordial as he inquired, Miss Li, has there been an incident here? Do you require our assistance? Just as Li Shi was about to explain, Jiang Qingkong interjected, accusing Li Shi, dupe butler. Li Shi, shave my head. Jiang Qingkong lowered her hand from her forehead, revealing the starkness of her newly shaved hairline. Look at what she has done to me. Du Yuxing examined her closely, his expression turning to one of surprise. Miss Li, why did you shave Mrs. Xie's hair? Upon hearing Mrs. Xie, Xie Xingyan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He and Jiang Qingkong were bound by marriage, two grasshoppers tied to the same boat of interests. Jiang Qingkong's reckless behavior would not only tarnish the Jiang family's reputation, but also that of the Xie family. With the marriage prospects of Xie Jiyue and Gu Huaizhou seemingly in jeopardy, any further trouble caused by Jiang Qingkong would only complicate matters. Xie Xingyan stepped forward, grasping Jiang Qingkong's arm. Butler Du, it is merely a misunderstanding. We can resolve this privately. What misunderstanding? Jiang Qingkong retorted, shaking off Xie Xingyan's grip. She turned to Du Yuxing and exclaimed, I was speaking with my brother when she suddenly rushed over and shaved my head. Du butler. A barbaric woman like Li Shi should not be allowed to set foot in the Gu family. Miss Jiang, mind your words. Du Yuxing replied with a polite yet stern smile, cautioning Jiang Qingkong. This is the Gu family, and it is not for Miss Jiang to decide whom we welcome. Jiang Qingkong was momentarily silenced. Li Shi then asked with a smile, Miss Jiang, you truly excel at avoiding the crux of the matter. Do you dare to repeat those slanderous words you spoke to your brother before Butler Du? Jiang Qingkong faltered, noticing more guests approaching the parking lot. She, fearing the situation might escalate, declared magnanimously, Fine, I shall not hold this against you today. She turned to leave. However, Li Shi had no intention of letting her off the hook. Jiang Qingkong, daughter of Jiang Zhulang and his second wife, daughter-in-law of the Xie family, pampered since childhood. She delights in bullying her half-brother. Furthermore, she has committed the despicable act of burying the portrait of the late Mrs. Jiang in a dung pit to humiliate and control her elder brother. Not a single word of this is unfounded. Li Shi's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those within a 10-meter radius. In an instant, numerous scornful and astonished gazes were directed at Jiang Qingkong, rendering her a living target. Chapter 35. Will you remain a coward for life? Jiang Qingkong angrily lifted her head, shouting at Li Shi, shut your mouth. If you dare speak again, I shall tear your lips apart. Li Shi, undeterred by the threat, boldly proclaimed, Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe's body jolted, instinctively glancing at Li Shi's profile. She encouraged him, urging everyone to reveal where his mother was buried after her death. Since childhood, Jiang Xinghe had been neglected by his father, overlooked by his grandparents, and bullied by his stepmother and sister. A child born into disdain eventually nurtures a profound sense of inferiority. Recognizing that Li Shi was aiding him, Jiang Xinghe felt deeply moved. Yet, the Jiang family loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him unable to rise. In his youth, he had attempted to resist this oppressive force, but the consequence had been the disappearance of his mother's portrait, hidden in a dung heap. Now, He was uncertain whether he should resist again. Li Shi had little patience for cowardice. Observing Jiang Xinghe's hesitation, her temper flared, and she scornfully challenged him. Jiang Xinghe, you are 27 years old. Your mother has awaited your rescue for 27 years. Will you continue to wallow in cowardice? Her words struck Jiang Xinghe like a thunderclap, shattering his numb soul. Clenching his fists, tears streamed from his reddened eyes as he spoke with a voice laced with anguish. My mother has yet to find peace after her death. My grandparents believe that a woman who dies unjustly harbors immense resentment, and a skilled feng shui master can transform this resentment into fortune, thus safeguarding the Jiang family's prosperity. My family has hidden my mother's ashes within the heart of their wealth-attracting array. Each word felt like a knife lodged in his throat, his voice strained with pain. Yet this time, he would not succumb to weakness. Those in the business world had heard whispers of the Jiang family's rumored practices. The notion of using a deceased wife's ashes to attract wealth sounded outrageous, and it was only natural for anyone to dismiss it as nonsense. However, hearing it from Jiang Zhulong's own son left no room for disbelief. The rumors were indeed true. Jiang Zhulong's late wife had become the focal point of the Jiang family's wealth-attracting scheme. The entire Jiang family was despicable. Jiang Zhulang had profited from his late wife's misfortune while indulging his second wife and daughter, all the while neglecting his eldest son. From kindergarten, his son had been sent to a boarding school. They called him a worthless child, but who was to blame? A jade must be polished to shine. Yet, Jiang Zhulang had never taken the time to teach Jiang Xinghe, leaving him a rough stone without potential. As the murmurs among the crowd grew louder, Du Yuxing noticed the coldness in Jiang Qingkong and Xie Xingyun's eyes. The Gu family, known for their philanthropy, would be unlikely to welcome the Jiang and Xie families into their estate again if these disgraceful actions reached Gu Wentao's ears. Not even Xie Jiayue would be exempt. Jiang Qingkong, overwhelmed by the surrounding gossip, felt herself near fainting. Clutching her forehead, she fled to the car, trembling as she urged the driver drive. When the driver hesitated, Jiang Qingkong kicked the back of the car with her high heel, shouting angrily, "Are you stupid? Hurry up and drive." The driver quickly pressed the gas pedal, speeding away with Jiang Qingkong and Xie Xingyun from the Gu family estate. As they descended the mountain, Xie Xingyun pulled Jiang Qingkong's wrist, demanding, "Is what Li Shi said true? Did you really toss Jiang Xinghe's mother's portrait into a dung heap?" Jiang Qingkong's face turned ashen, shaking her head vehemently. "I did not. Li Shi is slandering me." Xie Xingyun knew Li Shi well. While her recent behavior had become erratic, prone to violence over trivial matters, she was not a liar. The fact that Li Shi dared to publicly expose such disgraceful deeds indicated that her evidence was irrefutable. Jiang Qingkong, you truly lack decency. Jiang Xinghe's mother was your elder, the legitimate wife of Jiang Zhulang. How could you hide her portrait in a dung heap? To insult the deceased is utterly despicable. Do you not fear the vengeful spirits that may haunt you during the Ghost Festival every July? Jiang Qingkong covered her ears, shouting in frustration, "Stop it. Just be quiet." Having been spoiled by the Jiang family, she took pleasure in bullying Jiang Xinghe. He cherished his mother's portrait, and so she aimed to hide it, threatening him with it, relishing the sight of his silent suffering. A spoiled child never perceives their own faults. Xie Xingyun watched Jiang Qingkong's breakdown with cold detachment, regretting his initial decision to ally with the Jiang family. Unbuttoning his suit and loosening his tie to allow more oxygen into his lungs, Xie Xingyun felt slightly better. I ask you again, did your father and the others truly conceal Jiang Xinghe's mother's ashes within the heart of the feng shui array? Xie Xingyun felt absurd even asking such a question. Jiang Qingkong was genuinely unaware of the matter at hand. She stated, "I do not know." Then where is Jiang Xinghe's mother's gravestone? Jiang Qingkong replied candidly, "My mother has no gravestone. My grandparents remarked that Jiang Xinghe's mother was a promiscuous woman who strayed with the driver shortly after childbirth. She hung herself, unworthy of burial." Xie Xingyun was left astonished, unable to fathom that such cruelty towards a daughter-in-law still existed in these times. Your Jiang family is a den of beasts. There are countless Chinese characters in the vast treasury of the Chinese language, yet Xie Xingyun found none that could accurately encapsulate the Jiang family's disgrace. With his eyes shut, he leaned back his chair, pressing his fingers against his temples. The Jiang family's tarnished reputation would inevitably taint the Xie family as well. Forming a union with the Jiang family had turned out to be the most disastrous decision of his life. This was indeed karma. As he watched Jiang Qingkong flee in disarray, Li Shi picked up a few strands of Jiang Qingkong's hair that had fallen to the ground, tying them into a knot to present to Jiang Xinghe. Keep this as a memento. Jiang Xinghe expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Li Shi. Li Shi scoffed. If I were you, I would shave the heads of those beasts in the Jiang family, burn the hair into talismanic water, and pour it at the entrance of the Jiang household. Since you cannot find your mother's ashes, consider the Jiang residence as her final resting place. After saying this, Li Shi climbed into the car with Du Yuxing. Upon hearing Li Shi's words, Jiang Xinghe clutched Jiang Qingkong's severed hair tightly, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Li Shi was absolutely right. His mother's ashes had been hidden away, but they must be concealed somewhere within the Jiang family's domain. If he could not find his mother's remains, then he might as well regard the entire foundation of the Jiang residence as her burial ground. In that case, his mother's grave would indeed be a grand estate. Chapter 36. Yes, it is all your self-delusion. The vehicle retraced its path back to the Gu family estate, soon arriving at the fork in the road that Butler Zhou had previously pointed out. True to expectation, the driver turned, guiding the car into the side road. This route was constructed along a scenic lake, flanked by a walkway that meandered around the water's edge. At that moment, Gu Huaizhou's distant friends were strolling and conversing along the promenade. Seated in the car, Li Shi marveled at the Gu family's lavishness, having built a lakeside park right at home. After traversing nearly half the loop, the car finally came to a halt. Miss Li Shi, we have arrived. The driver opened the door for her. Li Shi gracefully stepped out, only to spot Du Yuxing standing at the entrance of an asphalt path leading up the hill. A signpost indicated that entering this path would lead to the lakeside pavilion. Considering that Li Shi was wearing high heels, which made climbing the steps inconvenient, Du Yuxing extended his arm. Come, lean on me. Li Shi accepted his offer without hesitation, linking her arm with his. They approached a modern villa that exuded a sense of design. Surprisingly, she had expected Mr. Gu's residence to reflect a traditional Chinese or opulent European style. However, Du Yuxing waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "This is the small villa where Master Huaizhou resides." Li Shi was taken aback. Mr. Gu Huaizhou? Indeed. Li Shi directly voiced her curiosity, recalling that Butler Du had previously mentioned it was Mr. Gu who wished to see her. Why then have they come here? Who is it that wishes to meet me? It is this way, Du Yuxing patiently elucidated. Every year on his birthday, the old gentleman shares longevity noodles with Master Huaizhou. He is currently with him. So that was the case. The lakeside pavilion was a 4-story villa designed in a modern minimalist style, nestled on a hillside amidst a grove of oak trees, with its back to the sunlit mountains. The first floor was lofty, with a mountain stream flowing beneath the living room, a patch of leisure grass to the left adorned with an outdoor coffee table, and a parking area to the right, housing several rare black steel-style sports cars. A white spiral staircase extended to the second floor, which was the true first floor of the lakeside pavilion. As Li Shi followed Du Yuxing to the second floor, she discovered a glass floor in the center of the living room, offering a clear view of the babbling brook below. Miss Li Shi, please wait here. I will fetch the old gentleman from the dining area. All right. After Du Yuxing departed, Li Shi chose not to sit on the sofa to wait. Instead, she bent slightly and stood beside the glass floor, curiously observing the stream below. It was her first encounter with such a clever and fascinating design in real life. Miss Li Shi, would you like a cup of tea? Gu Han, the butler, approached with a tray. Li Shi quickly followed Gu Han to the sofa, graciously accepting the cup of tea. Thank you, Butler Gu. You are too kind. Gu Han noticed the abrasions on Li Shi's neck, which had stopped bleeding but were still visible. Did you scratch your neck? Had he not pointed it out, Li Shi would have overlooked her own injury. She touched it and confirmed, just a small wound. It has stopped bleeding and will scab over by morning. Having grown accustomed to a life of dependence, Li Shi bore her injuries without complaint, not wishing to trouble the Xie family. Over time, such minor wounds became inconsequential to her. Only a cherished child has the right to cry out in pain. Gu Han gazed at her intently. I will fetch you some disinfectant and a band-aid. Please wait here. Miss Li Shi. Li Shi wanted to decline, but Gu Han had already departed. The Gu family's efficiency was astonishing. Noticing a glass wall opposite the sofa, Li Shi stood up and walked over. She leaned closer, tilting her head to inspect the scratches on her neck, only to discover that Jiang Qingkong had inflicted 2 deep gashes measuring several centimeters each. Are her claws that sharp? Li Shi seethed. I will surely pluck every last one of your nails. Unbeknownst to her, the glass wall was not a mere mirror. Behind it lay a semi-open study. In the southern part of the study stood a desk, with a wall of bookshelves behind it. Outside the study was a tea room, separated by a Sioux embroidery screen. At that moment, Gu was seated in the tea room, cradling a cup of Junshan silver needle, curiously asking Gu Huaizhou, "This is the first time I've tasted this tea. Mr. Gu, what is it?" Inside, the young man seated at the desk was lost in thought, gazing intently at the glass wall to the west. Every movement of Li she was mirrored in Gu Huaizhou's sight. Her elegantly arched neck, slender and graceful, bore fresh blood droplets from the newly inflicted wounds. Gu Huaizhou's throat constricted silently, his gaze greedily fixated on her left hand, which was tracing the bloodstains. As he suddenly tugged at the collar of his sweater, although Li she was merely touching her own neck, Gu Huaizhou felt an itch at his own, blood surging within him. "Mr. Gu?" Not receiving a response, Jiayue became restless. She set down her teacup and was about to rise when Gu Huaizhou spoke. "It is Junshan silver needle." Jiayue plopped back down, her smile faltering. "Is it good tea?" "Indeed," Gu Huaizhou replied, "but I am not accustomed to it." Jiayue's smile faltered further. "You do not enjoy the tea, yet I should?" Remembering Gu Wintao's ambiguous words at the earlier banquet, she felt an urgency build within her. After waiting for so long, she no longer wished to delay. "Mr. Gu." Earlier at the banquet, Mr. Gu had jokingly mentioned introducing her to several boys her age, also stating that he had specifically instructed his grandfather to take good care of her. Fixating on the two adorable panda embroideries on the screen, Jiayue inhaled deeply, summoning her courage to ask Gu Huaizhou, "Is that true?" The man within displayed no hesitation, responding coldly, "Yes, I did indeed instruct my grandfather regarding that matter." "Why?" Jiayue's emotions spiraled out of control as she instinctively raised her voice. "Why are you pushing me towards others?" "Miss Ye, what do those words mean? What do you mean by saying you want to push me on to someone else?" The young man's tone suddenly turned cold and indifferent as he said, "When did you become someone close to me?" Jiayue was taken aback. She lowered her head in confusion and murmured, "But over the years, you haven't interacted with any other girl. Besides me, you haven't seen any other women. Who doesn't know that Mr. Gu's attitude towards me is uniquely special?" As she spoke, tears began to silently fall, with her stunning beauty accentuated by a black beauty mark at the corner of her eye. She had made a name for herself in the entertainment industry through her emotional performances. When Jiayue cried, she appeared utterly pitiful, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. Her soft voice, filled with grievance, confronted Gu Huaizhou. "Have I been the one imagining things all these years?" "Yes," Gu Huaizhou's voice was frigid. "It has all been your own delusion." Chapter 37. Dressed so provocatively, are you recommending yourself to my bed? Is it really her delusion? Gu Huaizhou, do you truly feel no affection for me? After all these years of acquaintance, it was the first time Jiayue had called him by his name directly. To be honest, as a girl, it was quite embarrassing to pose such a question before a man she had admired for years. Overcome with embarrassment and sadness, her eyes glistened with tears. Who could resist such a heart-wrenching sight? "I apologize, Miss Xia. Perhaps I have inadvertently caused you to misunderstand my intentions. However, I have never harbored any romantic feelings towards you." Gu Huaizhou's apology was sincere and humble, yet the more genuine he was, the colder Jiayue felt. It made her affection seem like a mere joke. "I don't believe it. Gu Huaizhou, you are lying to me." Jiayue suddenly stood up, lifting her skirt as she rushed around the screen to confront him. But someone moved faster than she did. A gray-clad bodyguard appeared behind the screen, raising his nunchaku to block her path. "Miss, please step back." Though he used polite words, his grip on the nunchaku was ready for action. If Jiayue dared to push forward, he would strike her down. Realizing that Gu Huaizhou truly did not love her and that everything had been her one-sided longing, her heart shattered. Under the pressure from the bodyguard, she had no choice but to retreat step by step. Suddenly, she noticed a tall and elegant figure appear behind the screen, and her gaze brightened. Gu Huaizhou. Jiayue stood on her tiptoes, resting her hands on the bodyguard's arms, desperately staring behind the screen. "If you don't like me, why do you only allow me to get close to you?" Upon hearing this, Gu Huaizhou's voice turned even colder. "Miss Xia, do you truly not understand the reason? Or do you need me to clarify it today?" Jiayue bit her lip, feeling humiliated. Deep down, She understood that Gu Huaizhou's unique treatment of her stemmed from events that occurred 12 years ago. That year, Gu Huaizhou's family was kidnapped, and his parents and brother were brutally murdered by a terrorist. The killer made a demand. If the Gu family could find a child willing to participate in a game, and if that child could discover Gu Huaizhou's hiding place within 7 days, then his life would be spared. But who would dare to play games with such a psychopathic killer? In the end, it was Xie Zhiyue who participated in that game. She successfully found Gu Huaizhou and saved his life. Xie Zhiyue was the benefactor of the Gu family. Because of that childhood experience, Gu Huaizhou became extremely socially anxious, developing severe emotional barriers and harboring no affection for any young women. The only reason Xie Zhiyue could approach him was due to that life-saving debt from 12 years ago. In truth, she had never truly gotten close to him, as there was always a screen between them during their meetings, making her no different from other women. If Miss Xie does not comprehend, then allow me to clarify clearly. Gu Huaizhou looked at Xie Zhiyue through the screen and said, "Without the life-saving grace from 12 years ago, you would be no different from other women and would not even qualify to step into the Gu family's estate. My feelings towards you have always been one of gratitude, devoid of any romantic inclination. So, it is." Xie Zhiyue covered her face and wept bitterly. "Gu Huaizhou, how cruel you are." As someone with severe emotional disabilities, Gu Huaizhou's heart was impervious to her tears. He continued matter-of-factly, over the years. With the help of the Gu family, the Xie family has expanded their business significantly. Now, Zhixing Entertainment stands among the top 3 in the domestic film industry. Ms. Xie has also built numerous connections through marketing our relationship and has secured considerable investments. The Gu family has repaid the life-saving debt. Therefore, I kindly ask Ms. Xie to refrain from making any more insinuations to the public. At this point, Gu Huaizhou's words had shifted from explanation and reminder to a cautionary warning. Xie Zhiyue's heart sank completely. "Miss Xie, I wish you a brilliant future and a smooth path ahead." Upon hearing Gu Huaizhou's farewell, Xie Zhiyue's tears flowed uncontrollably. Her heart shattered even more. The juxtaposition of her breakdown with Gu Huaizhou's calm demeanor created a stark contrast in the room. "It is getting late. Shuihen, please escort Miss Xie home." The bodyguard, named Shuihen, bowed respectfully and gestured for Xie Zhiyue to leave. "Miss, please." Xie, in a daze, was led out by the bodyguard, nearly tripping over her long skirt. Fortunately, Shuihen caught her arm just in time. "Miss, be careful." Once steady, Xie Zhiyue angrily shook off Shuihen's hand. "Don't touch me." Wiping away her tears, she walked along the corridor to the living room, where she met Li Shi's gaze. "Li Qi." Xie Zhiyue was taken aback, momentarily forgetting her sorrow. She questioned Li Shi with indignation. "What are you doing here?" Li Shi smirked playfully, ambiguously replying, "Of course, it was Mr. Gu who summoned me." The elder Gu was also Mr. Gu. Li Shi was a good girl. She was not lying. However, Xie Zhiyue instinctively interpreted Mr. Gu as Gu Huaizhou. Recalling the harsh words Li Shi had spoken when moving her belongings from the Xie family, Xie Zhiyue bit her lip in anger. "Li Qi, what have you done to make Gu Huaizhou look at you differently?" Li Shi replied, "Honestly, I need nothing. The Gu family has taken the initiative to invite me over. Perhaps that's the curse of charm." "Vixen." Without a second thought, Xie Zhiyue charged at Li Shi, yanking off the coat that draped over her shoulders. Staring at the stunningly beautiful bare back exposed to the cold air, Xie Zhiyue lashed out, dressed so provocatively. "Are you recommending yourself to his bed?" "Li Qi, I warn you, you can flirt with anyone, but you cannot seduce Gu Huaizhou. I will tear your face apart." With the elder Gu denying her identity at the banquet and actively introducing her to suitors, blocking her path to marrying into the Gu family, and Gu Huaizhou's cold rejection, calling her delusional, the relentless provocations had driven Xie Zhiyue to madness. Seeing Li Shi in Gu Huaizhou's residence shattered her will completely. In that moment, she was consumed by a singular thought: to destroy Li Shi's beautiful face, preventing her from getting close to Gu Huaizhou. Chapter 38. Then will you marry my grandson? Just as Xie Zhiyue's exquisitely manicured nails approached Li Shi, a nunchaku descended from above, striking her arms. The force was so overpowering that it nearly shattered her wrist. Xie Zhiyue winced in pain, her arms trembling, her cheeks turning pale. "Miss Xie," Shuihen approached, positioning himself between Xie Zhiyue and Li Shi, warning her. "This is the Gu family, and this young lady is a guest of the Gu family. Please be mindful of your behavior." Xie Zhiyue bit her pale lips. threatening Li Shi with a snarl. Li Shi, I will never let you off. After uttering those words, she stumbled out. Upon reaching the platform downstairs, she turned back and glared fiercely at Li Shi. In response, Li Shi slowly raised her right arm, making a shooting gesture towards Xie Zhuyue. Xie Zhuyue nearly had a heart attack. Watching Xie Zhuyue leave, Li Shi calmly donned her coat. She approached the mirrored wall, pressed her hands against the glass, and leaned in to eavesdrop audaciously. However, all was silent on the other side. On this side of the glass wall, Gu Huaizhou stood, hand against the glass, not blinking as he admired Li Shi's earnest attempt to listen in. TSK, Gu Huaizhou chuckled. Coward, weren't you supposed to be asleep? Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Li Shi quickly adjusted her coat and turned to see Gu Han coming over with a medical kit. Miss Li Shi, please have a seat. Li Shi cumplía. Allow me to attend to your wound briefly. Gu Han opened the medical kit, retrieving disinfectant and ointment. This scene inevitably reminded Li Shi of Professor Gu. Gu Han gently wiped away the bloodstains on Li Shi's neck with a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant, then sprayed some healing ointment over the area. Miss Li Shi, try to avoid getting the wound wet tonight, and it shouldn't leave a scar. Gu Han placed the bottle of ointment into a small bag and set on the table, saying, this medicine is remarkably effective and unavailable in stores. You may take it with you. Li Shi was taken aback, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Gu, and please extend my thanks to Mr. Gu Huaizhou. You're too kind. Noticing Du Yuxing walking over with Gu Wintao from the dining area, Gu Han took the medical kit and left. As Gu Wintao approached, he immediately noticed the wound on Li Shi's neck, squinting his eyes as he humorously inquired, how long have we been apart, and you've already gotten hurt? Li Shi, not wanting to hide the truth, replied honestly, I got into a scuffle in the parking lot. This wound is from her. However, she added with a smirk, but she didn't get the better of me. I shaved all the hair off her forehead. In truth, Gu Wintao had already heard about this from Du Yuxing. Seeing Li Shi's candidness, he recognized her as an honest child. Although fighting might seem crude, it was all in the name of avenging a friend. This further illustrated that Li Shi was warm-hearted and loyal to her friends. How could one not like her? At this moment, Li Shi remembered to take off the walkie-talkie bracelet from her wrist. She returned it to Du Yuxing, saying, Butler Du, this bracelet was left for me by Butler Zhou. I would appreciate it if you could return it. Once Du Yuxing accepted the bracelet, Li Shi inquired, Mr. Gu Wintao, I heard from Butler Du that you wanted to meet me. Unwilling to beat around the bush, Gu Wintao stated, You are the adopted daughter of the Xie family, right? Li Shi nodded, Yes, but I severed ties with the Xie family a few days ago. Li Shi thought Gu Wintao would inquire about the reasons behind her actions, and she had prepared a response, but Gu Wintao showed no interest in asking. So, you have been living in Dongzhou with your father since a very young age. Hesitantly, Li Shi nodded, Yes, I came to Dongzhou City with my father when I was not yet 2. Li Chang'an worked as a driver for the Xie family, earning a substantial income each month. During the day, he would take Li Shi to the best childcare center near their rented home, and at night, he would personally pick her up. If he had to work late, Li Chang'an would take Li Shi to the nanny's room in the Xie household to rest. Thus, Li Shi indeed grew up under the watchful eyes of the Xie family. Nodding, Gu Wintao smiled and asked, Your father passed away 10 years ago, which means you have had this watch for 10 years. Li Shi, tell Grandpa honestly, why did you choose to come to the Gu family today? Gu Wintao's penetrating gaze made Li Shi's expression change, and her posture stiffened slightly. Don't be nervous. Grandpa isn't trying to make things difficult for you. Gu Wintao truly was not blaming Li Shi for impure motives. He continued, Your father could have returned to the Gu family with this watch to resume his position, but he did not. I believe he was making plans for you. This statement struck a chord in Li Shi's heart, causing her to lower her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Gu Wintao, sensing her sorrow, sighed, What parent does not love their child? Your father was honest and upright, not foolish. He understood that this watch could be the key to opening the doors of the Gu family. He refrained from using this opportunity because he wanted to leave it for you. Am I correct, child? A tear fell from Li Shi's eye, landing on her hand. Du Yuxing quickly offered her a pristine handkerchief. Thank you, Li Shi said as she wiped her tears away. Once she composed herself, she recounted, My father was seriously injured in a car accident. He did not die on the spot. He passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and I was with him at that time. This watch was given to me shortly before his passing. My father sternly instructed me not to come to the Gu family unless absolutely necessary. He said that important connections should be saved for critical moments. I see. Learning the backstory, Gu Huaizhou admired Li Chong, and even more, your father was indeed an honorable man. Mr. Gu, you asked me earlier why I chose to come at this moment. Li Shi did not hold back, stating, I came today to ask you for a favor. Gu Huaizhou, not in a hurry to grant her request, asked, what is it you wish to ask of me? Li Shi summoned her courage and said, I hope you will promise me that Xie Jiayue will not become your granddaughter-in-law. Oh, what a bold request. Gu Huaizhou feigned anger, scaring Li Shi. That may not be possible. You know my grandson's situation is special, and Xie Jiayue is the only girl he can converse with. If I scare her away, he may remain single for life. If Xie Jiayue cannot marry my grandson, then who will you marry instead? Old sir, Li Shi replied with a smile. Actually, they have already broken up. I just overheard your grandson reject Xie Jiayue's confession, stating that he has never had romantic feelings for her. He even scolded her for being overly sentimental and had that bodyguard, Shui Hen, drive her away with a baton. You dare to eavesdrop and still have the audacity to say that. Chapter 39. Li Shi stays at the Gu family for a night. Gu Huaizhou, however, seems skeptical. Did you really hear that? Huaizhou is quite efficient. Did he really clarify things with Xie Jiayue so quickly? Li Shi raised her hand to swear, affirmatively declaring, I truly heard it, old sir. If you don't believe me, you can ask Butler Du to confirm with Mr. Huaizhou. Gu Huaizhou and Du Yuxing exchanged glances, both unsure. Du Yuxing was indeed planning to inquire next door. Just then, Gu Huaizhou's calm voice emerged from the other room. Grandpa, I've already explained everything to Xie Jiayue. Please refrain from matchmaking recklessly in the future. Was he anxious and angry, fearing he might scare Li Shi? Gu Huaizhou cleared his throat, meeting Li Shi's sparkling eyes, and could only nod in agreement. Very well, I promise you. How could he refuse? His grandson had chosen this moment to speak up just when Li Shi made her request, which was a clear indication that he must comply with her wishes. What happened to the supposed emotional barriers? He observed the young man with keen interest. Gu Huaizhou rubbed his temples and sighed. I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. My head feels heavier than my body. I'm tired and shall return to rest. The incessant noise of clattering objects emanated from the study next door, and if he lingered any longer, he would surely incur his grandson's disdain. Li Shi promptly stood up to assist the elderly gentleman, saying, Mr. Gu, you must take care of yourself and rest assured. You will recover soon. Aware that Li Shi's words were merely flattery, Gu Huaizhou nonetheless found them pleasing. Very well, I welcome you to visit my home again. Du Yuxing smiled warmly at Li Shi and accompanied Gu Huaizhou as he departed. Li Shi stood alone in the living room, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Suddenly, she turned to scrutinize the glass wall behind her. Her eyes flickered as she approached the wall, retrieving a lipstick from her evening bag to touch up her makeup. She occasionally pressed her lips together, smiling charmingly. Who could resist such a lure? Gu Huaizhou stood on the other side of the glass wall, his expression inscrutable, aware that Li Shi had uncovered the wall as secret. Indeed, as Li Shi put away her lipstick, she boldly declared, Mr. Gu, you can see me through this glass. Can't you? After a moment of silence, Gu Huaizhou replied, How did you know? I guessed, Li Shi said, confident that her small cleverness would not deceive the young master of the Gu family. I've heard that Mr. Gu has severe emotional difficulties and suffers from social anxiety. I discerned this from the design and decor of this house. She gestured towards the glass floor in the center of the living room, which allowed a view of the stream below. You fear contact with others, yet yearn to step outside and observe the world. In this living room, that little stream represents the vibrant world in your eyes. Then, pointing at the floor-to-ceiling windows surrounding the room, she continued, The extensive use of coated glass in this house also facilitates your observation of the people and scenery outside. This house has 3 floors. Your master bedroom and study are likely upstairs. This room serves as your tea room for entertaining guests. Correct? Indeed, Gu Huaizhou nodded. When Xie Jiayue met you earlier, you did not engage in face-to-face conversation, did you? After a moment's thought, Li Shi asked uncertainly, Was it the screen? Gu Huaizhou's lips curled into an appreciative smile. Yes. Li Shi reached out to touch the glass wall, noting its unique texture, distinctly different from the glass in a dance studio. With conviction, she asserted, This glass wall connects to your tea room, allowing you to observe every guest's every move from within. Gu Huaizhou remained silent. Xie Jiayue had visited the Gu family annually, yet she had never discovered the secret of the glass wall. In fact, during her first visit to see him, Gu Huaizhou had observed her hypocritical and affected gestures through that very glass. Thus, From the moment Xie Jiyue approached him, her failure was assured. Suddenly, Li Shi's expression turned awkward as she realized. So you saw me eavesdropping on your conversation with Xie Jiyue by the glass wall? Gu Huaizhou said nothing, which served as an implicit admission. Having been caught in the act, Li Shi resolved not to hide anymore. Well then, I shan't conceal my thoughts any longer. Gu Huaizhou raised an eyebrow. Oh. Li Shi took a deep breath, her demeanor shifting to that of a determined challenger. With a resolute voice, she declared, Mr. Gu, I must report a grievance. Gu Huaizhou was taken aback. Whom do you wish to accuse? Li Shi, reminiscent of a student reporting to a teacher, passionately began her indictment. Mr. Gu, it was right of you to reject Xie Jiyue. The Xie family is hardly reputable. Let me enlighten you. Xie Jiyue's brother is a deceitful scoundrel who nearly assaulted an innocent girl at a banquet. And her mother has been seeking male models behind her father's back, 2 of them. Mind you, she specifically targets fresh graduates. As for Xie Jiyue's father, he is no better. He has been caught spying on young girls while they bathe. Li Shi revealed the sordid secrets of the Xie family with the flair of a cunning antagonist. Finally, she concluded, in summary, the Xie family is a collection of trash, and I am merely helping you avoid future risks. Gu Huaizhou observed her chattering lips with amusement. That soft, plump mouth certainly knew how to articulate complaints efficiently. Once she finished, he inquired, who was the girl that Xie Mingzong secretly filmed? Li Shi suddenly bit her lip. It was me. Each master bedroom in the Xie household was equipped with an en-suite bathroom, except for Li Shi's room. As a boarding student in high school, she returned home only on weekends. One weekend, upon returning from school, she accidentally discovered a hidden pinhole camera in the recently renovated bathroom. Initially, she was alarmed, but soon she composed herself. Rather than alert the Xie family to dismantle the camera, she suspected her adoptive father, Xie Mingzong, was the one who had secretly installed it. If she made a fuss, he would surely deny it and blame the renovation workers. To gather evidence, Li Shi remained discreet and quickly contacted an online friend named Fia, sharing her predicament. Following her advice, she secretly purchased a smart surveillance camera online. She installed the camera in a concealed corner, aimed at the bathroom. The following week, when Li Shi returned home to find her family absent, she discovered Xie Mingzong was the only one present, working in the study. Stealthily, she entered the bathroom, feigning nonchalance as she revealed a personal item and slowly began to undress before the camera. Halfway through, she deliberately hung her clothes on the glass wall, obscuring herself. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Mingzong, having seen this through the camera, was desperate to witness her most alluring form. He crept into the bathroom, brazenly peering in. Little did he know, the hunter would become the hunted. His voyeuristic actions were captured on Li Shi's surveillance device. With the tables turned, Li Shi successfully coerced Xie Mingzong into revealing the location of her father's burial site. Li Shi's animosity towards the Jiang family stemmed from her desire to assist Jiang Xinghe in reclaiming his mother's memorial portrait in ashes, as their pasts bore striking similarities. The Xie family had not degraded her father's portrait nor exploited his ashes for superstitious practices. However, they had withheld the location of Li Changyan's grave to exert control over her. Thus, the first time Li Shi visited her father's grave was during a winter in her 17th year. The second time was during the summer of her college entrance examination. That year, she scored 678 points and was accepted into the history department of City University. After graduation, she pursued a career in curation and antique auctions, gaining a modest reputation as an auctioneer. Returning to the present, Li Shi smiled calmly at the glass wall, stating, I share these hidden truths to help you see the true nature of the Xie family. Why focus on the identity of the victim? Gu Huaizhou gazed at the serene confidence radiating from her face, and in his heart, he already knew the answer. The girl who had been secretly filmed by Xie Mingzong was indeed her. When Gu Huaizhou called her name, Li Shi instinctively replied, I'm here. You shall stay here tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will have a driver take you home. Without allowing her a chance to refuse, he instructed Gu Han, Uncle Gu, please escort Miss Li to her quarters. The elderly steward Gu Han, who had returned to the living room at some point, approached Li Shi with a warm smile, saying, Miss Li, please follow me. I will show you to the guest accommodations. Li Shi internally mused, did I agree to stay? Chapter 40. The entanglement continued. Gu Huaizhou kept Li Shi company throughout the night. Yet, she found it difficult to refuse, thinking, what a bother for the steward. Gu Hang politely remarked, oh, this is merely part of my duties. It is no trouble at all. As they made their way to the lakeside road, where transportation could be found. Guam fan inquiret about Li Shi's accomodation preferences. He mentioned, "Tonight, we have quite a number of guests. The East District Welcome Pavilion is rather tranquil, hosting primarily older patrons. In contrast, the lakeside villas across the way are livelier, frequented by the youth who often host barbecues and dance parties in the evenings. Both options offer ample rooms for your selection." After a moment's contemplation, Li Shi responded, "Then let us choose the lakeside villas, where young people gather." "Very well," Gu Han said as he escorted Li Shi to Villa number 5 in the lakeside area, designed to accommodate guests. The villa was spacious, with only 2 guests assigned per floor. Li Shi was situated on the 3rd floor, while a girl aged around 7 or 8 resided on the 1st floor. Dressed in a striped cashmere thermal outfit, her naturally chestnut curls made her resemble a doll, her oval face adorned with mixed features. The little girl held a small Pomeranian in her arms, gazing curiously yet timidly at Li Shi from the corridor. Upon noticing her, Gu Han bent slightly and asked, "Lily, what are you doing here?" Lily set down her small dog and gestured towards Gu Han. Li Shi was taken aback. The child could not speak? Gu Han understood the little girl's gestures and took her hand, saying, "Tonight, Grandpa Gu will tell you a story." He led Lily down the corridor to the eastern room, explaining to Li Shi, "This little one is named Ing Li, affectionately called Li Li. She was adopted by Dr. Ing from abroad and, having faced trauma in her early years, is unable to speak." "Dr. Ing? Who is that?" Li Shi inquired. Gu Han patiently elaborated. "Dr. Ing is Mr. Huaizhou's closest friend, a surgeon at Saint Hospital, renowned for his expertise in treating neurological disorders and performing neurosurgery." "Ah, you mean the illustrious Dr. Ing Chengfeng?" Li Shi realiza. Miss Li Shi has heard of him too? Dr. Ing is quite the prominent figure at Saint. Anyone who has visited the hospital in Dongzhou City is likely familiar with him. Li Shi recognized him as her adoptive mother, Zhang Xiang, had encountered Dr. Ing 2 years prior when seeking treatment for her migraine. Zhang Xiang and Xie Mingzong were often preoccupied with their separate affairs. Xie Mingzong favored flamboyant women, while Zhang Xiang had a penchant for fresh-faced young graduates and handsome, aloof older men. Coincidentally, Dr. Ing fit the latter description perfectly. Zhang Xiang had fallen head over heels for him at the hospital, even engaging in some rather embarrassing antics. Eventually, even the Xie siblings could no longer tolerate her behavior and scolded her in front of the entire family, prompting her to rein in her affections. Although Li Shi had never met Dr. Ing, she had heard he was an exceptional single gentleman, undoubtedly handsome. "Miss Li Shi, you shall occupy this room, while Li Li will stay in the room at the end of the corridor. I will escort her back to rest," Gu Han instructed before leading Ing Li to another room. The Gu family was attentive to their guests, providing bath towels and fresh sleepwear. After her bath, Li Shi put away her evening gown and pondered what to wear the following morning when Butler Zhou arrived with a new outfit. She had not only prepared outerwear, but also undergarments. Being women, Li Shi felt no embarrassment in front of Butler Zhou and picked up the lingerie to check the size. 32C. Indeed, that was her bra size, with a slender waist and a well-proportioned bust. She had once caught the eye of a chief planner for a lingerie brand during an event she attended with a celebrity. However, Li Shi had no interest in pursuing that path and had declined the offer. Sensing her hesitation, Butler Zhou deduced what was on her mind and explained, "I selected these garments for you. I noticed your slim waist and fuller figure, and guessed this size would suit you perfectly. It fits well. I happen to wear this size too. You have a keen eye," Butler Zhou Li Shi complimented. Butler Zhou envied Li Shi's figure, reminiscing, "Miss Li Shi, your figure is truly remarkable. When I was your age, I was at my slimmest, with a waist of only 2 inches. She touched the fitted design of her butler uniform with a nostalgic sigh. "Now, I find myself needing a waist of 2 and 3 inches. Age and motherhood had naturally altered Butler Zhou's physique compared to her younger days. Li Shi smiled and thanked Butler Zhou once more. After bidding farewell to Butler Zhou, Li Shi settled down to sleep, only to be disturbed by the sound of a bouncing ball outside. The rhythmic thudding of the ball at such a late hour evoked a sense of dread reminiscent of a horror film. Unable to sleep due to the noise, Li Shi reluctantly opened the door. Ing Li stood outside, clutching the ball, her head tilted upwards, silently gazing at Li Shi. Though she remained mute, her eyes clearly expressed a plea. Li Shi crouched down to meet Ing Li's gaze and asked, "Are you unable to sleep, Li?" Li was not inherently mute. Her inability to speak stemmed from a psychological language barrier. Understanding Li Shi's inquiry, Ing Li began to gesture, and while Li Shi could not decipher everything, She recognized the signs for sleep and with you. Surprised, Li Shi asked, "You wish to sleep with me?" Lili nudda. Suddenly, she raised her arms, imitating a graceful motion in the corridor. Li Shi furrowed her brow and contemplated before saying, "Are you afraid of ghosts and wish to sleep with me?" Yingli nudda biguruzli. This was problematic. Encountering a child who feared ghosts and could not speak left Li Shi at a loss for how to comfort her. After much deliberation, Li Shi firmly declined, saying, "No, Li, hasn't your father told you not to sleep with strangers? What if your sister turns out to be a bad person or a pervert?" Ying Li's expression fell, displaying disappointment. However, Li Shi was a person of principles and would not relent simply because Ying Li was a girl. "Come, I will escort you back." After returning Ying Li to her room, Li Shi hurried back to her own guest room. In the dead of night, as she drifted into a deep slumber, she was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of nails scratching at the door. Alarmed, she felt a chill run down her spine. After a moment of disorientation, she surmised that it must be Ying Li up to mischief once more. Reluctantly, Li Shi opened the door again. As she opened the door, ready to admonish Ying Li, she was taken aback to see the girl with her eyes closed. "Li," she called in surprise. Ying Li, eyes shut, shuffled into the room, uttering in a peculiar voice, "I want to sleep with Sister Li Shi. Please don't send me away." Li Shi was astounded. "You can speak?" Ying Li entered the bedroom and curled up on the chaise longue, adopting a fetal position, murmuring to herself, "Sister Li Shi smells so nice. I want to sleep with Sister Li Shi." Realizing that Ying Li was sleepwalking, Li Shi suddenly recalled a report she had read about an elderly woman who, despite suffering a fracture and being wheelchair-bound, had sleepwalked one night, forgetting her ailments and moving about as if she were perfectly healthy. Thus was Ying Li also sleepwalking, and in her dream, had she forgotten her muteness, allowing her to speak? Li Shi found this utterly bewildering. She draped a blanket over Ying Li and crawled back in her own bed. Yet sleep eluded her for the remainder of the night. Just before dawn, the little one on the sofa suddenly awoke. She blinked and looked around, rubbing her eyes, and upon realizing she was in Li Shi's room, she stealthily tiptoed out like a thief. Li Shi opened her eyes, watching the little girl's retreating figure, torn between laughter and tears. In the morning, all the guests gathered in the dining room for breakfast. The hosts were absent, leaving only Du Yuxing and Gu Han to attend to the guests. Butler Zhou had prepared a sophisticated yet simple outfit for Li Shi, a light beige turtleneck sweater, white denim pants, and a structured brown coat, bestowing upon her an air of graceful elegance and serene beauty. Noticing Li Shi stifling a yawn, Du Yuxing chuckled and asked, "Miss Li Shi, did you not rest well?" Li Shi hesitated before finally admitting, "Yes, I was kept awake by a certain someone who clung to me, and I barely slept a wink." It is uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, but after she uttered those words, the entire restaurant seemed to fall silent. Gu Han, who was serving bird's nest porridge to an elderly lady, displayed an expression of shock and bewilderment upon hearing her statement. The rumor would spread. Last night, Master Huaizhou had entangled himself with Li Shi for the entire night. Chapter 41. A fire consumes the Jiang family. Li Shi had just finished her breakfast when she noticed Butler Zhou leading Li Li into the dining area. Li Li was clad in a purple Kuromi-themed down jacket, her chestnut curls tied up with a purple hair tie, adorned with a pair of sparkling hairpins. The moment she entered, she garnered the affection of everyone present, young and old alike, with the elderly beckoning her over. "Little darling, come eat with Grandma." However, Ying Li declined all offers and made her way to Li Shi's table. Du Yuxing had thoughtfully arranged a small table for two by the window for Li Shi. As she sipped her Italian coffee, she caught a glimpse of Ying Li eagerly leaning over, her expression somewhat helpless. "Did you sleep well last night?" Li Shi inquired, gently nudging the breakfast tray towards her to make space. Ying Li nudda biguruzli. Li Shi feigned a pained expression, saying, "Sister didn't sleep well. A little one wandered into my room in the middle of the night and slept on my sofa." Ying Li's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, her pink ears turning crimson. Noticing this, Li Shi decided to stop teasing. Gu Han then brought over a nutritious breakfast for children and thoughtfully unfolded a napkin to drape over Ying Li's chest. Ying Li began her meal, which included a small portion of tomahawk steak, a glass of fresh milk, a soft-boiled egg, and some fruit. She had already mastered the art of cutting steak, and her dining etiquette was exquisite, clearly indicative of a well-bred upbringing. Li Shi found herself increasingly fond of her, thinking that if all children were as endearing, she would certainly want to have one of her own. After breakfast, Li Shi bid farewell to Du Yuxing and Gu Han, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Ying Li rushed over. Gesturing frantically, Li Shi was at a loss, not understanding her intentions. Butler Zhou explained, Li wants to add you as a friend. With a smile, Li Shi squatted down to taking Li's hand, playfully tapping her nose. What to do? Sister is an adult now. She doesn't need a children's watch anymore. To her surprise, Ying Li pulled out a smartphone from her down jacket pocket, an impressive foldable model from a renowned brand. Li Shi felt a pang of envy, having not yet acquired that model herself. She scanned Ying Li's WeChat QR code and embraced her before departing from the Gu residence. As soon as she got into the car, she received a notification of Ying Li's friend request, which she saved under the name Li. The Gu family's vehicle took her directly to the Lanting apartment, providing exceptional service. Not only that, but they also prepared a gift for her, elegantly packaged in a custom Gu family box, the contents of which she had yet to discover. After thanking the driver, Li Shi hurried home. As soon as she arrived, she eagerly unwrapped the gift box, finding a set of unbranded yet beautifully packaged bath and hair care products, imprinted with the Gu character. The previous night, when Butler Zhou had delivered her clothes, she had casually mentioned that the Gu family shower gel and shampoo had a delightful fragrance, and today she received this thoughtful gift. Joyfully, she placed the items in her bathroom, only to receive a call from the apartment manager informing her that her large fish tank had arrived. The cylindrical tank reached from the floor to the ceiling of her living room. It could house fish, or even Li Shi herself for that matter. The installation took the staff the entire morning to complete. By evening, Li Shi visited the flower and bird market and ordered 2 adult butterfly koi from a vendor specializing in rare fish. She preferred the traditional shape of butterfly koi over the compact spherical varieties. The 2 selected were over 2 years old, showcasing magnificent fins, appearing almost ethereal as they swayed gracefully in the water, leaving Li Shi mesmerized. Naturally, such exquisite specimens did not come cheap. The 2 cost her 18,000. The following noon, the vendor personally delivered the koi to her apartment, accompanied by fresh earthworms and mealworms. Once the butterfly koi settled into the large tank, her apartment exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. Li Shi took photos of the tank, unable to resist sharing a video with Shui Enai, Jiang Xinghe, and Gu Zhun. Noticing the friend request from Li that had gone unanswered, she sent the video to her as well. Li responded with a surprised emoji, exclaiming, "Wow, a mermaid in a wedding dress." Li Shi engaged in a brief 2-minute conversation with her before receiving a WeChat message from Gu Zhun. Li Shi replied nonchalantly, "Yes." She had previously claimed she would only keep one. However, Gu Zhun, understanding the unspoken rules, refrained from pressing further, merely asking, "Which one brings wealth?" Li Shi casually circled one of the fish with a red marker, "This one." Gu Zhun then inquired, "What is the other one called?" Without hesitation, she answered 9,000. At 9,000 each, the name certainly felt fitting. Gu Zhun replied, "Quite good. An inexpensive name is easy to care for." At 2 in the afternoon, most working individuals would be at their jobs. Noticing Gu Zhun still had time to chat with her, Li Shi asked, "Professor Gu, aren't you teaching?" Gu Zhun replied, "I'm on a break, planning to change jobs to refresh my mood." Ah, the privilege of the wealthy, taking breaks at will and switching jobs with ease. Li Shi refrained from asking what he intended to pursue next, as their relationship had yet to reach that level. Probing further would be crossing boundaries. Later in the evening, the driving school staff sent Li Shi a location update, informing her that a shuttle would pass by Lanting apartment at 8:30 the next morning, advising her to be ready 5 to 10 minutes in advance. She noted this and headed to Sam's Club to purchase ingredients. Shui and I would be dining at her home the following evening. As Shui and I lived alone, her meals tended to be rather casual. Li Shi intended to buy nutritious ingredients to improve Shui and Ni's dining experience. The numerous samples at the supermarket left Li Shi quite satisfied, and she decided to retire early, anticipating a full day of driving practice the next day. In the dead of night, as Li Shi was lost in slumber, the shrill ringtone of her phone abruptly jolted her awake. Startled, she recalled that she had forgotten to silence her phone before sleeping. Grabbing her phone from the nightstand, she noticed an unfamiliar number with an area code from Dongzhou City. A friendly reminder: receiving calls from unknown numbers in the dead of night is either a scam or a trap. Without hesitation, she hung up. As she turned her phone to silent mode and prepared to sleep again, the screen lit up once more. The caller was Xie Xingyun. Damn, another incessant call, disturbing her peaceful dreams. Angrily, Li Shi answered, cursing, "You'd better hope your old house is burning down, and you're trapped in the inferno, frantically calling me to confess your last words." On the other end, amidst the chaos, Xie Xingyun remained unusually silent. Just as Li Shi was about to hang up, she suddenly heard him say, "The old house really did catch fire, but it's not mine, it's the Jiang family." What? Li Shi suspected Xie Xingyun was attempting to make a joke. However, he spoke gravely. "Li Shi, the Jiang villa caught fire in the middle of the night, and by the time it was discovered, the flames were uncontrollable. The Jiang family managed to escape, but the villa is nearly destroyed." Li Shi's heart raced violently, nearly leaping from her chest. She heard Xie Xingyun ask, "Jiang Qingkong suspects that Jiang Xinghe set the fire since he returned to the Jiang family this evening. Is Jiang Xinghe not at landing apartment right now?" Li Shi instinctively replied, "I didn't share a bed with him. How would I know?" After saying this, she hung up the phone, donning her bathrobe as she rushed to the 23rd floor. Damn, she had merely mentioned it casually to Jiang Xinghe. Yet that rascal truly set the Jiang family ablaze. Chapter 42. No frivolous relationships allowed in his apartment. The doorbell rang repeatedly 3 times, yet no one came to answer. Li Shi knocked forcefully, her vigorous actions not only failing to rouse Jiang Xinghe, but also attracting the attention of Gu Jin next door. "Li Qi." Gu Jin's voice called from behind her. Li Shi swiftly turned around. Gu Jin, draped in a black bathrobe, leaned against the door of his apartment, gazing at Li Shi with an inscrutable expression. He glanced at the moonlight outside and reminded her, "It is currently 3:20 a.m. Are you here to see Jiang Xinghe?" A solitary man and woman meeting in the dead of night. "I must remind you, in my apartment, all tenants are forbidden from indulging in romantic entanglements. If you wish to engage in such activities, please do so elsewhere." His voice was calm, yet strangely frigid. "You misunderstand," Li Shi replied, stepping closer and naturally grasping Gu Jin's arm, her urgency palpable. "Did you see Jiang Xinghe tonight? The Jiang family's villa was set ablaze, and there are suspicions surrounding Jiang Xinghe. I need to find him to prove his alibi." Gu Jin's gaze darkened as he observed the hand that clung to his arm, warmth radiating from that spot. He closed his eyes, exhaling softly before stating, "I saw him at 8 o'clock, carrying a box of liquor from the elevator. He should be at home, possibly intoxicated. Wait here," he added, "I'll get the access card." As the building's landlord, Gu Jin possessed a universal emergency access card for all tenants. However, each time he used it, tenants would receive a notification, alleviating any concerns about him being a voyeuristic intruder. Gu Jin left the door ajar. The cat, Patrick Star, leapt down from its perch, traversing through the living room to the entrance. Squatting on the black welcome mat, Patrick Star locked eyes with Li Shi. Meow. The cat's tail flicked, as if to challenge her. "If you're cunning, why not step inside?" Realizing Patrick Star was indeed provoking her, Li Shi boldly stepped into Gu Jin's foyer. Observing this, Patrick Star turned to flee but collided with Gu Jin's calf. Only then did Li Shi notice Gu Jin's bare legs beneath the bathrobe, the hair on his shins distinctly visible. Meow. Patrick Star stood beside Gu Jin's leg, its tail raised defiantly, as if to say, "You lecherous voyeur, you are peeking at my master." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Shi averted her gaze, only to meet Gu Jin's deep, dark eyes. Caught in the act of peeking, Li Shi, instead of feeling ashamed, calmly retorted, "It's quite chilly in this late autumn night. Professor Gu should dress warmly." Gu Jin chuckled softly, "My home has heating." Located in the southern region, Dongzhou does not have centralized heating like northern cities, and few homes are equipped with heating systems. However, Lanting apartments are designed thoughtfully, with heating in every unit. Yet, Li Shi, being somewhat frugal, had refrained from turning on the heat, reasoning that it wasn't too cold yet, and that wearing warmer clothes sufficed. Being wealthy is truly enviable, she thought, genuinely admiring Professor Gu. With a light laugh, Gu Jin waved the universal card in his hand. "Let's go check on Jiang Xinghe." "All right." As Li Shi turned to leave, she seized the moment while Patrick Star was distracted, bending down to lock its throat and vigorously rub its soft belly. Meow. Patrick Star let out a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Gu Jin halted and turned back just in time to see Li Shi releasing the feline. The cat was now bristled, its yellow eyes wide, as if ready to confront Li Shi. Puffed. Li Shi stuck out her tongue at Patrick Star before pushing Gu Jin out the door. As Gu Jin turned to close the door, he caught Patrick Star's aggrieved gaze. Feeling somewhat helpless, yet choosing to ignore it, Using the universal card, Gu Zhen unlocked Jiang Xinghe's door and, gripping the doorknob, turned to Li Shi. Wait outside for me. Who knows if Jiang Xinghe is dressed? Li Shi complied, standing patiently outside. Gu Zhen entered, and within a minute called out, "You can come in now." Upon entering, Li Shi was greeted by the unmistakable scent of alcohol, and there lay Jiang Xinghe on the living room carpet in thin loungewear, appearing as if he were dead, yet not entirely so. "He's quite intoxicated," Gu Zhen remarked. Before he could finish, Li Shi filled a bowl with cold water and drenched Jiang Xinghe's head. This action would rouse even a drug patient. Jiang Xinghe jolted upright, feeling the cold water on his face and neck, instantly sobering. "Landlord? Li Qi." Jiang Xinghe blinked, gradually regaining his senses. Li Shi perched on the sofa, legs crossed, arms folded as she scrutinized him. "The Jiang villa has burned down. Thankfully, no lives were lost, but the house is uninhabitable." "Jiang Xinghe, did you do it?" Jiang Xinghe shook his head while peeling off his damp clothing. "I returned home in the evening and have been drinking ever since." "The landlord? Gu Zhen can vouch for me." Gu Zhen remained silent. Li Shi smirked. "Who do you think you're fooling? You timed your appearance perfectly to coincide with Gu Zhen's return from work, intending for us to serve as your alibi." Jiang Xinghe did not deny it. As he removed his thin outer layer, preparing to take off his inner shirt, Gu Zhen interjected, "Go change in your room." "What's the big deal? We're all men here," Jiang Xinghe replied nonchalantly, glancing at Li Shi. "She doesn't T-count as a woman. She is a female bandit." Despite his words, Jiang Xinghe retreated to change into clean loungewear. When he re-emerged, the effects of the alcohol had completely worn off. He sat cross-legged on the carpet, avoiding the damp spot, and asked Li Shi, "Did the Jiang villa really burn down?" Li Shi regarded him skeptically. "You genuinely didn't know? I visited the Jiang residence this afternoon to retrieve some things, but I left by 5. After that, I was out, returning home at 8. If I had wanted to set the Jiang residence ablaze, would my arms be long enough to do so? Besides, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Don't they check the footage?" Jiang Xinghe's account appeared plausible, prompting Li Shi to summon Gu Zhen as they exited. Just as they reached the foyer, a call from Xie Xingyun interrupted them. "Li Shi, Jiang Xinghe. He is at home. Return by 8. If you don't believe me, you can call the police and have them check the surveillance at Lanting Apartments." After hanging up, Li Shi pondered thoughtfully as she followed Gu Zhen outside, unaware when he had halted, causing her to bump into him. Gu Zhen turned, extending his long arm towards her waist. Li Shi assumed he meant to embrace her and instinctively moved away, only to hear the door behind her click shut. It turned out Gu Zhen had merely reached for the doorknob. Li Shi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Suddenly, Gu Zhen whispered in her ear, "There are indeed many ways to ignite a fire, which could provide him with a false alibi." Li Shi looked up, curiosity piqued. "For instance, there's a chemical substance called white phosphorus that can self-ignite at 40 degrees Celsius. But it's late autumn," Li Shi mused, then her eyes widened. Jiang Xinghe left the Jiang residence at 5. If he could remotely activate certain appliances in his bedroom, like an aromatherapy lamp, the temperature surrounding it could reach 40 degrees, igniting the white phosphorus and causing a fire. Hearing her analysis, Gu Zhen's eyes sparkled with admiration. But then again, does Jiang Xinghe possess that level of intellect? Li Shi questioned, doubt creeping in. Jiang Xinghe is actually a PhD in chemical engineering, Gu Zhen stated abruptly, startling Li Shi into widening her eyes. "What did you say?" She pointed incredulously at Jiang Xinghe's apartment door. "Him? Jiang Xinghe? A chemical PhD?" Gu Zhen nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that S. Jiang Xinghe." With that, Gu Zhen turned and opened his apartment door, leaning against the wall in the foyer. The warmth from the heating system enveloped Li Shi, prompting her to instinctively step closer to the door. They continued their conversation, standing at the threshold. "Guamzen informat Li Shi. Did you know that Jiang Xinghe's biological mother is a chemistry teacher at a high school in a small town?" Li Shi was indeed aware of these particulars. She only knew that his mother was a teacher in town. Jiang Xinghe was not merely average. He was exceptionally intelligent. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Zhen remarked, "The heights one can achieve in the realm of academia are largely dictated by genetics. Diligence can compensate for deficiencies, but it only addresses the 2 missing layers. Those who can grasp concepts merely through hard work are often children blessed with innate intelligence." This statement, though harsh, reflects reality. Most students who gain admission to prestigious institutions like 985 and 211 already possess commendable intellect and are willing to study diligently. a child born with limited intellectual capacity. Even if they burn the midnight oil until 2 in the morning, will find it challenging to transcend the threshold set by their genetic endowment. Hard work can only elevate an individual beyond their former self. The Jiang family showed little concern for Jiang Xinghe's education. From the time he entered kindergarten, they enrolled him in a full-time boarding school. Prior to high school, his academic performance was rather average, but upon entering high school, he encountered a chemistry teacher who would become a pivotal influence. Inspired by this teacher, Jiang Xinghe developed a profound interest in chemistry, despite his poor scores in other subjects. He became the sole student in their school to achieve a perfect score in chemistry on the college entrance examination. Li Shi was astonished. That was quite impressive. While specializing in one subject is not uncommon, attaining a perfect score in a particular course is indeed remarkable. After graduating from high school, the Jiang family hastily sent Jiang Xinghe abroad, carelessly enrolling him in a mediocre university with little oversight. The Jiang family may have abandoned Jiang Xinghe, but he did not forsake his own life. Upon arriving abroad, he leveraged his exceptional social skills to integrate into a local chemistry enthusiast club, where he caught the attention of his mentor, Professor Edward. It turned out that Professor Edward was a professor of chemical engineering at MIT. Upon hearing this, Li Shi quickly pulled out her phone to search for Edward on Baidu, and indeed found him. The personal introduction was brief, yet each honor he held was of immense significance. In summary, Edward was the type of distinguished individual whom research institutions would seek out for guidance. Jiang Xinghe was a direct protégé of Edward, and it was said that before his passing, the professor entrusted Jiang Xinghe with the entirety of his life's research insights. Li Shi quietly closed her phone, her expression ablaze with astonishment. She had always perceived Jiang Xinghe as a wayward scion, unaware of his hidden depths. Contemplating Jiang Zhulang's attitude towards Jiang Xinghe, Li Shi was curious whether Jiang Zhulang was aware of Jiang Xinghe's accomplishments abroad, in a family that amassed wealth through unscrupulous means. Producing a distinguished researcher would be a matter of pride. If Jiang Zhulang knew, would he still treat Jiang Xinghe as a mere wastrel? Surely, he would have announced it to the whole city. The thought of Jiang Qingkong, who was favored and indulged by Jiang Zhulang, yet was a spoiled and tyrannical young woman, contrasted sharply with the notion that his eldest son, whom he treated like a football, was a valuable scholar. Li Shi felt a sense of intrigue. Noticing that Li Shi had her hands tucked away and her nose slightly reddened from the cold, Gu Zhan suggested, "It's getting late. You should rest. We can discuss matters in the morning." Li Shi immediately straightened up, waved to the starfish behind Gu Zhan, and looked up to say, "Good night, Professor Gu." "Good night," he replied. Watching Li Shi enter the elevator, Gu Zhan knocked on Jiang Xinghe's door once more. When Jiang Xinghe opened it, he heard Gu Zhan ask, "Why did you suddenly explode after enduring for so long?" Gu Zhan knew Jiang Xinghe was no fool and did not need to beat around the bush when speaking with an intelligent person. Jiang Xinghe deflected. "If you firmly believe I set that fire, why didn't you expose me in front of Li Shi? Rent collector, I am the arsonist, and you are the accomplice." Indeed, Gu Zhan conceded, "I am merely providing cover for you." This revelation took Jiang Xinghe by surprise. He set aside his carefree demeanor and inquired, "Why?" With calm eyes, Jiang Xinghe continued, "I overheard everything you said to Li Shi just now. He had been eavesdropping behind the door. No one in China knows that Professor Edward is my mentor. At least no one in Dongzhou City is aware of it." "Brother Zhen, who exactly are you?" In response to Jiang Xinghe's scrutiny, Gu Zhen remained unflappable. "Jiang Xinghe," he reminded, "you rent my apartment and pay your rent on time. I ensure your safety. Beyond that, you need not know more." Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. He had chosen Lanting apartment precisely because it boasted the best security. Since his mentor's passing, he had been plagued by many ill-intentioned individuals, and he had moved to Lanting apartment for peace. Over the past year, he believed those people had given up. It appeared they had not, but rather had been kept at bay by the security team of the rent collector. "You truly are remarkable," Jiang Xinghe praised, giving Gu Zhen a thumbs up. "The security here must rival that of Zongnanhai." Gu Zhen remained silent, his gaze dark and penetrating. Jiang Xinghe felt the weight of that stare and sighed. "A comment from Li Shi awakened me." "Li Qi?" Gu Zhen was somewhat surprised. "What did she say?" "She called me a coward, suggesting that since I cannot find where the Jiang family has hidden my mother's ashes, I might as well set the entire Jiang family ablaze and make it my mother's grave." Jiang Xinghe lamented, "I should have thought of that sooner." Gu Zhen responded, You ought to pay less heed to her fanciful notions. Jiang Xinghe discerned the fondness in Gu Zhen's tone and regarded him with curiosity before steering the conversation back. Brother Zhen, why are you covering for me? Gu Zhen replied, I simply disapprove of the Jiang family's treatment of you. With that, he turned to re-enter his room. Jiang Xinghe waved his hand. Good night, Brother Zhen. Gu Zhen did not respond. As Gu Zhen was about to close the door, Jiang Xinghe couldn't help but remark, by custom, you should return my good night. Oh, Gu Zhen replied, not turning back as he shut the door. The solidly shut door resembled a mocking face. Deriding Jiang Xinghe. Do you think you deserve a good night from me? Jiang Xinghe scoffed. Hypocrite. You say goodnight to Li Shi but ignore me entirely. How ironic that Li Shi describes you as a refined gentleman. To me, you are merely a deceptive facade, quite cunning indeed. Perhaps you harbor feelings for our Li Shi. Gu Zhen closed the door, his expression turning cold and resolute. What a pity that fire did not claim any lives. Chapter 44. You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you? The next morning, Li Shi stood at the entrance of the community, carrying a shoulder bag and wearing a cap, waiting for the driving school shuttle. A sleek black electric car halted before her. The window rolled down, revealing Gu Zhen's profile. Today, he wore a casual, half-zip black sweatshirt, his hair styled back, exposing his deep, cold eyes. Li Qi. Gu Zhen leaned out, inquiring, so early? Where are you headed? To driving school, Li Shi replied, bending slightly to ask, Professor Gu, where are you off to so early? Do you have class? Not quite. I'm going to submit my resignation at the academy, Gu Zhen stated. The weather has turned cold, and I wish to take a break. Li Shi found no direct correlation between the cold weather and taking a break, but recognizing Gu Zhen's wealth, she understood that for the affluent, any day could be a vacation. However, she still asked, what do you plan to do next? Whatever comes, he replied. Just then, the driving school shuttle arrived. Goodbye, Professor Gu, Li Shi waved as she boarded the shuttle. Gu Zhen observed Li Shi as she boarded the vehicle, making her way to a seat by the window adjacent to him. Just as Li Shi settled in, a male college student in front of her extended an orange towards her. Gu Zhen averted his gaze and pressed the accelerator. After Li Shi completed her registration and fee payment at the driving school, the supervisor escorted her to the practice area. From now on, the four of you will share a vehicle. Your instructor, Mr. Qin, is our driving school's most skilled ace. He was previously a transportation soldier in the military. Alongside Li Shi in the vehicle were two boys and a girl. The girl, in her 20s, sported shoulder-length black hair, styled in a cool, gender-neutral manner, exuding an air of aloofness that made her seem rather unapproachable. Upon hearing the supervisor's introduction, the cool girl turned to Li Shi and politely nodded. Hello? E.M. Xiejian. Xiejian? Li Shi instinctively inquired. Is Xiejian your sister? At the mention of Xiejian's name, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiejian's face. How do you know? Indeed, Xiejian had an older sister named Xiejiang, a renowned actress celebrated for her remarkable beauty and talent. 10 years prior, she garnered widespread acclaim for her role as a mute protagonist in a spy thriller. Their parents had divorced 20 years earlier, and after the separation, Xiejiang moved to Hong Kong with their mother. While many were familiar with Xiejiang, few knew about her sister, Xiejian. Hence, Xiejian was taken aback that Li Shi knew of her connection to the illustrious star. Do you know my sister? Li Shi Shukala Dinwarli, reflecting on how small the world was. Not really. I'm a fan of your sister's work. I happened to hear one of her major fans mention that she has a sister named Xiejian. Of course, Li Shi was aware of Xiejian's existence. As in her previous life, the actress Xiejiang had tragically contracted AIDS. Xiejiang shared a close bond with Jiang Qingkong, whom Li Shi had mistakenly trusted as a friend who introduced her to Xiejiang as an assistant. It was only later, when Xiejiang's illness was publicly exposed, supposedly leaked by Jiang Qingkong, that Li Shi realized Jiang Qingkong had always been deceiving her. Now, having been reborn a year prior to these events, Li Shi knew that at this time, Xiejiang had not yet contracted the virus. In truth, even until her death, Li Shi remained uncertain whether Xiejiang had contracted AIDS due to her reckless romantic entanglements or through some other means. As Xiejiang's assistant for a year, Li Shi perceived her as a hard-working individual with a rather mundane personal life. Xiejiang's infection seemed shrouded in mystery. Being Xiejiang's assistant, Li Shi was certainly aware of Xiejian's existence. According to Xiejiang, when their parents divorced, she was 14, while her sister Xiejian was merely 4. Xiejian had been exceptionally beautiful as a child, even more so than Xiejiang. but for reasons unknown, she underwent a dramatic transformation as she grew older, eschewing dresses and makeup for a tomboyish style of shirts and trousers, often sporting a wolf-tail braid. The girl named Xie Jian before her matched all the details of Xie Zhang's sister. Li Shi's response was seamless and reasonable. Xie Jian did not press further, perhaps due to her understanding that Li Shi was a fan of her sister, and she seemed to take care of Li Shi. During their afternoon driving practice, Xie Jian ordered 2 cups of takeaway milk tea, one for herself and one for Li Shi, leaving the 2 boys without any. Li Shi noticed that Xie Jian appeared somewhat averse to the boys, but she refrained from probing, as their relationship had yet to reach that level. As the afternoon practice neared its conclusion, Instructor Qin suddenly announced, "I just received a call. My mother has fallen and fractured her pelvis and requires surgery. I will need to take a half-month leave to care for her. You will have to be assigned to another instructor." Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their understanding. Moreover, any instructor selected for the driving school was unlikely to be lacking in skill, so a change would pose no significant issue. After practice, Li Shi returned to the city with Xie Jian on a minibus. It was only when they were about to disembark that Li Shi discovered they lived on the same street. Xie Jian resided in a high-end community directly across from Lanting Apartments. "You live in Lanting Apartments?" Xie Jian remarked. "I heard it's quite difficult to rent there. Many from our community have tried to secure a place, only to be turned away. I had a friend assist me." Li Shi raplia. Contemplating Xie Zhang's aids, Li Shi felt a sense of unease. She took the initiative to pull out her phone and added Xie Jian as a friend. "Let us add each other on WeChat. We can plan to practice driving together another day." "Sure." After successfully adding each other, Li Shi noted that Xie Jian's WeChat profile picture was entirely black, a shade that felt stifling. "Well, I'll take my leave now." "All right." As she watched Xie Jian cross the zebra crossing, Li Shi called Shui and I to inquire about her arrival. Shui and I informed her that she would arrive in 2 stops. Li Shi decided to wait for her by the roadside. Just as she hung up, she spotted Jiang Xinghe emerging from a nearby convenience store, a new lighter in hand. Jiang Xinghe pulled a cigarette from his pack, placing it between his lips. Just as he was about to light it, he turned to Li Shi and asked, "Do you mind?" "I don't mind," Li Yilevan replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghe returned the lighter to his pocket, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. He pointed to the community across the street and said, "That girl just now, is she Xie Jian?" Li Shi was somewhat taken aback. "You know her?" Nodding, Jiang Xinghe replied, "Yeah, we went to the same high school. She was 2 years below me." "You knew her even though she was 2 years below you? There's so many students in high school. It's impressive that you recognize Xie Jian, considering she was 2 years junior to you," Li Shi remarked, realizing that Xie Jian must have been quite popular in school. "Yes," Jiang Xinghe confirmed, "she wasn't tea like this before. Back then, she was a beautiful girl, renowned for her looks in our school." Curiously, Jiang Xinghe inquired, "How do you know her?" "We practiced driving together." Jiang Xinghe refrained from asking further, but kept his gaze fixed on the entrance of the opposite community. Li Shi, eyeing Jiang Xinghe with skepticism, playfully remarked, "When you were in your final year, she was just a freshman, right? You graduated and went abroad after high school. It's been years since then, yet you still recognize her? Should I commend your sharp eyesight?" Or with a teasing smile, she added, "You didn't have a crush on that girl, did you?" "Nonsense. Of course not," Jiang Xinghe replied, hastily shifting the topic. "I'm going to take a shower. Call me when your friend arrives. I'll help you with the vegetables." With a casual wave, Jiang Xinghe departed, appearing to escape with a hint of urgency. Chapter 45. Who doesn't know how to spread rumors? Li Shi continued to wait for Shui and I. In just over 10 minutes, Shui and I emerged from the subway entrance, holding a large bouquet of pink roses. "Li Shi, this is for you." Shui and I presented the bouquet, wishing her new home, new beginnings. "Wishing you abundant wealth and love." After kicking aside, Xie Xingyun, countless Zhang Daiyun, Lu Xingyun, and Gu Debo are eagerly waiting for your affection. Li Shi burst into laughter, amused by the playful remarks. Although she could overlook Zhang Daiyun and Lu Xingyun, Gu Debo was indeed someone worth flirting with. The two continued their light-hearted banter. As they affectionately linked arms and entered the community, they encountered Gu Zhan, who was also returning with a bag from the underground parking lot. Upon seeing Gu Zhan, Shui and I, who had been gregarious just moments ago, suddenly fell silent, discreetly pinching Li Shi's arm. "What a handsome guy." Li Shi secretly pinched Shui and I as back to remind her to remain composed. Swinny, flüsterte, took small steps as she walked into the elevator beside Li Shi, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Zhen. Unable to resist, Shui and I stole glances at him. But his towering height prevented her from seeing his full profile. Being only 158 centimeters tall, she could only gaze up, and unexpectedly, she locked eyes with Gu Zhen, who was looking down at her. Hello, Gu Zhen greeted her first. Sueni esta mered, Yu, hello. Gu Zhen turned to Li Shi, asking, bringing a friend over to hang out? Li Shi hesitated, questioning, is it okay to bring friends over? I recall that the rental agreement only mentioned the prohibition of indiscreet romantic liaisons. It did not state that bringing friends over was forbidden. Of course, it is permissible. Gu Zhen, suppressing a laugh, remarked that the more friends, the merrier. However, one should be discerning when it comes to boyfriends. This reassured Li Shi. Hearing their familiar banter, Shui and I could not help but quietly inquire of Li Shi. Do you know each other? Li Shi hurriedly introduced Shui and I, saying, this is Professor Gu, our building's landlord. The nickname landlord has stuck to Gu Zhen. Landlord? Tall and handsome. What a fine specimen of a man. Shui and I couldn't resist pinching Li Shi's arm, causing her to grimace in pain. Noticing Li Shi's slight reaction, Gu Zhen curiously asked, what's wrong? Shui and I quickly released her grip. Nothing. Li Shi shot Shui and I a warning glare before raising her gaze to Gu Zhen. This is my friend Shui and I, my dear college buddy. I invited her over for a warm meal. She continued, by the way, Jiang Xinghe will also be coming later. Professor Gu, would you like to join us? It will be lively today, and you can bring Patrick along to have some fun. Li Shi was being polite, yet Gu Zhen took it seriously, saying, then I shall not impose. Li Shi maintained her cheerful demeanor, saying warmly, then we shall prepare the meal. Just knock when you arrive. The elevator halted at the 22nd floor, and Li Shi led Shui and I out first. Just as the elevator doors closed behind them, Shui and I excitedly cupped Li Shi's face and rubbed it vigorously, exclaiming, go for it. Shi, you got to win over your landlord. So young, handsome, and wealthy. Isn't he a far better catch than Xie Xingyan? Li Shi blinked and replied, Shui and I, you truly understand me. She confessed, to be honest, I am pursuing him. Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Indeed, Li Shi affirmed. What about Gu Huaizhou? Shui and I recalled that Li Shi had recently mentioned her interest in Gu Huaizhou before deciding to pursue Gu Zhen instead. Gu Huaizhou, Li Shi replied with a nonchalant tone, we've already been intimate. His skills are mediocre, and it was rather uninteresting, so I've moved on. Isn't that just spreading rumors? Shui and I retorted, Jiang Qingkong and Gu Huaizhou have nothing going on, yet they can still fabricate stories. She spent a night at the Gu residence. Surely she could start rumors too. Suddenly, the elevator doors swung open again, and Gu Zhen emerged holding a shopping bag, politely asking Li Shi, I forgot to ask, do you drink? I have some red wine at home. I couldn't prepare a gift in time, so I brought a bottle. Li Shi felt a wave of tension wash over her as she heard herself say, sure. Once Gu Zhen returned to the elevator, and she watched the numbers ascend to 23, Li Shi gradually regained her composure. She turned to Shui and I and asked, did the elevator go up first? Or has it been on our floor all along? Shui and I, uncertain, responded, it should have gone up, right? Li Shi sighed softly. He most likely overheard us. Shui and I also believed that the landlord had indeed listened in. The two exchanged glances. Upon entering the apartment, Li Shi first gave Shui and I a tour before leading her to the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, Li Shi retrieved a large assortment of meats. I bought your favorites, beef short ribs, lamb chops, and this cod. They're already marinated. Just pop them in the oven. Li Shi then took out some thoroughly cleaned pig intestines, saying, you mentioned that your mother makes the best pig intestines. I followed a tutorial last night. So please don't judge if it doesn't taste quite right. Shui and I was almost moved to tears. Shi, you are so wonderful. I'll help you. As fellow orphans, they found solace in each other's company. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, and soon enough, Jiang Xinghe and Gu Zhen arrived together. Gu Zhen brought wine and Patrick, both adorned with red bows. Jiang Xinghe also came prepared with a gift, a new folding screen smartphone of a certain brand, the same model as Ying Li's. Upon entering, Jiang Xinghe was awestruck by the enormous fish tank in the living room. Shigo, are you raising fish or mermaids? Such a large tank. Even mermaid actresses could swim around in it. Li Shi, focused on her cooking, ignored him, saying, you all sit down and help yourselves to water. Sure thing, Jiang Xinghe replied as he poured a cup for Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen appeared somewhat out of place in such a lively setting. After entering, he stood by the fish tank with Patrick, gazing up at the two ethereal butterfly koi. Jiang Xinghe, standing beside him with a glass, suddenly asked, "Are they tasty?" He was met with Gu Zhan's cold glare. Li Shi had prepared a modest meal of 5 dishes and soup. Although not extravagant, it sufficed. At the dining table, Li Shi sat beside Shui and I, while Jiang Xinghe sat across from Gu Zhan. Being left-handed, Li Shi positioned herself on the outer side to avoid any arm clashes with Shui and I. Gu Zhan conveniently sat opposite her. Shui and I, unfamiliar with Jiang Xinghe, felt a bit awkward during the meal, but Jiang Xinghe, being the extrovert he was, soon had Shui and I laughing heartily. As laughter filled the table, Jiang Xinghe noticed that Li Shi was left-handed. He stared at her left hand for a moment before saying, "Those 2 moles on your hand are quite distinctive." Li Shi looked at her hand and replied, "They've been there since birth." Gu Zhan unexpectedly chimed in, "They are beautiful." Li Shi's gaze shot up to meet Gu Zhan's. "What?" Gu Zhan pointed at the butterfly koi in the tank, saying, "These 2 fish you keep are indeed lovely." Hearing this, Li Shi felt a swell of pride. Of course, fish raised by a fairy must be beautiful. After saying this, she glanced at Patrick, who had been circling the fish tank since entering. Utterly captivated by the graceful movements of the butterfly koi, it desperately wished to leap into the tank and catch a fish for play. Observing Patrick's comically greedy expression, Li Shi couldn't help but muse, how can someone as handsome as Professor Gu have such a lewd pet? Gu Zhan remained entranced by the compliment, silent. Jiang Xinghe snickered, playfully remarking, "Pets resemble their owners. It may not always be about appearance." Patrick may just reflect Gu Zhan's inner essence. Chapter 46. I am pursuing her. Can't you tell? This insinuation suggested something unsavory about Gu Zhan's inner self. Li Shi frowned and questioned Jiang Xinghe. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Jiang Xinghe smirked, sarcastically stating, "Some people, despite being my neighbor for over a year, have never uttered a single good night to me. Yet, some others, having only moved in a few days ago, receive special treatment." He took a sip from his wine glass and continued with a hint of malice. "Yet, some have already received preferential treatment from certain individuals." Recalling Gu Zhan's differential treatment towards him and Li Shi last night, Jiang Xinghe felt indignant. A man who forgets his duty. Li Shi listened, only partially comprehending, suspecting that Jiang Xinghe was alluding to her relationship with Gu Zhan. It was hard for her not to take it personally, as Gu Zhan had indeed said good night to her the previous evening. Unaware that Jiang Xinghe was referring to Gu Zhan and Li Shi, Shui and I candidly advised him, "Brother Jiang, don't be upset. In certain contexts, good night can carry the meaning of I love you. Perhaps the friend you mentioned doesn't harbor ill will. He might be secretly infatuated with another friend of yours." The table fell silent as the 3 pondered this. After a moment, Jiang Xinghe cast a peculiar glance between Li Shi and Gu Zhan, leaning closer to whisper in Gu Zhan's ear, "Is that what it means?" Gu Zhan pushed Jiang Xinghe's head away with his chopsticks, insisting, "Keep your distance. I dislike physical contact." Jiang Xinghe scoffed, then extended his hand as if to pat Li Shi's arm. "Shigu, doesn't good night really carry that connotation?" Before he could finish, Gu Zhan used his chopsticks to firmly push Jiang Xinghe's arm back. "Speak properly. Stop being so touchy." Gu Zhan adopted a serious tone to educate him. Jiang Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief, both exasperated and amused. "I am referring to the landlord." Jiang Xinghe leaned closer to Gu Zhan, questioning him with a smirk. "What do you mean? Our Shi Gu is a single beauty. What harm is there in me touching her arm? Is it illegal? Why do you care?" Gu Zhan leisurely sipped the soup from a spoon. He set down the spoon, elegantly wiped his mouth, and turned to Jiang Xinghe, asking, "Can't you see that I am pursuing her?" Cough. Li Shi shuka, guwingbulanli. Jiang Xinghe had a look of disbelief, while Xuanyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had stumbled upon a true couple. Seeing Li Shi still coughing, Gu Zhan stood up, poured a glass of warm water, and gently handed it to her, saying, "Drink some water, take your time." Li Shi lowered her head and murmured a thank you, unsure if her flushing ears were due to the cough or embarrassment. Watching Gu Zhan settle back in his seat, Jiang Xinghe incredulously sought confirmation. "Brother Zhan, you really are pursuing Li Shi?" He found this revelation utterly fantastical. Gu Zhan nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I am pursuing Li Shi, though I have yet to devise a plan for how to do so. At present, I am accelerating my understanding of her to formulate a flawless courtship strategy." After speaking, Gu Zhan kindly informed Li Shi, "Just wait a little longer. By the end of the week, I will have the details of my plan ready." "Is it that formal?" Li Shi had never encountered a suitor like Gu Zhan. who would draft a plan for chasing someone. Of course, Guzhan responded, I have never met anyone more captivating and perplexing than you. You present the greatest challenge I have encountered, and you deserve a meticulously crafted pursuit plan. In summary, pursuing Li Shi was a matter of great seriousness, requiring thorough preparation to ensure success without a hint of error. Jiang Xinghe and Shui and I exchanged glances, having never seen someone as bold as Guzhan, who placed such emphasis on ritual in courtship. Jiang Xinghe took 2 minutes to digest this news before teasing Li Shi with a smirk. Sister Shi, you previously said Professor Gu was pure and noble, a gentleman of grace. What did I say? He is indeed up to no good. Li Shi felt a bit guilty, unsure how to respond to Jiang Xinghe. When Guzhan interjected, a graceful lady is a gentleman's perfect match. I admire Li Shi greatly and wish to pursue her. How is that wrong? It was a reluctance to admit one's feelings, the desire to possess while feigning reserve, that truly represented ill intentions. Jiang Xinghe was left speechless. Shui and I clapped enthusiastically, giving Guzhan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well said, Professor Gu. Jiang Xinghe, sensing the impending aroma of romance, could not help but quip, This meal is impossible to continue. Come, let's drink. As the dinner came to an end, it was already past 9. Shui and I needed to catch the subway back to her rented apartment. Li Shi asked Jiang Xinghe and Guzhan to help clear the table while she accompanied Shui and I home. Upon her return, the room was already spotless, and Jiang Xinghe had left. Guzhan was still waiting for her, seated on the small sofa in the living room, his gaze fixed on the butterfly koi in the aquarium. When Li Shi returned, Guzhan rose and approached the aquarium, inquiring which one is the fortune bringer, and which is the 9,000. Li Shi pointed randomly. This one is the fortune bringer, the other is the 9,000. However, Guzhan remarked, But the photo you sent me yesterday contradicts what you just said. You must have remembered incorrectly. Li Shi stubbornly refused to admit her mistake. Guzhan simply smiled, choosing not to expose her fib, and gently patted her hat-clad head, saying, Since we have raised them, we should cherish them. Of course, Li Shi affirmed, determined not to let them down. After that, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Even Patrick Star had dozed off on Li Shi's sofa, listening to Patrick's snores. Li Shi straightened her posture and suddenly spoke earnestly. Actually, I did not sleep with Gu Huaizhou. Guzhan's expression revealed surprise, I know. I mean it. Li Shi, fearing Guzhan might not believe her, hurriedly added, Gu Huaizhou has a social anxiety disorder. He has to speak to people through a screen. He must be ugly. Furthermore, he is particularly ruthless. I witnessed him intimidating Xie, making her cry hysterically. Guzhan responded, Is he really that awful? It was unethical to speak ill of others behind their backs. Please, no more questions, Li Shi admonished, nearly tarnishing Gu Huaizhou's reputation, now realizing that gossiping was indeed wrong. Guzhan chuckled. All right, I believe you. Seeing that Guzhan genuinely trusted her, Li Shi sighed in relief, saying, I only said those things to provoke Xie. In a few days, rumors about my overnight stay at the Gu household and sleeping with Gu Huaizhou will likely circulate. But I assure you, there is nothing between Gu Huaizhou and me. Just take my words with a grain of salt. Don't believe them. Engaging in casual banter was enjoyable, but having to placate Professor Gu afterward diminished that pleasure. Guzhan nodded. Okay, I won't believe those rumors. With Guzhan so compliant, Li Shi felt a bit bashful. She pointed to the watch on his wrist and asked, What time is it? Guzhan glanced at his watch and replied, It's nearly 10. Then why aren't you heading back? Li Shi turned, picked up Patrick Star, and placed him in Guzhan's arms, saying, The Lanting apartment prohibits inappropriate relationships. We have no official status. You should leave. With that, Li Shi cruelly pushed Guzhan out the door. Guzhan exchanged glances with Patrick Star. The rules he had established in his earlier, naive understanding of love had become a boomerang, now striking him. Patrick Star replied, Meh. You brought this upon yourself with those ridiculous rules. Chapter 47. Li Shi's Yungu after ushering Guzhan and Patrick Star away. Li Shi dashed back to her room, rolling and kicking on her bed. Once she calmed down and realized the time was getting late, she opened her music app, placing her phone in the bathroom niche to listen to music. She swayed her head and legs to the catchy tune, reveling in the sensation of the world being at her feet. After showering, she wrapped her damp hair in a towel and video called Shui and I, eager to check if she had arrived home. When Shui and I answered, she had just exited the subway station. I've just gotten off. I'll buy some bread for breakfast tomorrow and head home shortly. Poor office worker. Li Shi felt a pang of sympathy for Shui and I. Did you take my previous advice to heart? Are you referring to the film and television makeup? Shui and I, of course, had taken Li Shi's words to heart. I know Teacher Tang, the renowned makeup artist for numerous dramas, well-respected and skilled. I wish to apprentice under him and learn on set for a while. However, I lack connections. A master like Teacher Tang is not easily accessible. Shui and I was a woman of action, working as a makeup artist in a bridal shop. Her salary was decent, but the future seemed bleak. As an orphan without family support, life was indeed challenging, yet she was free from the burden of caring for parents. She was alone, and as long as she was fed, her family need not worry. While she was young, she wished to venture forth. Learning that Shui and I genuinely intended to follow her advice and pursue film and television makeup, Li Shi contemplated and said, I will think of a way. Perhaps it will succeed. Just wait for my news. Okay. Shui and I had faith in Li Shi's decisiveness. After purchasing the bread, Shui and I carried the bag back to her rented apartment, lost in thought, a radiant smile breaking across her face. That smile seemed to overflow from the screen, almost reaching Li Shi. What are you grinning about all by yourself? Li Shi found it amusing. Did you hit the jackpot? No, I'm just thinking about tonight. Shui and I replied, to be honest, Shi, your ideal partner must be someone like Professor Gu, right? I remember you once said that your ideal type doesn't necessarily have to be handsome or wealthy, but must respect and understand you. A person like Professor Gu, who meticulously observes before crafting a courtship plan, shows you immense respect. Regardless of whether this endeavor succeeds, just based on his attitude, he deserves a passing grade. And also, Shui and I walked to the small fitness square in her community and sat down on the stone bench at the chess table, earnestly stating, he hasn't even formally pursued you yet he boldly declares his intentions to us. Compared to Xie Xingyun, who has been with you for 3 years but still hesitates to publicly acknowledge a relationship, he is 100 times better. Truly wonderful. Suini Saif, I really hit the nail on the head. After kicking Xie Xingyun to the curb, there's an even better Gu Huaizhou waiting ahead. See, your Gu Huaizhou has arrived. Li Shi felt a bit embarrassed by the name Gu Huaizhou, but was also quite pleased. You're right. Regardless of what kind of person Gu Jin is, his attitude certainly delights me. Noticing a new, unread message on QQ, Li Shi ended the video call with Shui and I and logged onto QQ. It was editor Dixie. Dixie messaged eagerly, Yin Gu, have you given any thought? After a few days of waiting without a definitive response from Li Shi, Dixie decided to inquire about the situation late at night. Messages from Dixie kept pouring in. Are you really unwilling to collaborate with Zhaixing Entertainment? Our editorial department unanimously believes that a partnership with Zhaixing Entertainment would yield mutual benefits. How about you don't rush to reject? If it's convenient for you, we can arrange for the head of Zhaixing Entertainment to discuss things in person. Don't worry, our big boss will personally accompany you to negotiate the details, ensuring you won't suffer any losses. Yinggu is regarded as the cash cow of the Guamon website, single-handedly supporting the entire company. The adaptation of her works into films is of utmost importance to the company. From their perspective, collaborating with Zhaixing Entertainment is indeed the best choice. Li Shi shattered Dixie's hopeful fantasy with a single sentence. As I've said before, Zhaixing Entertainment drains my fortune. I'll collaborate. Dixie thought it was a joke. Realizing that Li Shi genuinely did not intend to work with Zhaixing Entertainment, Dixie felt truly regretful. She attempted to persuade Li Shi once more. You should reconsider. Finding better terms than there's be easy. Once this opportunity passes, it may not come again. Li Shi shared her true thoughts with Dixie. Hasn't your big boss considered that we could produce the film ourselves? The rights to 7 Days of Nightmare are in our hands. As long as we can find investors, we can select actors whose appearances and temperaments closely match the roles. If this works out, it would be a quiet fortune. Dixie, feeling helpless, thought Li Shi's ideas were rather naive. Yinggu, your ideas are beautiful, but implementing them is quite challenging. First of all, securing investment is a significant hurdle. Li Shi replied, it's not difficult. My luck has been quite good recently, and I've encountered a few big spenders earning quite a bit. A fortune teller told me that in addition to a surge in romantic prospects, I'm also about to strike it rich. Li Shi continued, ask your boss if they're interested in collaborating with me to produce the film ourselves. After reading, Dixie felt utterly defeated. She took a sip of the warm milk on the table to calm herself, and couldn't help but ask Li Shi, are you serious or just joking? Li Shi replied, more real than burning gold. The big spenders Li Shi referred to were naturally Xie Mingzong and Jiang Zhulang, from whom she had secured 80 million. Not to mention, the copyright fees for 7 Days of Nightmare and the royalties during serialization had earned over 20 million. She currently had 100 million in liquid assets. If she could persuade the owner of Guanman website to collaborate with her, the initial funding would be sufficient. Moreover, Li Shi opened Jiang Xinghe's WeChat and asked him, "Are you interested in a lucrative opportunity?" The following morning, as Li Shi opened the door, she was startled to find Jiang Xinghe standing outside. Jiang Xinghe? Li Shi, carrying her bag and sun hat, intended to head to the driving school for practice. Upon unexpectedly seeing a tall man at her doorstep, she was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Xinghe stood upright, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. He scrutinized Li Shi from bottom to top, skeptically asking, "Do you really know Yinge? Is she actually planning to make a film herself?" Li Shi replied, "Yes, I know her." Jiang Xinghe excitedly grasped Li Shi's arm and eagerly inquired, "Who is Yinge? Does she also live in Dongzhou City? Can I ask her for an autograph?" Li Shi nodded. "Sure, if you can help her secure some investments, she'd sign anything." Seeing Li Shi agree so readily, Jiang Xinghe looked doubtful. "Li Shi, you're not pulling my leg, are you? I not only know Yinge." Li Shi calmly stated, "I am Yinge." Jiang Xinghe burst into a mocking laugh. After laughing, he teased Li Shi, "You say you are Yinge. Do you have any proof? If that's the case, then I could claim to be the president's son, and my neighbor, the rent collector, is Gu Huaizhou. Would you believe that?" Li Shi certainly wouldn't believe it. That was pure nonsense, but her claim was genuine. After saying this, Li Shi opened the author login page on the Guanman website, presenting the main page to Jiang Xinghe. "Take a look." Jiang Xinghe leaned closer to the screen and saw the author information in the upper left corner. Author, Yinge. Level, Golden Star V5. Completed work, 7 Days of Nightmare. Coach Gu. More like Coach Dog. Jiang Xinghe stumbled back a step, utterly astonished. You really are Yinge?" Jiang Xinghe raked his hair in shock, bewildered. "How is this possible? I never mentioned this." Jiang Qingkong said, "You run a musical instrument store. How could you be Yinge? Moreover, how could someone who created 7 Days of Nightmare be so young?" Li Shi was even 2 years younger than him. In the past, when he was alone and struggling abroad, he relied on following the updates of 7 Days of Nightmare to get by. "Besides you and my editor, no one else knows my true identity, not even the CF family. Don't ask me why I'm keeping it a secret. Just like you're hiding from Jiang Zhulang that you're a student of Aid Wei, I have my reasons for not wanting the CF family to know." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghe could empathize with her struggles. Jiang Xinghe patted his chest, promising, "I'll help you secure investments. Whatever amount you need, I'll get it for you. Then I'll rely on you. Once I prepare the investment budget, I'll discuss it with you in detail. I need to go practice driving now. See you later." Li Shi jogged to the bus stop, where the shuttle bus for the driving school had already arrived. Xie Jian stood at the bus station waiting for Li Shi. When she finally arrived, Xie Jian put her duckbill cap on her head and said, "I've been waiting for you." Li Shi hurriedly followed Xie Jian onto the bus and sat down, still catching her breath. Xie Jian handed her a bottle of fresh milk. "Want some?" "Thank you." Li Shi accepted the milk and pulled out a batch of cookies she had baked herself. "These are my homemade cookies. Try one." Xie Jian took a cookie but didn't eat it, instead stuffing it into the pocket of her hoodie. She was dressed in a khaki hoodie paired with matching pants, her pant legs tucked into marten boots, and wearing a black duckbill cap, maintaining her cool, androgynous style. Li Shi didn't see the 2 men from her group on the bus. They must have been delayed by work. Upon arriving at the driving school, Li Shi rummaged through her bag, found a sanitary napkin, and told Xie Jian, "You go practice driving. I'll head to the restroom." "Okay." Li Shi made her way to the parking lot, where she saw Xie Jian practicing driving and sat on a bench to wait. Soon, Xie Jian drove over, pulling the car to the side. She was truly not good at driving, and parking took her quite a while. Once parked, Xie Jian quickly got out and urged Li Shi, "I've practiced 3 laps. It's your turn now." Li Shi nodded, grabbing her small bag and walking to the instructor's car. She opened the driver's side door and instinctively glanced to the passenger seat, curious to see what the new instructor looked like. She had a slight inclination towards good looks. If only there could be a handsome coach to accompany her practice, her mood might improve a bit. The newly appointed coach donned a black windbreaker, a cap perched atop his head, and his pale fingers clutched a thermos. His seat belt was neatly fastened across his chest, while his long legs, too slender for comfort, were awkwardly crossed in front of the seat. His features were strikingly handsome. Li Shi abruptly slammed the car door shut. Goodness. She suspected she was dreaming. She had spotted Professor Gu in the coach's car. Xie Jian had yet to enter the vehicle when she saw Li Shi stepping inside, only to retreat and slam the door behind her. Her brows knitted in confusion. What was happening? Li Shi rubbed her forehead and replied, "Perhaps I'm experiencing a heavy menstrual flow, feeling a bit dizzy, and mistook my upstairs neighbor for someone else." "Good morning, Li Shi." Gu Zhan emerged from the car, one arm resting on the door, smiling warmly at her. Xie Jian frowned, having practiced for 3 laps. This new professor had remained silent throughout, neither praising her nor scolding her, exuding an air of indifference. Yet, upon encountering Li Shi, he was suddenly all smiles, as if generosity were free. "Professor Gu, it's really you? How did you end up here?" Li Shi inquired astonished. Gu Zhan explained, "I previously mentioned my desire to change jobs. Coincidentally, Coach Qin had matters to attend to, so I came to fill in for him." Li Shi's realization donut. That explained everything. But Gu Zhan continued, "Most importantly, I believe that teaching you to drive and accompanying you through the process of obtaining your license is a profoundly meaningful endeavor." He managed to infuse the act of obtaining a driver's license with a hint of romantic undertones, suggesting that in the future, as they reminisce about their time together, this experience could serve as a delightful chapter in their love story. Li Shi felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She often fancied herself a bit risque. But Gu Zhan's straightforwardness left her feeling both embarrassed and flustered. "Please, stop talking," she exclaimed in exasperation. "Is it common to assume a relationship before even officially pursuing someone?" Gu Zhan merely smiled and nodded. "All right, I won't say another word." His silence, however, did not imply a lack of desire in his heart. "Now let us drive." "Okay." Li Shi settled into the driver's seat, feeling as though she were perched on needles. Although she knew how to drive, she felt somewhat flustered, akin to an absolute novice. Gu Zhan leaned in beside her, speaking softly. "Place your foot on the brake on the left, shift the gear to D, and then release the handbrake." Li Shi was learning automatic driving, and the steps were straightforward, yet Gu Zhan's instructions were thorough. Xie Jian sat in the back, arms crossed, rolling her eyes at the two heads huddled together, as if preparing for a close-up selfie. Earlier, when she had entered the car, Gu Zhan had shown no such patience or attention. Their exchange had been concise. "Xie Jian. Hello, coach." Xie Jian. "Gu Zhan, hello. Do you know the basic operations?" "Xie Jian. Coach Qin covered it yesterday, so I suppose I do." "Gu Zhan, let us take a few laps, and I'll assess." After that, Gu Zhan had fallen into an uncharacteristic silence, even more reticent than Xie Jian. What was he up to now? Professor Qin had been present during the basic instruction. After all, Xie Jian silently nicknamed Gu Zhan the dog coach. Chapter 49. Sister, she teaches you to be silent. Gu Zhan claimed he was there to help Li Shi practice for her driving test. And indeed, he focused entirely on teaching her, steering clear of any flirtatious banter. This relieved Li Shi and granted Xie Jian a welcome peace. She dreaded the thought of the two amorous individuals engaging in flirtation in the car. She would have requested a different instructor from the driving school. After a day of practice, Li Shi felt nothing but discomfort in her rear. She and Xie Jian discussed purchasing a lumbar pillow, opting to have one delivered from a local store. Gu Zhan returned the vehicle and approached Li Shi, asking, "Would you like to have dinner together tonight?" After a pause, he casually added, "Miss Xie, would you like to join us?" Xie Jian waved her hand in refusal. "You two go ahead. I have other matters to attend to." Li Shi waved goodbye as Xie Jian departed. Following Gu Zhan into his electric car, it was only her second time sitting in his vehicle, still occupying the front passenger seat. Li Shi noticed a fragrant aroma emanating from a hanging air freshener in the car, reminiscent of cedar, which was quite soothing. Fastening her seatbelt, Gu Zhan inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Li Shi replied nonchalantly, "Anything's fine." When a girl says anything, it often complicates matters. Yet Gu Zhan, a man of decisive action, promptly listed several restaurant names, detailing each establishment's signature dishes for her to choose from. Faced with all the options, Li Shi quickly resolved, "Let us have barbecue meat." With the weather turning colder, gathering around a table to enjoy barbecue felt cozy. Plus, Li Shi had a fondness for it. She had heard that sharing a barbecue or hot pot during a date could reveal aspects of one's habits in daily life. The barbecue restaurant was situated some distance from the Lanting apartment, near the Wanjiao Mall, adjacent to the Jiaxing entertainment area. The roads were somewhat congested, and by the time they arrived at the mall, darkness had fallen. Gu Zhan parked on the second floor of the underground garage. And while both the second and third elevators were available at the B2 level, he opted for the more distant fifth elevator. This elevator was a glass one. With no one else present on the lower level, it was just the two of them in the elevator when she suddenly asked, "Do you have a phobia of enclosed spaces?" Gu Huaizhou looked at her in surprise, responding with a question. "Why do you ask that?" She explained, "At the apartment, I've noticed you consistently take the glass elevator. Once or twice could be chalked up to coincidence, but consistently opting for the glass elevator warranted attention." Gu Huaizhou was taken aback by Li Shi's keen observation, acknowledging, "Your powers of deduction are impressive." He did not deny it, admitting, "I do have a slight aversion to closed spaces, though I can manage sealed elevators. It just becomes uncomfortable after a while." Gu Huaizhou hesitated before asking, "Would you mind this little quirk of mine?" Li Shi shook her head, understanding that's not a flaw. Besides, everyone has their dislikes. "I can't stand the sound of whistling." Whistling? Gu Huaizhou had rarely encountered such a sentiment. "What kind?" Li Shi frowned. "Just the ordinary sound of whistling. Back in school during running sessions, my gym teacher would always whistle. Anytime I hear it, I get a headache." The mere thought of that whistling sound in her ears sent shivers down her spine. Gu Huaizhou's gaze flickered with an unidentifiable emotion upon hearing this. He suddenly asked Li Shi, "How old were you when the CF family adopted you?" 10. Nodding thoughtfully, Gu Huaizhou placed one hand in his pocket, lost in contemplation. The glass elevator ascended slowly, stopping at each floor, and as they reached the first and second floors, a throng of visitors poured in. Instinctively, Gu Huaizhou positioned himself in front of Li Shi, shielding her in a secure corner with his tall frame. Li Shi gazed up at the back of his head, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Upon reaching the sixth floor, once the others had exited, they followed suit. Stepping out of the elevator and into the corridor, Gu Huaizhou pointed at the restroom sign, asking, "Do you need to use the restroom first? I'll go get a number for us." To be frank, the driving school S restroom was not particularly clean, and after practicing, Li Shi had opted not to go. Having endured over an hour of traffic, coupled with the discomfort of her menstrual cycle, she truly did not feel well. Li Shi suspected Gu Huaizhou had noticed her condition. Yet between adults, there was little embarrassment to be had. She did not hesitate, grabbing her bag and heading for the restroom. Gu Huaizhou took a number and sat on a high stool in line, notifying Li Shi via WeChat. There are still 5 tables ahead. No rush. At that moment, Li Shi had just opened the restroom stall door. As she was replying to his message while making her way to the sink, she responded, "Okay, I'm on my way." With a swift motion, Li Shi shoved her phone back in her bag and bent down to wash her hands. Suddenly, a mocking voice pierced through the air behind her. "So it really is you, Li Shi? Well, I spotted you earlier in the underground parking lot. I thought I must have been mistaken. Who would have imagined that, after being expelled from the CF family, you would sink so low as to associate with a man who drives an electric car?" Jiang Qingkong leaned in close to Li Shi, deliberately attempting to provoke her. "Even if you cannot be with Xingyun, there is no need to degrade yourself to the point of casually finding any man to be with. Have you said enough? If not, I can assist you in silencing yourself," Li Shi retorted, scooping a handful of water and splashing it onto Jiang Qingkong's face. Taken aback, Jiang Qingkong momentarily froze. As Li Shi dried her hands with a tissue, she remarked, "Well, that should do the trick." After finishing, she gently wiped Jiang Qingkong's face with the same tissue, adding, "I almost forgot to console you. I heard that the Jiang family's villa was completely consumed by a great fire, and even your precious collection room could not escape the devastation. It must be quite disheartening to suddenly incur such a significant financial loss." Jiang Qingkong finally regained her composure, abruptly shaking off Li Shi's hand and raising her arm to slap her. However, Li Shi swiftly seized her wrist, executing a deft maneuver that sent Jiang Qingkong crashing against the bathroom wall. Pressing Jiang Qingkong's upper body against the wall, Li Shi whispered into her ear, "I've been meaning to ask, how did you come to know about my relationship with Xie Xingyun?" It was impossible for Xie Xingyun to have disclosed this to Jiang Qingkong. Jiang Qingkong, infatuated with him, lacked the intellect to uncover their clandestine affair. Clearly, someone had informed her. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qingkong replied, "It doesn't seem matter who told me, but it's true that you two had something going on. I'm not wronging you. It must be Xie Jiaoyue," Li Shi asserted confidently. Jiang Qingkong was taken aback, instinctively asking, "How do you know?" Li Shi refrained from explaining, merely patting Jiang Qingkong's cheek with disdain. "You fool. You've been played and didn't even realize it." Jiang Qingkong's eyes widened in shock. "You mean Xie Jiaoyue schemed against me? Have you not considered that my relationship with Xie Xingyun would become a family scandal? Xie Jiayue, being the astute woman she is, knows that if this information leaked, it would shame the entire Xie family. She should have informed Xie Mingzong and his wife to handle it discreetly. Yet she chose to bring it to your attention instead. Jiang Qingkong, you fancy yourself clever, but you failed to realize that every move you make is anticipated by Xie Jiayue. Noticing Jiang Qingkong's posture relaxed, indicating she was absorbing Li Shi's words, Li Shi released her grip. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Qingkong in a daze asked, "What do you mean by all this? Do you think Xie Jiayue is using me to deal with you?" Li Shi scoffed. "At least you can comprehend human speech. It seems you Haven T completely lost your wits." Jiang Qingkong, after marrying Xie Xingyun, things must not be easy for you in the Xie family, right? Does Zhangxiang still blame you for drugging me and ruining Xie Xingyun's reputation? Does she accuse you of giving me the opportunity to extort them for 50 million? Jiang Qingkong's face contorted with frustration, confirming Li Shi's deductions. Did you install surveillance in the Xie household? How else would you know all this? Surveillance? How laughable. I lived in the Xie family for over a decade. I know their true nature. Xie Mingzong and his wife will never admit their children are at fault. They will always shift the blame onto you, onto me, the victim. Though Jiang Qingkong acknowledged Li Shi's assertions, she would not express gratitude, thinking that merely sharing these truths would unite them as allies. Li Shi, all of this is your doing. If it weren't for you pressuring my father to force my engagement to Xie Xingyun, I would have ended it long ago. As the daughter of the Jiang family, I could live happily without marriage. You pushed me into the Xie family, subjecting me to all this. And what of it? I stand by my actions. I indeed forced you into marrying Xie Xingyun, which was hardly a peaceful resolution. I want to witness you and the Xie family tearing each other apart. Li Shi feigned innocence, asserting, "You were the one who harmed me first." Jiang Qingkong, your plan has failed, and you must accept the consequences. Marrying Xie Xingyun and pretending to be a happy family with the Xies is my gift of revenge to you. Li Shi's unabashed demeanor left Jiang Qingkong speechless. Suddenly, Li Shi wrapped her arm around Jiang Qingkong's shoulder and softened her tone. "Though it was despicable of you to drug me at the engagement banquet, I can understand your motives. After all, your love for Xie Xingyun runs deep, while I am merely his nominal sister." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingkong stared at Li Shi in horror, a chill running down her spine. She instinctively touched her scalp, vividly recalling the terror from days prior when Li Shi had cut her hair. "You just shaved my head a few days ago, and now you're pretending to be benevolent? Li Shi, speak plainly and spare me your manipulative words." In response, Li Shi released Jiang Qingkong, stating, "I have no intention of playing the role of the Good Samaritan. I say this because I recognize that you are being manipulated by Xie Jiayue. She is well aware of the depth of your feelings for Xie Xingyun. By revealing my relationship with him to you, she is enticing you to turn against me. Driven by love, you allowed jealousy to cloud your judgment, daring to risk drugging me. Yet, when everything unraveled, what did you gain? Disappointment from your parents and scorn from the entire Xie family." Leaning closer, Li Shi locked eyes with Jiang Qingkong, saying, "You should discern who truly exploits you. My actions against you are at least overt. Yet, some individuals lurk in the shadows, needing only to whisper in your ear to ensnare you in a web of treachery." Li Shi tapped Jiang Qingkong's forehead gently, awakening her to the reality. "You must realize who has genuinely harmed you." With that, Li Shi departed, leaving Jiang Qingkong to ponder her words. Having maintained a close relationship with Xie Jiayue, Jiang Qingkong surely possessed leverage against her. It was evident that the spark ignited by Li Shi would soon ignite a fire between Jiang Qingkong and Xie Jiayue. Upon Li Shi's jubilant return, Gu Zhen rose to greet her. Observing her victorious smile, he inquired, "Whom did you encounter in the restroom?" "Jiang Qingkong," Li Shi replied, reminding him. "She asked the one who drugged me at the engagement banquet." Furrowing his brow with concern, Gu Zhen asked, "Did you two argue? And you emerged victorious?" "Sort of," Li Shi admitted, rubbing her stomach. "How many more tables are left? Perhaps another half hour?" To stave off boredom, Gu Zhen suggested, "Shall we grab some milk tea? It's dull just waiting here." "Sound good," Li Shi agreed. The milk tea shop was conveniently located across from Mall, and they made their way there. Gu Zhen ordered 2 cups of brown sugar ginger tea, handing one to Li Shi. Surprised, she remarked, "I rarely see boys drink this." Gu Zhen explained, "Actually, this is my first time trying milk tea." "First time?" Li Shi exclaimed. "You've never had any when visiting a mall?" Gu Huaizhou replied, I've never shopped at such a mall. Li Shi regarded him as if he were an ancient relic, then pointed at his clothes, asking if you've never shopped. Did you purchase all these online? I rarely shop online either. He confessed, the few times I did, it was to buy cat toys for Patrick. Gu Huaizhou confided to Li Shi, every quarter, brands seek out models with a physique similar to mine to try on clothes for me, and they send me the videos. I simply need to note the clothing numbers, and they will deliver them to me. After a brief pause, Gu Huaizhou added, I am not particularly fond of face-to-face interactions, which is why I never go shopping. Li Shi was left speechless, exclaiming, what a wretched rich person. Why are you silent? Gu Huaizhou looked at her in confusion. Do you find my life dull? Li Shi smiled broadly, revealing her pearly whites. How could that be? The mundane existence you describe is a luxurious dream I dare not even imagine. Please elaborate on your life. I wish to gather more material for my dreams. I fear my dreams are too short, and I awaken before I can fully indulge. Gu Huaizhou suspected Li Shi was mocking him. Please do not jest. However, Li Shi replied earnestly, I am genuinely intrigued by your life. Do share more. Ever since the conclusion of 7 Days of Nightmare, Li Shi had been in a state of creative drought, yet now she found herself inspired anew. She envisioned crafting a new story based on Gu Huaizhou, aptly titled Mr. 2301. You're interested in my life? Gu Huaizhou's gaze deepened. To be interested in his life was to harbor interest in him, was it not? Chapter 51. A Grand Revelation. After finishing their barbecue, Li Shi suggested a trip to the supermarket. Gu Huaizhou readily agreed, as they were almost out of cat litter for Patrick's star. Then let us go together. Nearby the mall was an imported supermarket. Upon entering, they headed straight to the pet section, selecting 2 highly rated types of cat litter for Patrick's star, along with several bags of jerky treats. After purchasing the pet supplies, Li Shi ventured to the women's section, pointing to a nearby shelf as she instructed Gu Huaizhou, please wait for me here. Gu Huaizhou understood and complied, pushing the shopping cart to the designated waiting area. Upon arrival, he discovered that this section was dedicated to baby diapers. With nothing to do, Gu Huaizhou picked up a pack of diapers from the shelf and began to examine it. Meanwhile, Li Shi heard a familiar voice, I think I might really be pregnant. Zhang Xiang? Li Shi stealthily maneuvered around the end of the shelf to peer at the other side, and to her astonishment, she spotted her adoptive mother, Zhang Xiang. Today, Ms. Zhang was dressed elegantly, sporting a tailored houndstooth wool coat, a black hat, and knee-high black stiletto boots. Her arm was adorned with a recently acquired purple Birkin handbag. At that moment, Ms. Zhang held a pair of Gucci sunglasses in her left hand, while her right arm was linked with that of a young man. He was tall and stylishly dressed. Even his hair was impeccably styled. From behind, Li Shi recognized him immediately as not being Xie Mingzong. Zhang Xiang is pregnant? Goodness, Xie Xingyun is already 28. And Zhang Xiang is in her 50s, yet she is expecting. The youth of today is truly vigorous. Behind the shelf, the handsome man halted at Zhang Xiang's words. Are you serious? You really are pregnant? The voice. Li Shi instinctively glanced at the man's left ear, and upon seeing a small black mole on his earlobe, she gasped in surprise. No way. Qin Xiu? Zhang Xiang had indeed become involved with Xie Mingzong's godson. Qin Xiu was a child whom Xie Mingzong had supported for many years, reputedly the son of Qin Mingwen, a close friend of Xie Mingzong's youth. Since both their names contained Ming, Qin Mingwen was affectionately referred to as the Ming, while Xie Mingzong was called Xiao Ming. They were sworn brothers, bound by a deep camaraderie. 15 years prior, when Qin Mingwen and his wife passed away unexpectedly, Xie Mingzong adopted Qin Xiu as his godson. Qin Xiu was 5 years older than Xie Xingyun, making him 33 this year. It was said that he lived with the Xie family until he graduated from university and successfully launched his own business. When she was taken in by the Xie family, Qin Xiu had just moved out. However, during holidays, he would return to the Xie home for meals, never forgetting to bring gifts for Xie Xingyun and her brother, Xie Zhuyue. Of course, Li Shi received gifts as well, albeit less extravagant compared to those given to Xie Xingyun and Xie Zhuyue. Nevertheless, Li Shi was grateful. Receiving gifts was a blessing. Caught off guard by the sight of Zhang Xiang and Qin Xiu hand in hand in the supermarket, Li Shi's curiosity ignited. What perfect timing for her period to arrive. She instinctively donned the hood of her sweatshirt and approached the couple, pretending to browse for sanitary pads. As she drew closer, Li Shi could clearly hear the conversation between Zhang Xiang and Qin Xiu. Zhang Xiang, filled with indignation and anger, lamented, Xiemingzong and I haven't been intimate for nearly half a year. He has taken mistress, and I find him repulsive. For the past 6 months, you have been my only solace. Last time, during Xiemingzong's birthday, you came home to celebrate, and while he was drunk, we ended up in his study. That time, you did not take precautions. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiu growled. You didn't take precautions. Did you not consider taking the pill? His tone provoked Zhang Xiang, causing her to tremble, tears brimming in her eyes as she accused him. I am in my 50s, nearing menopause. How could I have anticipated becoming pregnant? Frustrated, Qin Xiu raked his fingers through his hair and decisively said, We cannot have this child. His existence will ruin both our reputations. You know that. Qin Xiu pulled his mask tighter, glancing around nervously as he lowered his voice. I am an actor. If it becomes known that I am entangled with a 50-year-old woman, how would I be vilified? Do you find me old? Zhang Xiang's emotions threatened to erupt, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. Qin Xiu, you were the one who pursued me. To hide the truth of our relationship, I had to pretend to be promiscuous, seeking out young men to shield us. I sacrificed my reputation for you, and yet you disdain my age? Upon hearing this, Li Shi's hands trembled with excitement. Zhang Xiang and Qin Xiu had been involved long before. As Zhang Xiang prepared to lash out, Qin Xiu could only pacify her in my eyes. You're not old at all. I will never forget that after my parents passed away, you were there to help me through the arrangements. During each night plagued by nightmares, it was you who comforted me by my bedside. I do not care about your age, nor am I worried about my future. Qin Xiu grasped Zhang Xiang's shoulders, speaking earnestly. I could forsake everything and elope with you. But we must not jeopardize Xingyun and Jiao Yue, especially Jiao Yue. She is a girl and a superstar. If it were revealed that her mother is involved with her godbrother, the subtle hint was more effective than lengthy threats. The most potent weapon to sway a mother is her child. Zhang Xiang, upon hearing this, appeared to regain some composure. I did not tell you this to have a child. Zhang Xiang lowered her head, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. I only wish for you to help me contact a reliable clinic. Your manager is quite capable, is he not? I need to have an operation to terminate this pregnancy. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his eyes revealed a hint of sorrow as he replied. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Li Shi observed the pair slowly drift away. Qin Xiu was not just an actor. He was the leading star of Jiaxing Entertainment, a living legend, a true megastar. Xie Jiayue's choice to pursue acting was undoubtedly influenced by Qin Xiu. If their scandal were to be exposed, not only would their reputations be tarnished, but Jiaxing Entertainment would also face severe repercussions. This was indeed a significant discovery. Li Shi returned with 2 packs of sanitary pads and found Gu Zhun, tossing the items into the cart. She suddenly inquired, Professor Gu, do you know Officer Zhou? Do you happen to know any detectives? Gu Zhun did not respond directly, instead asking, Whom do you wish to investigate? Xie Xingyun's mother. Gu Zhun furrowed his brow and remarked, Previously, at the police station's entrance, I scolded you, saying that a toad like you should remain in the rice paddies, feasting on snails, and not daring to dream of swan meat. Moreover, you claim that Xie Xingyun merely touched you a few times. Do you not think, Ms. Zhang Xiang, that you suffer no harm? You remember it so vividly? Li Shi herself could hardly recall. Tapping his temple, Gu Zhun replied, It's inevitable. I have an excellent memory. Not only am I sharp, but I also harbor a deep-seated disdain for wrongdoing. Chapter 52, The Infidelity Game. Admit it, you are inherently promiscuous. Li Shi smiled gently, acknowledging, Indeed, that is me. May I inquire why you sought a detective to investigate her? The profession of a detective resides in a gray area, and as the intermediary, Gu Zhun possessed the right to know. Li Shi did not conceal the truth from him. She stated, I just saw Zhang Xiang with her lover. She is pregnant, and the child is not Xiemingzong's. Gu Zhun was taken aback by this revelation, that Mrs. Xie should be, by now, no longer youthful. 52. Gu Zhun gasped, genuinely astonished, impressive. At 52, she is on the brink of menopause, and she still managed to conceive naturally. How remarkable is that? As for the detective matter, I shall assist you in making the arrangements. The following day, as Gu Zhun drove Li Shi to driving school, he provided her with the detective's contact information. Li Shi added the detective and engaged in detailed discussions throughout the journey. By the time they reached the driving school, she had conveyed all her requirements to the detective and now awaited the results. In the morning, they practiced driving, and by afternoon, Li Shi and Xie Jian were taken to take the first driving test, both passing with ease. Gu Jin scheduled their second exam for a week later, and in the days that followed, he diligently assumed the role of Coach Gu. His expectations grew stringent. Within just 3 days, Xie Jian and Li Shi successfully completed the driving school's mock examination. After a 2-day respite, they planned to practice again the day before the exam, as becoming overly familiar could lead to complacency in the testing environment. Hearing this, Xie Jian sighed with relief and mentioned to Li Shi, "My sister is returning to Dongzhou tonight. She's attending a charity auction tomorrow evening." Having spent a few days together, Xie Jian had developed a fondness for Li Shi and playfully draped an arm around her shoulder, asking, "Would you like my sister's autograph? If so, I can get one for you tonight." Of course, Li Shi quickly rummaged through her bag but found nothing suitable for signing. Suddenly, Gu Zhan removed his gray cap and handed it to Li Shi, saying, "This is a unisex cap. I give it to you. You can have Ms. Xie sign it." Li Shi accepted Gu Zhan's gift, and as she passed the cap to Xie Jian, added, "When you see your sister, could you convey a message for me?" Xie Jian did not immediately agree, asking, "What message?" "Just mention that there is a project titled 7 Days of Nightmare that is being considered for adaptation. Ask her if she is interested in investing and playing the lead role." Having served as Xie Zheng's assistant for a year, Li Shi knew well that Xie Zheng was an ardent fan of 7 Days of Nightmare. Her villa housed an extensive collection of all published versions of the work, alongside merchandise and figurines. Furthermore, Xie Zheng had once lent her voice to the protagonist of 7 Days of Nightmare. Her admiration for it was genuine. In truth, Li Shi envisioned Xie Zheng as the ideal candidate for the lead role. However, in her past life, Xie Zheng had been unable to engage with this cinematic project before she fell victim to disgrace due to an HIV infection, while Li Shi met her tragic end in a car accident. Though Xie Jian was not familiar with the comic, she was aware that 7 Days of Nightmare was a suspenseful narrative and recognized it as her sister's favorite. Under different circumstances, Xie Jian might have hesitated to assist, given her brief acquaintance with Li Shi. However, without a moment's thought, she agreed, "Sure, I will tell her. But if she is genuinely interested, who should she contact?" Li Shi replied, "Just have her reach out to me directly." Xie Jian's eyes widened in surprise. "You know the comic artist?" "Yes." Not one to pry unnecessarily, Xie Jian merely remarked, "All right then," and waved goodbye as she departed. As night enveloped the Dongzhou International Airport, a long black coat draped elegantly over Xie Zheng's alluring figure. Clad in black heels and sporting cat-eye sunglasses, her cascading waves of dark hair drew the attention of nearly every traveler in the bustling terminal. Word quickly spread, and soon, the crowd recognized her as the illustrious Grand Slam actress, Xie Zheng. Despite the absence of fans to greet her, the passengers soon surrounded her, only to be gently but firmly ushered aside by her security team. With a commanding presence, Xie Zheng strided toward the airport exit. Suddenly, she paused, turned, removed her sunglasses, and flashed a radiant smile at the crowd, waving hello. The airport erupted in cheers and exclamations. Only after Xie Zheng entered her vehicle did the crowd reluctantly disperse. Moments later, the hashtag Dongzhou Airport surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics, marked with a red explosive icon. The popularity of this top-tier star was truly astounding. Xie Jiaoyu, upon seeing the trending topic, realized that Xie Zheng had returned to Dongzhou City, given their shared surname and affiliation with the same company. Xie Jiaoyu and Xie Zheng maintained a cordial relationship. However, Xie Zheng's demanding schedule kept her away for most of the year. Without delay, Xie Jiaoyu opened her contacts and called Xie Zheng. At that moment, Xie Zheng was en route to her sister's neighborhood. Upon seeing Xie Jiaoyu's name flash on her phone, Xie Zheng smiled and answered, "Princess Jiaoyu, is there something you need?" Xie Jiaoyu, the daughter of the president of Zhaixing Entertainment and the largest shareholder, was affectionately referred to as the princess by all the actors in the company. She dismissed Xie Zheng's playful banter, stating, "I only found out you were back in Dongzhou from Weibo's trending topic. Truly, our sister Zheng is a sensation, making it to the top in just 5 minutes. Would you like to meet up?" Xie Zheng expressed a regret. "I'm sorry, but I have dinner plans with family tonight." Knowing how much Xie Zheng valued her family, Xie Jiaoyu refrained from insisting, "All right, we can reschedule for another day." After hanging up, Xie Jiaoyu gazed into the mirror. At that moment, she stood bare before the glass, pressed against by a tall, muscular man. Observing her distraction, the man rested his chin atop her head and maliciously pulled her waist closer, enveloping her perfectly in his embrace. Leaning down, he nibbled on her neck, his voice laced with amusement. Miss Xie, is that a hint of shame I see on your face? Xie Jiao bit her lip, remaining silent. The man deliberately slowed his speech, taunting her. Feeling a twinge of guilt for sleeping with your best friend's fiancé is quite normal. At his words, Xie Jiao's complexion drained of color. What nonsense! She instinctively retorted. Zhou Yaoguang, I was merely drunk that night. The man scoffed, mocking her. So you got drunk over a breakup and mistook me for a one-night stand. And what about tonight? With that, he pushed her down with force. Xie Jiao struggled to maintain her balance, instinctively grasping the vanity table for support, her voice trembling. You threatened me with that photo, forcing me to come find you. Shoo! Zhou Yaoguang pressed a finger to her lips. With his wild, desire-filled gaze locked onto her reflection, he declared, admit it, at your core, you are nothing but a promiscuous woman. Our backgrounds are comparable. You have navigated the entertainment industry for years with remarkable cunning. If you truly wish to resolve this, it would be a trivial matter. Xie Jiao, you merely seek an excuse to indulge in your clandestine affair with your best friend's fiancé, fabricating a veneer of shame to cover your misdeeds. Xie Jiao found herself rendered speechless by Zhou Yaoguang's words. Chapter 53. The woman, endowed with a bosom larger than yours, felt the broad, calloused hand of Zhou Yaoguang caressing her neck, effortlessly gripping her delicate chin. Forced to lift her gaze, Xie Jiao found herself subjected to his brazen kiss. With a sharp crack, she slapped Zhou Yaoguang across the face with all her might, causing him to stagger backward. Turning her head, she caught the dark, stormy glare of Zhou Yaoguang, filled with a menacing intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Miss Xie, you truly are both formidable and resolute. Zhou Yaoguang sneered, lifting Xie Jiao into the air and unceremoniously tossing her onto the bed. Zhou Yaoguang, you scoundrel. After a bout of uninhibited passion, Xie Jiao lay motionless on the bed, while Zhou Yaoguang reclined beside her, silently finishing a cigarette. The last puff of smoke was exhaled directly towards her face. Leaning closer, he whispered into her ear, like a devil casting a spell. Jiao Jiao, you conceal your affair from the Gu family, while I conceal mine from Xiezheng. Let us engage solely in carnal pleasures, devoid of love. What do you say? Though Xie Jiao should have slapped him again, denouncing him as despicable and shameless. The heat of their bodies and the exhilaration of their clandestine rendezvous made her realize that she indeed relished the thrill that secrecy brought. Just the thought of the man entangled with her, a fiancé to the entertainment industry's epitome of beauty, Xiezheng, sent shivers of excitement through her. Very well, Zhou Yaoguang. Let us speak only of lust and not of love. In the dead of night, at 1 o'clock, Xiezheng's chauffeur-driven car discreetly pulled up outside the residential complex. As the assistant opened the trunk, a striking young woman with a wolf-tail braid and clad in a black trench coat approached. Xiao Tao. Xie Jian extended her hand to take the luggage from her assistant. It's getting late. You should head back to rest. I'll handle my sister-esque things. Xiao Tao, familiar with Xie Jian, did not stand on ceremony. Seeing Xie Zheng alight from the car with a handbag in hand, she approached to remind Sister Zheng. Xiao Jian is going to pick you up. I want to accompany you inside. Worried that her sister might become overly immersed in the evening's festivities, Xiao Tao earnestly advised. Sister Zheng, you must not stay up late tonight. You need to be in bed by 3 at the latest. The charity auction tomorrow night is crucial, and I hear the president of ES Group will be attending. Your chances of securing their jewelry brand's Asian ambassador hinge on your performance tomorrow night. If you stay up late, you'll wake up with puffy eyes. Adequate rest is essential. I'll come to pick you up at 3 tomorrow afternoon. We can finish your makeup before heading to the venue. Xie Zheng shook her head in exasperation. All right, my little parrot. You've already said all this on the way. She touched her ear, sighing, I feel like my ears are developing calluses. Xiao Tao, slightly exasperated, hesitated before adding, Sister Zheng, I might need to take a leave of absence next month for surgery. Do you want to find a new assistant, or surgery? Both Xie Zheng and Xie Jian asked with concern. It's for lymphoma, Xiao Tao replied. When it was discovered 6 months ago, the doctor advised me to have it removed as soon as possible. The sooner I undergo surgery, the quicker my recovery. However, since Sister Zheng is busy filming, I have to stay with her, and the surgery keeps getting postponed. But my health can no longer wait. Upon hearing this, Xie Zheng furrowed her brow. Worry etched across her face. Cancer? Is it curable? Yes, Xie Jian grasped her sister's arm reassuringly. Lymphoma has one of the highest cure rates among cancers. If Xiao Tao follows her treatment plan and maintains a good diet, she will soon regain her health. Sister, do not fret too much. Xiao Jian is right. You need not worry, Sister Zheng. This illness is not life-threatening, but I will need a rest for a while post-surgery and 1T be able to assist you with work. Hence, I must inform you in advance so you can prepare whether to find a replacement assistant or someone trustworthy to help. After a moment's thought, Xie Zheng declared, You must prioritize your health. I'll grant you a 6-month leave. Return to work once you've recovered. As for a new assistant, she continued, I will discuss it with Sister Hua before deciding. Very well. After bidding farewell to Xiao Tao, Xie Jian wheeled her suitcase alongside her sister and asked, Xiao Tao has been with you for 6 years. You've grown used to her. You wouldn't want to find a new assistant lightly, would you? Of course not. Xie Zheng replied, a hint of worry in her voice. But with work being so demanding, I truly need assistance. Why don't you help me? Xie Jian's expression stiffened. Me? Before she could recover, Xie Zheng shook her head, dismissing the idea. No, our industry requires dealing with various personalities. You wouldn't be able to manage that. Xie Jian relaxed, her hand slipping into her pocket as she used facial recognition to gain entry into the complex. Suddenly, Xie Zheng suggested, perhaps I should ask Gu Huaizhou to recommend a reliable assistant. Her network is extensive, and she knows many people. This was the nth time Xie Jian had heard her sister mention Xie Huaizhou. She knew of her, the little princess of Zhaixing Entertainment. However, sister, Xie Jian cautioned, do not place too much trust in Xie Huaizhou. Although you share a close friendship, you are still both artists within the same company. Should a conflict of resources arise over time, even the strongest bonds may weaken. Can you truly trust the assistant she recommends? Xie Zheng was taken aback by this revelation. Not due to the warning about Xie Huaizhou, but rather because she sensed a change in her sister. Have you made new friends recently? I've noticed you become more talkative. In the past, I could say 10 things and you would respond at most with a word. Yet tonight, you initiated a conversation. Could it be that you are in love? Truthfully, Xie Zheng felt a pang of insecurity at the mention of love. Her sister might never experience romance. No, Xie Jian promptly denied, but then added, I have recently made a new friend. She talks incessantly, like a parrot. If I don't respond to her questions, she pesters me until I do. If I ignore her, she can chatter in my ear for half an hour. She was referring to Li Shi. Xie Jian had never encountered anyone as loquacious as Li Shi. Her naturally reticent personality had been coaxed into becoming more cheerful by Li Shi's relentless chatter. Thus, when her sister spoke to her, she instinctively felt compelled to respond, a conditioned reflex. This friend of yours seems delightful. Her personality complements yours well. You should cultivate that friendship. Shifting the conversation, Xie Zheng inquired, is it a boy or a girl? Xie Jian rolled her eyes before replying, a girl, endowed with a bosom larger than yours, fairer than you, and equally as lovely. Xie Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Such beauty exists in Dongzhou City? Surely you jest. Who would deceive you? Li Shi is genuinely stunning. On the first day of driving school, I noticed her on the minibus. When we were assigned to the same coach later, I was ecstatic. I was worried my aloof nature might leave a poor impression on her, but after several minutes of self-encouragement, I mustered the courage to introduce myself. Fate is quite peculiar, as Li Shi turned out to be a fan of yours. Remarkably, we became friends. As someone who has felt like a freak, it has been years since I've had a friend. Chapter 54, the acclaim of an emerging starlet every time Xie Zheng returned. She would stay for 2 or 3 days before departing for filming in another city. Thus, during her visits to Dongzhou City, she divided her time between Xie Zheng's home and the love nest she shared with her fiancé, Zhou Yaoguang. Xie Jian's residence comprised 4 bedrooms. When renovating, she had instructed the workers to demolish walls, transforming the space into 2 private yet interconnected suites. Xie Zheng is a celebrity with an abundance of possessions, and her bedroom has been designed to incorporate both a room and a dressing area. On the other hand, Xie Jian is a gaming streamer, and her room has been arranged as a combination of a bedroom and a computer space. While Xie Zheng is in the shower, Xie Jian takes the initiative to tidy up her sister's clothes. When Xie Zheng emerges from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, she is pleasantly surprised by the neatness of her room. She embraces Xie Jian, exclaiming, Xiao Jian, you are truly my little treasure. Xie Jian frowns and unceremoniously pushes her sister's hands away, her face stern as she replies, don't hug me. I dislike embraces. Xiao Jian is not at all endearing. Afterward, Xie Zheng approaches her vanity and begins her elaborate skincare routine. Leaning against the vanity, Xie Jian inquires, "How many days do you plan to stay this time?" Assuming Xie Zheng's visit would only be brief, she is taken aback when Xie Zheng reveals, Zhou Yaoguang's mother is gravely ill. She may not have much time left. I have paused my recent work to stay in Dongzhou City and spend more time with Zhou Yaoguang and his mother. Xie Jian is momentarily stunned. Sister, you aren't considering retiring from acting, are you? Sitting on a makeup stool, Xie Zheng applies hair oil to her ends. Hearing Xie Jian's question, she pauses and looks up. In 2 months, I will turn 35. Staring at her sister's flawless and youthful face, Xie Jian asserts, "But you're still very young. 35 is hardly old. Many artists struggle until 35 to gain recognition. Why would you think of retiring? I may still be young, but I am different from you. Xiao Jian, you have no desire for a family, but I yearn for a fulfilling marriage and children. Everyone has their own way of living. Some girls relish the freedom of being single, but I have always loved children." After their parents divorced, Xie Zheng was awarded to her father by the court. Tragically, when she turned 18, her father passed away in an accident. That summer, on his way home from work, he encountered a pregnant woman attempting to drown herself. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river, pulling her toward the shore. Yet, in her desperation, the woman climbed over him to escape, leading to his demise. By the time of his passing, their mother had already remarried, leaving Xie Zheng as a de facto orphan. She deeply yearns for familial love and warmth. Marriage and motherhood have always been significant goals in Xie Zheng's life plan. Reflecting on this, she gently caresses her abdomen and confides, "Since my accidental miscarriage 3 years ago, I have longed to have another child with Zhou Yaoguang. However, the demands of my career and strict dietary regimens have taken a toll on my health. For the past 3 years, I have not used contraception, yet I have not conceived even once. If I do not retire and focus on preparing for pregnancy, I fear I may never be able to bear children." Though the idea of retiring at 35 may seem lamentable for Xie Zheng, it could very well be a prudent decision. After years of acting, the audience has grown weary of her presence. Moreover, as she ages, her options for choosing roles may become increasingly limited. A woman of 40 portraying a youthful character may appear awkward, while playing a mother may seem too young. Retiring at the pinnacle of her career allows her to be remembered by her fans at her most radiant. Xie Zheng views the prospect of retirement with clarity. "In 2 years, I will step away from the industry." Understanding that her sister is resolute, Xie Jian feels a sense of regret, yet respect her sister's choice. Crouching beside the makeup stool, she wraps her arms around Xie Zheng's waist and says, "Sister, you are my only family. As long as you are happy, I will support whatever you choose. You and Zhou Yaoguang have been together for 8 years. It is time to consider marriage." Romantic relationships, prolonged without commitment, tend to lose their luster, and the subtle shift can feel like an insurmountable chasm. Gently stroking her sister's head, Xie Zheng feels a pang of sorrow for Xie Jian's situation. "Xiao Jian, what about you? Are you truly not considering finding someone to try?" Xie Jian shakes her head firmly. "No, I want to be your devoted shadow for life." The sisters lie together on the bed, sharing whispered secrets. As sleep approaches, Xie Jian remembers a request from Li Shi. "Oh, sister, my new friend is a fan of yours. Please remember to sign something for her tomorrow." Yawning, she adds, "Just sign it on the cap her boyfriend gave her." Upon mentioning that Coach Gu, Xie Jian cannot help but scoff. "I forgot to mention, her boyfriend quit his professorship at a medical university to become our driving instructor. He claims it's romantic to teach the girl he likes how to drive and accompany her through the process of getting her license. I have never encountered such a flamboyant man. The irony is that Li Shi seems to adore him. I spend every day in the car with them, and I can't shake off the goosebumps." Xie Zheng bursts into laughter. "Really? I bet your Coach Gu is quite the handsome fellow. How should I put it?" Xie Zheng astutely observes, "You have always been quite forgiving towards attractive people. Even when you criticize him, you never mention his looks. You must secretly enjoy playing the third wheel in their dynamic." Xie Jian is rendered speechless. After a moment, she adds, "By the way, Li Shi wanted me to ask if you would be interested in participating in the film adaptation of 7 Days of Nightmare. If you are, you can reach out to her." Initially, Xie Zheng was drowsy, but upon hearing this, she sits up abruptly, excitedly waking her sleepy sister. "7 Days of Nightmare? Does Li Shi know Yunge?" "I don't know." Xie Jian replies, rubbing her sore back from being nudged. "I'll send you her WeChat contact. You can chat with her yourself." After sharing Li Shi's contact information, Xie Jian turns over to sleep, leaving Xie Zheng wide awake. It is now 2:30 in the morning. Assuming Li Shi has already gone to bed, Xie Zheng is about to resign herself to sleep when she receives a notification that her friend request has been accepted. Li Shi's profile picture features a stunning white butterfly koi, reminiscent of a wedding gown, with the WeChat name. Xie Zheng, having added Li Shi on her personal WeChat, notices her photo is a casual snapshot of her life, with the name XC. Tentatively, she sends a dancing bear emoji as a greeting, followed by a message, Ms. Li Shi, are you still awake? Li Shi promptly replies, not yet. I'm still painting. She is brimming with inspiration tonight, working on character designs for her new piece, Mr. 2301. Upon seeing the phrase painting, Xie Zheng's heart skips a beat. Excitedly, she types, Xiao Jian told me that 7 Days of Nightmare is being adapted for film. Ms. Li Shi is the project lead who bought the film rights. Or are you Yinge? Before she can finish her thought, Xie Zheng receives a new response from Li Shi. Let's properly introduce ourselves, Miss Xie. I am Yinge, the original comic author of 7 Days of Nightmare. Yinge. Xie Zheng is fully alert now. Sleep is no longer an option tonight. She is eager to converse with her beloved Yinge until dawn. Suppressing her excitement, Xie Zheng asked Li Shi, Dear Yinge, do you truly wish to adapt 7 Days of Nightmare into a film? Li Shi replied, Indeed. Xie Zheng further inquired, Which production company do you intend to collaborate with? Li Shi responded, I have received several offers, yet the proposed cast does not meet my expectations. You are the perfect leading lady in my mind. Li Shi continued, I wish to invite you to invest. Let's produce it ourselves. Unlike the editor, Dixie, who had dismissed Li Shi's ambitions, Xie Zheng found her decision to be remarkably visionary. The finest script, after all, should be molded by its most understanding creator. Who knows how those production companies might alter it? Numerous instances exist where great IP works have been drastically transformed beyond recognition. Xie Zheng tentatively asked, Are you considering starting your own company, becoming your own boss? Li Shi was taken aback by Xie Zheng's keen insight. Indeed, Li Shi did plan to become a business owner. Yes, I intend to establish a media company, she affirmed. However, starting a company is no simple task. It requires careful consideration. Li Shi asked Xie Zheng when she would be available for a face-to-face discussion. Xie Zheng replied that she would be free the day after tomorrow. Li Shi mentioned, I have a Subject 2 exam that morning. How about the afternoon? Xie Zheng noted, what a coincidence. My sister also has a Subject 2 exam that day, and I plan to accompany her. Shall we meet at the exam venue? Xie Zheng was inherently playful, yet she often maintained the persona of a perfect goddess. Sound good? Li Shi agreed. After arranging their meeting time and exchanging goodnights, Li Shi intended to set her phone down and return her drawing. Just then, a new message arrived on WeChat. Thinking it was Xie Zheng, she was surprised to see a message from Professor Gu. Open the door. Li Shi was startled. What was happening? At this late hour, Professor Gu was asking her to open the door. Was he coming for a late-night rendezvous? Had he forgotten about her menstrual period? Li Shi silan li complainat. Her body moving faster than her thoughts as she hurried to the door. Standing behind it, she adjusted her sleep dress and tidied her hair. Fearing that Gu Zhan might greet her with an overwhelming kiss, she exhaled into her palm and took a cautious sniff. Thankfully, she had brushed her teeth, and there was no unpleasant odor. Having prepared herself, Li Shi peered through the peephole, only to find no one outside. Confused, she opened the door and noticed something had fallen from outside, landing on her cartoonish fuzzy slippers. Looking down, she discovered a pinkish-purple card adorned with a small bouquet of dried tulips. Bending down to pick up the card, she opened it to reveal Professor Gu's elegant handwriting. Miss Li Shi, I am Gu Zhan, your neighbor from 2301. Born in 1997. Before meeting you, my heart had felt no flutter. Since encountering you, my heart flutters with each passing moment. I have admired you for quite some time. Thus, I earnestly invite you to join me for a date tomorrow at noon. Awaiting a reply, Gu Zhan. In just a few lines, Li Shi felt an overwhelming sense of sincerity. Before meeting Gu Zhan, she had never encountered a man who valued the significance of rituals so highly. This date invitation, adorned with tulips, felt more precious than gold or jewels, captivating her utterly. If prior to this moment, she had been drawn to Gu Zhan's striking exterior at this instant, she glimpsed the essence of his soul. Clutching the card, she returned to her room. Pausing by the large fish tank to recite the contents of the card dramatically to her 2 butterfly koi. Upon finishing, she exclaimed, My darlings, Mommy is going out to hunt tomorrow. Wait for me. Within 2 months, I shall bring you a father. Li Shi carefully placed the car in a box in her study. With a date on the horizon, she quickly shut her computer, hurried to shower and style her hair, and tried on her outfit for the date. After a whirlwind of activity, she finally closed her eyes at 4:30. Meanwhile, upstairs, Gu Huaizhou was preparing for his first date, sitting in his study with his phone and computer, researching for the occasion. His browser history included searches such as foods to avoid during menstruation, recommended outfits for boys on a first date, and romantic restaurants in Dongzhou City. The most prominent entry, however, read, "Can I kiss the girl I like on a first date?" As he perused the responses, Gu Huaizhou found himself in a quandary. Some stated that kissing was acceptable, while others deemed it too forward for a first meeting. There were even those boasting about their first blind dates, where they had drugged their dates' drinks to commit heinous acts. Upon seeing such a post, Gu Huaizhou immediately shared it with Officer Zhou, remarking, "There are individuals in your city who are drugging their blind date partners." The next morning, Officer Zhou awoke to the message, his mind racing. He promptly contacted the cybercrime unit at the bureau, urging them to trace the scoundrel's IP address for investigation. The following midday, Li Shi had meticulously applied her makeup and donned contact lenses. She left her home at the agreed time and was greeted by Gu Huaizhou, who had evidently been waiting at her door for quite some time. Gone was his usual casual attire. Today, he wore a tailored brown suit, which appeared to be custom-made. The suit's casual cut accentuated his tall, commanding presence. Li Shi was utterly captivated by Gu Huaizhou's appearance. Unbeknownst to her, her slightly parted lips and sparkling eyes also captivated Gu Huaizhou. Li Shi had chosen a lake blue belted coat, paired with white ankle boots. And her dark hair, cascaded in large waves, topped with a matching beret. Her delicate features and radiant smile were accentuated by the coat, making her look ethereal. Gu Huaizhou felt as though a mere touch to her cheek might leave an imprint. "You look stunning today, Li Shi." The first rule of dating, upon meeting, one must compliment the girl, and the compliment must be specific to convey genuine sincerity. Gu Huaizhou continued, "Your lashes are so long, and the eyeliner complements your eyes beautifully." Resembling a playful little kitten, Gu Huaizhou found himself at a loss for further compliments. Li Shi chuckled. "All right, I already know I look great today." Grabbing her bag from the entryway, she closed the door and accompanied Gu Huaizhou down in the scenic elevator. Once again, she settled into the passenger seat of his car. As the weather had turned chilly, the roads were congested with fewer pedestrians but more vehicles. By the time they arrived at the restaurant, it was already 1:40 p.m. However, Gu Huaizhou had reserved their table for the entire day, so even with the delay, the staff would be accommodating. The restaurant, designed in a Tang Dynasty architectural style, was perched atop the Bamboo Mountain scenic area in Dongzhou City. Gu Huaizhou's reserved table 9 was situated in a glass-enclosed terrace with a breathtaking view. On pleasant days, the glass could be completely folded back, while in colder weather, it would remain sealed. This terrace featured only 3 tables, offering the best vantage point to overlook the vibrant city below. Such prime seating was not easily obtainable. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth. Xie Xingyan had to book weeks in advance to secure a spot for her sister's birthday. Yet, Gu Huaizhou had managed to reserve this table after receiving Li Shi's invitation just the previous evening. How had he accomplished this? "Mr. Gu," the manager greeted with a warm smile as he led them to table 9, instinctively reaching to pull out Li Shi's chair. Gu Huaizhou interjected, "I will do it." The manager stepped aside, and Gu Huaizhou graciously pulled out the chair for Li Shi. She felt pleasantly surprised, and, as she sat down, she couldn't help but laugh. Telling Gu Huaizhou, "You made me feel like a little princess today." Gu Huaizhou stood opposite Li Shi, not in a hurry to take a seat. He first lifted the teapot to warm the cups, then discarded the first cup of tea. The manager watched with a pained expression. This tea, though green, was harvested from the 18 imperial Longjing tea trees. It was worth a fortune. This year, the restaurant's owner had expended great effort to procure just 2 taels. A single pot would sell for 10,000 yuan. Although Dongzhou City boasted many wealthy merchants, few were willing to pay such a sum for a small pot of tea. After all, what was green tea if not green tea? Why must one drink from those imperial Longjing trees? Drinking at Wuden tea grant enlightenment. Yet today, a great fool had come. This fool not only drank for herself, but also poured for the potted plant beside the table. The manager felt a twinge of envy towards the plant, since he hadn't even had a sip himself. Gu Huaizhou handed the second cup of warm tea to Li Shi, saying, "Give it a try. This tea is quite delightful." The manager, fearing Li Shi might be unaware of the tea's provenance, quickly introduced, "Miss, The leaves are sourced from the 18 imperial Longjing tea trees, making it the most expensive and rare green tea delicacy currently available on the market. This gentleman holds you in high regard among the many esteemed guests at our establishment. You're the first female patron to enjoy this tea. Li Shi raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Gu Zhan, is it truly that extraordinary? Gu Zhan frowned, replying, it's merely tea. Perhaps his nonchalant tone was too understated, as Li Shi regained her composure. She was not one to savor tea intricately. Li Shi took a hearty sip, exclaiming, delicious. It certainly surpasses the green tea I buy for 100 yuan per box. The manager, forcing a smile, decided to hasten the chef in bringing out the dishes. One cannot indulge excessively, otherwise it may lead to a heart attack. Seeing that Li Shi enjoyed the tea, Gu Zhan smiled and said, if you like it, I'll bring you some next time. Li Shi did not inquire about the tea's price or how much he spent to secure a reservation at this restaurant. She had already realized that Professor Gu from room 2301 was no ordinary figure. He was quite affluent. Li Shi's fondness for wealth surged at the thought of her beloved possessing considerable riches, evoking a sense of double joy. Professor Gu, your family must be quite well off. Li Shi candidly remarca. You clearly appear to be someone who lacks for nothing. Gu Zhan nodded, roughly so. However, I was raised by the CF family. In essence, I am an orphan. Li Shi replied. I have some money, but compared to you, it's but a drop in the bucket. Moreover, I am alone, valuing money more than life itself. I support the idea of splitting expenses on dates, but your spending level is beyond my means. Thus, grand occasions like today are best kept to an occasional indulgence. We cannot afford to make this a habit. Li Shi felt as though her money was slipping away, causing her heart to ache. Indeed, charming men are difficult to pursue. They are costly. Gu Zhan found her frankness endearing and chuckled. I brought you here to enjoy the scenery and savor delicious food. Is that all you think about? He continued, in my understanding, a true split in dating expenses should involve us dining together, with you paying for your share of the food and I for mine, rather than each of us spending 500 on a meal costing 1,000. That is simply inequitable. Only those who are both poor and miserly, who wish to exploit their date, would impose such an AA system on their companions. Gu Zhan shook his head. Those who advocate for gender equality in dating expenses often possess a degree of selfishness. Today's meal is my treat. I wish to see Miss Li Shi happy. Spending any amount to ensure your satisfaction on our first date is worthwhile. Li Shi was taken aback by his words. She suddenly grasped Gu Zhan's hand, exclaiming, Professor Gu, you are truly wonderful. Gu Zhan froze, his gaze falling upon their intertwined hands, his throat tightening involuntarily. Li Shi, realizing the ambiguity of the gesture, prepared to withdraw her hand. However, Gu Zhan swiftly clasped her fingers, softly asking, at the end of our date tonight, may I receive a good night kiss when I escort you home? Li Shi pointed to the bright sun overhead, reminding him, the good night kiss you seek is still over 10 hours away. Is it necessary to announce it now? Gu Zhan nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is necessary. Gazing at Li Shi's rosy lips, he confessed, from the moment I first laid eyes on you today, I longed to kiss you. However, that would be rather impolite. Li Shi recalled the invitation card that stated, I have admired Miss Li Shi for a long time. This was likely not just a compliment, but a declaration. Withdrawing her slightly heated fingers, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, the staff wheeled in the serving cart, orderly presenting the dishes. They brought out 6 courses, thoughtfully introducing each dish by name, origin, and recommended method of consumption. The process took several minutes. Once they finished, Li Shi surveyed the array of dishes, declaring, among these, my favorite is the crab roast soup dumpling. The dumplings were elegantly presented on 2 exquisite plates. 1 dumpling per plate. Li Shi picked up the one on the left and offered it to Gu Zhan, saying, I share my favorite food with you. The bright sunlight illuminated Li Shi's fair, oval face. As she looked into Gu Zhan's eyes, it was as if the lake was covered in a blanket of starlit moonlight. Gu Zhan found himself drowning in those captivating eyes. No wonder his grandfather had said that this year was his year for romance. As early winter approached, his blossoms had already begun to bloom. Chapter 56. Does everyone resemble Gu Huaizhou? Just as Li Shi finished the crab roast soup dumpling, she noticed Gu Zhan's gaze drifting past her shoulder. Is it your foster sister? Li Shi turned to look, spotting the manager leading a pair of young, extravagantly dressed individuals into the restaurant. While Li Shi had never seen the man before, she instantly recognized the limited edition Audemars Piguet watch adorning his wrist. Released 5 years ago for Christmas. Only 5 were produced globally. That year, Xie Jiayue had attempted to purchase it as a birthday gift for Gu Huaizhou, but was unable to secure one. The watch had originally retailed for 16 million yuan and was exclusively available to esteemed VIP clients. Clearly, this unfamiliar man held a significant status. The woman accompanying him, though masked and clad in a high-neck black trench coat, was immediately recognized by Li Shi as Xie Jiayue. Aware of Xie Jiayue's deep feelings for Gu Huaizhou, Li Shi thought little of it, assuming Xie Jiayue was merely dining with friends. After all, as a wealthy heiress and a star, it was quite normal for her to be acquainted with distinguished male friends. Even though Li Shi despised Xie Jiayue's hypocrisy and deceit, she did not jump to conclusions upon seeing her with a man. Li Shi returned her focus to her meal, scooping a spoonful of caviar onto Gu Zhen's plate. During meals, one should not dwell on unsightly matters. The caviar was delightful, plump and rich, with a subtle briny flavor likely due to the chef's special preparation. As someone intolerant of fishy tastes, Li Shi found this caviar exquisite. Gu Zhen obediently continued to eat. Behind them, Xie Jiayue and the man, guided by the manager, settled at the adjacent table, number 8. Xie Jiayue scanned the area, noticing that only 2 tables were occupied on the terrace, with the guests at table 9 also being strangers. Reassured, she removed her mask. With the sun so bright, aren't you afraid of overheating in that tightly wrapped collar? Zhou Yaoguang chuckled at Xie Jiayue's fully armored appearance. Xie Jiayue shot him a fierce glare. Do you not see why I'm dressed this way? Zhou Yaoguang chuckled lightly, taking a sip of red wine and playfully apologizing. Next time, I'll be more careful not to leave traces where they shouldn't be. Their voices were not loud, but Li Shi had remarkably acute hearing. She widened her eyes slightly. Could this man be Xie Jiayue's new flame? Was Xie Jiayue donning a high-neck coat to conceal hickeys? Goodness, just a few days after the celebration of Elder Gu's birthday, and Xie Jiayue has already found a new beau, the staff began serving the dishes. And Xie Jiayue no longer engaged in those flirtatious topics with Zhou Yaoguang. Li Shi, feeling satiated, set her chopsticks down and picked up a damp cloth to wipe her mouth. Suddenly, she heard the man behind her ask, "Are you going to tonight's charity auction?" Xie Jiayue nodded. "Yes, I'm going with my brother." "And you?" Zhou Yaoguang replied. "I'll go too. I'll accompany her." Xie Jiayue felt indifferent to this. Yet, the thought of the hickeys on her neck made her realize she couldn't wear a beautiful dress that evening, which left her somewhat irritated. She had lost her appetite and merely sipped on her drink before rinsing her mouth. Not eating anymore. Zhou Yaoguang chuckled. This restaurant is quite difficult to book. I'm a senior member here, and we only get 1 chance a month to skip the queue. I specially brought you here to savor the delicacies. And you won't even give me face? Xie Jiayue showed little interest, stating that artists must maintain their figures. Your lives seem quite dull. However, Zhou Yaoguang quickly countered. But girls look better when they're a bit slimmer. Those who light up at the sight of food usually hail from impoverished backgrounds, having never seen the world. Li Shi felt a strange sensation as she glanced at the nearly emptied plates on her table. Gu Zhen clearly overheard Zhou Yaoguang's remarks. Noticing Li Shi staring blankly at the empty plates, he subtly reassured her, "My grandfather loves children who eat heartily. He says that children who eat well will manage their lives well. One day, if the opportunity arises, I'll take you home to dine with my grandfather. If he sees you, he will surely be pleased." After saying this, Gu Zhen waved to the manager. "Please bring us 2 bowls of digestive tea." "Certainly, Mr. Gu." "Mr. Gu." Xie Jiayue instinctively looked up, her gaze passing over Zhou Yaoguang and Li Shi to rest upon Gu Zhen. As she scrutinized his features, she felt an increasing sense of familiarity, yet she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. "What are you staring at?" Zhou Yaoguang waved his hand in front of Xie Jiayue's face. Smirking, "I say, you're not mistaking him for Gu Huaizhou, are you?" Zhou Yaoguang glanced back at Gu Zhen before quickly averting his gaze, asking Xie Jiayue, "Have you had enough of looking? Is he your Gu Huaizhou?" Xie Jiayue had never seen Gu Huaizhou's true visage, but she was familiar with his voice. Gu Huaizhou's voice, at first listen, was warm and delicate, yet upon closer inspection, it felt cold and distant. This Mr. Gu's voice, in contrast, struck as frigid at first, but revealed a nuanced warmth upon deeper reflection. "Just a coincidence," she mused. Lowering her gaze, she took a sip of juice and pondered. "This person seems somewhat familiar. Where have I seen him?" On the day of Jiang Qingkong and Xie Xingyuan's engagement, Gu Zhan had made a brief appearance, and Xie Jiuyue had not spoken to him directly. Thus, while his face felt familiar, she couldn't pinpoint where she had encountered him. Zhou Yaowang smirked lightly, teasing Xie Jiuyue, "You're thinking of that person. So you see his shadow in everyone. How about me? Do I resemble your heartthrob in any way?" Xie Jiuyue remained expressionless, retorting, "In what way could you compare?" Though her words seemed harsh, Zhou Yaowang laughed. "As long as I'm not like him, that's good. I detest being someone else's substitute, even if just as a bedfellow." Li Shi hadn't expected that a meal could unravel such a significant revelation about Xie Jiuyue. Propping her chin on her hand, she sipped her digestive tea. It wasn't tea until Xie Jiuyue and Zhou Yaowang stood to leave as she set down her spoon and said to Gu Zhan, "Shall we depart as well?" Gu Zhan understood her intention to avoid Xie Jiuyue, but tactfully refrained from inquiring about the sisters' affairs. As they exited, Li Shi noticed that Gu Zhan hadn't settled the bill, and the manager hadn't prompted them to do so. "Aren't we paying?" she asked, concerned they might become a trending topic for dining and dashing. "No need," Gu Zhan replied. "I'm a secondary shareholder." Upon hearing this, Li Shi shot him a knowing glance. "Don't look at me like that," Gu Zhan said with a hint of exasperation. "I'm not short on money. I've never hidden that." "I know you're wealthy," Li Shi responded, "but I wonder, do you have a lot of money?" "Indeed," he replied. Li Shi restrained herself from further inquiries, deeming it impolite. After their meal, she asked Gu Zhan what they were planning to do next. He offered several options, stating, "Since I'm unsure of your preferences, I didn't take the liberty of planning our itinerary." Considering whether Li Shi was wearing heels or flats, he refrained from making any rash decisions, mindful of her physical limits. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter with Grandfather Gu. "Are you two on a date?" Yet, he had prepared several plans in advance. There would be a comic event over the next couple of days, rumored to attract many professional cosplayers. "If you wish to go, we can certainly attend." The previous evening at Li Shi's home, he noticed an array of figurines and collectibles, surmising she might enjoy them. Additionally, there would be a pet exhibition in the East District, for which he had also secured tickets. Furthermore, at the People's Music Hall at 4 o'clock that afternoon, there would be a classical piano concert. Li Shi suddenly interrupted Gu Zhan, asking, "What time did you go to bed last night?" After a suspicious pause, Gu Zhan confessed, "To be honest, I didn't sleep at all last night." Li Shi was not overly surprised by this revelation. The effort it took him to gather information about these events must have consumed much of his time. Feeling Gu Zhan's sincerity, Li Shi felt a warmth in her heart, sweeter than honey water. "Let us go to the concert," she decided. Li Shi had begun learning the violin at the age of 5 and had studied under the violinist Song Yushin at 8. However, after the tragic car accident that claimed her father's life when she was 10, she fell gravely ill, overwhelmed by nightmares and unable to maintain a normal life. Consequently, Xie Mingzong had no choice but to withdraw her from school, halting her violin studies. By the time she recovered, 2 years had passed, and she found herself incapable of playing a single complete piece. Song Yushin, rather than reproaching Li Shi, treated her with even greater kindness. That summer, he took her to the workshop of the renowned luthier Chen Feng to buy her a violin as a birthday gift. During that visit, both Song Yushin and Chen Feng were pleasantly surprised to discover Li Shi's extraordinary talent for instrument making. Subsequently, she apprenticed under Chen Feng, becoming his proudest student. Thus, upon learning of the classical concert, Li Shi instinctively yearned to attend. Of course, she had her own motives. Knowing Gu Zhan had not slept the previous night, she hoped he might take a moment to sit quietly and rest. The concert was organized by students from a domestic music academy as a charity tour. The tickets were affordable, priced at only 9 yuan. However, all attendees were required to donate a sum to support minors suffering from cancer. As Li Shi and Gu Zhan arrived, the concert was on the verge of commencing. The audience had mostly gathered, and the venue was packed to capacity. Their seats were in the 4th row, centrally located near the stage, an optimal area for appreciation designated as VIP Zone A. As they tucked themselves into their seats, Li Shi suddenly heard a familiar male voice. "Miss Li Shi?" Upon hearing her name, she looked up. "Butler Du?" she exclaimed, astonished to see Du Yuxing seated in front of her. If Du Yuxing was here then, instinctively, Li Shi glanced at the 2nd row in front of Du Yuxing. That was the true, prestigious VIP section, where only the initiators or sponsors of the charity event could sit. Her eyes quickly fell upon Elder Gu. He donned a gray-black Zhongshan suit and a brown striped beret. sitting quietly, exuding an aura of tranquility and approachability. To his surprise, Miss Li Shi also attended the concert. Du Yuxing proactively struck up a conversation with Li Shi, pulling a handful of mint candies from his pocket. "Would you care for some mint candies, Miss Li Shi?" Li Shi accepted two, thanking the butler. She then offered one to Gu Zhan, saying, "I remember you enjoy this flavor." Gu Zhan accepted the candy and asked softly, "How did you know?" "I had some in Officer Zhou's car last time," she replied. As he unwrapped the candy and placed it in his mouth, the coolness jolted his slightly drowsy mind awake. In the second row, Gu Huaizhou recognized a familiar voice. He turned, puzzled, and was greeted by the radiant smile of Li Shi. She waved at him and sweetly called out, "Grandpa Gu." Gu Huaizhou was momentarily taken aback. "Li Shi." He glanced between Li Shi and Gu Zhan, then suddenly chuckled softly, teasing her. "Young lady, are you on a date?" Li Shi's cheeks flushed, yet she candidly affirmed, "Yes." She gestured toward Gu Zhan, introducing him to Grandpa Gu and Du Yuxing. "Grandpa Gu, Butler Du, this is my friend Gu Zhan." "Subit, Li Si et Galim, Ohat." "You all share the surname Gu. Perhaps you were one family 500 years ago." Du Yuxing exchanged an odd glance with Gu Huaizhou, both displaying a strange expression. It was only when Gu Zhan spoke that the silence was disrupted. "Hello, Grandpa Gu." "Hello, Grandpa Du." Gu Huaizhou blinked, instinctively adjusting heiress hat, his gaze flickering between the sky and the stage, mumbling, "All right, young man." Du Yuxing appeared momentarily dazed, struggling to process the impact of Gu Zhan's greeting. He gazed deeply at Gu Zhan, tears welling in his eyes. Li Shi was taken aback. "Why are you crying, Butler Du?" She hurriedly rummaged through her handbag for tissues, offering them to him with concern. "Are your eyes bothering you?" Du Yuxing pursed his lips, nearly bursting into tears. Gu Zhan suddenly said, "The concert is about to start." Du Yuxing stiffened, accepting the tissue from Li Shi and turning away to wipe his tears. Meanwhile, Gu Huaizhou appeared composed, yet his eyes were fixated on the central stage, seemingly in a trance. The concert commenced shortly thereafter. The experience of listening to live performance was vastly different from that of a computer speaker. Li Shi was utterly captivated, clapping along with the audience. Each round of applause made Gu Zhan's body tense a little more. After over half an hour, Li Shi remembered to check on Gu Zhan, concerned about his state. Turning to him, she noticed he wasn't asleep but wore a taut expression, as if bracing for a challenge. A sense of unease washed over her. "Professor Gu?" She leaned closer to him, noticing the sweat forming on his neck and the beads on his forehead, asking anxiously, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Who gets this tense at a concert?" Gu Zhan closed his eyes and replied, "I'm fine. I seldom attend such lively gatherings. I find it somewhat overwhelming." Li Shi recalled his earlier admission at the mall about his discomfort in face-to-face interactions, realizing that perhaps he was not merely uncomfortable with such encounters, but genuinely struggled to be around large groups. Was this not a form of social anxiety? Chapter 58. "Professor Gu, may I ask for a kiss?" Li Shi suddenly rubbed her ears. Gu Zhan leaned in closer, softly inquiring, "What is the matter?" She replied, "That saxophone sounds so shrill, like a whistle, it sends shivers down my spine." Hesitating, she suggested, "Professor, shall we leave early?" Remembering her aversion to whistling, Gu Zhan gently grasped her wrist, replying without hesitation, "Follow me." Noticing she didn't pull away, he took her hand, and they discreetly exited the venue. Du Yuxing kept a watchful eye on the two young people. As soon as they left, he leaned over to report to Gu Huaizhou. "Miss Li Shi and her friend have left early." Gu Huaizhou's expression was complex as he asked, "How long has the concert been going on?" 35 minutes, Du Yuxing replied. "That's quite a while." Gu Huaizhou suddenly chuckled. "Yuxing, do you remember the last time you stayed in public for so long?" Du Yuxing certainly recalled. It was 12 years ago, during his middle school graduation ceremony. Gu Huaizhou gestured toward the stage, urging silence. Du Yuxing nodded, his gaze fixed on the performers, though his thoughts wandered far away. After leaving the auditorium, Gu Zhan did not immediately escort Li Shi away. Instead, he led her backstage, purchasing 9 roses from a little girl selling flowers, intending to present them to the orchestra members, one for each of the 9 performers. He asked the girl to wrap the bouquets simply while he requested paper and a pen from the staff, writing a message. The performance was splendid. Regrettably, we had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave early. We look forward to hearing your performances on a larger stage next time. Throughout this process, Li Shi quietly observed him, feeling as though she were falling for him. After handing the flowers and card to the staff, Gu Huaizhou said, "Please deliver these to the musicians after their performance." The staff member was, in fact, Professor Su, a conductor at Dongzhou Music Academy, the teacher of the university students performing that day. Upon seeing the note, Professor Su was deeply moved. Though this was merely a routine charity event, it marked the first time these young performers graced such a grand stage. Each early departure from the audience would dent their confidence. Gu Huaizhou's thoughtful gesture truly inspired the students. "Sir, your affirmation and encouragement will empower our students to progress further along this path," Professor Su expressed sincerely. "Thank you both." "No, thank you. We were the ones being rude." After depositing the charity funds into the donation box, they finally left the concert hall. On the way to the parking lot, Li Shi silently gazed at Gu Huaizhou. "Why are you staring at me?" Gu Huaizhou, being a straightforward young man, asked. Li Shi suddenly stepped in front of Gu Huaizhou, pointing to the magnificent sunset in the western sky, smiling as she said, "The sun is about to set. It's evening now. Professor Gu, may I ask for a kiss?" Gu Huaizhou blinked, his dark lashes quivering like wings, casting a shadow over his eyes. Of course. With his consent, Li Shi wrapped her arms around his neck, her sweater brushing against his skin. Gu Huaizhou instinctively looked down. She leaned in to plant a kiss on his forehead. It was bold to initiate a kiss on a first date, and she feared it might be deemed too forward. Yet, those who are reserved hardly understand their partners. After kissing his forehead, Li Shi yearned to kiss his lips, but restrained herself, wary of overwhelming him. Goodness, such an exquisite man. She must take him home to introduce to her family. Reluctantly releasing Gu Huaizhou, she pointed at his forehead, saying, "It seems I left a lipstick mark." Back in the car, Li Shi used a wet tissue to wipe his forehead, stealing glances at his handsome face within close proximity. She struggled against her urges, imagining tying Professor Gu up with the seatbelt, coercing him into a steamy encounter. After finishing applying her lipstick, Li Shi quickly returned to her seat. "All right, let's go," she said. Gu Huaizhou responded affirmatively, calmly driving away. However, as they approached the parking lot exit, Gu Huaizhou unexpectedly made a left turn onto the wrong side of the road. The oncoming black car was startled, and the driver began shouting in frustration, slamming on the brakes and honking at Gu Huaizhou's electric vehicle. Fortunately, both vehicles were moving slowly, and they managed to stop in time to avoid a collision. The driver rolled down his window and yelled at Gu Huaizhou, "Did you forget your brain at home? You look decent, but you're acting like a fool. A road hazard like you shouldn't be driving. Are you trying to get yourself killed by going the wrong way?" Li Shi quickly grasped Gu Huaizhou's arm, fearing he would retaliate. After all, it was their mistake. Yet, instead of becoming angry, Gu Huaizhou retrieved a pack of 95 prestige cigarettes from the glove compartment. He approached the irate driver with a courteous demeanor, apologizing sincerely. "Do you have a little one in the car? Should we take you to the hospital for a checkup? It was my distraction that caused you to brake suddenly." The driver was taken aback. He had never encountered such a well-mannered young man before and felt embarrassed to continue scolding him. "Young man, since you're so polite, I won't say anything further." The driver accepted the pack of cigarettes, adding, "It's fine now. You can go." Only then did Gu Huaizhou return to his car, quickly reversing back to the parking lot exit. Once the driver and the cars following him had departed, he took a deep breath, cautiously signaling for a right turn, and merged into the traffic with Li Shi. Suddenly, Li Shi couldn't contain her laughter. Gu Huaizhou joined in, chuckling, "I apologize. I was a bit overexcited after our first kiss." His excitement was like a calm sea shrouded in darkness. It seemed serene, yet concealed tumultuous waves beneath. He skillfully managed his facial expressions, leaving Li Shi unaware of his inner turmoil until she witnessed him driving in the wrong direction, realizing he had been lost in thought all along. However, she noted that such recklessness could not continue. It was too dangerous. Gu Huaizhou nodded in agreement, promising to be more cautious in the future. Their mutual mention of the future indicated their satisfaction with each other. That evening, they dined on Xinjiang cuisine, with Li Shi extending the invitation to Gu Huaizhou. After the meal, Gu Huaizhou suggested watching a movie, to which Li Shi directly declined. "You needn't worry about me." At that moment, Gu Huaizhou understood that Li Shi's excuse to leave the music hall was not due to fear of the saxophone sound, but rather concern for him. Gu Huaizhou assured her, "I've booked a private VIP box, just for the two of us." Li Shi nearly forgot that the experience of watching a movie for the wealthy differed significantly from that of the less affluent. All right then. Chapter 59. Spending the Night Together. Professor Gu must be responsible. Gu Huaizhou chose an old film titled The Charm of Ordinary Years, a heartwarming story of love after marriage. perfect for a first date. Li Shi had seen it before, but only on her computer. The experience of watching on a large screen was entirely different, and she quickly became engrossed in the film. About a quarter into the movie, Gu Huaizhou, reclining on the spacious and comfortable sofa, fell asleep. The box was warm, and having removed his suit, he lay there with his chest gently rising and falling, his profile turned toward Li Shi. Faced with such a handsome and serene visage, it was hard for Li Shi not to feel a flutter in her heart. She quickly sipped her warm ginger tea. As the film neared its conclusion, Gu Huaizhou's phone on the table vibrated. Li Shi glanced at the illuminated screen and noticed that his screensaver displayed the Lanting apartment under the night sky. The angle of the photograph suggested it was taken from below the building. The illuminated apartments 2301 and 2201 seemed like two couples whispering sweet nothings in the tranquil night. Li Shi was surprised. When had Gu Huaizhou taken this photograph? She guessed it must have been last night. Withdrawing her gaze, she continued watching the movie. After finishing the film and watching the credits roll, she gazed at the dark screen for a while before succumbing to sleep. When Gu Huaizhou awoke, it was already past 12. Realizing he had fallen asleep in the cinema was a rare moment of astonishment for him, and he quickly turned to find Li Shi. Upon seeing her asleep on the adjacent sofa, he felt a wave of relief. Li Shi was curled up on the plush sofa bed. Her left arm draped between the two sofas, her left hand resting on Gu Huaizhou's right arm. In the dim light of the box, Gu Huaizhou could clearly see the red and black moles on her left middle finger. He gazed at the hand that had appeared in his dreams countless times, and the devil residing in his heart could no longer be restrained. Gu Huaizhou cautiously leaned down and reverently kissed the back of Li Shi's hand, precisely placing his lips on the red mole. It was as if a devout believer was stealing a kiss from the divine sword in the hands of a deity. This sword could slay him or redeem him. "You're stealing kisses?" The sudden exclamation startled Gu Huaizhou to his core. He remained still, continuing to kiss Li Shi's finger, though his eyelids fluttered open, anxiously stealing glances at her. Li Shi still lay on the sofa, her posture unchanged, so Gu Huaizhou was unaware that she had already awakened. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Professor Gu, do you only dare to kiss my fingers?" she teased, slightly disappointed, having thought his desired goodnight kiss would be a more traditional one. Seeing that Li Shi was not angry, Gu Huaizhou finally released her hand. "Your hand is exceptionally beautiful," he admitted frankly. "I simply couldn't resist kissing it." "Will you also be unable to resist kissing other people?" Li Shi inquired playfully. Gu Huaizhou replied honestly, "I have never felt that way before." Li Shi was once again charmed by his response. She glanced at her phone and exclaimed, "It's already past midnight. Professor Gu, we spent our first date together overnight. Having slept together and spent the night together, you must be responsible for me," she added teasingly. Gu Huaizhou, fully aware that Li Shi was jesting, solemnly assured her, "I will certainly take responsibility. Just tell me when it's convenient, and we can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate." Li Shi stifled a laugh, pointing at the darkened screen, and said, "And then we can live a life like the film's protagonists, marrying first and loving later?" "That wouldn't be out of the question," Gu Huaizhou said, surprisingly looking forward to it. Li Shi, however, was no longer amused. She shook her head seriously. "That's not acceptable. Marriage is a lifetime commitment. For me, there's only widowhood, not divorce." Upon hearing this, Gu Huaizhou's eyes lit up. It seemed their views on marriage aligned. Li Shi yawned. "Let us go. It's time to head back. I have to take my driving test tomorrow." The cinema at midnight was surprisingly bustling with people, as they still had quite a distance to cover. Gu Huaizhou bought a cup of hot ginger tea and handed it to Li Shi. "Drink something warm. It's quite chilly tonight." "Thank you," Li Shi replied, sipping her ginger tea as they made their way to the underground parking lot. The mall had already closed, and only elevators 5 and 6 led to the underground level. The adjacent screening room had just finished a film, and a crowd of viewers was making their way toward the elevator hall. Concerned that Gu Huaizhou might not adjust well to the noisy environment, Li Shi suggested, "There are too many people. Let us wait over there for a bit." "All right." The cinema was located on the 8th floor of the mall. Near the elevator was a large floor-to-ceiling window, providing a view outside, albeit somewhat marred by the stainless steel railing. Through the window, Li Shi noticed a grand, European-style building across the street, brightly lit. Wealthy patrons, adorned in luxurious attire, were streaming out, clearly having just concluded an event. "Is that building hosting an event tonight?" Li Shi casually inquired. Gu Huaizhou replied, "It's a charity auction gala." Li Shi, surprised, asked, "How do you know?" "They invited me as well, but I have no interest in such events." Gu Huaizhou, with a lack of enthusiasm, shook his head and remarked, "There are too many people, and it's rather hypocritical." Li Shi smiled gently. "Oh, is that not the man we encountered at the restaurant earlier today?" Despite her severe myopia, with her contact lenses enhancing her vision, she could still recognize the man at the entrance of the building, who was descending the steps hand in hand with the famous actress Xie Zheng. This was the same man who had shared a meal with Xie Zheyue just this afternoon. Gu Jin followed her gaze and discerned the man's features. Indeed, he frowned. "It is that man." Li Shi informed him. "The lady beside him is Xie Zheng." Gu Jin inquired, "Is she your friend?" His reaction indicated he was unfamiliar with her. Surprised, Li Shi responded, "You do not know Xie Zheng? I never imagined there would still be someone in this day and age who is unaware of our superstar." With a playful tone, she explained, "Xie Zheng is Xie Jian's elder sister, a remarkable film actress, and a leading figure at Zhaixing Entertainment." Pausing, she hesitantly asked, "You do know what leading figure means, right?" Gu Zhan chuckled lightly. "I merely do not know Xie Zheng. That does not imply I am ignorant of this world." He certainly understood the significance of a leading figure, an entertainment company's cash cow, a living advertisement, a symbol of honor, a stabilizing force. Suddenly, Li Shi observed the man lean down to kiss Xie Zheng on the forehead. Goodness, that scoundrel kissed Xie Zheng, she thought, her expression one of utter disdain, as if she had witnessed something abhorrent crushing a delicate flower. He had only been with Xie Zheyue the previous night. She was incensed. Chapter 60. A flower planted in cow dung. The two stood high above, watching the intimate interaction between Xie Zheng and the man unfold below. Li Shi suddenly heard Gu Zhan say, "Tonight's charity gala is hosted by the Zhou family. The man holding hands with Xie Zheng is Zhou Yaowang, the second son of the Zhou family." Zhou Yaowang, Li Shi, being a foster daughter of the Xie family, had seldom attended high-profile events and was not acquainted with the elite circles of Dongzhou City. Those who could attend such a prestigious charity event alongside Zhou Yaowang would only be his wife or fiancée. After a moment, Gu Jin emphasized, if she were merely a girlfriend, she would not qualify to attend. Li Shi was taken aback by Gu Zhan's revelation. "Are you saying that Xie Zheng and Mr. Zhou are a couple? They might be engaged." Gu Zhan responded with measured caution. "In principle, yes." Li Shi fell silent. In her previous life, as Xie Zheng's assistant, she had known that Xie Zheng had a fiancé of significant status. Xie Zheng maintained a strict separation between her personal life and her career to protect her fiancé's privacy. She had never disclosed his true identity to the public. As a temporary assistant to Xie Zheyue, Li Shi was treated with suspicion by Xie Zheng, who avoided discussing her fiancé in her presence. Thus, Li Shi remained unaware of the man's identity, until now, when she learned it was Zhou. So, the man Xie Zheng cherished, with plans to retire from the limelight, to support her husband and raise children, was this disgraceful character? Truly, a flower planted in cow dung. Which Zhou family did Zhou Yaowang belong to? The Zhou surname is quite common in Dongzhou City. One could easily find 3 to 4 individuals with that surname among 100 people. The Zhou family, known for their maritime legacy, saw Zhou Yaowang's grandfather as the original maritime magnate who established their fortune through shipping. Li Shi had not heard of Zhou Yaowang, but was familiar with the Zhou family's reputation, especially that of Zhou's father, old Zhou Dong. Known for his ruthless tactics and decisive actions, straddling both the legitimate and illegitimate worlds. Initially involved in illicit activities, he later met Gu Huaizhou, who aided him in cleaning up his image, ultimately becoming a well-known entrepreneur. Gu Zhan's introduction provided Li Shi with a clear understanding of Zhou Yaowang's status. Li Shi had a fair grasp of Xie Zheng's character. She was a diligent woman, and during her time as her assistant, Li Shi had never witnessed her engaging in flirtations with men. At least, she had never caught her in the act. Xie Zheng, who led an orderly personal life, had nonetheless contracted HIV. When this information became public, she swiftly fell from the pedestal of a perfect goddess to that of a party girl. Numerous scandalous videos began circulating online, falsely portraying Xie Zheng in compromising situations with wealthy heirs. Although these videos were AI-generated fabrications, some gullible individuals believed them to be real. In the days that followed, Xie Zheng's Weibo was inundated with vulgar comments and mockery. The day before Li Shi's tragic accident, Xie Zheng had attempted suicide due to overwhelming mental pressure. The revelation of Xie Zheng's HIV status was evidently the result of a conspiracy. Li Shi had previously failed to deduce the identity of the orchestrator. Despite knowing that Xie Zheyue and Xie Zheng were close friends, She had never suspected Xie Jiuyue. However, upon inadvertently discovering that Xie Jiuyue had been intimate with Zhou Yaoguang, Li Shi found it impossible not to cast suspicion in Xie Jiuyue's direction. As the saying goes, time breeds affection. Perhaps in her previous life, Xie Jiuyue had been rejected by Gu Huaizhou. Out of pride, she likely kept the truth hidden, leaving even Li Shi unaware of the breakup. It was entirely plausible that Xie Jiuyue had once been with Zhou Yaoguang. As time passed, she could easily develop possessiveness over him. In that case, the perfect goddess Xie Zheng would become a thorn in Xie Jiuyue's side. Xie Jiuyue might have schemed for Xie Zheng to contract HIV and then maneuvered Li Shi into Xie Zheng's orbit as her assistant. As Xie Zheng inevitably encountered injuries during filming, Li Shi, as her assistant, would naturally be the first to rush to her aid. Given their close proximity, it was only a matter of time before Li Shi contracted HIV herself. After piecing together this convoluted narrative, Li Shi began to regard Xie Jiuyue with a newfound wariness. Yet, if Xie Jiuyue insisted on playing the seductress, then she would become the farmer who hunts snakes. Finding the weakness of a snake was paramount. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Li Shi remarked, "The Xie family truly opens one's eyes. Father enjoys frolicking with young girls, while the mother is entangled in an underground affair with the Xie family's nominal adopted son. The brother is eyeing what is in the bowl while considering what is in the pot, and the sister is sleeping with her best friend's fiancé behind her back." Li Shi shook her head in disbelief, mockingly stating, "If I were a screenwriter, I could craft a modern, ethical drama centered around the Xie family. It would be far more sensational than Penthouse." Gu Zhen had not watched Penthouse but understood the sentiment Li Shi was conveying. "If you truly wish to create a script inspired by the Xie family, I shall assist you in finding the finest film production team." Li Shi chuckled lightly. "No thanks. I fear the audience might lose their appetite after watching." Nevertheless, she had resolved to incorporate the Xie family's dramatic saga into her new comic work. After all, everyone loves a good scandal. She intended to use the rich and sensational tales of the Xie family to entertain her readers. "There's no one left. Let us go." As they made their way to the underground parking lot and drove onto the main road, they passed by the Charity Gala building, where Xie Zheng and Zhou Yaoguang had long since departed. Li Shi felt a twinge of regret. She had been rather looking forward to witnessing Zhou Yaoguang's reaction upon encountering them. The following morning, Li Shi took Gu Zhen's car to the driving test venue to meet Xie Jian. Xie Jian and Xie Zheng had already arrived. Xie Zheng, donning sunglasses and a mask, wore a long, dark green coat that reached her ankles, her curly hair tied back in a neat high ponytail. She leaned against the luxury vehicle, conversing with Xie Jian. "Xie Jian," Li Shi called out, waving her hand. As Xie Jian conversed with her sister, she heard Li Shi's voice and paused momentarily, turning to introduce. "That is Li Shi." Xie Zheng gazed at Li Shi, internally exclaiming in disbelief at how youthful Yun Gu appeared. How could such a young girl create something as gruesome and dark as 7 Days of Nightmare? Though her mind was abuzz with astonishment, her face betrayed no hint of shock. "Hello, Miss Xie Zheng, I am Li Shi." Li Shi approached briskly, extending her right hand towards Xie Zheng. Coming back to reality, Xie Zheng firmly shook Li Shi's hand, expressing, "Yun Gu, you are incredibly young in person." Many online readers have speculated that Li Shi is a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Observing Li Shi's delicate features and her well-proportioned figure beneath her down jacket, Xie Zheng continued, "Jian did not deceive me. You are indeed older than I am." Li Shi inquired, "Older?" Xie Zheng pursed her lips, seemingly ignoring the comment. Quick-witted Xie Jian interjected, "Well endowed." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback before playfully glancing at Xie Jian's chest. With an enigmatic smile, she remarked, "In the future, when we play cards, I shall ensure you accompany me, so your pair of aces can dominate the table." Upon realizing what aces referred to, Xie Jian's face flushed crimson. Chapter 61. Little Ancestor, Fearing No Chaos. Xie Zheng stifled a laugh, observing her sister's rosy cheeks and ears. She turned to Li Shi, saying, "My sister's is simply too reserved. Yun Gu, you must take her out more often." It was evident that Xie Zheng's words were not mere pleasantries. She earnestly implored Li Shi, "Certainly, I shall take her out more." In the background, Gu Zhen discreetly checked his watch, reminding Li Shi and the others, "Time is running short. We must head to the examination hall." "Miss Xie Zheng, we could discuss more in the afternoon," Li Shi said, pulling Xie Jian along as they walked towards Gu Zhen. Xie watched the scene with a sense of satisfaction, noticing that some were casting furtive glances her way. She hurriedly entered her car to avoid being recognized by fans. After sending a message to Xie about picking her up later, Xie drove to a nearby bookstore. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, she swiftly entered the shop and picked a popular psychology book from the shelf. After paying, she sat in her car, leisurely reading. Just as she finished the authoress preface, she received a WeChat message from Xie Jiaoyu. Sister Zheng, where are you? Out shopping? Xie Jiaoyu continued. M's new spring collection is up. Are you going to splurge? Perhaps due to her age, Xie found little interest in shopping and declined. I'm accompanying my sister for her driving test. Although Xie Jiaoyu was aware of Xie Zheng's sister, she knew little about her. Xie Zheng had always kept her sister Xie Jian under wraps. Xie Jiaoyu's response was intriguing. Your sister is also taking the driving test? Also, Xie Zheng asked. Who else? Xie Jiaoyu replied. Do you remember the foster sister from my family? The girl who always asks me for clothes and designer bags? Xie Zheng knew that Xie Jiaoyu had a foster sister, rumored to be 3 years younger than her, with mediocre grades and a penchant for laziness. From what she had heard, this girl had been raised by the Xie family but lacked diligence in her studies, only managing to secure a place in an average university. After graduating from the history department of Dongzhou University, she refused to seek employment and became a burden on the Xie family. She would stay up until 3 in the morning and rise after noon, indulging in a life of idleness, vanity, and superficiality. Xie Zheng had often heard Xie Jiaoyu vent about her foster sister, leading to a growing aversion towards her. What kind of young woman, raised by the Xie family, would not appreciate her upbringing and willingly descend into such a lifestyle? Upon learning that Xie Jiaoyu's lazy sister was also at the examination center, Xie Zheng curiously inquired, What is your sister's name? Everyone possesses a natural curiosity, and Xie Zheng wished to see what Xie Jiaoyu's slothful sister looked like. Xie Jiaoyu seemed occupied and did not respond. Xie Zheng, having only casually asked the question, turned off her phone and resumed reading. About half an hour later, Xie Jian called, Sister, you can come pick me up now. As Xie Zheng fastened her seatbelt, she asked, Did you pass? Yes, both Li Shi and I passed. Xie Zheng then suggested, In that case, I'll treat you both to lunch today. Invite Li Shi and Coach Gu as well. I'll ask. Xie Jian relayed her sister's invitation to Li Shi and Coach Gu. Are you guys coming? Li Shi glanced at Gu Zhan, knowing he preferred to avoid crowds. She thoughtfully replied, You can choose not to join, as I have matters to discuss with Miss Xie Zheng this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan said, Then I won't go. What business did he have at a gathering of 3 girls? Additionally, he was not accustomed to dining with strangers. You may head back first. Gu Zhan nodded and suggested, How about dinner at my place tonight? Li Shi was slightly surprised. You will cook? A certain uncle will. Li Shi was aware that Gu Zhan's family had hired a helper for cleaning and cooking, but she had yet to meet him. Sound good. After finalizing the plan, Gu Zhan departed. Shortly thereafter, Xie Zheng arrived in a sleek black Mercedes. The restaurant Xie Zheng chose was the Chinese eatery at Zhushan's scenic area, where Gu Zhan had taken Li Shi just the day before. It was Xie Jian's first visit, and she quietly observed the restaurant's ambience without speaking. Meanwhile, Li Shi remarked to Xie Zheng, Wasn't it stated that reservations were required here? My fiancé is a VIP at this restaurant. I booked the table a week in advance. Xie Zheng chuckled, wrapping her arm around Xie Jian's shoulders. I intended to treat Jian to something nice. Li Shi understood. She was merely hitching a ride on Xie Jian's good fortune for a meal. The manager on duty today was the same one from yesterday, with a name tag reading Manager Zhang. He vividly remembered the scene of Li Shi consuming green tea. Miss Li, what a pleasant surprise. It seems we meet again. So, you're friends with Miss Xie Zheng? The manager was oblivious to Li Shi's sudden appearance, only aware that she was the beloved of Mr. Gu, a close friend of their boss. Xie Zheng was equally surprised by this revelation. Li Shi, have you been here before? This restaurant was renowned as the pinnacle of high-end dining in Dongzhou. Even Xie Zheng only came here with Zhou Yaoguang for special occasions. Li Shi smiled and clarified, I had dinner with Coach Gu here yesterday. Xie Zheng smiled knowingly. It was clear that Li Shi was quite adept at navigating the entertainment industry. Understanding the delicacy of the situation, Xie Zheng refrained from probing further about Coach Gu's identity. Manager Zhang, if you please, the usual table. Of course, Miss Xie. You always prefer table 8. Manager Zhang beamed as he led the 3 ladies to the scenic table 8. He was astute enough not to reveal that Zhou Yaoguang had dined there yesterday with a stranger, confident that Li Shi wouldn't inadvertently expose anything. Calmly, Manager Zhang poured tea for them. After tasting the tea, Li Shi candidly remarked, "This tea is not as delectable as yesterday's." Manager Zhang's smile nearly faltered. "Miss Li, you jest. Yesterday, Mr. Gu ordered the Imperial 18 Dragon Well, which naturally differs from this." "What's the difference?" Manager Zhang did not genuinely believe that the Imperial 18 Dragon Well was significantly superior to regular green tea. The essence of the conversation revolves around the disparity of wealth. Li Shi set down her teacup and suddenly remarked, "When I dined here yesterday, there was a couple at this very table, and it happened to be the renowned star, Xie Jiaoyue." She mused on her unexpected position as the guest at table 8 today, attributing her fortune to Miss Xie Zhang. After complimenting Manager Zhang for the restaurant's impressive clientele of stars and affluent individuals, he felt a flutter of anxiety. It seemed Li Shi was stirring the pot. Manager Zhang smiled and remarked, "Our restaurant has always enjoyed a stellar reputation, hence the abundance of repeat patrons." Across the table, Xie Zhang was piqued by Li Shi's words, particularly the mention of Xie Jiayue dining with a man. "Goodness, this girl has been concealing her romance from me," she thought, intrigued. Xie Jiayue, being a celebrity, naturally had connections, and Li Shi, as a young and charming woman, was not an unexpected acquaintance. Xie Zhang's curiosity was piqued further. "Do you know the man she dined with?" Manager Zhang felt a pang of anxiety. He hoped Li Shi was not acquainted with Mr. Zhou. "I don't know him," Li Shi replied, and Zhang exhaled in relief, realizing that she was merely making conversation and not seeking to create trouble. Xie Zhang nodded. "I'll ask her another day." However, Li Shi quickly added, "Although I don't know him, I did see him at the charity gala last night." Coach Gu had also seen him and mentioned that he was the second son of the Zhou family, the event's organizers. Li Shi feigned deep thought, then shook her head. "I can't remember his name." She was astute enough not to reveal that Xie Jiayue's date was Zhou Yaoguang, as it would embarrass Xie Zhang. Upon hearing the name Zhou, Xie Zhang's grip on her teacup tightened. "Yaoguang dined with Xie Jiayue yesterday? Why didn't he tell me? And why didn't Jiayue mention it?" Xie Zhang, the finest actress, maintained her composure while a tempest brewed within her. "Zhou and Jiayue are merely friends. Their dining together does not necessarily signify a date," she said with a smile. Li Shi nodded. Yes, perhaps they were just catching up. Yet, Xie Zhang felt a prick of discomfort at the notion of catching up. What history could they possibly share? They were hardly close enough to warrant such a private reunion, especially in such a lavish venue. At that moment, her phone lit up. Xie Jiayue had replied to her message, referencing the lazy gold digger, Li Shi. Li Qi. Xie Zhang silently scrutinized the girl before her, who was busily serving appetizers with enthusiasm. "This jellyfish is quite appetizing. I even searched for its recipe after trying it yesterday," Li Shi said. Xie Jian obediently sampled the dish, affirming its deliciousness, which only deepened Xie Zhang's confusion. How could Li Shi be labeled as lazy? If she were truly a sloth, how had she managed to create such a masterpiece as 7 Days of Nightmare? Xie Zhang recalled Xie Jiayue's earlier remarks about staying up past 3 in the morning and rising afternoon. Many creative minds thrive in the stillness of night. Finding inspiration in solitude, it was not uncommon. Furthermore, Li Shi was a prominent figure in the comic industry, having earned millions from her work. Today, she carried a simple canvas bag, a mere custom item from 7 Days of Nightmare, costing only 25 yuan. How could that be considered materialistic? Xie Zhang chose not to respond to Xie Jiayue. After meeting Li Shi, she realized that Jiayue's comments were tinged with personal biases. Setting her phone down, she stood up, addressing both Xie Jian and Li Shi. "You two continue eating. I'll check the menu for new dishes." She then turned to Manager Zhang, requesting his assistance with the new menu. As they walked towards a menu area, Zhang felt a mix of admiration and trepidation for Xie Zhang's fortitude. Once in a secluded corner, Xie Zhang opened a window for ventilation and retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her coat pocket. Although her smoking habit was no secret, having openly acknowledged it 7 years ago, it was a personal choice she made to cope with the pressures of her career. "Do you mind if I smoke?" she politely inquired. Zhang waved her on. "Not at all, Miss Xie." The corner was designated for smoking, so she lit a cigarette and took a few puffs before extinguishing the remainder, discarding it into a stone ashtray. Once the scent dissipated, she turned to Zhang. "The gentleman who dined with Xie Jiayue yesterday was Zhou Yaoguang, correct?" The restaurant had surveillance, so if Xie Zhang pursued the matter, it would be impossible to conceal. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang nodded. "Yes, Mr. Zhou indeed dined with Miss Xie. They share a good relationship, so it's not surprising they would dine together." Xie Zhang replied with a serene smile, Jiayue is my dear friend, and Yao Guang is my fiancé. We often see each other. Choosing not to delve deeper, she spared Zhang any discomfort, recognizing that both Jiayue and Yao Guang were public figures, unlikely to behave indiscreetly in front of him. After selecting a couple of dishes, she returned to table 8, where laughter and conversation flowed easily among the three women. Manager Zhang observed Xie Zheng's composure with admiration. She truly embodied the resilience of a star. After the meal, Xie Zheng had intended to take Li Shi to a hot spring to discuss film adaptations. But due to Li Shi's menstrual cycle, they shifted plans to a foot spa. Valuing privacy, Xie Zheng booked a spacious suite with a private room for foot massages and a tea area for conversation. After their treatments, Xie Jian succumbed to sleep on a lounge chair, while Li Shi and Xie Zheng engaged in discussions about collaboration and investment in the tea room. As the sun began to set, Li Shi made a stop at a flower market, carefully selecting the most exquisite purple orchid. Knowing that Gu Zhan appreciated meaningful gestures, she attached a lollipop-shaped card with her heartfelt message. Upon arriving at Gu Zhan's residence, Li Shi knocked on the door, greeted by his surprised expression upon seeing the orchid. "Thank you," he said, accepting the plant with both hands. "Please come in." Li Shi entered, removing her scarf and down jacket, hanging them neatly in the entryway. Gu Zhan placed the orchid on the coffee table in the living room, inviting Li Shi to take a seat while he retreated to his room. Upon his return, he draped a large, brown scarf over her shoulders, noting the significant temperature difference between indoors and out, urging her to avoid catching a cold. "Thank you," she replied. He then picked up the potted orchid and suddenly asked, "Do you mind if I place it in my study? This is a gift for you, so it is entirely your decision where it should reside." "All right," she agreed, and as he carried the plant toward the study, he extended an invitation. "Would you like to see my home?" Li Shi felt a rush of surprise, questioning if it might be a bit presumptuous. "Of course not," she reassured him, quickly rising to follow. He first showed her the study, which echoed the cold, dark tones of the living room. The study was spacious, featuring a grand desk at its center. Li Shi mused that it was even larger than the iron bed she had slept on during her high school dormitory days. It was evident that a library was concealed behind a password-protected door, which Gu Zhan did not open, and Li Shi felt too shy to mention. As they toured the study, Gu Zhan led her into his bedroom. To her astonishment, one wall was entirely comprised of floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of the CBD across the eastern Zhou River. Standing by the window, Li Shi was reminded of the lakeside cottage where Gu Huaizhou lived, which also boasted extensive windows. The bedroom was expansive, and Gu Zhan chose to stand behind her rather than beside her. Their reflections danced across the glass, and from the mirrored image, it appeared as though he held her in his embrace, her head resting beneath his chin. If she tilted her head upward and he lowered his, their lips would meet. Her heart raced violently. Struggling to create conversation, she remarked on the window's size, questioning if the sunlight was blinding. "Can you sleep?" she asked. "I detest dark environments," he replied, revealing, "I can only fall asleep in the presence of light." "Oh," Li Shi stammered, momentarily flustered, then blurted, "So we could sleep together." Upon meeting Gu Zhan's profound, dark gaze, she realized the impropriety of her words. How audacious to broach such a topic after only their first date. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She contemplated an explanation, but felt it would only draw more attention. Instead, she boldly asked, "Professor Gu, I assume you are not an advocate of platonic love?" Raising her right hand, she emphasized, "To be clear, I am a person of the world. I cannot accept a love devoid of physicality." In her past life, she had never experienced the embrace of a man, a regret she carried. Therefore, in this life, she sought a sweet romance with the finest of partners. If Gu Zhan were a proponent of platonic ideals, she would need to reconsider her options. Gu Zhan appeared momentarily taken aback by her candidness. He lifted his hand, gently grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze in the window's reflection. The intensity of his stare enveloped her like a fiery net, leaving her with no escape. Their eyes intertwined in the mirror, thickening the atmosphere around them. She could hear her heart pounding, a thunderous rhythm, alongside the deep, yearning tone of his voice. "It seems I have not been sufficiently clear, leading to your misunderstanding." She. Gu Zhan suddenly leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "In recent days, I have envisioned you countless times within my home. On the sofa in the living room, at the desk in the study, in the bathtub of the bathroom, before the windows of the bedroom. The imagery of our closeness must be exquisite." As he spoke, His lips moved with a tantalizing tension, as if he could devour her ear at any moment. Li Shi abruptly pushed him away and fled to the bathroom, her face burning with embarrassment. Inside, she noticed his toiletries and razor by the sink, along with the bathtub behind the glass partition. Her cheeks reddened anew. All right, assessment complete. Professor Gu does not prefer a life of abstinence. Knock, knock. Gu Jin rapped on the door, reminding her, I will prepare the dishes. You may come out once you're ready. Pausing, he added, the second compartment in the cabinet beside the toilet holds sanitary supplies. He departed soon after. Li Shi did not require them, waiting until her face was less flushed before heading to the dining area. They deliberately avoided the earlier topic and dined in comfortable silence. During the meal, their pet, Patrick Star, demanded a chair at the table, but did not eat, instead sitting beside them. Gu Jin informed her, Patrick Star is my dining companion. He joins me for meals every day. Li Shi playfully ruffled Patrick Star as head, provoking him to leap off the table and perch on the arm of the sofa, glaring at her as if she were a thief. After dinner, she offered Patrick Star a small can of food, enticing him as she stood before the sofa. He hesitated but ultimately succumbed to the temptation, circling her legs in mild reproach before finally receiving a treat. After eating, Patrick Star ventured to the kitchen, washing his face with his paws while keeping Gu Jin company, meowing in discontent. Meow. What kind of partner did you find, you heartless one? As Li Shi savored her fruit, Gu Jin returned from the study, holding 2 documents. He placed them on a coffee table and said, the plastic folder contains irrefutable evidence of your adoptive mother Zhang Xiang's infidelity with Qin Xiu and your adoptive father Xiemingzong's affair with an 18-year-old model. Where did you find that detective? Such speed. This efficiency is akin to that of a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. Gu Jin smiled but said nothing further. Li Shi picked up the first document, not rushing to open it, instead pointing at the sealed paper and curiously inquiring, and what is this? Gu Jin gazed at her, his expression uncharacteristically serious. After a moment, he lowered his eyes and replied, within lies my lineage, personal history, and financial status. CC, wait until you decide to step into my world and bind our lives together before you open it. Li Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. The notion of marriage was indeed a tantalizing temptation. Are you not concerned that I might simply leave and open it? She teased. Gu Jin smiled enigmatically, responding, then tomorrow marks our anniversary of obtaining the marriage license. Li Shi scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Is it really that mystical? She mused, inspecting the document closely, muttering what? Have you installed surveillance to monitor my every move? Gu Jin merely smiled, leaving the question unanswered. Noticing the time, he composed himself and said, it's nearly 10. I should escort you home. Li Shi departed decisively this time. Even as mere neighbors, Gu Jin displayed impeccable gentlemanly conduct, accompanying her to 2201. Upon returning home, she refrained from hastily opening the brown paper file, instead placing it with care on an important shelf in her bookcase. That document surely contained Gu Jin's greatest secret. To unveil, it would signify her willingness to delve into his soul and share a lifetime with him. She was simply not prepared for that yet. Meanwhile, Gu Jin, back at his residence, entered his study and, noticing the orchid on his desk, remembered he had yet to read the accompanying note. He retrieved it, flipping it over to find Li Shi's message. When the orchids bloom fully, I wish for a boyfriend. Chapter 64. A betrayal? Li Shi was well prepared. The following day, Li Shi rose early, applying a light touch of makeup and donning a slightly formal outfit before hastening to the high-speed train station. In W City, high-tech zone, she arrived before the headquarters of Guanmon just before noon. She approached the reception desk and informed the attendant, hello, could you please contact your editor-in-chief, Dixie, and let her know that Li Shi has arrived? Please hold on. The young receptionist, appearing to be in her late 20s, wore a crisp white office outfit. Her slightly curled black hair and striking features, enhanced by meticulous makeup, rendered her particularly charming. Truly, as the face of the company, her appearance was impeccable. Curiously eyeing Li Shi, the receptionist couldn't help but inquire, Miss, are you one of our contracted manga artists? Typically, those who visit the comic company to meet editors are indeed manga artists, and those requesting to see the editor-in-chief, Dixie, are at least V4 artists on the website. Li Shi nodded affirmatively. Yes, I am. May I ask your pen name? The receptionist asked discreetly, if it's convenient. Could you share it with me, so I can pass it along to editor Dixie? Since she was already here, Li Shi felt there was no need to conceal her identity. Yunye. All right, Teacher Yunge. The receptionist responded promptly, picking up the phone to dial Dixie's extension. Dixie, there's a lady named Lee, whose pen name is Yunge, wishing to see you. As she spoke, the receptionist suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, "You're the esteemed Yunge." Lee Shi replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I did mention that my name is Yunge." The receptionist's delayed realization finally connected the dots between the beautiful young woman in front of her and the renowned manga artist of 7 Days of Nightmare. On the other end of the line, Dixie was equally astonished. "Wait, I'll be right there." She hung up the phone abruptly. The receptionist, still processing the news, covered her mouth in excitement, her eyes brimming with tears. "Teacher Yunge, you truly are the creator of 7 Days of Nightmare." Overcome with emotion, she choked on her words. Recognizing that the girl might be a fan, Lee Shi smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'm the creator of 7 Days of Nightmare." The receptionist was on the verge of tears. She stamped her foot, looked up at the ceiling, and repeatedly wiped her eyes as she said, "Yunge, I am your fan. I've followed you since chapter 18 of 7 Days of Nightmare until its conclusion. Do you remember me? My reader ID is Chirp Chirp Candy, and I'm in your top 5 fans. I came to this company just for you." Tang Jiao, the receptionist, began to cry genuinely. Lee Shi was taken aback. "Oh, it's you. I remember that Christmas during the first year of my serialization when you gifted me a Christmas tree worth 5,000 yuan. To be honest, it was the first substantial gift I received, and I have always been grateful to you. A Christmas tree valued at 5,000 yuan. Back then, Lee Shi was still a newcomer, and the rewards were split 50-50 with the website, leaving her with only 2,500. That year, she returned home with the scant few thousand yuan in her bank account, bringing her father's memorial tablet to pay respects at her grandmother's grave. It was a reunion of sorts for them. Later, 7 Days of Nightmare became wildly popular, and Li Shi's earnings soared into the hundreds of thousands, then millions. To date, she has netted over 30 million from this work. Yet, she has always remembered the early supporters of her manga. "Please don't cry." The sight tugged at Li Shi's heartstrings. She rummaged through her bag and handed the receptionist a pack of tissues. Noticing the name tag that read Tang on her chest and recalling her reader name, Li Shi tentatively asked, "You wouldn't happen to be Tang Jiao, would you?" The receptionist nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, that's me. You truly are perceptive, Yunge. Jiao, it's a pleasure to meet you." Li Shi extended her right hand. "I am Yunge. My real name is Li Shi." Tang Jiao grasped Li Shi's hand with both of hers. "You can call me Jiao." Releasing Li Shi's hand, Tang Jiao glanced towards the elevator lobby and suddenly lowered her voice to confide in Li Shi. "Yunge, several executives from film companies have come to our company recently, all vying for the film rights of 7 Days of Nightmare. Just over 10 minutes ago, the head of Starry Entertainment was here. I overheard the editors say that you seem reluctant to collaborate with them. However, Mr. Wan seems quite keen on Starry Entertainment, and knowing you would be here today, he summoned their representative for a face-to-face discussion." Upon hearing this, Li Shi's expression darkened. Mr. Wan was the owner of the comic company, and although she had added him on WeChat, their conversations had been few. Only during the Spring Festival would he leave her a message to extend his greetings. Never empathize with capitalists. While Li Shi was indeed the company's cash cow, the comic company had also signed many talented manga artists in recent years, leveraging the influence of 7 Days of Nightmare to produce several successful works. To speak candidly, if Li Shi were to defy authority and refuse to cooperate, Mr. Wan could very well turn against her for profit. His uninvited summoning of the representative from Starry Entertainment today indicated that his patience was wearing thin. Mr. Wan could very well betray her. With this thought, Li Shi made a decisive resolution in her heart. "I need to use the restroom." Tang Jiao quickly pointed to the left side of the first-floor lobby. "The restroom is over there." Li Shi stepped into the restroom and sent a message to Jiang Xinghe. "Help me with something." Jiang Xinghe replied. Li Shi continued, "I'll give you the password. Please visit my apartment and open the white folder on the 3rd shelf of my study. Find someone trustworthy to leak the contents inside." Jiang Xinghe, still groggy from just waking up, stared at Li Shi's message for several seconds before realizing she intended to expose someone. "Are you planning to expose someone?" Li Shi responded, "Expose a beast. Those morally bankrupt individuals from the Xie family do not deserve to be called human." Jiang Xinghe succinctly replied with then donned his coat and slipped on his slippers, preparing to head down to 2201. Panda Star was sprawled on the hallway carpet, chasing after a small bell ball that responded to movement. Upon hearing the sound of the door to 2302 opening and closing, Panda Star glanced back at the door, suddenly exclaiming, "Meow! Master, the lazy one next door is awake." Gu Huaizhou was having lunch, annoyed by Panda Star's incessant meowing. He stood up and walked over to scoop up Panda Star, intending to confine it to the cat room. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Huaizhou instinctively peered through the peephole. He saw Jiang Xinghe, disheveled and in slippers, standing in the elevator lobby. As he prepared to head back to the dining room, he heard Jiang Xinghe speaking to someone on the phone. "I said, Shijie, could you please send me the password to your place?" Shijie? Chapter 65. The adulterer Qin Xiu with a click as he heard the door open. Jiang Xinghe turned to look at 2301, where he saw Gu Huaizhou leaning against the doorframe, his tousled hair nearly brushing the top of the door. "Xian Yi." Jiang Xinghe approached Gu Huaizhou, phone in hand. He absent-mindedly petted Panda Star, who was hissing at him in annoyance. It was often said that pets resemble their owners. Yet how could such a gentlemanly owner have such a fierce pet? Panda Star retorted, "Meow. Fool. You know nothing of my master's true nature." Gu Huaizhou gently patted Panda Star's head in a comforting gesture, not lifting his gaze as he echoed Jiang Xinghe's words. "You are wearing slippers. Are you going to Li Shi's place?" Jiang Xinghe's body bristled with unease. He looked at Gu Huaizhou as if he had seen a ghost, questioning, "How do you know? Did you install a listening device in my home?" Jiang Xinghe's gaze was filled with suspicion, as if he were regarding a refined scoundrel or a perverse individual. "You were just asking Li Shi for her home password." Gu Huaizhou replied, "I didn't install a listening device. I was eavesdropping." "Is eavesdropping truly a commendable act?" I remarked to the rent collector, "The more I engage with you, the more I perceive an insufferable nature about you. Only a girl like Li Shi would regard you as a paragon of virtue." Jiang Xinghe cast a glance at Gu Huaizhou's chest and remarked sarcastically, "In my opinion, you're quite devious at heart. You're clearly putting on a facade of elegance and gentlemanly demeanor in front of us." Gu Huaizhou did not dispute this, for Jiang Xinghe spoke the truth. "Let us go." Gu Huaizhou, cradling Patrick Star, made his way towards the elevator. Jiang Xinghe was taken aback. "Where are we going?" "To Li Shi's home." Jiang Xinghe objected vehemently. "That won't do. Li Shi asked me to assist her at home, and she didn't ask you to tag along. What's the point of you being there? Furthermore, you are merely pursuing her. You haven't won her over yet. Your intentions are dubious. Why should you go?" Jiang Xinghe rambled on, refusing to take Gu Huaizhou to Li Shi's house. Primarily, he intended to help Li Shi with something unsavory. After all, who wouldn't wish to leave a flawless impression in front of their beloved? If Gu Huaizhou were to discover Li Shi's misdeeds, it would ruin her chances, and he would be culpable. He owed it to Li Shi to uphold her trust. Gu Huaizhou saw through his intentions. "You plan to go to Li Shi's house to assist her in something dubious, don't you?" Jiang Xinghe retorted, "Damn it. Is the rent collector a bloodhound? How can you be so perceptive? Li Shi is a single woman, and this is my rental property. What gives you the right to intrude on her privacy? As the landlord, I must supervise." With that, Gu Huaizhou entered the elevator. Jiang Xinghe, gritting his teeth, pursued him inside, hastily inquiring Li Shi whether she wanted Gu Huaizhou to come in. Li Shi quickly replied, "It's fine. He knows what I'm like." She had no intention of pretending to be a good girl in front of Gu Huaizhou. All her posturing was merely a fade. She wanted Gu Huaizhou to accept her for who she truly was, inside and out. With Li Shi's consent, Jiang Xinghe finally brought Gu Huaizhou to her home, heading straight for the study, where he found the white folder on the shelf. He also noticed another file made of brown craft paper on a different shelf, but chose not to touch it, not even sparing a glance. Gu Huaizhou observed Jiang Xinghe's every move, ultimately concluding that he was a seemingly carefree individual who, in reality, possessed a strong sense of propriety and respect for others' privacy. Despite Jiang Xinghe not being favored by the Jiang family, he exhibited more refinement than Jiang Qingkong. Meanwhile, Dixie had also met Li Shi. She was aware of Yin Ji's true information, knew Li Shi resided in Dongzhou City, and that she had just turned 22 this year. However, what she was unaware of was Li Shi's extraordinary beauty. "Yin Gu, you never mentioned you were such a stunning beauty." Dixie had envisioned what Li Shi might look like. She had added Li Shi on WeChat, but had never seen her post photos on Moments, suspecting that Li Shi lacked confidence in her appearance. Little did she know that Li Shi was breathtakingly gorgeous. With such looks, she could easily be a star. Li Shi smiled gently. "These things are inconsequential. After all, 7 Days of Nightmare was created with my intellect and hands, not my appearance." Dixie marveled and shook her head. Had I known you were this beautiful, I would have rushed to Dongzhou City to knock on your door and drag you to hold a tour signing event across Asia. With your looks, the comic book sales would surely surpass 20 million copies. Li Shi could no longer bear it and said, "Stop teasing me." Getting back on topic, she asked Dixie, "Is our boss, Mr. Wan, at the company?" Upon mentioning business, Dixie also dropped her smile. "Yun Yi." Dixie hesitated to speak. "Are you saying the head of Zhaixing Entertainment is here today?" Dixie was somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" She instinctively guessed the source of the information. Had Xiao Tang let slip? Li Shi shook her head and replied casually, "I happen to know someone from Zhaixing Entertainment. They mentioned this. On my way here, I even saw a Dongzhou license plate, so I guessed that someone from their company had come." Dixie believed her, impressed by Yungu's meticulous thinking. "You're right. The head of Zhaixing Entertainment indeed came." After a pause, Dixie leaned closer to Li Shi, whispering conspiratorially, "They seem to be taking this project very seriously. Can you guess who they sent? Xie Xingyun?" Li Shi instinctively named this unfortunate star. Dixie shook her head. "Try again." "It can't be Xie Jiayue, can it?" "Not quite, but someone with a similar standing." Dixie revealed, "It's Qin Xiu." Qin Xiu, the top figure and stakeholder at Zhaixing Entertainment, the godson of Xie Mingzong, and simultaneously the illicit lover of Xie Mingzong's wife. Upon hearing this name, Li Shi's previously foul mood transformed into one of delight. "It's Qin Xiu." As she followed Dixie into the elevator, a bright yet mischievous smile graced her lips. "Oh, how splendid." Dixie noticed Li Shi's uncontainable joy upon hearing Qin Xiu's name, and her heart leaped with excitement. Was Yungu a fan of Qin Xiu? If she were, that would simplify matters. Li Shi tilted her head, with a smile that was both ambiguous and playful. "If being an anti-fan counts as being a fan, then I suppose I am." Dixie was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Then things are truly off to a rocky start. It's as if you stepped out without checking the calendar." The Guanmanga company had 5 floors. The first and second floors were the office areas where editors primarily operated. The third floor housed Mr. Wan's office and was responsible for receiving distinguished guests. The fourth floor served as a hall for events, and the fifth floor was the staff recreation room. Dixie led Li Shi directly to the VIP conference room on the third floor. She knocked on the door and informed those inside, "Mr. Wan, Mr. Qin, Yungu is here." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wan exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Xiu and remarked, "Yungu is merely a 22-year-old young lady. She's also from Dongzhou." "Mr. Qin, you're also from Dongzhou, correct? If you lead the negotiations, Yungu will surely agree." He subtly suggested to Qin Xiu that Yungu was just a young girl in her early 20s. Despite her fame, she was still young and impressionable. Being from the same place, and with Qin Xiu being a superstar, during the negotiations, a mix of firmness and gentleness would be required. After all, she is just a girl. A little intimidation would suffice. Chapter 66. Are you so entrenched in your role as a domineering CEO that you can't break character? Come in. Dixie pushed open the door and led Li Shi into the conference hall. "Mr. Wan, Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce," she said, stepping aside to reveal Li Shi. With a tone of barely concealed pride, she introduced her. "This is the creator of our 7 Days of Nightmare comic, the masterful Yungu." Afterward, Dixie mischievously winked at Mr. Wan and teased, "What do you think? Isn't Yungu quite youthful? Not just youthful. She is also stunning." Mr. Wan was momentarily entranced. The perpetually aloof superstar Qin Xiu's gaze noticeably brightened upon seeing Yungu's true visage. "Li Qi." Qin Xiu's tone was uncertain. Though he had returned to the CF family numerous times, he had little opportunity to meet Li Shi. They were not well acquainted. However, when they did meet, they referred to each other as siblings. The last time Qin Xiu attended the engagement banquet of Jiang Qinkong and Xie Xingyun. Both Li Shi and Xie Xingyun were taken away by Officer Zhou before the event commenced, so he hadn't seen either of them that day. Reflecting on it, the last time Qin Xiu encountered Li Shi was on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. He had brought gifts to the Xie family for the new year, and it wasn't until mealtime that Li Shi made her appearance, dressed in casual home attire and glasses, looking far more unremarkable than today. Thus, seeing Li Shi suddenly in a different city made Qin Xiu question if he had mistaken her identity. Upon hearing Qin Xiu call out Li Shi's name, Mr. One could not conceal his astonishment and inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you know Yungu?" Li Shi exclaimed in surprise. The real name of the illustrious Yungu is Li Shi. It was at this moment that Li Shi stepped forward, approaching Qin Xiu, and sweetly called out, "Qin Xiu Gij." Upon hearing that familiar, soft-spoken address, Qin Xiu finally dared to believe that the renowned comic artist Yun Gu was indeed the quiet and unassuming adopted daughter of the CF family, Li Shi. Unable to hide his astonishment, Qin Xiu remarked, "You truly have kept a low profile, quietly achieving great things." As he spoke, he placed his hands on Li Shi's shoulders and let out a light-hearted laugh, casually stating, "Since we are all family, our collaboration today should be easy to negotiate." Li Shi, with her gentle and agreeable nature, had often found herself at the mercy of even Wang Ma in the Xia household. Yet she remained polite to all members of the family. Qin Xiu was confident that with his personal involvement, securing the film rights for 7 Days of Nightmare would be a mere formality. Observing the familiarity between Qin Xiu and Li Shi, Manager Wan couldn't help but smile broadly, expressing his surprise by asking Li Shi, "Yin Gu, are you and Mr. Qin actually relatives?" Li Shi succinctly summarized their relationship. "I'm the adopted daughter of the CF family, and Qin Xiu Gij is the godson raised with the support of my adoptive father, Xiemingzong." Qin Xiu's smile faltered slightly. He had never publicly disclosed his true relationship with the CF family, leading outsiders to perceive him as a mysterious figure, undoubtedly a wealthy scion of some prominent family. In reality, he was merely a relative of the CF family. Li Shi's straightforward statement shattered the enigmatic facade he had maintained. Indeed, upon learning this connection, Manager Wan's gaze toward Qin Xiu lost some of its reverence. People often harbor a sense of trepidation toward the unknown, and once the veil of mystery is lifted, the pressure dissipates, altering the dynamics of their interactions. "Huh, that's splendid," Manager Wan chuckled. "After all the to and fro, we are all family." Qin Xiu, suppressing his displeasure, turned to Li Shi and remarked, "Li Shi, I heard from Manager Wan that you were previously unwilling to sell the film rights for 7 Days of Nightmare to Zhaixing." Manager Wan interjected, saying, "I was puzzled as to why Yun Gu refused to collaborate with Zhaixing. Now it seems clear Yun Gu must not want to rely on her adoptive parents' financial backing. Our Yun Gu has grown up and desires independence, correct?" At this, Li Shi merely smiled, though her eyes remained cold. Having worked closely with Manager Wan for years, Di Shi, as a subordinate, had honed her ability to discern her superior's subtle reactions and thoughts. Over time, she developed a keen perception of the emotions around her, and she quickly sensed that Li Shi was not in a good mood. Qin Xiu agreed with Manager Wan's assessment. "Li Shi, if that's truly how you feel, then it's rather naive." He unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat down on the sofa, instinctively crossing his long legs, exuding an air of confidence that made Li Shi feel nauseated. Qin Xiu lifted his chin to look at Li Shi, gesturing toward the adjacent sofa. "Li Shi, please, have a seat." Li Shi gracefully walked over and took her place. Qin Xiu exchanged a knowing glance with his assistant, who promptly opened a briefcase and handed him the prepared contract. Qin Xiu placed the document on the coffee table before Li Shi and casually inquired, "Li Shi, do you prefer to sign the contract here on the spot, or should we wait until both parties are present for the formal signing?" Li Shi remained silent, casually flipping through the contract. Manager Wan smiled cheerfully, while Di Shi wore an inscrutable expression. Qin Xiu appeared self-assured. With a sudden clap, Li Shi tossed the contract onto the table, turning to Qin Xiu with a look of incredulity, lightly asking, "Mr. Qin, have you played the role of the domineering CEO too many times, becoming so enamored with that persona that you believe everyone should follow your orders and cooperate?" Qin Xiu's expression tightened, suppressing his rising anger as he questioned Li Shi. "What do you mean?" Her meaning was clear. Li Shi picked up the document from the table and, with a decisive motion, tore it in half, then into quarters, scattering the shredded pieces over Qin Xiu's head. She declared emphatically, "I would rather sell 7 Days of Nightmare for a pittance to a beggar on the street than sell it to Zhaixing Entertainment." The fragments of the contract fell onto Qin Xiu's face and then onto his lap, leaving him momentarily dazed as he stared blankly at the remnants on his thigh. Where is he? What was his purpose here? Manager Wan and Di Shi exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by Li Shi's boldness. In that instant, Manager Wan quietly retracted his earlier belief that Li Shi was easily manipulable. Li Shi mirrored Qin Xiu's posture, leaning back against the sofa with an air of disdain as she proclaimed, "Do not think that just because Mr. Wan is willing to support you, you will remain unscathed. You may not realize that a mere comic company has no standing to confront Zhaixing Entertainment directly. It would be like striking a rock with an egg." Manager Wan wore a smile, though internally he was seething. He had to maintain a fa of neutrality, reminding Li Shi, Yin Gu, do not take it to heart. Mr. Qin is merely trying to scare you. He then turned to Qin Xiu, saying, Mr. Qin, you are a star and a brother figure. Why speak so harshly to a delicate young lady like Yin Gu? Delicate indeed. Qin Xiu erupted in frustration. I can't even recall how to spell delicate. Manager 1 fell silent. In stark contrast to Qin Xiu's fury, Li Shi remained calm and composed. She remarked coolly, Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your generous instruction. Today I have learned a new and sophisticated phrase, striking a rock with an egg. I wonder if Mr. Qin is familiar with this saying? Qin Xiu had little desire to engage, yet he couldn't help but glance at Li Shi. With a slight smile, she articulated clearly, a calamity approaches without one realizing it. What calamity? A jarring ringtone suddenly pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention to the source, Qin Xiu's phone. He retrieved the device, dismissing the call at first glance when he saw his manager's name. Shuang, I'm in W City for business. Didn't I say not to call me? Qin Xiu. On the other end of the line, the agent Chu Shuang yelled sharply, her voice hoarse as she berated him. Isn't it enough that you're messing around with me? Now you have to entangle yourself with that old woman Zhang Xiang. Chu Shuang's voice was so loud that, even without the speakerphone, several idle individuals in the conference room overheard her. Their faces were filled with shock, and instinctively, they pricked up their ears. Then, they heard Chu Shuang unleash a torrent of fury upon Qin Xiu. I wondered why your godmother keeps visiting your home every few days. Turns out she's been delivering warmth right to the bed. You can fool around with older women, but now you've even brought a child into this. Qin Xiu not only entangled himself with his agent, but also with his godmother, and a child was involved. What a scandal. After a few more profanities, Chu Shuang managed to rein in her fury and sternly warned Qin Xiu, you need to find a place to hide. The paparazzi have surrounded both the company and your home. At that moment, Qin Xiu's handsome face turned paler than the white paint on a palette. Even after applying 2 pounds of foundation, Li Shi couldn't achieve such a look. How could this be discovered? His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his voice tightened. What do you mean? Chu Shuang snapped back. There's a paparazzo who has been secretly photographing you. He not only caught you and that old woman entering and exiting your love nest multiple times, but also witnessed you two kissing in the supermarket. Just the other night, he snapped a photo of you taking Zhang Xiang to a shady clinic for an abortion. That paparazzo bribed the doctor and obtained fetal blood for testing. Now, the entire internet is going crazy over this. Qin Xiu, you're finished. Who knows how many older women you've been with, and whether Zhang Xiang has any diseases. If I get infected because of you, I will expose all your dirty secrets. You harm me, and you can forget about escaping unscathed. After throwing down the gauntlet, the agent hung up the phone in a flurry, likely rushing to the hospital. At this moment, Qin Xiu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His limbs and bones turned cold. It was over. His life, his stardom, his reputation. All of it was ruined. Dazed, Qin Xiu looked up at Li Shi and hoarsely asked her, How did you find out about this? He suspiciously inquired. Was it you? The look in Qin Xiu's eyes was venomous. Sensing that his emotions were on the verge of exploding, Wanzhong Dixie and Qin Xiu's assistant instinctively clustered around Li Shi. Fearing that Qin Xiu might lash out at her, Li Shi feigned an innocent demeanor, saying, I went upstairs to use the restroom and unconsciously scrolled through Weibo, where I happened to see those revelations about you. When I entered the conference room earlier, I intended to tell you, but you started with your bossy quotes. Qin Xiu glared at her in rage for several seconds before giving a sinister smile. Li Shi, you better not let me catch you doing something underhanded. With that, Qin Xiu stormed out with his assistant. Just before leaving, Li Shi heard him shout at his assistant. Are you stupid? Hurry up and give me a hat and a mask from the car. If I get discovered, we'll be drowned in spit at W City. Long after everyone had left, the conference room remained silent. After a moment, Wanzhong rubbed his chubby cheeks to soften his facial muscles before turning to Li Shi with a forced smile. Before discussing business, he couldn't help but ask curiously, the godmother mentioned on the phone, is she? Dixie also perked up her ears. Li Shi casually flicked her nails and replied lightly, She is my adoptive mother. Your adoptive mother is the biological mother of Xie Zhiyue and Xie Xingyun, the chairman's wife of Zhaixing Entertainment. Wow. Wanzhong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. You mean the top star of Zhaixing Entertainment is involved with the chairman's wife? and the president of Zhaixing Entertainment is the brother of the popular star Xie Zhiyue. This is a web of entangled relationships. With this scandal, not only would Zhaixing Entertainment's market value plummet, but their reputation would also be tarnished. Selling 7 Days of Nightmare to Zhaixing Entertainment would indeed be a significant loss. Dixie swallowed hard and hesitantly asked Li Shi, "Yunj, did you know about the Xie family's troubles and anticipate the impact on Zhaixing Entertainment, which is why you refused to collaborate with them?" It was only at this moment that Dixie realized Li Shi's predicament. Chapter 68. Even a tortoise upside down remains a tortoise. Li Shi tilted her head and called out, "Wan Zong, now we should discuss the film adaptation." Wan Zong hesitated. "Are we discussing it?" His gaze flickered as he recalled Dixie mentioning something to him days ago, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "Yunch, do you truly intend to invest in the production yourself? I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but you must admit, it will be quite challenging for just the two of us to bring 7 Days of Nightmare to life. Our partnership merely saves us the cost of copyright. However, hiring actors, renting venues, employing a filming crew, post-production, and marketing." Wan Zong enumerated a plethora of issues, concluding that we lack the substantial funds and connections. 7 Days of Nightmare is a remarkable story. If it falls into our hands, it would be a disgrace. Who doesn't have ambitions? Wan Zong also yearned to film and quietly amass wealth, but one must possess the means to do so. He hesitated to mention Zhaixing again, fearing it would bring bad luck, and quickly changed the subject. "I've looked at the terms offered by other film companies. They provide actor lineups that are simply beyond our budget. These days, even a minor male lead demands exorbitant fees. Moreover, in the current entertainment industry, high-profile actors may not even consider our script, while those we can afford may not necessarily succeed. To be honest, Xie Zhiyue is indeed the highest caliber actress we could hope to cast for the script." Wan Zong had opened up to Li Shi. After listening attentively, Li Shi did not refute him. His reasoning was sound. Wan Zong sighed with relief, thinking Li Shi had decided to give up, but to his surprise, Li Shi said, "To be frank, I wish to establish my own entertainment company and nurture several promising talents, promoting my own actors through my works." Wan Zong. Seeing that Li Shi was so oblivious to reality, Wan Zong's attitude turned cold. "Yunch, you're still too young. Young people often need to hit a wall before they are willing to turn back." Li Shi remained silent, noting her determination to proceed independently. Wan Zong lost interest in continuing the conversation. He pulled out a cigarette, holding it without lighting it. "Since 7 Days of Nightmare is your creation, and you insist on not selling the rights to other film companies, you want to produce it yourself. Let us collaborate. Thanks to you, we have built a good reputation for our comic company over the past 2 years, having unearthed many talented comic artists and created a series of excellent works." After exchanging pleasantries, Wan Zong directly stated his position. "I cannot invest in the production of this script with you. You must understand, I am a businessman. I will not engage in a venture that guarantees financial loss. You are the original creator, and I respect your dedication and decision. I can promise not to sell its rights to other companies. Here's the deal. If you give me this amount, I will sell you the rights." He held up one finger, symbolizing 10 million. Dixie could not help but furrow her brow, feeling that Wan Zong was being unreasonable. Previously, several film companies had expressed interest in acquiring the film adaptation rights for 7 Days of Nightmare, but the highest offer from Zhaixing Entertainment was only 30 million pre-tax. The comic series 7 Days of Nightmare made its debut 4 years ago, at which time she signed a comprehensive contract with the Guamon website. This meant that all subsequent developments of her works were authorized by the website, leaving her, as the creator, without the authority to decide on copyright matters. Later, Li Shi became the sole V5 level author on the Guamon website and renegotiated her contract to a premium level. According to the terms, all copyright fees for her works were to be split 70-30 in favor of the website. Thus, even if Zhaixing Entertainment was willing to pay 30 million for the film rights to 7 Days of Nightmare, the company would only receive 9 million before taxes. However, President Wan audaciously demanded 1 million from Li Shi. This was blatant bullying. Di Shi's gaze towards Li Shi transformed into one of compassion. At only 22 years old, she was clearly a recent graduate, having just stepped out of her ivory tower. Faced with President Wan's blatant harassment, she had little choice but to endure. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Li Shi exclaim, "President Wan, do you see the words easy to bully plastered on my forehead?" President Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Li Shi, stammering, "What? What did you just call me?" She also wore an expression of shock. Li Shi smirked sarcastically, disdainfully regarding President Wan, as she said, "You immediately demand $1 million from me. Do you have any idea how substantial $1 million is when piled before you? You really think that once you become a boss, you can forget how you struggled to borrow money like a destitute wretch in the beginning of your entrepreneurial journey? Don't forget, 2 years ago, when your son was involved in a drunk driving accident that killed a family of 5, the court ordered you to pay $3 million, and you put all your cash into investments. In the end, I was the one who helped you through that crisis. I saved you from ruin, yet you wish to cast me into hell." Li Shi rose from her seat, crossing the coffee table to leave, and added, "I would rather spend that $1 million hiring a lawyer to sue you than let you take advantage of me." After her outburst, she left with an air of defiance, leaving President Wan's face flushed with rage. Wan crushed the cigarette in his hand and coldly addressed Shi. "Did you hear how she insulted me just now? That little girl looks delicate, yet when she curses, she sounds like a shrew. What is she so arrogant about? Why does she have to be so haughty?" A glint of malice flickered in Wan's eyes as he remarked, "I think Mr. Qin is right. Her arrogance deserves a lesson." Hearing this, Shi quickly offered Wan a glass of water, saying, "President Wan, please drink some water. I believe Gu is still too young. She has yet to experience hardship and does not understand stakes. You are the boss. Do not stoop to her level." Wan scoffed, "Just because she hasn't suffered. Does that mean I should bear the brunt of it? She's merely a comic artist. If her works become tainted, what worth does she still hold?" Realizing that Wan was genuinely intent on harming Li Shi, she felt a surge of anxiety. Initially just a minor editor, she had ascended to chief editor at Guanmon due to her fortunate association with the lucrative Li Shi. She felt immeasurable gratitude towards Li Shi and could not fathom betraying her. With a serious demeanor, she cautioned Wan, "President Wan, I respect you as my superior, and we have built a rapport over the years. I have no desire to resign unless absolutely necessary. However, if you truly intend to tarnish 7 days of nightmare and slander a respectable original author, then I cannot conspire with you." She removed her work ID from around her neck and declared, "Wan, you have indeed forgotten the struggles of your past. Even when a turtle flips, it remains a turtle on its back. In other words, a dog cannot change its nature." She tossed her ID onto the coffee table before turning to leave. Wan was left trembling with rage. Upon returning to his office, he found Tang Jiuzhou waiting at her desk. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Has a representative from Xingyao Media arrived?" Xingyao Media was the only company besides Zhaixing Entertainment offering favorable terms. If Li Shi dared to offend him, he would sell the copyright of 7 Days of Nightmare to Xingyao, allowing him to relish her downfall. "President Wan," Tang Jiuzhou said, "I forgot to mention. My mother is the owner of Xingyao Media. She is willing to buy the film rights to 7 Days of Nightmare at a high price because I am a devoted fan. She wants to make it into a movie as a gift for my 30th birthday." "What?" Wan's expression transformed as he looked at Tang Jiuzhou in disbelief. He stammered, "Tang, the president of Xingyao Media is your mother?" Wan had heard that the president was a formidable businesswoman, unmarried, but with a daughter rumored to take over the company at 30, and that she was a devoted fan of the second dimension. "I am indeed the only daughter of Ms. Tang Sa, Tang Jiusi. I'm tired of this job." With that, Tang Jiusi removed her ID badge from her chest, placing it alongside her employee card on the desk. Looking up, her gaze towards Wan was filled with disdain. "I officially inform you, President Wan, that Xingyao Media will voluntarily withdraw from the competition for the film rights of 7 Days of Nightmare. I have heard that Gu will be investing in its production independently, and Xingyao Media aims to collaborate with Gu to create exceptional cinematic works." "Wan," Tang Jiusi remarked pointedly, "you have made a foolish decision today." With that, she left without even writing a resignation letter. She had taken the front desk position at Guanmon because she heard whispers of the adaptation of 7 Days of Nightmare, and the enigmatic Gu might appear. Now that she had met Gu and even exchanged WeChat contacts, what was left for her to do here? Wan stared at the employee badges of Tang Jiusi and Shi on the table, filled with anger and regret. However, he quickly reassured himself that Shi could be replaced with another capable editor. Losing Xingyao Media was inconsequential. There were still numerous film companies interested in 7 Days of Nightmare. Suddenly, the office phone rang. Wan answered to hear a stern, unyielding male voice. "Hello. Is this President Wan Dabao of Guanmon? Who is this?" Wan hesitated. The voice continued, "I am gold medal lawyer Jin Xiaoming, fully authorized by my client, Miss Li Shi, to utilize legal means to safeguard her rights as a literary creator regarding the copyrights to her work. Wan's anger flared, and he shouted back, "What? You intend to sue me? Go ahead. Li Shi has a contract with my company. We have binding agreements." A tyrannical contract? It could be overturned. The voice replied lightly. One was left speechless. After the call ended, Wan, driven by curiosity, searched for gold medal lawyer Jin Xiaoming. Upon reading the information about the lawyer, Wan felt a sense of dread wash over him. Damn it! That lunatic Yin Gu actually hired the #1 lawyer in the domestic legal field, Jin Xiaoming. It is said he only takes international economic crime cases, and his fees start in the 7 figures. Li Shi truly spent $1 million to hire such a formidable figure to deal with me. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Li Shi sat on the high-speed train back to Dongzhou City, feeling despondent. With insufficient sleep, she had booked a business class ticket. In this day and age, the comfort of high-speed train business class had long surpassed that of airplanes. After boarding, she covered herself with a blanket and dozed off. When the gentle voice of the attendant roused her, the train was nearing Dongzhou Station. Li Shi simply tidied her hairstyle and picked up her phone to call for a ride when she noticed a WeChat message from Gu Huaizhou sent 10 minutes earlier. "I'm waiting for you at the high-speed rail exit." Li Shi was somewhat taken aback. "You came to pick me up?" Gu Huaizhou replied, "Yes, it's dark now," concerned for her safety in the evening. He had come to escort her. Li Shi felt a mixture of surprise and delight. Perhaps this was the advantage of having an admirer. "I'll be at the station in 3 minutes. Thank you for picking me up. I'll treat you to Japanese cuisine tonight," she offered. Gu Huaizhou responded, "I'm sorry, but I cannot eat raw seafood." In truth, he avoided all raw meat, even preferring his steaks well done. His friends often teased him for being overly fastidious about his food preferences. However, upon receiving Gu Huaizhou's reply, Li Shi found his straightforwardness rather admirable. She appreciated candid individuals. Thus, when Gu Huaizhou openly declared his pursuit of her in front of Jiang Xinghe and Shui and I, Li Shi genuinely relished the moment. "Then let us go have some biang-biang noodles from Shaanxi," she suggested. "Sure," he agreed. Once they arrived at the station, Li Shi grabbed her bag and walked towards the exit with the crowd, only to discover that Wan Daba had sent her numerous apologetic messages. In essence, he conveyed he was wrong and was willing to personally come to Dongzhou City to apologize, even offering to return the copyright of 7 Days of Nightmare directly to her, allowing her to negotiate a modest compensation for the company. Li Shi thought to herself, indeed, he was like a turtle, no matter how he turned over. He remained a turtle. She resolved not to be excessively ruthless. After all, her relationship with Guanmon had been mutually beneficial. Although she could not be friends with Wan Daba, she did not wish for her rift with Guanmon to become too ugly, as it would adversely affect other contracted artists. While walking, she typed a response to Wan Daba, 3 million before tax. Agree and we can remain friends. Disagree and I will see you in court. On the other side, Wan Daba took a deep breath and silently changed her contact name from Money Tree to Zhouba Pai. All right, he replied. He then added a polite remark. Yunj, if you have any inspiration for new works, we can continue our collaboration. Good night, Li Shi Raplia. As she fell asleep, her dreams were filled with myriad thoughts. Emerging from the high-speed rail station, Li Shi easily spotted Gu Huaizhou in the crowd of passengers. He wore a long, thin white down jacket and a beanie that obscured his sharp, indifferent eyes. The cold wind had reddened his nose, yet he remained undeniably handsome. When Li Shi stepped into his line of sight, his dark eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of warmth. She. He called her name with a tender affection, reminiscent of a devoted admirer. As Chapter 70 unfolded, Gu Huaizhou promptly draped a brown reversible cashmere shawl over Li Shi's shoulders. It was lightweight yet warm, and coincidentally, Li Shi was dressed in a beige wool coat that complemented the shawl's color. She tightened the wrap around herself and noticed its creases, teasing Gu Huaizhou. You didn't buy this shawl specifically for me, did you? Although the shawl was unisex and could be worn by Gu Huaizhou, it was likely not a color he would prefer. As expected, Gu Huaizhou confessed, yes, this brand's shawls are quite expensive, costing at least 7,000 or 8,000. Li Shi herself would never splurge on something so costly. Holding the soft shawl, she asked Gu Huaizhou, does this count as a gift from you? Gu Huaizhou replied, not really. It's just a little something I had delivered from a store. It lacks the significance of a well-thought-out gift. Li Shi found his honesty endearing. Well, I have a gift for you. Would you like it? Gu Huaizhou's eyes brightened with curiosity, and he seemed more animated. You actually prepared a gift for me? Of course, Li Shi said as she rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a thermos and 2 clean disposable cups. Here, help me hold these cups. Gu Jin instinctively took the cups from her. Li Shi unscrewed the thermos and poured 2 steaming cups of milk tea, saying, "This is a specialty from Dongzhou City. XX brand milk tea, only available there. I brought this thermos just so you can enjoy a warm cup. Quick, drink it while it's hot, Professor Gu." Gu Zhan felt an urge to smile. It was a unique gift. "Let us toast," Li Shi said, raising her cup to clink with Gu Zhan's. They sipped the first cup of milk tea of early winter, and as Li Shi began to wish for something wholesome, Gu Zhan interjected, "May Li Shi always be as happy as she is today." He gently pressed his long finger against her sweet dimple, adding, "Your smile with dimples is delightful." Li Shi's heart fluttered, and she dreamily replied, "I originally wanted to say, may we lie in bed together this time next year." Gu Zhan responded seriously, "Repeat that." Li Shi quickly drank her milk tea and took a step forward. "Let us go eat." Certain words should not be uttered twice. Just then, Gu Zhan caught her from behind, saying, "The car is parked in Area B, on the other side." The temperature in Dongzhou City had dropped significantly, and it was expected to snow later. The parking area was bustling with cars picking up passengers from the high-speed rail. Li Shi turned to follow Gu Zhan to the parking lot. After walking a short distance, she noticed Gu Zhan slowing his pace, falling back by a step. It was a protective position. Oh no, she thought, this man truly knows how to charm a girl. Had he really never been in a relationship before? As they returned to the city, snow began to fall, and it thickened for a moment. Li Shi couldn't resist pulling out her phone to capture the moment and share it on her WeChat moments. Shui and I was the first to like it, followed closely by Tang Jiuxi and Di Shi. Only Wan Daba commented sourly, "So wealthy, yet you're still in a BYD? Li Shi Prumli Bloka Bandava." "Who are you cursing?" Gu Zhan asked, having overheard her. Without looking up, Li Shi replied, "I encountered a jerk today." She recounted her experiences at Guanman to Gu Zhan as a joke. After listening, Gu Zhan remarked, "Mr. Lin Yutong once said, those who suddenly become wealthy often boast of their connections. This is particularly true for those who come from humble beginnings and suddenly acquire wealth." Li Shi chuckled. "So you mean nouveau riche?" Gu Zhan continued, "Don't look down on the nouveau riche. It takes wisdom to rise from poverty. It's merely people like Wan Daba I'm referring to." Hearing this, Li Shi found Gu Zhan quite intriguing. "Have you encountered many odd characters like him? Which is why you remain so calm." Gu Zhan did not deny it. "What? Professor Gu, do you want me to avoid discussing fools?" "Not at all," Gu Zhan replied. "I admire the tenacity and indomitable spirit that you possess." Gu Zhan maneuvered the steering wheel, taking a turn off the elevated road. "There's a Shangxi restaurant ahead, reputed to be the best in town. Let us try it." He parked the car in front of the restaurant. Li Gerli unbuklet herseatbeth, bent down to step out, and enjoyed the falling snow. Feeling the snowflakes on her forehead and nose, she reached out to catch a few when Gu Zhan called out, "Li Qi, you could debate with fools or even compete with imbeciles. I'd rather see you as a fierce woman than allow anyone to bully you." Li Qi turned back to see Gu Zhan gazing at her, his eyes filled with an indescribable affection and softness. Her heart raced again. "Don't just stand out here in the snow. Let us go inside and eat. On this chilly evening, the two of us ought to indulge in some spicy hot pot." Just as we were savoring our meal, Li Shi received a call from Jiang Xinghe. Jiang Xinghe inquired, "It's rather late. Are you still not back? You haven't been detained in W City, have you?" "I returned early." Li Shi stirred the noodles in her bowl and replied, "I was dining out with Professor Gu." "Oh, how attentive of the landlord. But then again, one must be diligent when pursuing a lady," Jiang Xinghe remarked while lounging on the sofa, rubbing his belly. "What did you eat? Could you bring me back a bowl? It's raining outside, and I can't be bothered to order takeout. Buying noodles from Shangxi, would you like some?" "Yes, but make sure the chef adds plenty of garlic." By the time they returned to the apartment, it was already past 11 at night. In the elevator, Gu Zhan said, "I happen to be passing by. I'll deliver Jiang Xinghe's dinner. You should head back and wash up, then get some rest." "All right." Gu Zhan took the takeout box to Jiang Xinghe's residence, and just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, but it was not Jiang Xinghe who answered. It was Xie Xingyun. Upon seeing Gu Zhan, Xie Xingyun's expression shifted to one of surprise. "What brings you here?" Jiang Xinghe rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Gu Zhan, with a stern tone, admonished Jiang Xinghe, "The apartment strictly prohibits the entry of unidentified strangers." "Have you forgotten?" Jiang Xinghe protested. "That's unfair, Zhan Gu. He insisted on coming." "I didn't bring him. So you're Professor Gu?" Xie Xingyun leaned against the doorframe, barring Jiang Xinghe from stepping forward, and questioned Gu Zhan with an air of superiority. Who do you think you are? Am I required to seek your permission to visit my brother-in-law? Do you believe you own this building, and your word is law? You're merely a teacher, accustomed to controlling your students in class. But do you think everyone will bow to you? Mr. Xie, Jiang Xinghe interjected, nudging Xie Xingyun, his expression subtly urging him to reconsider. This building actually belongs to Zhen Ge. I'm his tenant. Xie Xingyun's imposing demeanor faltered slightly. Chapter 71. Bathing without closing the door. Such trust in him? The Lanting apartment is renowned within the affluent circles of Dongzhou City for its exceptionally stringent security, comparable to that of Zongnanhai. 2 years ago, upon hearing about its high security, Xie Xingyun contemplated purchasing a property there as a clandestine retreat with Li Shi. However, the primary owner of Lanting apartment outright rejected him via email, stating, "I don't wish to rent it out. I'm not in need of that little money." Xie Xingyun was infuriated and had vented to his friends about it. But ultimately, his friend Zhou Yaoguang calmed him down with a single remark. The land for Lanting apartment was gifted to the daughter of the Gu family in Kyoto as part of her dowry. The major owner behind Lanting apartment is likely connected to the Gu family. The Gu family of Dongzhou is an unrivaled powerhouse in the business realm, while the Gu family of Kyoto holds a prominent position in the military domain. Decades ago, the Gu family of Kyoto married their daughter into the Gu family of Dongzhou, thereby strengthening both families through this union. The Gu Huaizhou, whom Jiao Yu has admired for over a decade, is the fruit of this alliance. He stands as the foremost young gentleman of Dongzhou and also the crown prince of Kyoto. Recalling Zhou Yaoguang's insider information, Xie Xingyun's gaze towards Gu Zhan grew wary. Xie Xingyun lowered his hand from the doorframe, his posture tightening, and hesitantly asked Gu Zhan, "Professor Gu is not from Dongzhou, is he?" According to social etiquette, Gu Zhan should have responded affirmatively or negatively, but instead, he retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Having held the position of CEO for an extended period, Xie Xingyun was accustomed to managing employees and mistakenly assumed he could exert the same control over everyone. Listen, how familiar this sounds. This is precisely what Xie Xingyun had said mere moments ago. Gu Zhan mirrored Xie Xingyun's earlier words. Jiang Xinghe stifled a laugh, shaking his shoulders. He quickly pushed Xie Xingyun outside and took the takeout box from Gu Zhan's hands. "Thanks, Zhenge. Tonight's bill is on Li Shi. You should thank her." "All right." Jiang Xinghe leaned against the door, addressing Gu Zhan. "Zhenge, Mr. Xie came to inquire about Li Shi's address." He waved at Xie Xingyun, adding, "Mr. Xie, I heard your mother just had an abortion for your brother-in-law. You should hurry back and take care of her during her recovery." With that, Jiang Xinghe slammed the door shut. Xie Xingyun's expression darkened, wishing he could tear apart Jiang Xinghe's insolent mouth. "You want to find Li Shi?" Upon realizing Xie Xingyun's intention for being there, Gu Zhan's resolve hardened. "Xie Xingyun, have you forgotten my earlier warning?" Xie Xingyun now recognized that this Gu Zhan was not merely an ordinary medical professor, regardless of whether you were associated with the Gu family in Kyoto or another. "If you dare to set your sights on Li Shi, I will ensure you pay dearly." Gu Zhan scoffed, maintaining his composure. "We have already cohabitated and will soon be obtaining our marriage certificate. Her intentions are firmly set. Do your worst." With that, Gu Zhan pressed the elevator button. The elevator still remained on their floor. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the 22nd floor. Xie Xingyun followed closely behind and, upon seeing the 22nd floor, instinctively remarked, "Li Shi lives on the 22nd floor?" Gu Zhan ignored him. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 22nd floor, and Gu Zhan exited, striding towards room 2201. Xie Xingyun, having grown up alongside Li Shi and being her first love, could hardly believe that the girl who had wept and questioned him about abandoning her just months prior would now be living with an unknown man. Xie Xingyun rushed after them. Standing beside Gu Zhan, he noticed that Gu Zhan did not input the door code, and his mood lifted. "Aren't they living together? Surely you must know the door code to Li Shi's home?" Gu Zhan regarded Xie Xingyun as if he were foolish. "Would you input the code with a pervert lurking nearby?" Xie Xingyun, feeling slighted, stepped back 2 meters to demonstrate his innocence. He was eager to see how this Gu Zhan would proceed. Beep, beep, beep. The door lock beeped 7 or 8 times. Then a mechanical female voice announced, "Password input correct. Welcome home, master." Click. Xie Xingyun stared in disbelief as Gu Zhan opened the door to Li Shi's residence. They truly lived together? No, that couldn't be right. The occupant might not necessarily be Li Shi, Perhaps this was Gu Zhan's home. Was he not the owner of this building? Maybe Gu Zhan was merely opening a random door to deceive him. Determined to uncover the truth, Xie Xingyun lunged forward, forcefully grasping the iron door and positioning himself in the doorway to prevent Gu Zhan from shutting it. Gu Zhan stood in the hallway, fixating his unwavering gaze on Xie Xingyun. Xie Xingyun, undeterred, leaned forward to peek inside the hallway. He caught sight of Li Shi's high-heeled boots, just removed, her backpack on the console, and her beloved anime figurines. Straining to see further, he heard the distinct sound of footsteps in slippers. Gu Zhan turned in response. Li Shi emerged, donned in slippers, her delicate figure enveloped in a bath towel, her long hair held back with a clip, water cascading down her exposed skin. The alluring sight of a beauty emerging from her bath was a potent stimulus for both men. Get out! Gu Zhan suddenly executed a swift kick, sending Xie Xingyun sprawling. Bang! Gu Zhan slammed the door shut. Standing in the entrance hallway, with his back to Li Shi, Gu Zhan remained composed. However, Li Shi approached him, still damp with steam, her voice penetrating the humid air as she inquired, "Was that Jiang Xinghe who just flew out?" Gu Zhan inhaled deeply. He gripped the doorknob tightly, softly explaining that he had come to inquire about your address from Jiang Xinghe, and in order to dissuade him, he had no choice but to seek you out. "You're truly astute, Professor Gu." Li Shi genuinely felt that Gu Zhan's response tonight was impeccable. Gu Zhan closed his eyes, acutely aware that his body came alive the moment he heard Li Shi's praise. Shi. Gu Zhan's voice was strained and pained. "Please, don't stand so close to me." It was only then that Li Shi realized she was unclothed, her skin exposed. For a single, fit young man, her attire was indeed provocative. "I'll head back now." After a moment's thought, Li Shi said, "I'll continue my bath." With that, she left Gu Zhan and returned to the bathroom. Gu Zhan didn't even hear her lock the bedroom door. Did she trust him so implicitly? Chapter 72. Is there a problem with Li Shi's memory? Gu Zhan lingered at the entrance for a while, where he heard no sound of water. He sensed something was amiss and hesitantly approached the master bedroom door, only to find Li Shi facing the bed, her back to the door. Gu Zhan finally noticed the knife she clutched tightly, hidden behind her waist. His pupils constricted. See. Upon hearing this, Li Shi slowly turned her head. Her gaze was lost as she stared at Gu Zhan, whispering, "Gu Zhan, could you please take the knife away? I seem to have forgotten how to let go of it." Gu Zhan's heart ached for her. He quickly strode over, gently but firmly prying her fingers apart to retrieve the cold, heavy knife, placing it a meter away on the floor. Only then did he hold the damp girl in his arms, softly reassuring her. "It's all right, he's not a villain." Leaning against Gu Zhan, Li Shi's body remained tense. Perhaps I am overreacting, but I can't explain why, upon discovering someone had invaded my home, I felt an overwhelming dread, as if someone intended to kill me. At her words, Gu Zhan shuddered. Why would she think that? A normal person would instinctively assume it was a burglary. Nestled in Gu Zhan's embrace, hearing his strong heartbeat, Li Shi felt an urge to share her past for the first time. Since I was 12, I have repeatedly dreamt of wandering in desolate mountains, searching for something. From dawn to dusk, I did not eat or drink, too frightened to pause or sleep. As soon as I stopped, I would hear a sharp whistle, a voice commanding me to obediently find a mouse. So I had to keep moving, crawling when I could no longer walk. Eventually, I came upon a grave. Gu Zhan's eyes turned a shade of crimson. Clenching his fists, he hoarsely asked Li Shi, "Did you find a mouse?" "I don't know." Li Shi shook her head. "Every time I reached the grave, I would awaken from the dream." Xieming Zong and the others claimed she had nightmare disorder and took her to see a psychologist. The psychologist said she was traumatized by witnessing her father's death, leading to her delusions. But she did not believe that was a mere delusion. Li Shi rambled on incoherently. By the end, she was unsure of what she truly wanted to convey. "Professor Gu." Li Shi trembled as she wrapped her arms around his waist, saying, "I always feel as though a pair of eyes in the shadows is watching me. They are observing me, waiting for the right moment to end my life." Thus, when she discovered someone had infiltrated her room tonight, it sparked such an intense reaction. Gu Zhan silently unclenched his fists, discreetly flexing his fingers until they returned to normal, before gently patting Li Shi's head. "Perhaps it is not just a dream," Gu Zhan suggested. "Maybe it is a memory you truly experienced." "It shouldn't be," Li Shi instinctively replied. "Since my father brought me to Dongzhou to settle, I have not ventured into the forest. It cannot be me." Suddenly, a thought struck her. Rising from Gu Zhan's embrace, She voiced her suspicion. Wait. My memories from ages 10 to 12 are muddled. Li Shi sat by the bed, gazing at her feet, deep in thought. I cannot recall where I went or what I did during those 2 years. If that wasn't a dream, but something that actually happened, could it be possible that I was indeed taken to that small grove when I was 10? Observing Li Shi, who was entirely immersed in her own thoughts. Gu Huaizhou's eyes reflected his concern. He refrained from interrupting her contemplation, instead turning to the bathroom, draining the water and refilling the tub with warm water. Gu Huaizhou approached the bed, effortlessly lifting Li Shi into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom. Li Shi gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Exclaiming, Gu Huaizhou, what are you doing? I warn you, my period isn't over yet. You cannot tempt me. I'm not tempting you, just bringing you to bathe. He set Li Shi down on the toilet seat and crouched before her. Gu Huaizhou, tall as he was, could meet her gaze directly. You should soak in the bath to warm up before resting in bed and pondering these matters. Don't catch a cold. I've already changed the water in the tub. You could just relax in it. Gu Huaizhou stood to leave, but Li Shi suddenly grasped his wrist. Thank you. You're welcome. You should rest. I need to stop by the security office. He needed to deliver Xie Xingyun's and the entire Xie family's information to the security office. From now on, no one from the Xie family or any unsavory characters would be allowed in Lanting apartment. The next day, Li Shi followed her plan to practice driving at the driving school. During the third subject, she practiced on the main road, and at noon, when she returned to the school for lunch, she spotted Xie Xingyun standing at the entrance, dressed casually and attracting much attention. Truly a persistent ghost. Li Shi unbuckled her seatbelt and told Gu Huaizhou and Xie Jian, "You two go ahead to the cafeteria. I need to speak with him." Xie Jian had learned about Li Shi's connection to the Xie family from her sister, but didn't care much for it. All she knew was that the Li Shi she knew was a fascinating and kind girl. She didn't ask further questions, but grabbed her jacket and exited the car. However, Gu Huaizhou chose not to go to the cafeteria. He told Li Shi, "I'll wait for you in the car." Understanding his concern for Xie Xingyun, Li Shi didn't push back. "All right, we can order takeout later?" Gu Huaizhou replied, "I'll have the restaurant deliver it." After on up. Li Shi returned to her lively and mischievous self, a stark contrast to the frightened girl from the previous night. Gu Huaizhou sat in the car, rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and watched as Li Shi approached Xie Xingyun step by step. Before he could take a puff, he crushed the cigarette. Chapter 73. Someone wants to buy Li Shi as a bride. CC, surprised to see Li Shi take the initiative to meet him. Xie Xingyun stood half a meter away, pointing at his shoulder and mocking. "Why aren't you in a suit today? Did you injure your shoulder and find it inconvenient to move?" Xie Xingyun's smile faded instantly. "You've changed so much." His tone was complex. She used to be most concerned about his health, yet now, his injuries had become her amusement. "People change," Li Shi replied. "After all, just a few months ago, we were in a secret relationship, and now you've become a married man. I say, Mr. Xie, now that you're married, you should uphold your marital virtues. If you keep coming to find me, Jiang Qingkong will accuse me of seducing you." Listening to her pointed remarks, Xie Xingyun could only offer a wry smile without retorting. Once Li Shi had vented her frustrations, he finally said, "Believe it or not, but my love for you is genuine." Li Shi scoffed. Little did she know, Xie Xingyun shamelessly declared, "On the day of the engagement banquet, the actions I took towards you were not without reason." Li Shi was almost driven to laughter by his audacity. "Oh, so, young master Xie nearly assaulted me out of some hidden plight?" She challenged, "Pray tell, what exactly is this hardship of yours?" "My father made a trip to a Las Vegas casino a few months ago and came away with a significant sum. You remember this, right?" Li Shi pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe I do." Yet, the specifics of his winnings eluded her. In truth, that money was not earned through gambling. Upon hearing this, Li Shi was taken aback. "How did it come about?" "Someone purchased your future from him," he revealed. Li Shi's expression darkened. "What do you mean, purchase me?" "It is precisely as it sounds." Xie Xingyun looked at her with a complex expression, stating, Shi, foreign forces have set their sights on you. They infiltrated the casino to approach my father, successfully bribing him to persuade him to marry you off abroad. The man who wishes to marry you is a noble duke from O continent, possessing immense wealth and investments worldwide. He desires you as his bride. I have investigated this individual. He is a severe sadist. It is said that his previous 3 wives, all young and beautiful foreign girls, met untimely and tragic ends. Li Shi felt a surreal absurdity, as if she were engrossed in a novel. "Xie Xingyun, you must be jesting." "It is true. He presented a covertly taken photograph of a document, revealing the agreement in both Chinese and English. Indeed, it was a document wherein Xie Mingzong consented to her marriage to the Duke. You are the adopted daughter of our family. My father possesses countless means to deliver you into the Duke's hands. Upon discovering this, I argued vehemently with him, but he remained unmoved. As for Jiang Qingkong, a flicker of pain crossed Xie Xingyun's eyes. My rendezvous with her at the hotel, which was photographed, was orchestrated by my father. In fact, that night, I received a message from you. I mistakenly believed the person entering my room was you. That day was my 28th birthday, and I thought it was your birthday gift to me. Yet, he lost his beloved forever on that fateful day. Li Shi remained skeptical, suspecting Xie Xingyun was fabricating lies to redeem himself. But you nearly assaulted me. That was to ensure you could transfer your household registration from the Xie family. He exclaimed, Li Shi, do you not understand? I am powerless to protect you. His voice dripped with despair. If only he were a man of comparable wealth. It would be one thing, but he is a duke with billions in euros. What can I do? He felt utterly helpless, unable to overturn his father's decision or contend with the duke. Thus, he resorted to such despicable means to tarnish Li Shi's reputation before all the guests, reasoning that a woman who seduces her foster brother and disrupts his marriage would have no place in the Xie family. To quell the Jiang family's fury, Xie Mingzong would undoubtedly cast Li Shi out, even if he harbored designs on the duke's remaining payment and hesitated to part with her as a tool. Xie Xingyun could still find ways to force him to expel Li Shi. However, he underestimated her resolve. She unexpectedly reported the incident to the authorities, successfully preserving her reputation while extracting a sum from both Xie Mingzong and the Jiang family. Truthfully, upon witnessing Li Shi's successful transfer of her household registration, freeing herself from the Xie family's grasp, Xie Xingyun felt genuine happiness for her. Setting aside the veracity of these revelations, Li Shi was more concerned about another matter. Why did you come to see me last night? I came to inform you, Xie Xingyun stated gravely, that Wells will arrive in Dongzhou next week to participate in the International Economic Forum. Wells? Xie Xingyun reminded her. He is the perverse duke. Li Shi's expression shifted dramatically. I will not take all your words at face value. She turned to leave, but paused, recalling something. You mentioned that on my birthday, you received a message from me. I am willing to believe that. You claim to have genuinely loved me. I also believe that. After all, during the 12 years I lived with the Xie family, only Xie Xingyun truly cared for and protected me, noticing my grievances and sorrows. Xie Xingyun was about to reveal a grateful smile when she continued. But I do not believe that on the engagement banquet day, your actions towards me were merely to protect me. Her gaze dropped, fixed on Xie Xingyun's lower half, as she soberly proclaimed, Xie Xingyun, if one truly loves another, how could they bear to tarnish their reputation in such a manner? You could have simply disclosed Wells' depravity, allowing me to decide whether to cooperate with your charade. Admit it, you merely desired to sleep with me that day. Never trust crocodile tears, the predicaments of capitalists, or the explanations of scoundrels, Li Shi thought. In her view, Xie Xingyun's love was worthless. She sought a partner who could be honest with her, someone to face storms together, rather than a man who concealed everything while silently engaging in self-sacrifice. Your self-righteous devotion is akin to a worm hidden within a tiger-striped bell pepper. Consuming it won't kill me, but it undeniably disgusts me. Xie Xingyun was utterly astonished that after revealing all the truths to Li Shi, her demeanor remained chillingly indifferent. Staring at her cold and resolute figure, he questioned bitterly, what of Gu Zhen? Is he any better? What does Professor Gu have to do with this? Sensing Li Shi slow her pace, Xie Xingyun believed he had seized upon her weakness and felt a sense of triumph. Li Shi, do you think Gu Zhen is truly honest with you? Do you even know who he really is? Has he ever divulged his true identity? You have not even clarified his background, yet you cohabitate with him. Li Chi, why do you demean yourself so? We loved each other for 3 years, and I couldn't bear to touch you. Yet how long have you known him before you shared a bed? If he truly loves you, would he treat you this way? Li Shi's temper flared at his words. Cohabitating with Gu Zhen is demeaning? Knowing what Xie Xingyun dreaded to hear, she deliberately provoked him. You have no idea. It is not Gu Zhen playing with my affections. It is I who admire his looks, covet his wealth, and desire his fine physique. I care not whether he is honest with me. I only wish for his candor when he sheds his clothes. Our relationship thrives on excitement and exhilaration. Chapter 74, How About We Get Married? Li Shi tossed a flurry of flirtations before returning to the coach. Gu Zhen had already ordered lunch from the restaurant. As Li Shi sat down, he remarked, "It's still early. Shall we dine at the restaurant? Is it far?" "A 20-minute drive." "Very well." As Gu Zhen drove, he unwrapped candies. After consuming 5 peppermint candies, Li Shi suddenly reached into his coat pocket, extracting the remaining candies and placing them in her bag. She realized that when Gu Zhen was agitated, he had a penchant for sweets. Having consumed 5 peppermint candies, would he still sulk? She understood he was upset because she had met Xie Xingyun. "I'm not sulking," he insisted. "Oh really? Do you expect me to believe that?" "I am jealous," Gu Zhen admitted candidly. Li Shi was taken aback, a smile threatening to break forth. "How refreshingly honest. My grandfather once said, to pursue the heart's desire, one must be sincere. Without sincerity, the beginning is destined to fail." Li Shi exclaimed, "Your grandfather sounds like a philosopher." "Indeed, he's quite wise." Gu Zhen inquired, "When you are ready, I shall take you to meet my grandfather." "Meeting the parents?" "Surely. It has not yet come to that." It was only upon hearing Gu Zhen mention his grandfather that Li Shi realized she had never heard him speak of his parents. "By the way, Gu Zhen abruptly interjected, "What did Xie Xingyun tell you?" He seemed quite agitated, like a house dog that has been abandoned. Li Shi had no intention of concealing her plans from Gu Zhen. She succinctly replied, "Xie Xingyun informed me that Xie Mingzong made a deal with a man named Heiress, intending to sell me to him as a bride. On the day of the engagement banquet, he deliberately placed us in the same room, aiming to frame me for seducing my foster brother and thereby sabotaging the union between our families, forcing Xie Mingzong to expel me from the Xie family. Once I am free, Xie Mingzong's plans will be thwarted." Li Shi then shared her findings regarding Heiress, revealing that he was a duke from O continent, with generations of wealth amounting to billions. A sadist, he possessed both riches and power. After speaking, Li Shi seriously asked Gu Zhen, "With such a man targeting me, my surroundings are fraught with danger. Professor Gu, will you still pursue me?" Just as Gu Zhen was about to respond, Li Shi added, "Tell me your answer in 10 minutes. Gu Zhen, I am earnest in my feelings, and I hope you will contemplate this seriously. Do not say sweet nothings just to placate me." Li Shi shook her head, insisting, "What I need is sincerity, not deceit. I have endured 3 years of Xie Xingyun's falsehoods. Having switched men, I wish to hear some truth." "Very well." Gu Zhen did not rush to provide an answer. After 10 minutes, he still remained silent. It was not until they arrived at the restaurant that, as Li Shi unfastened her seatbelt to exit the car, Gu Zhen's voice suddenly rang out, "Let us get married." Li Shi looked up in disbelief. What? She suspected she had misheard. Gu Zhen, fastening his seatbelt and reclining against the chair, gestured to the time displayed on the car screen. 23 minutes have passed. The first 10 minutes were spent seriously contemplating whether or not to continue pursuing you. My answer is yes. Gu Zhen lowered his gaze to Li Shi, adding, "In the subsequent 13 minutes, I ponder how to resolve this matter. After much thought, I believe marriage is the most prudent solution. By marrying, we shall become each other's legal guardians. From this moment forth, you will be my wife. Anyone who dares to covet you will face the charge of bigamy, challenging the laws of our nation." Li Shi remained speechless for a while. Was it she who had lost her mind, or had Gu Zhen? "Let's eat first. Surely, we are both too hungry to entertain such absurd notions." She decided to focus on filling her stomach before addressing the matter. Watching Li Shi dash from the car like a startled rabbit, Gu Zhen felt a tinge of regret. Was he too hasty and had frightened her? The restaurant was a quaint farmhouse hidden within the forest, run by a middle-aged couple. Chickens and ducks roamed in the back, while the front offered a serene lake for fishing. The establishment seemed quite popular, as every table was occupied, and several young heirs had taken time off work to fish along the lakeside promenade. Gu Zhen led Li Shi to the second floor, where they feasted on stone pot fish. The delicate texture of the fish and the savory broth distracted Li Shi from her earlier concerns, causing her to forget Gu Zhen's earlier proposition. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, Li Shi climbed into the car, carrying a takeout box. As soon as she settled into her seat, she heard Gu Zhen ask, "Marriage?" Li Shi was taken aback. "Have you eaten too much and now feel unwell? First, you rambled on when you were hungry, and now you speak nonsense after a meal." Gu Zhen understood that these were merely Li Shi's excuses. He murmured, "So you do not wish to marry me?" How could he feel wronged? "Let me think it over for another night." "Very well," Gu Zhen replied. "Then give me your answer tomorrow morning." During their afternoon driving practice, Gu Zhen did not bring up the subject of marriage again. As it was convenient, after their session, Xie Jian joined them in Gu Zhan's car. Gu Zhan directly dropped Xie Jian off at her apartment complex. "Thank you, Coach Gu," Xie Jian said as she prepared to exit the vehicle, then added, "By the way, I won TV practicing tomorrow. I'm going shopping with my sister." Upon returning to the Lanting apartment, Li Shi pressed the button for the 22nd floor, while Gu Zhan selected the 23rd. Just before reaching the 20th floor, Gu Zhan suddenly suggested, "Would you like to come to my home to see Patrick Star?" "Sure," Li Shi agreed, following Gu Zhan to 2301. Upon entering, she noticed a strange male caretaker in the kitchen. The middle-aged man, clad in an apron, was preparing dinner. Patrick Star seemed quite fond of him, watching closely as the man chopped vegetables. Hearing the door open, Patrick Star dashed out of the dining room, rushing to greet his owner. Upon spotting Li Shi, Patrick Star abruptly skidded to a halt and flopped onto the floor. Gu Zhan bent down to stroke Patrick Star's belly. "Meow. The master has returned. Meow meow. The master has brought a woman home." Noticing Li Shi gazing longingly at the plump Patrick Star, Gu Zhan generously placed the cat into her arms. "You two play. I will change my clothes first." "All right," Li Shi replied. Gu Zhan headed to the kitchen, gently tapping the shoulder of the man cooking. The caretaker, seemingly a bit hard of hearing, turned around only after Gu Zhan had patted him on the back. "Gu Gu," the caretaker called out. Li Shi nearly dropped Patrick Star in shock. "Gu Ye." She observed the man closely, realizing that although he bore the appearance of a middle-aged man, his smile and eyes possessed a childlike innocence. He was likely a gentleman with cognitive impairments. "Kai Shu," Gu Zhan introduced Li Shi to the caretaker. "This is Li Shi." Kai Shu waved at Li Shi like a child. "Sister Li Shi." Li Shi suppressed her discomfort and politely nodded, greeting Kai Shu. "Gu Gu," Kai Shu asked Gu Zhan. "Is Sister Li Shi your wife? Should I call her madam or sister from now on?" Both Gu Zhan and Li Shi were momentarily taken aback by Kai Shu's question. "Call her sister," Gu Zhan replied, returning to Li Shi's side and whispering, "Kai Shu was once my bodyguard, but he sustained a head injury while protecting me. His cognitive abilities were stunted at age 9, and he tended to speak quite directly, so I hope you can be understanding." Understanding the reason for Kai Shu's condition, Li Shi felt no aversion. She followed Gu Zhan to the master bedroom, inquiring along the way, "Does Kai Shu have a wife?" "He did, but they divorced," Gu Zhan explained. Hearing this, Li Shi felt a pang of sympathy. From Gu Zhan's perspective, Kai Shu was indeed pitiable, yet from his ex-wife's standpoint, the divorce was a relief. "So he is now part of your family. We must treat him kindly." Gu Zhan appreciated when Li Shi referred to them as we. As they entered the master bedroom, Li Shi noticed a pot of blooming orchids on the bedside table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Seeing that all the buds had opened, she exclaimed, "How do they all bloom?" When she had given Gu Zhan the pot of orchids, several buds had yet to open. It had only been 2 days, and now all had blossomed. "You once said that when the orchids fully bloom, I could be your boyfriend." Gu Zhan approached the flowers, gently touching the branches. "The gardener told me that 23 degrees is the temperature the orchids adore most. To expedite their blooming, I adjusted the indoor temperature to a comfortable 23 degrees. Gently caressing the petals of the blossoming orchids, Gu Zhan smiled and congratulated Li Shi. "Congratulations, Miss Li Shi. You are officially no longer single today. From this moment on, I shall be your boyfriend." Fireworks erupted in Li Shi's mind, and she joyfully acknowledged her newfound relationship. After finishing dinner, Uncle Kai embraced the plush toy, Patrick Star, and prepared to head downstairs for a stroll, intending to return and clean up the dishes once Gu Zhan and Li Shi had eaten. Gu Zhan accompanied them to the door and reminded Uncle Kai, "Make sure to stay out until 9 before coming back." Uncle Kai instinctively replied, "That won't do. Grandpa Gu has said that once you finish eating, I must clean up the dishes or else the flavors will mingle. Brother Gu dislikes any strange odors in the house." Uncle Kai adhered to a strict schedule that he believed should not be disrupted. Gu Zhan's tone grew serious as he insisted, "Listen to me, return by 9. I will have Grandpa Gu call you." Uncle Kai hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. The elevator arrived, and he entered with Patrick Star in hand, reminding Gu Zhan, "Make sure Grandpa Gu calls me." Once Uncle Kai was dispatched, Gu Zhan retrieved 2 aromatic candles from the cabinet, lighting them and placing them on the table. He opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate the first day of his relationship with Li Shi. Once everything was set, he called Li Shi to join him for dinner. Li Shi was seated in his office chair, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the black notebook in her hands, Gu Zhan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he pondered how to explain it. However, Li Shi remarked, "This notebook is exceptionally well written. Gu Zhen relaxed slightly. Is it? He replied, to which Li Shi confirmed. The notebook contained detailed notes on anatomy, with vivid illustrations that made Li Shi's heart race. Did you create these notes? She asked. Gu Zhen took the black notebook from her hands and tucked it away on the highest shelf of the bookcase, stating, these were recorded a long time ago. He clearly preferred not to delve further into the topic, prompting Li Shi to redirect her curiosity to the password-protected door in the study. What lies behind that door? Gu Zhen glanced at the door, his gaze flickering before he smiled and replied, it is a treasure vault. Li Shi chuckled softly. Ah, I see. Wealthy families often have collection rooms to store precious antiques and artworks. Your family must have one too. She was eager to explore Gu Zhen's treasures, but felt the relationship had not yet reached that level, refraining from making such a bold request. Would you like to take a look? Gu Zhen leaned closer, encircling her with his arms, his voice low and inviting. If you wish to enter, I can show you. Noticing his Adam's apple bobbing several times, Li Shi recalled a saying, when a man swallows in front of a woman, it signifies he is stirred with desire. Her cheeks flushed, and she promptly pushed Gu Zhen away, standing up from the chair. Weren't we supposed to eat? Let's go. As they approached the living room, Gu Zhen remarked, after we marry, I will take you to see my treasure vault. I hope it won't frighten you. Li Shi suddenly turned, eyeing him with suspicion. You haven't hidden handcuffs, whips, or torture devices in there, have you? Professor Gu, you don't have any peculiar interests, do you? Gu Zhen shot her a knowing glance. You seem to be quite well informed. To which Li Shi retorted, I am a 22-year-old adult woman. Is it wrong to possess a bit of knowledge? Not all. Gu Zhen replied, somewhat evasively. If you're interested, I may learn about those things. So it's not small whips in there. What could it possibly be? Li Shi mused, knowing she would eventually have to explore Gu Zhen's treasure vault. After a candlelit dinner, Li Shi and Gu Zhen settled on the sofa to watch television. She was engrossed in a BBC documentary, while Gu Zhen's gaze remained fixed on her. As his eyes grew more intense, revealing his desire for a kiss, Li Shi pointedly remarked, you won't even dare to kiss me, yet you wish to marry me? Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Zhen pulled her into his embrace. Surprised, Li Shi gasped as he leaned down to kiss her warm lips, his fingers entwining with hers, gently tracing the red mole on her finger. She. His tender murmurs made Li Shi's heart flutter uncontrollably. What a predicament. Why is Professor Gu tempting an innocent girl who has yet to finish her cycle? Chapter 76. A calculated move, Li Shi's legs felt weak as she leaned against Gu Zhen, covering her face with her hands, utterly embarrassed. Gu Zhen caressed her fingers while gently massaging her delicate shoulders. His thoughtful nature post-kiss left her wondering how considerate he would be once they were intimate. Seeking to distract herself from her racing thoughts, she inquired, would you mind if I included you in my comic story? She wanted to base her new story on Gu Zhen, feeling it necessary to seek his consent. Gu Zhen, with his usual seriousness, asked, what genre of comic are we discussing? He firmly asserted, I do not wish to be the protagonist of an adult comic. After a pause, he added, nor do I want to be the lead in a BL comic. Li Shi could no longer contain her laughter, realizing he was familiar with both adult comics and BL culture. Gu Zhen smiled, I simply prefer solitude. That doesn't mean I am oblivious to online culture. Rest assured, you are my main character. I would never share your benefits with others, she declared, unwilling to even depict the male lead's abs in detail. Even in comic form, he will be hers alone. Gu Zhen agreed, that sounds fine. Hearing the sound of the password lock, Li Shi suddenly jolted upright from Gu Zhen's embrace, only to be interrupted by Uncle Kai, who nonchalantly observed their intimate moment. He placed Patrick's star down and went about his chores. Li Shi hastily rose from the sofa. Avoiding eye contact, I should head back now. I'll see you off, Gu Zhen said as he escorted Li Shi to her door. Before departing, he solemnly stated, Shi, I'm serious about the marriage proposal. Please give it some thought tonight. Without pressing her too hard, he exchanged a lingering glance with her before turning to leave. As he stepped into the foyer of his apartment, he overheard Uncle Kai reporting to Grandpa Gu over the phone. When I returned, Sister Li Shi was startled and sat up in Brother Gu's embrace. Brother Gu had lipstick marks all over his chin. Gu Zhen. Later that night, after her shower, Li Shi lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events, ultimately deciding to follow her heart. The next morning, while jogging along the Dongzhou River, Gu Zhen received a message from Li Shi. Marriage is not a trivial matter. My answer to your proposal is a firm no. She continued, once our feelings deepen, I would be open to proposing to you. Gu Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly composed himself. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he received a call from the butler. The International Economic Forum will be held next week in Dongzhou City, and the old gentleman wishes to know if you will attend. Uninterested, Gu Zhan considered declining. The butler persisted. The attendees are of significant stature, with representatives from Europe, continent, South America, and nearly every major continent. Even Duke Wells from Y country will be in attendance. Duke Wells? Gu Zhan expressed a keen interest, stating, "Have Sister Zhou select a few sensible individuals to warmly welcome Duke Wells, ensuring he feels the hospitality of the Eastern continent and experiences a home-like atmosphere." It appeared that you two are quite intrigued by this collaboration. The butler felt a sense of relief. The young master had matured, showing consideration not only in romance, but also in the affairs of the group. Everything seemed to be progressing positively. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Gu Zhan's eyes as he affirmed, "Indeed, I am very interested." After ending the call, Gu Zhan maintained a steady pace, running for an hour before returning to his apartment. Over the following week, Li Shi diligently practiced driving each day, although Li Shi already possessed driving skills. With Gu Zhan and Xie Jian accompanying her, she gradually reacquainted herself with the steering wheel, slowly overcoming her fear of driving. After a session, Gu Zhan informed Li Shi, "I have scheduled your driving test for the third subject in a week. From now on, you should refrain from additional practice. Your skills are already proficient. Further practice may lead to complacency during the examination." Li Shi understood and agreed. Xie Jian then inquired, "Professor Gu, should I continue practicing?" "You should practice for another 2 days," he replied. Oh. The following day, Xie Jian arrived at her instructor's car, carrying a shoulder bag and wearing a windbreaker with toggle buttons. She pulled open the car door and habitually greeted, "Good morning, Coach Gu." "Good morning, Miss Xie." This voice was entirely unfamiliar. Xie Jian looked up in surprise, locking eyes with Coach Qin. "Coach Qin, did your father come home after his fracture?" Coach Qin paused momentarily, then replied, "Yes, my father was discharged 2 days ago. As soon as I returned to Dongzhou City, I came to guide you." Xie Jian chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence. After a brief exchange, she resumed her aloof demeanor. Coach Qin continued to observe another student driving, but at a traffic light. He suddenly recalled that on the day he departed, he had clearly stated that it was his mother who had suffered a fracture. This young lady was deliberately trying to extract information from him. Leaning against her chair, Xie Jian began to vent to Li Shi via her phone. "I can't believe it. As soon as you left, Coach Gu vanished, and Coach Qin returned. I suspect that Coach Gu and Coach Qin are in cahoots to deceive us. I intentionally asked Coach Qin if his father had been discharged, and he confirmed it. But he clearly said his mother had a fracture that day. Look, Coach Qin can't even remember who in his family has a fracture. Isn't that a lie? I say Coach Gu has long been smitten with you. This has been premeditated." When she received the message, Li Shi was baking cookies for Gu Zhan. He was going on a business trip for a week and expressed a desire to taste her freshly baked cookies, so he lingered at Li Shi's home, waiting for the treats. Not only that, but he also brought Patrick, entrusting her with its care. Patrick, along with a brand new litter box, food bowl, and water bowl, was also delivered. The cat food, freeze-dried treats, and canned food were all neatly packed. Li Shi reasonably suspected that it wouldn't be long before Gu Zhan himself would be moving into room 2201. Once the cookies were ready, Li Shi divided them into 3 portions, one for herself and Gu Zhan to enjoy immediately, while the other 2 were sealed in glass containers, one for Gu Zhan to take on his trip and the other to be given to Jiang Xinghe. Gu Zhan displayed a hint of annoyance as he packaged the cookies, asking Li Shi, "I wanted these, so why does Jiang Xinghe get a share?" Li Shi Durga. A true gentleman should be magnanimous. Why hold a grudge over such matters? Thus, Gu Zhan was branded as stingy. He tucked his share of cookies into his briefcase. Overhearing Li Shi mention, Xie Jian said that Coach Qin is accompanying her for driving practice today, so it seems that the situation with Coach Qin's father isn't too serious. It appears so. The elderly often suffer from osteoporosis and calcium deficiency, making fractures more likely. Li Shi suddenly fell silent, leaning against the cabinet beside the oven, her arms crossed, watching Gu Zhan with a smirk. A perplexed expression appeared on Gu Zhan's face as he inquired, "What's wrong?" Coach Qin had previously mentioned that it was his mother who had suffered a fracture, yet today, Xie Jian had extracted information that it was his father. "Could you two coordinate your stories next time? Otherwise, I'll be embarrassed on your behalf." Gu Zhan, feeling guilty, remained silent for a while. "I apologize. We deceived you." Acknowledging his fault, Gu Zhan earnestly apologized. In truth, Coach Qin's parents have long passed. He has been fishing these past few days. He openly confessed, I wanted to use this opportunity to draw closer to you and pursue you. Since this is your first offense, I shall let you off this time. But do not let it happen again. Li Shi sternly warned Gu Zhan, Professor Gu, I detest being deceived. Gu Zhan opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately chose to remain silent, recognizing his wrongdoing. I will never deceive you again. After Gu Zhan departed, Li Shi hugged Patrick tightly, playfully nipping at its ear before saying, You always look at me with the eyes of a heart thief. Look, your master is the real heart thief. Meow. Please spare me. Chapter 77. Willing to donate a kidney. With Gu Zhan on his business trip, Li Shi's sweet romance was abruptly halted, prompting her to refocus on her career. She called Xie Zheng, who officially became her partner investor. And it was time to discuss the director team and lead actors. After hanging up, Xie Zheng replied via WeChat, I'm at the hospital and unable to take calls. However, I'm hosting a small gathering at my home tonight with several celebrities. Would you like to join? The actors attending Xie Zheng's gathering were all notable figures. And considering the opportunity to scout potential candidates, Li Shi agreed. Upon receiving Li Shi's response, Xie Zheng returned to the hospital room. Zhou Yaowang's mother had been admitted due to a serious illness the previous night. The matriarch of the Zhou family, Zhang Tingyu, aged 58, had given birth to Zhou Yaowang at 25. Diagnosed with uremia at 48, she had relied on dialysis for her health. However, her condition had recently deteriorated, reaching a point where without a kidney transplant, her life was on a countdown. Following her urgent admission, relatives associated with the Zhou family flocked to the hospital for HLA typing. The Zhou family was wealthy, a prominent family in Dongzhou City, and many sought to donate a kidney to save the matriarch while leveraging the opportunity to connect with the family. The results of the HLA tests were due today, and Xie Zheng accompanied Zhou Yaowang to hear the results. She put away her phone and stepped into the doctor's office, just as the chief physician announced. The matching results are in. Everyone turned their gaze toward the doctor. The physician pointed to the analysis report in his hand, saying, Fortune smiles upon us. Among the donors tested, 2 have HLA values that match the elderly lady. One of them, a Ms. Xie Zheng, matched the HLA antigens most closely with Mrs. Zhou, followed by a gentleman named Zhou Xuechuan. Upon hearing this, Xie Zheng abruptly halted. All eyes turned to her, filled with joy, clearly delighted that she was a suitable match for the matriarch. Zhou Yaowang's father, Zhou Tiexiong, also smiled at Xie Zheng for the first time. Zhou Tiexiong had always looked down on Xie Zheng, disdaining her humble origins and the less-than-glamorous profession of acting. Unfortunately, his favored second son seemed bewitched, insisting on marrying Xie Zheng. 6 years prior, when Zhou Yaowang visited the set to see Xie Zheng, an explosion occurred during a scene. In a heroic act, Zhou Yaowang shielded Xie Zheng with his body, leaving him severely injured while she remained unharmed. Even now, Zhou Yaowang bore scars on his back that no amount of medical intervention could erase. Realizing that force could not separate his son from Xie Zheng, Zhou Tiexiong reluctantly accepted their relationship. Xie Zheng and Zhou Yaowang have been engaged for several years, and the delay in their marriage is not due to Xie Zheng's reluctance, but rather Zhou Tiexiong's. Zhou Tiexiong is biding his time, anticipating that Zhou Yaowang will eventually lose interest in Xie Zheng, at which point he plans to dismantle this union. It must be said that Zhou Tiexiong understands his son well. Just as he predicted, Zhou Yaowang has begun to grow weary of Xie Zheng. 6 years after Zhou Yaowang risked his life to save Xie Zheng, he has strayed and taken up with Xie Zheng's close friend, Xie Zhiyue. Son, Zhou Tiexiong called out, waiting for Zhou Yaowang to turn his gaze toward him before continuing. Xie Zheng has matched with your mother, so you two should have a good talk. Zhou Yaowang took Xie Zheng's hand and left the doctor's office. Before departing, Xie Zheng cast a glance at a man named Zhou Xuechuan, a distant nephew of Zhou Tiexiong and a cousin to Zhou Yaowang. Seeing them leave, Zhou Xuechuan let out a breath of relief. How wonderful! With Xie Zheng matched with the elderly woman, he would not have to donate a kidney after all. Zhou Yaowang led Xie Zheng to the hospital garden. He lit a cigarette, taking several deep drags before asking, Zheng Bao, would you be willing to donate a kidney to my mother? Xie Zheng pondered for a moment and reminded Zhou Yaowang, I'm only 33 years old. I am not married, nor have I ever been a mother. She took the cigarette from his lips, inhaled deeply, and turned to him with a question, Are you asking me to sacrifice my chance at motherhood to save your mother? Zhou Yaowang furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he replied, "But she is my mother. She is not 78. She is only 58. With a new kidney, she could live many more years." Zheng Baoai. Xie Zheng smiled bitterly. As the smoke filled her lungs, her heart ached. "I didn't come over last night to give blood. That report related to me was prepared by the Zhou family long before, wasn't it?" Zhou Yaowang's pupils widened slightly. "But you were there yesterday, weren't you?" "I didn't go to give blood," she insisted. The sheer number of people participating in the blood draw had caused Zhou Yaowang to overlook this detail. However, he knew Xie Zheng could not lie to him. Seeing his reaction of bewilderment, Xie Zheng understood. "It was your father who had us tested in advance. He knew all along that I was the best kidney donor for your mother." Finishing her last puff of smoke, Xie Zheng stubbed the cigarette into the ashtray and fixed her gaze on the smoldering remains. "If I say I am unwilling to donate a kidney, will you end our relationship, or will you drag me into the operating room?" Zhou Yaowang's voice was laced with anger. "What nonsense are you talking about? I would not blame you for refusing. After all, you are still young. Moreover, my mother does not have a rare blood type. If you refuse, we can find another suitable donor. Didn't the doctor just say that Zhou Xuechuan is also a match?" Upon hearing this, Xie Zheng felt a flicker of reassurance. "However," she pointed out, "but if I refuse, we can no longer be together." Zhou Yaowang gazed gently at his longtime fiancé. "I am willing to donate a kidney." At this declaration, Zhou Yaowang was taken aback. He abruptly pulled Xie Zheng into his embrace, overwhelmed by love and guilt for her. He resolved to sever ties with Xie Zhiyue today and commit himself solely to Xie Zheng. "Zheng Bao, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get our marriage certificate now." He vowed never to let go of Xie Zheng's hand. Chapter 78. "What kind of despicable thing are you doing? Marrying me?" Xie Zheng's tone was incredulous. Zhou Yaowang believed she was merely overwhelmed with excitement. "Yes." He cradled her face in his hands, gazing deeply into her eyes, and earnestly declared, "Zheng Bao, I want to give you a grand wedding. I will marry you splendidly." At this, Xie Zheng beamed and said, "Then will you also design for me a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, and find a renowned designer abroad to create my wedding dress?" Zhou Yaowang nodded with a smile. "Of course. I will fulfill all your desires." Xie Zheng's smile blossomed even brighter. "Then I want a gemstone crown made of emeralds. I also want to invite my best friend to be my bridesmaid." Zhou Yaowang agreed. "Absolutely. You can invite whomever you wish as your bridesmaid." "I want to invite Xie Zhiyue," Xie Zheng replied, her smile becoming increasingly radiant, almost eerily so. "This way, on our wedding night, I can wear my emerald crown and watch you with my best friend." Zhou Yaowang's smile shattered in an instant. His grip on Xie Zheng's hands became as rigid as iron. "Zheng Bao, what are you saying?" He squeezed her cheek, his expression turning grave. "You should know your limits when joking. The one I love is you, and the one I wish to marry is you. What does Xie Zhiyue have to do with us?" After a moment's thought, Zhou Yaowang asked, "Have you had a quarrel with Xie Zhiyue?" Seeing that Zhou Yaowang was still playing a part, Xie Zheng couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "Zhou Yaowang, I never realized you had such talent for acting. When the Zhou family goes bankrupt, you need not worry. With your skills, you will surely rise to fame and fortune." Zhou Yaowang's expression darkened. "Xie Zheng, what are you talking about?" "Zhou Yaowang, you know very well what you have done. We are both respectable individuals. There's no need to tear each other apart." Xie Zheng removed his hands from her and stepped back, tucking her wind-blown hair behind her ear. "6 years ago, you risked your life to save me, and the scars from that day still remain. I, Xie Zheng, will be grateful for that kindness for a lifetime." Her voice quivered, but she took a deep breath to regain her composure. "I have often heard people say that relationships have an expiration date. It seems that ours has lasted 6 years. I once had the passionate Zhou Yaowang who loved me fiercely for 6 years, and for that, I am satisfied. I am willing to donate one of my kidneys to your mother. From now on, we will owe each other nothing." With that, Xie Zheng removed the ring from her neck and tossed it to Zhou Yaowang. "Let us part amicably," she declared, turning to leave, but Zhou Yaowang grasped her wrist tightly. "Where do you think you're going?" He no longer pretended to be composed, forcefully pulling her into his embrace, his voice cold and stern. "Xie Zheng, are you truly willing to abandon me, just because I was with Xie Zhiyue?" Zhou Yaowang let out a derisive laugh. He lifted her chin, his tone inscrutable. "You promised me you wouldn't take on any bed scenes, yet you almost ended up filming one with Meng Xiujing. If I hadn't received the news in time and stopped it, the world would have seen you lying bare beneath another man. You humiliated me first." Xie Zheng's eyes widened in shock. You did that to Meng Xiujing, who is currently recovering from serious injury in the hospital. Meng Xiujing is a dedicated and principled actor. Earlier this year, Xie Zheng had collaborated with him on a spy film, which included a bed scene. However, during the shoot, an accident caused by a broken wire led to a severe injury for Meng Xiujing, resulting in multiple surgeries and the end of his acting career. Xie Zheng had suspected foul play at the time, but never imagined it was Zhou Yaoguang behind it. Zhou Yaoguang deflected the conversation. We are discussing your breach of promise. You had agreed not to take on bed scenes, and you were the first to break that promise. Due to the situation involving Meng Xiujing, do you have any idea how my friends in the circle mock me? They privately refer to me as Brother Magnanimous. Xie Zheng, you were the one who first betrayed our relationship. Xie Zheng was rendered speechless by anger. After all, I am an actress, and intimate scenes are merely part of the narrative. Moreover, during filming, we were surrounded by dozens of people, with several cameras trained on us. Could we truly be undraped in such circumstances? Beyond the camera's gaze, we were fully clothed. Yet, I still cannot accept this. A whirlwind of negative emotions, anger, jealousy, possessiveness, has driven Zhou Yaoguang to madness. He uttered, "The mere thought of you beneath another man repulses me," with a resounding slap. Xie Zheng struck Zhou Yaoguang, causing his head to turn and his face to swell, jolting him back to clarity. Upon seeing the tears in Xie Zheng's eyes, he belatedly grasped the hurtfulness of his words. "Zheng Bao, I lost control in my anger. It is only in moments of losing control that one's true feelings are revealed." Xie Zheng chuckled bitterly, realizing that you are just like your father, both looking down upon me. Zhou Yaoguang weakly insisted, "I never thought of you that way." However, Xie Zheng remained unconvinced by his explanation. Once words are spoken, they cannot be retracted. Spilled water cannot be gathered again. Xie Zheng's heart was riddled with wounds. Looking at the man she had loved for 6 years, she could not articulate whether she felt disappointment or sarcasm. "Zhou Yaoguang, you have known me for merely 8 years, yet I have been an actress for 12. Long before you pursued me, I was already an emerging star. You disdain my background, yet you still sought me out. What a despicable creature you are, the seemingly perfect goddess." Xie Zheng proved to be a thorny rose, unyielding in her approach. "Zhou Yaoguang, it is you who has grown weary of this relationship, unable to restrain your desires for excitement. You seduced my closest friend and then attempted to manipulate me. You are the one who disgusts me." Zhou Yaoguang felt a mix of anger and helplessness at Xie Zheng's words. "You are emotional right now. Your words hold no weight." He refused to engage with her in such a state, stating, "Let us discuss this when you have calmed down, but do not mention breaking up again." This was Zhou Yaoguang's bottom line, as he cautioned her, "Zheng Bao, do not provoke my anger." He promised to clarify the matter regarding Xie Jiayue, but insisted on not hearing any more about separation. Zhou Yaoguang slipped the ring onto his little finger, saying, "I shall return it to you at our next meeting." He feared that in her anger, Xie Zheng might discard the engagement ring. He summoned his bodyguard, instructing him, "Take Miss Xie home." After a pause, he added, "Without my permission, Miss Xie is not allowed to leave." "Zhou Yaoguang, are you confining me?" Xie Zheng found this utterly absurd. Zhou Yaoguang gazed deeply at her, stating plainly, "You are a wild leopard, untamable. I have spent 6 years trying to make you bow your head. Zheng Bao, I cannot risk it." He feared that with one careless moment, Xie Zheng might flee, a result he absolutely could not accept. As Zhou Yaoguang observed the bodyguards escorting Xie Zheng to the car, he finally returned to the hospital ward. Zhou Tiexiong stood in the hall, witnessing Zhou Yaoguang's grim demeanor, and frowned. "What is wrong? Is your canary unwilling?" Zhou Yaoguang approached Zhou Tiexiong, questioning, "Did you secretly arrange a compatibility test between Xie Zheng and my mother?" "Do not speak so harshly," Zhou Tiexiong replied. "She is the future daughter-in-law of the Zhou family. She has an obligation." "Huh?" Zhou Yaoguang scoffed. "When I wished to marry her, you deemed her a mere actress, unworthy of the family. Now, when she is to donate a kidney to my mother, she suddenly becomes family. Father, that makes no sense." Noticing his son's increasingly possessive attitude towards Xie Zheng, Zhou Tiexiong squinted, asking, "What has she fed you? You and that girl from the Xie family have already been intimate, haven't you? So why, after sampling other flowers, are you still reluctant to cherish this thorny rose at home?" Zhou Yaoguang abruptly lowered his head, scrutinizing his father. After a moment, he confessed, "That night, I was intoxicated. I mistook Xie Jiayue for Xie Zheng and acted foolishly. Was she the one you sent to my room? Zhou Tiexiong chuckled at his son's admission. As if you could pretend otherwise. Even if you initially believed Xie Jiyue was Xie Zheng, could the sensation not be distinguished? Xie Zheng is renowned for her stunning beauty and voluptuous figure, while Xie Jiyue, though attractive, lacks her fullness. After 6 years of intimacy with your fiancé, could you truly not tell the difference? Ultimately, you too seek excitement. Accept it. You were fully aware that night, merely using drunkenness as an excuse for indulgence. You are my son. Zhou Tiexiong patted Zhou Yaowang's shoulder, stating, if Xie Zheng is willing to donate a kidney to your mother, I shall allow her into our family, granting her wealth and honor. However, if she refuses, Zhou Tiexiong's voice turned cold, laden with warning. Zhou Yaowang could not help but interject, if she donates a kidney, her health will be compromised. She may never bear children. Xie Zheng had always desired children. To have her own, she even contemplated stepping away from acting. Children? Zhou Tiexiong chuckled meaningfully. As long as she behaves, it matters not who bears your child. I will permit that child to call her mother. Zhou Yaowang stormed off. Zhou Tiexiong, who had once navigated both the legitimate and illicit realms with ruthless efficiency, held a worldview where the lineage's origin was inconsequential. What mattered was that the heir belonged to the Xie family. However, Zhou Yaowang could not align himself with his father's perspective. He would never allow his child to emerge from another woman's womb. That evening, when Li Shi visited Xie Zheng, she found her home desolate, devoid of any festive ambience. Instead, a few bodyguards stood in the courtyard. Sister Zheng, didn't you say you were hosting a banquet tonight? Li Shi looked around. Where is everyone? Did you invite some mysterious actors I cannot see? Xie Zheng, in a foul mood, could not help but chuckle at Li Shi's words. Something came up, and it was cancelled. Zhou Yaowang had merely restricted her freedom of movement, not prevented others from visiting her. Li Shi pointed to the bodyguards outside, asking what happened. Xie Zheng fell silent. The housekeeper brought in a platter of sliced fruits and a latte. Sister Zheng, you may return to your room for a rest. Once the housekeeper left, Xie Zheng turned her complex gaze toward Li Shi. Li Shi blinked and, not wanting to beat around the bush, stated directly, Sister Zheng, you are curious how I discovered your relationship with Zhou Yaowang, aren't you? Xie Zheng's surprise was palpable. Li Shi was more astute than she had anticipated. Li Shi half-jokingly explained, the Professor Gu Huaizhou is quite wealthy and knows many influential figures. That night, while on a date watching a movie, we coincidentally saw you and Mr. Zhou exiting the banquet hall together. Professor Gu informed me that it was a charity auction hosted by the Zhou family. Such a formal event would only see Mr. Zhou accompanied by his wife or fiancé. Thus, I deduced that you and Mr. Zhou are likely secret lovers. Having drawn her conclusion, Li Shi bit into a blood orange, affirming, it seems my assumption was correct. You and Mr. Zhou are indeed a couple. So that was how it was. Understanding the context, Xie Zheng has also lowered her guard against Li Shi. She recalls hearing about Professor Gu from Xie Jian, who is wealthy and enigmatic, yet his true profession remains a mystery. With a self-deprecating smile, Xie Zheng expresses her gratitude to Li Shi, acknowledging that her insight at the Bamboo Sea restaurant prevented her from enduring a prolonged humiliation. She also appreciates Li Shi for preserving her dignity. Xie Zheng is not naive. She has already deduced that Li Shi was hinting that Zhou Yaowang had become involved with Xie Jiayue. By bringing up the matter today, it is evident that she has investigated the relationship between Zhou Yaowang and Xie Jiayue. I'm sorry, Li Shi states, I understand that given my position, I have no right to interfere in this matter. However, I cannot help but feel indignant on your behalf. If that woman were anyone else, it might be tolerable. But she happens to be Xie Jiayue, whom you trust and care for deeply. Xie Jiayue, when starting her career, had many roles introduced to her by Xie Zheng, making her a benefactor in Jiayue's rise. The fact that Xie Jiayue has pursued Xie Zheng's fiancé is something Li Shi finds intolerable. Xie Zheng gives a bitter smile. If Xie Jiayue can become involved with Zhou Yaowang, it signifies the end of their sisterhood. By the way, Xie Zheng inquires, you are Xie Jiayue's foster sister, aren't you? She mentioned you to me before. Indeed, I'm a foster daughter of the Xie family, Li Shi admits candidly. I suspect I am viewed as someone of little merit in her eyes. Xie Zheng laughs at this, recalling how Jiayue described her as lazy and materialistic. Did you believe it? I did once, Xie Zheng admits openly, but after discovering the truth about you being a prominent figure, I no longer do. Besides, the fact that Xie Jiayue could sleep with my fiancé speaks volumes about her character. Clearly, my understanding of her was too superficial. Her character is indeed lacking. Li Shi remarks without reservation. She is vain, materialistic, and has a penchant for lying and spreading rumors. You probably don't know, do you? What? Xiezheng prompts. Doesn't Xie Jue frequently tell you about her supposed relationship with that Gu family heir? Xiezheng nods, as it is not a secret that she was earmarked as the Gu family's future daughter-in-law. Nonsense. Li Shi rolls her eyes and informs Xiezheng. Let me tell you, Gu Huaizhou suffers from social anxiety and speaks to Xie Jue through a screen. Moreover, they have no real feelings for each other. At the last celebration for Elder Gu, he even joked publicly about needing to find her a suitable partner across the country. Xiezheng is taken aback by this revelation. Is that so? Indeed, Li Shi assures her, many attended Elder Gu's birthday, and this news hasn't spread in the entertainment industry. After all, few in this realm have access to the Gu family circle. If you don't believe me, you can inquire among the Zhou family. By now, many from affluent families should be aware. Suddenly, Xiezheng realizes the implications. No wonder Jie Yue suddenly found herself in Zhou Yaoguang's bed. This is clearly an expedient move to secure a new relationship. Chapter 80. Li Shi aspires to be a wealthy woman. Li Shi's intentions are transparent. Xiezheng discerns the purpose behind Li Shi's words and straightforwardly tells her, Li Shi, I genuinely appreciate your revealing the truth to me. However, I will not join you in targeting Xie Jiayue. I am aware she is not a good person, especially after she betrayed me with Zhou Yaoguang. But I have known her for several years, and I believe her feelings for me were not entirely insincere. I have genuinely valued her as a close friend. Although we can no longer be friends, I will not retaliate against her because of Zhou Yaoguang. It is not worth it to tarnish my integrity over something so trivial. As the leading figure at Zhaixing Entertainment, Xiezheng has weathered many storms and is not one to turn against Jiuyue merely over a man. However, she has no intention of fostering a deeper connection with Jiuyue again. If she wishes to pursue a tainted man, so be it. Lighting a cigarette, Xiezheng lounges back, exuding an irresistible charm even within the confines of her home. Li Shi observes her, amused, and comments, Sister Zheng, you are a forthright person, but I have no intention of using you to take revenge on Xie Jiuyue. I only wish to help you see the truth about those around you. It is a pity to waste your talents. Moreover, Li Shi adds, we are both investors in this endeavor. I aspire to be a wealthy woman, and you are the affluent partner. I need to realize that ambition. Clearing away the trash around you will benefit our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xiezheng laughs heartily. With you being so candid, I feel reassured. Collaborating with someone as purposeful as Li Shi provides Xiezheng with peace of mind. She rises, cigarette in mouth, and heads upstairs, saying, wait here, I'll fetch a document. Soon, Xiezheng returns with a printed document in hand. This is my ideal list of recommended actors. Take a look, and we can amend it if necessary. If there are any actors we both agree on, we should approach them privately. By the way, Xiezheng smiles. Many of the actors on this list are those who have conflicts with their current agencies and are seeking to switch representation. If you truly have ambition, I recommend signing them. Rest assured, even if the actors I recommend may not excel in their craft, they at least have relatively clean personal lives and no legal troubles. In essence, this document represents a network cultivated by Xiezheng over 12 years in the industry. She would not share it with Li Shi unless she trusted her implicitly. Li Shi hesitates briefly before accepting the document. Sister Zheng, do you intend to terminate your contract with Zhaixing Entertainment? Xiezheng indeed harbors such intentions and queries. How did you figure that out? It's quite evident. First, you only have 2 years left on your contract with Zhaixing Entertainment, and second, Xie Jiuyue is their little princess. If I were you, I wouldn't tolerate being an actress under a family-esque company. The thought of my hard-earned money ending up funding the company of the woman who slept with my fiancé is infuriating. I imagine you feel the same. Xiezheng shrugs, clearly resonating with Li Shi's sentiments. I do plan to break my contract with Zhaixing Entertainment. Furthermore, I intend to retire from acting after filming 7 Days of Nightmare. Why? Li Shi supports the idea of Xiezheng severing ties with Zhaixing Entertainment, but opposes her retirement. You're still young, and your acting skills are top-notch. With your capabilities, you could contend for international film awards. That possibility is no longer there, Xiezheng self-deprecatingly replies. Zhou Yaoguang will not let me have peace. Li Shi is taken aback. She had not expected Zhou Yaoguang to be the root of the issue. What does he have to do with it? You're parting ways, right? Why would he still care? Do you see those bodyguards at the door? Xie Zheng chuckles bitterly. He arranged for them to monitor me, fearing I might leave. Absurd. Li Shi exclaims. He cheated first, yet he forbids you from leaving? What kind of reasoning is that? Such as the world of the deranged. Xie Zheng responds calmly. I am genuinely happy to play a leading role in 7 Days of Nightmare. I will consider it my swan song, and I have no regrets. Li Shi is momentarily speechless. It appears Xie Zheng has resolved to compromise. Yet, Li Shi feels a sense of regret. After all, in her previous life, Xie Zheng was an actress who had a profound love for her craft. Why has she changed so dramatically in this life? Li Shi then hears Xie Zheng mention, Zhou Yaoguang's mother is gravely ill and requires a kidney transplant, and I am the person closest to her with the highest HLA matching value. Zhou Yaoguang's father wishes for me to donate a kidney to the elder lady, and Zhou Yaoguang desires to see his mother survive. Upon hearing this, Li Shi couldn't help but exclaim, is he really going to coerce you into donating a kidney to his mother? What a despicable individual. Xie Zheng shook her head, stating, he hasn't forced me, but I understand his underlying desire for me to donate a kidney to his mother. Li Shi remarca, he wishes for you to do so, yet he cannot voice it. Otherwise, he would become the villain in your relationship. This Zhou is truly calculating. So, Sister Zheng, what are your thoughts? Xie Zheng replied, 6 years ago, Zhou Yaoguang nearly lost his life on set while trying to save me. The scar on his back remains a haunting reminder. Regardless of whether he ultimately speaks up, I intend to donate a kidney. Li Shi gasped in disbelief, feeling suffocated. Sister Zheng, why would you do this? Xie Zheng smiled bitterly, saying, who among the healthy and good-hearted would willingly sacrifice a kidney for another? Yet, Zhou Yaoguang is a replica of his father. While he showers me with affection, the moment he senses my desire to escape his grasp, he will not let it go easily. Therefore, I must leverage the kidney donation as a condition to compel him to agree to our breakup. However, Li Shi was skeptical of Xie Zheng's plan. What if he goes back on his word? You'll lie on the operating table to give a kidney to his mother. Once she recovers, he will have the energy to deal with you. At that point, you will become his caged bird, unable to escape. Xie Zheng had considered this as well, so she had an alternative strategy. I will discuss this with his father. Li Shi immediately grasped Xie Zheng's plan. No matter how formidable Zhou Yaoguang appeared, it was his father's authority that empowered him. Rather than engage in a game of cat and mouse with Zhou Yaoguang, it was wiser to strike a deal with Zhou Tiexiong. With Zhou Tiexiong applying pressure on Zhou Yaoguang, would he dare to defy? Chapter 81. The death of Li's father holds hidden truths? Seeking Zhou Tiexiong was indeed a wise move. Yet, Li Shi still felt pity for Xie Zheng. Losing a kidney would significantly impact her health, lowered immunity, diminished detoxification capabilities, and increased susceptibility to urinary infections. Moreover, if she desired to conceive, the risks would be substantial. Xie Zheng was well aware of these implications. I will think it over. Changing the subject, she continued, let us discuss your thoughts on starting a management company. I want to see if there's potential for investment. Once I retire, I can assist you behind the scenes. Li Shi felt a surge of joy at these words and eagerly shared her ideas for the management company. The more Xie Zheng listened, the more intrigued she became. After Li Shi departed, Xie Zheng could not resist calling her asset management agent to inquire about her financial status. Upon learning that she possessed assets worth $1 billion, she instructed, prepare $300 million for me. I will need it in 3 months. Xie Zheng's villa was not far from the bridal shop where Xuan I worked. After leaving Xie Zheng's home, it was precisely 9 o'clock. Li Shi called Xuan I, discovering that she was finishing up for the day. I'm coming to find you. You have tomorrow off, right? Why not stay at my place tonight? Sure, hurry over. Let us go eat hot pot. Xuan I lamented about her hunger. I worked at the studio today, doing makeup for a celebrity. She didn't eat, and I felt too awkward to eat either. I only had a piece of chocolate and nearly starved. Xuan I had gained some renown in the makeup industry, often being approached by young stars and models for her services. Some of these young stars had difficult temperaments. If Xuan I was caught eating while they were working hard, it would cause resentment. Having experienced such pitfalls early in her career, she always carried snacks to alleviate her hunger while working. All right, I'm on my way. Li Shi ordered a ride and headed straight for the bridal shop. When she arrived, Xuan I was waiting at the entrance, clad in a brown duffel coat and a cream wool skirt, shivering in the cold. Upon seeing Li Shi, Xuan I quickly jogged over, seizing Li Shi's warm hands. You're so warm. Li Shi tucked Xuan Ni's hands into her down jacket, urging her to warm herself against the inner cashmere layer. Isn't that cozy? Li Qi, you're so thoughtful. Shui and I playfully warmed her hands inside Li Qi's jacket, but quickly withdrew them to her pockets to keep warm. Let us take the subway to your place. I remember there's a popular snack street behind your apartment with a great hot pot restaurant. I just got paid yesterday. It's my treat. Sound good? The subway was relatively quiet at this hour. Once seated, Shui and I bent over to rub her short legs, then mentioned, I ran into Xie Zhiyue at the studio today. Li Qi was not surprised. Xie Zhiyue frequently did photo shoots for magazines. She is quite impressive now. Shui and I pulled out her phone, showing Li Qi a candid photo she had taken. Look, she has 1, 2, 3, 5 bodyguards. Shui and I couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even when Xie Zheng attends events, she doesn't have that many bodyguards. Li Qi counted carefully and indeed found 5. But it makes sense to have extra protection. Otherwise, she would be swarmed by paparazzi wherever she goes. Shui and I teasingly asked, You must have heard about Qin Xiu and Xie Zhiyue's mother, right? Li Qi touched her nose, trying to conceal her unease. Yes. Who would have thought that the so-called gentleman, Qin Xiu, has a preference for older women? Your adoptive mother must be in her 50s. He is over 20 years younger. I also heard rumors that he has an affair with his manager. Li Qi nodded. Not just one affair. There are several. Otherwise, that manager wouldn't have been so furious on the phone the other day after learning about Qin Xiu and Zhang Xiang. This indicated the chaotic nature of Qin Xiu's relationships. Thank goodness you distanced yourself from the Xie family. Otherwise, your reputation would be tarnished. Li Qi thought to herself, this is just the beginning. The Xie family has even more scandalous stories. Suddenly, Li Qi reached out and grabbed Xueni's wrist. Let me see your phone. Shui and I was startled. What is wrong? She unlocked her phone, revealing a photo of Xie Zhiyue on the screen. Li Qi took the phone, zoomed in on the picture, and focused on a suited bodyguard walking beside Xie Zhiyue. Pointing at the man's face, Li Qi asked Shui and I, Do you see this person? Does he have a scar under his left eye? Shui and I leaned in for a closer look. The photo had decent resolution, but since it was taken from afar, it appeared slightly blurry when zoomed in on the face of a bystander. Nonetheless, she could make out the scar beneath the man's eye. There is a scar. It doesn't look like a burn, more like a glass cut, Li Qi stated. How do you know this so clearly? Shui and I questioned, looking at Li Qi with curiosity. Do you know him? Li Qi pursed her lips, remaining silent for a long time. Li Qi? Shui and I grew concerned. What is wrong? Leaning back in her chair, Li Qi appeared lost in thought. I feel this person resembles the driver of the truck that killed my father years ago. When that person was taken to the hospital, a shard of windshield glass was lodged beneath his left eye. In truth, Li Qi had been present the day her father died in the car accident, though she was not in the vehicle. That year, Xie Zhiyue was learning piano, and it was her day to perform on stage, while Xie Mingzong and Zhang Xiang were away on a business trip, leaving Xie Xingyun to accompany Xie Zhiyue to her performance. It was a Saturday evening at 6 o'clock. Typically, on weekends, Li Qi would be at the Children's Care Center and take the bus home in the evening. By mere coincidence, while waiting at a traffic light, Li Qi witnessed an out-of-control truck barreling straight from the left, colliding with a black car that was approaching them. Inside that car were none other than the Xie siblings. Xie Xingyun occupied the passenger seat, while Xie Zhiyue sat behind her brother, both of whom were at the forefront of the impending disaster. Li Chang'an, a retired soldier, quickly assessed the alarming situation and decisively maneuvered the vehicle away. The car, which was traveling in a straight line, spun half a circle clockwise, ultimately absorbing the brunt of the truck's ferocious impact on the driver's side. The crash left Xie Xingyun severely injured by shattered glass, suffering from significant lacerations, while Xie Zhiyue, seated in the back, escaped with no visible wounds but was diagnosed with a mild concussion. Tragically, their father was crushed within the vehicle and lost consciousness on the spot. The scene erupted into chaos. Upon recognizing the license plate of her father's work vehicle, Li Qi's legs turned to jelly. Bystanders assisted in extricating both her father and the truck driver, who lay on the road awaiting the arrival of an ambulance. Li Qi's mind was consumed by the image of her father convulsing in pain, while her memory of the perpetrator was vague, save for a shard of glass embedded beneath his eye. Oh, and his left hand bore 6 fingers. Chapter 82. Is this what you call a business trip? Shui and I was equally astonished. If Li Qi had not mistaken, then Xie Zhiyue's bodyguard was indeed the very driver responsible for her father's death. This revelation implied that Uncle Li's demise harbored hidden truths. One must question, which virtuous individual would employ the very person who nearly caused their death as a bodyguard? Could it possibly be mere coincidence? Reluctant to accept the grim reality, Shui and I hesitantly suggested, perhaps this bodyguard bears a past injury, leaving a scar beneath his eye? If Uncle Li's death was indeed shrouded in injustice, then what had Li Shi endured over the past 12 years in the Xie household? It was absurd to coexist with the individual responsible for her father's death, as if they were family. Li Shi, however, refrained from making definitive statements. To ascertain the identity of this individual was simple enough. Li Shi declarat, allow me to accompany you. Shui and I expressed her concerns about Li Shi facing Xie Jiu alone, considering the numerous bodyguards surrounding her. No need, Li Shi replied. The Xie household is in disarray, and Xie Jiu is constantly followed by paparazzi. She wouldn't dare act recklessly at this juncture. I will seek her out in the coming days. With Li Shi resolute in her decision, Shui and I refrained from further persuasion, murmuring, I hope you have mistaken the individual. Li Shi, too, wished that it was merely a case of mistaken identity. The prestigious international luxury jewelry brand, Baijiu, was set to host a grand banquet in Qing City. The invited guests were all VIP members of the brand, affluent individuals whose annual expenditures exceeded millions. As the Asia-Pacific spokesperson for Baijiu, Xie Zheng also received an invitation. Concurrently, Xie Jue, the little princess of Jiaxing Entertainment, was a VIP customer of Baijiu and naturally received her own invitation. This banquet promised to be a magnificent affair, attracting numerous media reporters, and Xie Jue would undoubtedly be accompanied by a robust security detail. Notably, Xie Jue's itinerary clearly indicated her attendance at the Baijiu banquet. Li Shi called Xie Zheng, seeking her assistance. Sister Zheng, you will be attending the Baijiu banquet tomorrow night, correct? When Xie Zheng answered the phone, she was trying on her gown for the evening and discussing makeup with her stylist. Of course, Zhou Yaowang's bodyguard surrounded her, vigilant against any attempts to flee. Sensing that Li Shi had something important to discuss, Xie Zheng waved her team away, saying, you all take a break and have some snacks. I need to take a call. Understood, Sister Zheng. Once the staff dispersed, Xie Zheng inquired, this is a rare opportunity. Do you wish to join me and meet some contacts? Li Shi, aspiring to become a successful businesswoman, understood the necessity of networking. Xie Zheng assumed she wished to join her for this purpose. Not quite, Li Shi clarified. I seek to confirm something. Oh, Xie Zheng's demeanor grew cautious, and she candidly stated, Li Shi, I shouldn't pry into your personal matters. However, as the spokesperson for Baijiu in the Asia-Pacific region, my every action will be scrutinized tomorrow night. If I am to take you with me, I must be accountable for your behavior. So I hope you will share the true reason with me. You understand my concerns, right? As a brand ambassador, Xie Zheng could not afford any missteps during the banquet. Thus, she needed to comprehend the situation before making a decision. Li Shi understood Xie Zheng's apprehensions and did not withhold the truth, revealing, there's a bodyguard by Xie Jue's side, whom I suspect of being the very driver responsible for my father's death 12 years ago. Sister Zheng, you may not be aware of the full context. My father died saving the Xie siblings during the accident. They were in the car at the time. Therefore, I suspect there are unresolved issues surrounding that incident. However, I cannot make baseless assumptions, so I need to confirm the bodyguard's characteristics on site. Upon hearing this, Xie Zheng no longer hesitated and promptly agreed, tomorrow at noon, come to my house to meet me. Xie Zheng would be the most dazzling ambassador at the banquet, and after lunch, she would prepare for her makeup before heading directly to the event. The following day, at noon, Li Shi deliberately dressed as a star's assistant. She wore a royal blue round-neck sweater, paired with a light coffee-colored A-line skirt and black flat knee-high boots. To downplay her striking beauty, she donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses. When Xie Zheng saw her, she couldn't help but tease, your outfit bears a striking resemblance to my assistant, Xiao Tao. In truth, Li Shi had mimicked Xiao Tao's style. An assistant should be understated, yet capable, reliable, and composed. In the afternoon, while Xie Zheng was getting her makeup done, Li Shi busied herself with preparations. First, she brewed lemon tea for Xie Zheng, even inserting a large white straw. Then, she cut fruits into bite-sized pieces, ensuring they wouldn't smudge Xie Zheng's lipstick. Being catered to by Li Shi felt divine to Xie Zheng, who even entertained the thought of hiring Li Shi as her assistant. Perhaps it was not merely a figment of her imagination. Xie Zheng observed Li Shi curiously, remarking, You give me the impression that we share a deep familiarity, as if you understand me perfectly. This was no illusion. In her previous life, Li Shi had indeed been a devoted assistant to Xie Zheng, fully attuned to her preferences. Li Shi, finding profundity, remarca. Perhaps I was simply born to be the caring Tianshu girl. Xie Zheng was amused by her comment. By 5 o'clock, they set off for the banquet venue. Located on a newly developed island on the eastern side of Dongzhou, a picturesque tourist area. Winter on the island brought a chilling breeze that had one shivering. However, that was of no concern to the starlet. The red carpet segment of the banquet was scheduled for 7 o'clock, with Xie Zheng as the headline guest. Li Shi accompanied Xie Zheng in the van, waiting 20 minutes until it was their turn to make an entrance. Xie Zheng donned a peach-pink gown with an extravagant train, adorned with a large necklace shaped like a fox, embellished with pink gemstones. Following Li Shi's suggestion, Xie Zheng held a branch of blooming peach blossoms. As soon as she exited the vehicle, the flashing lights converged on her elegant figure, and the sound of camera shutters filled the air. Xie Zheng, over here. Tang Bao, you look stunning today. The enthusiastic shouts of fans completely drowned out the roar of the waves. Li Shi, seated inside the car, felt almost blinded by the barrage of flashes. Yet Xie Zheng had long since acclimated to such grand spectacles. She held a branch of peach blossoms, gracefully striding past the media and fans with an air of elegance. Wherever she went, gasps of admiration followed. As an esteemed guest, Xie Zheng had 2 exquisite outfits for the evening, one for the red carpet to showcase her style, and another for the inner venue, which was the true arena of fame and fortune, necessitating a glamorous yet practical gown. Once Xie Zheng entered the banquet hall, Li Shi and her team swiftly transported the dress Xie Zheng would wear inside to the hotel room. Li Shi, carrying a multitude of bags, appeared rather unassuming amidst the bustling crowd, akin to a diligent assistant. Halfway through, she was unexpectedly called out. Shi, despite her whirlwind of activity, someone had recognized her among the throng of staff. Upon looking up, she spotted Gu Zhen standing on the steps in front of the adjacent hotel. At first glance, Li Shi thought she had encountered a prominent celebrity. Gu Zhen was clad in a dark suit, adorned with an unusual brooch, accompanied by a cadre of impeccably dressed elite men and women, seemingly all in his orbit. Li Shi raised an eyebrow, instinctively teasing him. Is this what you call a business trip? Sneaking away with me to a tropical island for a vacation? At her words, Gu Zhen's subordinates glanced at Li Shi with curiosity. After exchanging a few words with those beside him, Gu Zhen stepped through the crowd to her side and promptly took the bags from her hands. Where are these going? Li Shi quickly pointed upstairs to the presidential suite. Xie Zheng will need them shortly. I'll help you. Gu Zhen, clad in an obviously expensive bespoke suit, was now carrying an LV suitcase along with several black bags, creating a somewhat incongruous image of a prince transformed into a real estate agent. As the elevator was packed with staff, Li Shi instinctively grasped Gu Zhen's arm, suggesting they wait for the next one. However, the elevator lobby was teeming with teams of various stars, all eager to ascend. Delaying would mean missing their time slot. Gu Zhen then remarked, "It's all right. We can take the far left elevator." Li Shi countered, "We can't go that way. That's the VIP passage reserved for esteemed guests." But upon witnessing Gu Zhen press his fingerprint to seamlessly open the elevator door, she fell silent. Together, they entered the VIP elevator, which was infused with aromatherapy, exuding an air of luxury in its spacious interior. Li Shi turned to scrutinize Gu Zhen, and before she could voice her curiosity, he explained, "This is the hotel I'm staying at for my business trip." So earlier, Gu Zhen proactively clarified, "The adjacent hotel is where we dine and hold meetings." Li Shi suddenly recalled a detail mentioned by Xie Zheng's agent, Chen Jie, en route to the banquet. She had remarked that the island was bustling these days, not only hosting a banquet for Pai Guli, but also an international economic forum. Consequently, the island had imposed visitor limits. "So your business trip is for the International Economic Forum?" Gu Zhen seemed surprised, responding, "How did you know?" Chen Jie had mentioned that the island was limiting access to accommodate the business magnates attending the International Economic Forum. The representatives attending such a forum were undoubtedly titans of commerce from various nations. To ensure their safety, security on the island was heightened to the utmost level. Only Pai Guli had the means to book the island for a banquet 2 months in advance. "Yes, I'm attending the forum." After a moment's thought, Gu Zhen seriously told Li Shi, "My family is actually quite wealthy." Li Shi regarded him incredulously, replying, Isn't that blatantly obvious? If you weren't wealthy, could you buy the entire Lanting apartment? If you weren't wealthy, could you dine at Zhuhai restaurant? If you weren't wealthy, could you attend the forum? Gu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. After much hesitation, he couldn't help but ask Li Shi, "Aren't you curious about my background? Your name is Gu Zhan. You live above me. You like me, you're pursuing me, and you wish to marry me. Isn't that sufficient information?" The thought of the brown paper identity document lying on her bookshelf made Li Shi's heart race. Did she not yearn to uncover all of Gu Zhan's secrets? Yet, Gu Zhan had stated that the document contained his secrets. She could only open it once she resolved to share her future with him. Li Shi had not yet come to that readiness, so she refrained from asking. Gu Zhan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, as if he had something caught in his throat that he could neither release nor swallow. You do have a point. The presidential suite of Xiezhang was located on the 28th floor of the hotel. Few guests resided on this floor. The other stars invited to the banquet were accommodated below, making Xiezhang's status particularly distinguished. Gu Zhan followed Li Shi to Xiezhang's room, where she was changing outfits, and it was her agent who opened the door. "Chunjia, surprised to see Gu Zhan," exclaimed Li Shi, "this is your." Gu Zhan turned to Li Shi, who confidently introduced him. "This is my boyfriend, Gu Zhan. Professor Gu, this is Sister Zhang's agent, Chunjia." In the presence of anyone other than Li Shi, Gu Zhan's demeanor turned noticeably cold. "Hello, Chunjia." Chunjia, unfazed by his aloofness, regarded him with keen interest. Gu Zhan couldn't shake the feeling that he was akin to an item on a display, awaiting appraisal in an auction. Since learning of Xiezhang's intention to retire from the industry, Chunjia had been scouting for talent, eager to cultivate an international superstar before her retirement. When she had seen Li Shi earlier in the afternoon, she had considered recruiting her as a star, only to be outright rejected. Now, seeing Gu Zhan, she had similar thoughts of talent acquisition. "What industry are you in, Mr. Gu? How old are you this year? Would you be interested in entering the entertainment industry?" Li Shi quickly interjected, positioning herself protectively behind Gu Zhan, cheerfully explaining to Chunjia, "My boyfriend is here to attend the economic forum. He is in business and has no talent for acting." Upon learning that Gu Zhan was an important figure attending the International Economic Forum, Chunjia promptly abandoned her ambitions. "Mr. Gu, you're truly remarkable for your age." Chunjia felt a twinge of regret. If he could attend such a forum, he surely had little interest in the entertainment industry. Given that there were women changing clothes inside, Gu Zhan refrained from entering. He stood outside the door, advising Li Shi, "You go ahead with your tasks. Once you're done, I'll take you out to explore the island." After a brief pause, he added, "Tonight, would you stay with me on the island?" Fearing that Li Shi might misconstrue his intentions as frivolous, Gu Zhan hastily clarified, "I'm in the suite at the far eastern end of this floor, with several rooms. You can choose whichever one you prefer." Li Shi smiled, "Then I shall take your master bedroom, and you can sleep on the sofa." Gu Zhan chuckled lightly. "That works too." Being able to watch Li Shi sleep was a pleasure he could hardly resist. Half an hour later, Xiezhang departed for the banquet hall, while Li Shi prepared to descend to inquire about the location of the bodyguards. Gu Zhan remained seated in the lounge of the floor, awaiting her. Noticing Li Shi was about to head downstairs, he rose and asked, "Where are you going? Do you know which floor the bodyguards are on?" "Xiaojiao, you had already entered the banquet venue, and the bodyguards could not go inside. They were either waiting outside the banquet hall or in a designated rest area." Gu Zhan replied, "The large lounge on the 4th floor." Nodding, Li Shi made her way down. Gu Zhan followed her, asking, "Who are you looking for?" "A man with a scar beneath his left eye." Li Shi was candid with Gu Zhan, pulling him into the elevator, succinctly instructing, "If you encounter a man with a scar beneath his left eye, make sure to check if he has 6 fingers on his left hand." Gu Zhan nodded, then inquired, "Is this person an enemy of yours?" "He should be Xie Jiaoyu's bodyguard. I suspect he was the driver of the truck that killed my father 12 years ago." Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan's gaze instantly turned cold and sharp. Chapter 83. Have you considered becoming my Mrs. Gu? The 4th floor was essentially a large banquet hall, albeit unadorned, giving it an air of emptiness. At this moment, guests were dining on the 2nd floor, while their accompanying bodyguards rested in the hall on the 4th floor. Gu Zhan stood outside the hall, surveying the area, and noticing that it was predominantly male bodyguards inside, he gestured for Li Shi to wait outside. "You stay here. It's more convenient for me to go in alone. Women can feel intimidated in a confined space filled with men." Li Shi, understanding the situation, gently squeezed Gu Zhan's hand and cautioned, "Don't attract attention." "Understood," Gu Zhan replied, waving to a staff member in the distance. The hall manager promptly approached him. As the manager, He was well acquainted with the prominent figures invited to the meeting. He addressed Gu Zhan directly. Mr. Gu, how may I assist you? Could you please keep an eye on my girlfriend? Gu Zhan requested. Of course, the manager replied. Li Shi teased Gu Zhan. Is this really necessary? Did you need to find someone to accompany me? Gu Zhan leaned closer to her and whispered, the Duke of Wells is also here. Hearing this, Li Shi felt a chill run down her spine. Don't worry, I'll stay close to Manager Shun. Li Shi was a girl who understood the gravity of situations and valued her safety. Aware that the old pervert was on the island, she would not wander carelessly. Seeing Li Shi's prudence, Gu Zhan's eyes glimmered with a smile as he watched Manager Shen escort her to the VIP lounge on the south side of the hallway before discreetly entering the rest area himself. This area offered drinks and a buffet, the spread of which was even more lavish than what one would find in downtown buffet restaurants. Most bodyguards were gathered around the buffet, while the drink area was nearly deserted, as they were all on duty, needing to protect their employers and drive. Hence alcohol was off limits. Nevertheless, Gu Zhan made his way straight to the drink section. He casually picked up a cocktail mixed with whiskey and wandered around, soon noticing a man in a black suit standing at the wine selection. The man was focused on choosing a red wine, and, as he turned slightly, a noticeable old scar was revealed beneath his left eye. Upon raising a glass of red wine, the man inadvertently met Gu Zhan's inquisitive gaze and furrowed his brow suspiciously. What do you want? Gu Zhan raised his glass toward him. I just enjoy a good drink. It's rare to meet a fellow enthusiast. Cheers. The bodyguard around them refrained from drinking, but encountering a young bodyguard who appreciated fine wine made the man's demeanor relax as he clinked glasses with Gu Zhan. This is excellent wine, the man remarked, taking a sip. Where does one usually find such good stuff? It's a rare opportunity. A drink 1 tea hurt. Gu Zhan seized a moment to glance at the name tag hanging from the man's chest. Zhang Hechuan. Remember this name, Gu Zhan thought, smiling as he agreed. Indeed. After leaving here for Dongzhou City, we'll be taking a boat, so a couple of drinks 1 tea be a problem. Zhang Hechuan relished these words. Exactly. I can hold my liquor. What's wrong with indulging a bit? With that, he downed his glass of red wine in one go and immediately reached for a second. Gu Zhan observed Zhang Hechuan's left hand, noticing he had only 5 fingers. However, being a medical professor, he easily recognized that the man's thumb had undergone surgery, with a scar about 2 centimeters long at the base. Do you know your wines? The man asked, lifting his glass and presenting it to Gu Zhan, playfully challenging him. If you can identify its brand and vintage by scent alone, I'll be impressed. Excuse me, Gu Zhan replied, turning away. No longer in the mood for such foolish games. Zhang Hechuan watched Gu Zhan's retreating figure, perplexed. Who was this young man? He looked strikingly handsome. Could he be a bodyguard by day and a lover by night? Such arrangements were not uncommon in the entertainment industry, where female stars, hindered by their careers from dating openly, often kept a physically capable bodyguard for their needs during the night. See. Upon hearing Gu Zhan's voice, Li Shi quickly set down her bottle of mineral water, thanked Manager Shun, and made her way to Gu Zhan. He regarded the mineral water on the coffee table, then glanced at Manager Shun, casually asking, why is there no warm water? Though the inquiry seemed innocuous, it caused a flutter of anxiety within Manager Shun. Li Shi quickly interjected, Manager Shun asked me, but I preferred the sealed mineral water for convenience. Having been caught off guard by Jiang Qinkong before, and with that old pervert also on the island, Li Shi dared not drink anything offered to her by others. Gu Zhan nodded approvingly. Smart choice. Have you found anyone? Let us discuss this in our room. Gu Zhan led Li Shi back to the 28th floor into the presidential suite at the end of the hallway. As he had mentioned, this suite boasted 3 bedrooms, a small dining area, a medium-sized conference room, and a private gym. Having visited Xie Zhang's presidential suite, Li Shi found this one to be far more impressive. Truly, Gu Zhan was a man of wealth and stature. After exploring the legendary suite, she returned to the master bedroom to find Gu Zhan had changed out of his suit, now dressed in a white sweater and trousers. His slick back hair had become slightly tousled, with a few stray strands falling across his forehead, giving him a more relaxed, lived-in appearance. This was the Gu Zhan that Li Shi was familiar with. What would you like to drink? The suite featured a bar area, stocked with a variety of fruits and pre-made beverages in a large refrigerator. Li Shi licked her lips, uncertain how late they would be up, and said, I'd like some coffee. Can you make it? I can make the basics, Gu Zhan replied, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the bar. After examining the machine, He asked. It's a semi-automatic coffee maker. Would you prefer latte? It's best to avoid Americanos at night, or you might not sleep. Sure, Lishi said, standing behind him like a curious child, watching him prepare the coffee. He scooped out double portions of coffee grounds and tamped them down. While waiting for the coffee to brew, he poured milk into a frothing pitcher. Suddenly, he presented the milk cup to Li Shi, smiling. Care for a taste? Drinking milk helps you grow. Li Shi stifled a laugh. Who are you trying to fool? Nevertheless, she took a sip of the chilled milk, exclaiming, This milk is richer than what you find outside. Do you like it? Gu Huaizhou asked. If you enjoy it, I can have the butler install a milk vending machine in the apartment lobby for you. You can grab some anytime. Afterward, he resumed pouring milk, preparing for the latte art. Li Shi was not fond of the sound of the milk frothing, so she patiently waited until he finished before tilting her head. Should I pay for the milk? Gu Huaizhou, focused on his latte art, replied without looking up, That's not allowed. The Lanting apartment is free for Mrs. Gu. What about your girlfriend? Girlfriends only get a discount. Gu Huaizhou was steadfast. You might want to consider becoming my Mrs. Gu. Li Shi placed her phone on the bar, confidently declaring, I have money. I still have 6,000 in WeChat. Gu Huaizhou let out a light-hearted sigh. Looks like my proposal was a failure. Chapter 84. Gu Huaizhou, where is your home? Gu Huaizhou handed Li Shi the latte he had prepared. Give it a try. Li Shi lowered her gaze and beheld an exquisitely crafted latte art resembling a heart. She took a delicate sip, finding the flavor quite delightful. She resolved to capture the model of the coffee machine, contemplating acquiring one for herself. After a moment's thought, she added, Please also photograph the brand of the coffee beans. With the same equipment, I could brew an equally delicious coffee. Gu Huaizhou eagerly volunteered, I have the same coffee machine. Coffee beans and milk already. She teased, Would you consider getting another Gu Huaizhou of the same kind? He replied, That depends on Professor Gu's capabilities. Suddenly, Gu Huaizhou opened his arms wide, encircling Li Shi in a warm embrace between himself and the bar counter. Li Shi cast her eyes downward, feigning interest in the latte art while her heart raced uncontrollably. She pondered the possibility of a kiss. Was it to be a French kiss or a deeper one? If he were to propose sharing a bed, would she pretend to refuse or acquiesce outright? Gu Huaizhou leaned closer, his handsome visage filling her view as he brushed away the milk foam at the corner of her mouth, his voice both tempting and suggestive. In truth, a latte is more suitable for the morning. Are you inviting me to prepare a good morning latte for you? Li Shi felt her cheeks flush crimson. All right, she thought, interpreting his words as an invitation to spend the night. Professor Gu must have been drinking tonight, hasn't he? She playfully pushed him away, laughing. You must be tipsy, dreaming of spring. She insisted, Let us get back to business. It's best to keep things lighthearted to avoid crossing into impropriety. Gu Huaizhou's demeanor shifted, and he informed Li Shi, The bodyguard next to Xie Jiyue is named Zhang Hechuan, a notorious drunkard who sneaks alcohol even while on duty. He bears a scar beneath his left eye, likely the result of a sharp object piercing the flesh. The stitching is rather unsightly, suggesting that the surgeon who treated him might have harbored some resentment. Intrigued, Li Shi inquired, What makes you think that? Gu Huaizhou raised his hand, stating as surgeons, We wield our scalpels to save lives, but patients can be classified as good or bad. For ordinary, kind-hearted individuals, we strive to ensure that the surgical incisions are neat and aesthetically pleasing, especially in delicate areas like the face. However, the scar beneath his eye resembles a centipede, leading me to reasonably conclude that he is viewed as a villain by the medical community. We save lives, but not all need to be saved beautifully. Surgeons have their own biases. Good and bad patients alike arrive at the hospital. Yet, for those who have committed heinous acts, if we finish their surgeries feeling drained and leave the wounds unattractive, is that illegal? Upon hearing this, Li Shi asked Gu Huaizhou, Would you act in such a manner? He replied, I am precisely the kind of doctor who resists authority. Huh. She chuckled. You have a clear self-assessment. Returning to the topic at hand, Gu Huaizhou continued to share his observations. Zhang Hechuan's left hand appears to have 5 fingers. However, I noticed a surgical scar on the outer side of his left thumb, approximately 2 centimeters long, consistent with the length of a procedure to remove a deformed finger. Yet, whether he actually underwent such a surgery requires further verification. Li Shi was already able to ascertain that he was the truck driver who had killed her father years ago. She recounted, back then, he was intoxicated during lunch, mistaking the gas pedal for the brake at a traffic light, leading to my father's death. You are correct. The doctor who saved him must have known he was driving under the influence and intentionally left the wound poorly stitched. Lost in thought, Li Shi sipped her coffee. That fateful day, Xie Jiayue and Xie Xingyin were in the car. Zhang Hechuan's collision likely endangered the Xie siblings' lives. Logically, he should be considered an enemy of the Xie family. Although the siblings survived, the Xie family should not have employed Zhang Hechuan. What could have transpired? It seemed imperative for her to seek out Xie Mingzong, that old scoundrel. This old man, driven by lust, would resort to anything to elevate his status. Perhaps there were undisclosed interests linking Zhang Hechuan and Xie Mingzong. She wondered if Xie Xingyun and Xie Jiayue were even aware of the situation. After finishing her coffee, Li Shi felt invigorated. Unsure how long Xie Zhang's event would last, she suggested a stroll on the beach. Gu Zhen readily agreed. Noticing that Li Shi was merely wearing a sweater, he took a long coat from his wardrobe and draped it around her shoulders. Although Gu Zhen appeared slender, his broad shoulders and height made the coat look dashing on him, while it appeared comically oversized on Li Shi, resembling a child wearing adult clothing. She had to cinch the coat tighter with its belt. On the island, there was an ocean museum, with the ground floor featuring an underwater dining restaurant set deep within the sea. Dining there offered a breathtaking view of the ocean. Due to the economic seminar, visitor numbers on the island were limited and the underwater museum closed after 8. However, Gu Zhen made a call, reopening the museum just for the two of them. As they walked through the underwater corridor, Li Shi gazed at the profile of the man beside her and suddenly asked, "Gu Zhen, where do you live?" Unable to restrain her curiosity, she sought to uncover his secrets. Gu Zhen replied, "Dongzhou City." This answer seemed evasive, as Dongzhou City was vast, and Lanting apartments also fell within its jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhen's dark eyes deepened as he clarified, "Xianyang Mountain." Only one family resided on Xianyang Mountain, the Gu family, the very family the Xie family had been subservient to. Li Shi's breath quickened, her eyes widening in astonishment. "You were a member of the Gu family?" Gu Zhen thought she had discerned his true identity and was startled. However, Li Shi continued, "Do you know Gu Huaizhou? With the same surname, you must be related. Is he your uncle or your cousin?" Chapter 85. Gu Huaizhou has a love interest. Noticing Gu Zhen's prolonged silence, Li Shi spoke mysteriously. "What is wrong? Gu Huaizhou is the heir of the Gu family, and you all must keep his affairs under wraps, right?" Gu Zhen's emotions were complex, tinged with an indescribable sense of helplessness. "Actually, I have met Gu Huaizhou." Both Gu Zhen and Li Shi spoke in unison, then abruptly paused. "What?" Li Shi inquired. "You've met Gu Huaizhou?" Gu Zhen squinted playfully, curious about what Li Shi would concoct next, and asked, "He rarely socializes." "When did you see him?" "At the old master Gu's birthday banquet," she replied. Eagerly, she continued, "Since you were a member of the Gu family, why didn't you attend the old master's birthday feast?" Gu Zhen explained, "I went but left after seeing the old master." "Oh, you didn't go to the banquet hall?" Li Shi nodded in understanding. She realized that while the banquet hall was lively, there were few direct relatives from the Gu family present. Perhaps the event was mainly to entertain external guests. "I suppose I have seen him, but not his true form. Did you know Gu Huaizhou suffers from severe social anxiety? He meets people only through a screen. He lives in a building called Huxin Shaozhu, doesn't he? Have you been to Huxin Shaozhu?" Li Shi gestured with her arms, mimicking a rectangular shape. "He installed a large glass wall in the living room just to spy on others. I suspect he is not just socially anxious, but a voyeur as well." Gu Zhen, having mustered the courage to share his innermost thoughts, found his resolve shattered upon hearing Li Shi's comment about Gu Huaizhou being a voyeur. He should not have such tendencies. During his youth, he endured severe trauma, leading to an overwhelming fear of the world. The old master worried that he would isolate himself, thus constructing a glass wall in his residence. During that time, the old gentleman would sit in the living room each day, sharing with him the events of the day. Under the old man's patient guidance, he finally overcame his fears and reintegrated into the world. Hearing this, Li Shi was taken aback. "Are you saying that the glass wall was arranged by the old gentleman?" "Yes." "Then I misjudged him." Li Shi had thought it was Gu Huaizhou who created it for the purpose of secretly observing the outside world. Learning that it was the old man's kind intentions, Li Shi felt quite moved. The old gentleman was truly a benevolent soul. Gu Zhen informed Li Shi, on the day of the birthday banquet, the old gentleman was very happy. Li Shi was indifferent, thinking it was simply a birthday celebration with friends gathered, naturally a lively affair. It was not just that. Gu Zhan's profound gaze fell upon Li Shi's radiant smile as he said, "The old gentleman mentioned that he encountered a very interesting, bold, and honest young lady that day. The girl said, 'A family that accumulates good deeds will surely have blessings.' Gu Huaizhou's survival is a testament to those blessings." It is said that that night, the old gentleman, who had not written in years, specifically instructed Butler to prepare ink for him, and he inscribed the phrase, "A family that accumulates good deeds will surely have blessings," hanging it in his study. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's cheeks flushed. It seems the old gentleman truly likes her. By the way, I heard that a few days ago. The old gentleman was so engrossed in reading comics that he was caught by Butler Du, who saw him sneaking peeks at them under a wall lamp during his patrol. With no other choice, Butler Du confiscated his comic books, allowing him to read only 1 hour a day. This led to a quarrel between them. Li Shi listened, wide-eyed. "You know these small details? Is such private information accessible to anyone in the Gu family?" Gu Zhan smiled and replied, "I grew up beside the old gentleman, and Butler Du trusts me. Sometimes he vents to me about these matters." "I see," Li Shi suddenly realized. "I have long heard that in large families, if an outstanding child emerges, they are often selected to be nurtured by the head of the family. No wonder you are so exceptional. It turns out you are the old gentleman's prodigy. In that case, you could be considered a confidant of Gu Huaizhou, right?" "Gu Zhan, I suppose so. Next time you see Gu Huaizhou, remember to subtly speak ill of the Xie family in front of him, especially that Xie Jiyue. I tell you, I have a grudge against Xie Jiyue. If she marries Gu Huaizhou, my days will be miserable. Of course, I'm not asking you to spread baseless rumors. I just hope you can truthfully inform Gu Huaizhou of the despicable acts Xie Jiyue has committed, so he can see through her hypocritical facade. You are to assist Gu Huaizhou in great endeavors. If he chooses a duplicitous Mrs. Gu, how will your future days fare? We are on the same side, and for the sake of our happy future, you must stand with me." Li Shi eloquently persuaded Gu Zhan, leaving no room for rebuttal. Gu Zhan could only chuckle. "Rest assured, Gu Huaizhou has never liked Xie Jiyue. I know this," Li Shi said. "On the day of the birthday banquet, I accidentally stumbled upon the scene where Gu Huaizhou sternly rejected Xie Jiyue. But as the saying goes, a good man fears a woman's entanglement. Gu Huaizhou is wealthy and powerful, yet remains indifferent to women. At 27 or 28, he is still a virgin. If Xie Jiyue seizes the opportunity to climb into his bed and he experiences the pleasures of a woman." Li Shi, like an experienced love expert, shook her head. Men often harbor special feelings for the woman who takes their virginity. At that point, Gu Huaizhou's heart would be tied to Xie Jiyue, and I would suffer. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhan replied solemnly, "I acknowledge that men do have special feelings for the woman who takes their virginity. However, Gu Huaizhou has someone he cares for." Li Shi's eyes sparkled. Gu Huaizhou actually has someone he cares for. Wouldn't Xie Jiyue be furious upon learning this? "Who is she?" "I don't know. I heard it's a girl who has appeared in his dreams countless times." Li Shi burst into laughter at Gu Zhan's words, exclaiming, "What is this, a youthful idol drama? A girl appearing in dreams countless times. Why not say she was a lover from past life?" Seeing that Li Shi was skeptical, Gu Zhan did not press further, merely stating, "Your concerns are unfounded." "What? You just said that once Gu Huaizhou is with Xie Jiyue, it would change his attitude. That will never happen." "Why?" "Because he has an ailment in that regard." "What the heck?" Leundicesimo exclaimed in astonishment, quickly covering her mouth and looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to quietly ask Gu Zhan, "Is that true? Is the news reliable?" "Yes," Gu Zhan replied. "The kidnapping incident caused Gu Huaizhou severe psychological trauma. He has no interest in women and is indifferent to men as well." Upon learning that Gu Huaizhou's condition was not congenital but rather a psychological aftermath of trauma, Li Shi felt a twinge of sympathy for him. "I'm quite curious. What exactly happened during the kidnapping of the Gu family? What kind of terrifying ordeal could lead to the deaths of 3 out of 4 family members, leaving Gu Huaizhou to suffer from social anxiety and fear of women?" Shaking his head, Gu Zhan said, "As far as I know, Gu Huaizhou actually has little recollection of that event. Although he returned alive, he was tormented by nightmares to the brink of death. The old gentleman had no choice but to hire the best psychologist to conduct hypnosis therapy for him. The truth behind that kidnapping incident remains a mystery to everyone, even to Gu Huaizhou himself. It is indeed so severe." Li Shi realized she could not inquire further, so she refrained from asking. No wonder the old gentleman is so grateful to Xie Jiyue. Over the years, the Xie family has greatly expanded their entertainment company with the help of the Gu family. She saved Gu Huaizhou and is indeed a benefactor of the Gu family. Gu Zhan did not echo Li Shi's speculation. He glanced at his watch, noting it was getting late, and the banquet should be concluding. All right. Chapter 86, Nosebleed. Gu Zhan confronted Xie Jiuyue. Li Shi held Gu Zhan's hand as they returned to the hotel. They timed it perfectly, as the banquet had just ended, and the socialites and celebrities were leaving in groups. Xie Zheng, in a dark golden, shimmering gown that cascaded to the floor, adorned with the Paigali family's most luxurious star and Moon Series gemstone necklace, walked gracefully under the night sky, exuding an enchanting glow like a queen of the moonlit realm. Xie Jiuyue wore a dark green strapless gown, her fair skin radiant as snow, and her neck graced with a striking green serpent-shaped necklace. The two women, both stunningly beautiful, were a feast for the eyes as they walked together. Sister Zheng. Xie Jiuyue intimately linked arms with Xie Zheng, extending an invitation. Are you returning to the city tonight? If so, let us go together. The brand has chartered 2 luxurious yachts to take them back to the city S-port. Gazing at the delicate, fair hands on her arm, Xie Zheng smiled and gently brushed them away. In front of reporters and guests, Xie Zheng smiled flawlessly, using a warm tone to say, "Sure, let us return to the city together." Just as Xie Jiuyue was about to respond, she heard Xie Zheng lightly ask, "Shall we go back to my house and invite Zhou Yaoguang to join us in some fun in bed?" Xie Jiuyue's face turned pale in shock. "You." Fear flickered in her eyes. "You found out. Did Zhou Yaoguang tell you? Is he foolish? Are you afraid of being discovered if you sleep with him?" Xie Zheng smiled sweetly as she pointed at the green gemstone necklace around Xie Jiuyue's neck, saying, "Xie Jiuyue, this world is vast, so you should roll as far away as you can. If you dare to appear before me again, I would not hesitate to reveal to the world that I have been betrayed." With that, Xie Zheng turned, her face illuminated by a goddess-like smile, exuding an air of noble elegance as she departed with the grace of a queen, captured by countless cameras. Inside, Xie Jiuyue was tumultuous, but her expression quickly regained composure. Pretending as if nothing had transpired, she smiled and bid farewell to everyone before stepping into her chauffeur-driven car. Bang! As the car door slammed shut, Xie Jiuyue could no longer maintain her faade. She sat in the vehicle, anxiety coursing through her, her expression a mixture of uncertainty and suspicion. Without delay, she dialed Zhou Yaoguang's number, only to be met with the cold voice of a female operator informing her, "The number you have dialed is currently in use." Was Zhou Yaoguang on the phone with Xie Zheng? After waiting several minutes and trying again, she was met with the same message. After 6 years of dating, were they still this inseparable? The thought left a bitter taste in Xie Jiuyue's heart. As her bodyguards gathered, she was about to urge the driver to depart when she spotted Li Shi conversing with Xie Zheng under an ancient elm tree. How had they grown so close? Wait, if Xie Zheng was chatting with Li Shi, why was Zhou Yaoguang's phone unreachable? Had he blocked her? The disbelief washed over Xie Jiuyue. How dare he treat her this way after everything? "Jiuyue, should we head back?" Her manager, who was also Xie Zheng's manager, inquired. Tonight, Xie Zheng was the star of the banquet, and Manager Zhang was devotedly attending to her. Meanwhile, Xie Jiuyue had only 2 assistants by her side. It was Assistant Xiao Yuan who spoke up, noticing Xie Jiuyue's distress. "I see Miss Xie over there. Should we wait for her?" "Be quiet," Xie Jiuyue seethed, throwing her evening clutch and kicking the seat of the car with her heels. Zhou Yaoguang cherished Xie Zheng so deeply that he had blocked her, leaving Xie Jiuyue feeling like nothing more than a mere toy. How could she not be furious? "Zhou Yaoguang, may you suffer the worst fate." Through the tinted glass, Xie Jiuyue's rage intensified as she watched Xie Zheng laughing with Li Shi. Was Xie Zheng reveling in her misfortune? Was she mocking her for being used and cast aside like a stray dog? Yet she was Xie Jiuyue, the cherished princess of Star Entertainment. Her brother was the president of the company, and she was the only woman permitted in the Gu household. Even if old Master Gu had publicly declared his intention to arrange a marriage for her, so what? She would forever be the benefactor who saved Gu Huaizhou. An idea began to bloom in her mind. What if she appealed to the old gentleman, invoking her life-saving grace to persuade Gu Huaizhou to marry her? The mere thought quickened her heartbeat and ignited an uncontrollable desire. Perhaps it was time to take a risk. Once she became Gu Huaizhou's wife, the mistress of the Gu family, she would ensure that Zhou Yaoguang would kneel before her, licking her shoes. And as for Xie Zheng and Li Shi, none of them would have it easy. Noticing that Xie Jiu's car had yet to move, Xie Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. I imagine your sister is inside, fuming at us. Li Shi laughed. Sister, please don't insult the term sister. Xie Zheng shrugged. Are you really not going back tonight? Casting a glance at the young man standing 10 meters away, perfectly maintaining his composure, Xie Zheng advised Li Shi, dating is fine, intimacy is fine, but let us not create any little lives. Li Shi felt a bit flustered, but appreciated Xie Zheng's concern. Don't worry, I understand. All right then, I shall take my leave. Good. After Xie Zheng departed, Li Shi also turned to rejoin Gu Zhen. Just as she grasped Gu Zhen's hand, they heard the car door swing open, followed by Xie Jiu's furious shout. Li Shi, stop right there. Li Shi continued on her path. Just because you tell me to stop, do you think I will? Only a dog obeys its master. Seeing Li Shi disregard her command ignited Xie Jiu's rage. How dare this little minion think she could defy her? Having just suffered humiliation at Zhou Yaoguang's hands, Xie Jiu finally had an outlet for her pent-up anger. She picked up her fallen bag and hurled it at Li Shi. Li Shi was oblivious to the sudden turn of events, but Gu Zhen, as if he possessed a sixth sense, abruptly turned, raising his wrist to catch the bag with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the bag back at Xie Jiu. Bang! The diamond-studded evening clutch struck Xie Jiu squarely on the nose. Ouch! Xie Jiu cried out in pain, sitting down on the footboard of the car in a daze. When Li Shi turned at the commotion, she saw Xie Jiu surrounded by her assistants, a picture of disarray with blood streaming from her nose. Gu Zhen, you actually hit a woman? He had just kicked Xie Xingyan a few days prior, and now had injured Xie Jiu. What had happened to his gentlemanly conduct? Gu Zhen earnestly inquired of Li Shi, is it wrong to strike? Is it wrong? With someone like Xie Jiu, it's certainly isn't. Li Shi swallowed hard, asking Gu Zhen, will you strike me? Gu Zhen's expression hardened as he asserted, a man should never strike his beloved. All right, all right. Li Shi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She attacked you first. I hit her in your defense. Although it may not sound good for a gentleman to hit a lady, but Gu Zhen's voice remained calm. Anyone who bullies you, regardless of age or gender, deserves to be dealt with. Chapter 87. Li Shi's boyfriend with violent tendencies. Li Shi realized for the first time that a man who struck women could also possess an admirable presence. Assistant Xiao Yuan, witnessing Xie Jiu's injury and the blood from her nose, was both shocked and furious. Sister Jiayue, are you all right? Where is brother Zhang? Why hasn't he returned yet? At such a critical moment, Xie Jiu's bodyguard, Zhang Hechuan, was nowhere to be found. Not seeing Zhang Hechuan around only fueled Xie Jiu's fury as she shouted at Xiao Yuan. Call that Zhang. He is supposed to be my bodyguard. Where is he when I'm being bullied? Get him here immediately. How could her bodyguard abandon her at such a crucial moment? Where had her father found this useless bodyguard? Assistant Xiao Yuan quickly explained. Brother Zhang suddenly had to relieve himself. How lazy. Here he comes. Zhang Hechuan arrived, hurriedly adjusting his pants as he approached the car. Seeing Xie Jiu injured and bleeding from her nose ignited his wrath. Which scoundrel dares to harm Miss Xie? Xiao Yuan. Who struck Miss Xie? In the time it took to relieve himself, his employer had been assaulted. If Xie Mingzong found out, he would surely lose his job. Xiao Yuan pointed at the young couple standing at a distance. Brother Zhang, it was that man who hurt Sister Jiu. Zhang Hechuan's face darkened as he recognized Gu Zhen, the young man he had encountered in the wine-tasting area. It's you. Without hesitation, Zhang Hechuan drew out his electric baton, dark clouds gathering in his expression as he approached Gu Zhen. You hit our Miss Xie. You must give me an explanation. If you cannot provide one, I will have no choice but to let you experience the taste of this baton. He raised the baton threateningly. Without a second thought, Gu Zhen executed a swift, clean side kick, sending Zhang Hechuan flying. He soared through the air, landing painfully on his backside, feeling as though his bones had shattered upon impact. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, losing consciousness. Gu Zhen bent down to pick up the electric baton that Zhang Hechuan had dropped. He raised his polished shoe and pressed it down on Zhang Hechuan's right shoulder, thrusting the baton into Zhang Hechuan's lower abdomen. Oh! Zhang Hechuan cried out in agony, his screams echoing with sheer desperation. Gu Zhen remained impassive, his dark eyes void of emotion, resembling a still pond. His calm demeanor was reminiscent of a butcher accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Turning off the electric baton, Gu Zhun inquired with a feigned humility, "Pray tell, what does it feel like to be struck by an electric baton?" Zhang Hechuan sobbed. "My entire body goes numb, instantaneously drained of strength, completely devoid of control." Withdrawing the leg that had been pinning Zhang Hechuan down, Gu Zhun expressed his gratitude, remarking that he had acquired yet another piece of knowledge today. With the baton in hand, he cast a glance towards the nanny car where Siet Jiue stood, paralyzed with fear. When she noticed Gu Zhun looking at her, she instinctively recoiled. "Miss Xie." Upon being called, she trembled, her lips quivering in fright. Gu Zhun was pleased with her reaction, solemnly advising her, "If you wish to converse with Li Shi in the future, please adopt a more respectful demeanor. Barking orders and throwing objects is the behavior of a madman. If you are unwell, seek treatment at a psychiatric hospital promptly. Should I learn of any further erratic behavior directed at Li Shi, I would be more than willing to assist you in locating a mental health facility and introducing you to the finest psychiatrist. I would even cover your hospitalization and treatment costs. You may leave once you have recovered from your madness." After a prolonged silence from Xie Jiuyue, Gu Zhun tilted his head, losing patience. "Miss Xie, are your ears deaf? Can you not hear my words?" Xie Jiuyue swallowed hard in fear and quickly nodded. "I understand. I will be more mindful in the future." Satisfied with her assurance, Gu Zhun discarded the electric baton, tossing it into the vast ocean beyond the cliff. He then turned and walked over to Li Shi, gently taking her hand as they departed. Li Shi gazed at the hand that held hers. It appeared slender, yet was calloused, possibly from wielding surgical instruments or other implements. It looked delicate, yet when wielded against a person, it exuded an aura of formidable strength. After a moment's hesitation, Li Shi extended her fingers and grasped Gu Zhun's left hand tightly. Sensing her change, Gu Zhun softly reassured her, "Do not fear. I shall not harm you." Li Shi replied, "I know." For the first time, she realized that even a man who strikes women could possess an undeniable charisma. As Gu Zhun led Li Shi away, Siet Jiuyue finally regained her composure. She attempted to rise, only to find her body unresponsive, rendering her unable to stand. Xiao Yuan quickly calmed down and said, "Sister Jiuyue, let me help you to the car." With Xiao Yuan's assistance, Siet Jiuyue managed to stand. Once inside the vehicle, she collapsed into the seat, her heart still racing as she cursed. Where did Li Shi find such a lunatic? A Jiangxinghe, a man with the surname Gu. Ever since leaving the Xie family, she seemed to attract the most peculiar acquaintances. Xiao Yuan was familiar with Li Shi, but recalled a very different version of her. "I remember Li Shi being quite inconspicuous. Whenever I came to pick you up, she would quietly stand behind you, hardly speaking. When you were hurt or distressed, she seemed to care more than I did. Yet tonight, that man injured you, and she showed no concern. Do you understand nothing?" Xie Jiuyue scoffed. "She has grown wings." Believing that since she left the Xie family and ingratiated herself with old Master Gu, she can soar to great heights. Talking about seducing Gu Huaizhou, I doubt she could entice the real Gu Huaizhou. She merely seeks a substitute. She thinks that simply finding another man with the surname Gu makes her Mrs. Gu. She needs to open her eyes to see what a true Mrs. Gu is. "Take me home." She resolved to discuss with her father the necessity of persuading old Master Gu to allow Gu Huaizhou to marry her. "That Zhang Gu, why should I care about him? He is just a useless bodyguard." Disdainfully glancing at Zhang Hechuan, who lay on the ground groaning in pain, Xie Jiuyue finally instructed Xiao Yuan, "Get him into the car and take him to the hospital. He mustn't die here. After all, he was her employee. If Zhang Hechuan were to perish, she would still bear some responsibility." Xiao Yuan hurried to assist another assistant in lifting Zhang Hechuan into the vehicle. Seeing that he had not yet lost consciousness, with his eyes still open, Sivue taunted him, "Are you truly a professional bodyguard? My father has such luck to have a useless wretch like you as his protector." Zhang Hechuan could only smile bitterly in response. "Miss Jiuyue, please do not say that. Your father and I have been brothers since childhood. Before he became successful, we were both laborers in the same factory. When he had no money for food, it was I who supported him with my living expenses. We may not be brothers by blood, but we are as close as brothers. Complaining will do you no good. Today, I simply encountered a tough opponent." Zhang Hechuan rubbed his sore abdomen, gritting his teeth. "That guy's a trained fighter, unlike any bodyguard I've met before." Xie Jiuyue did not believe Zhang Hechuan's claims of brotherhood with Xie Mingzong, dismissing it as mere bragging. However, she was convinced that Gu Zhun was indeed formidable. Who exactly was this man with the surname Gu? She resolved to have her brother investigate him. Upon returning to the city, Xie Jiyue dropped Zhang Hechuan at the hospital before heading straight home. The atmosphere at the Xie residence was tense. Xie Xiang was recovering from an abortion, while Xie Mingzong was enraged after discovering his wife's infidelity, throwing objects in a fit of rage. He had not returned home in days, likely hiding out with his young mistress. Meanwhile, Qin Xiu was suffering the consequences of his actions. Not only had his audience turned against him, but even his loyal fans were abandoning him. The realization that their idol was involved with older women left them humiliated and unable to show their faces in public. Due to his personal conduct, Qin Xiu faced a ban in the entertainment industry and was blacklisted by the broadcasting authority. He was no longer young. Even if he managed to make a comeback in a couple of years, the industry would be dominated by younger stars, leaving him with no place to go. This ban effectively marked the end of his career, but it was well-deserved. After all, as the top star of Zhaixing Entertainment, he had foolishly targeted the mother of the company as president. Even Xie Xingyun wanted to take a jab at him. When Xie Jiyue arrived home, it was already past midnight. Noticing her father's absence and the heavy silence emanating from her mother's room, illuminated only by a small nightlight, she felt a wave of frustration. The reputation of the Xie family was in tatters. The only light in the house came from the study on the third floor, which belonged to Xie Xingyun. Seeing that her brother was still awake, Xie Jiyue hurried upstairs. Just as she was about to knock, the study door swung open. "Why are you back so late? Didn't you stay on the island for the night?" Xie Xingyun spoke while scrutinizing Xie Jiyue. As a major star, Xie Jiyue maintained impeccable skincare, her cheeks smooth and delicate, making any injury conspicuous. Noticing the blood beneath her nose and the bruising around her nostrils, a shadow of concern crossed Xie Xingyun's face. "Who hit you? Was it a fist?" "Brother," Xie Jiyue cried out, feeling wronged as she fell into his embrace. It was Li Shi's boyfriend. She was utterly bewildered by her choice of a deranged boyfriend, one who would even resort to violence against women. Upon hearing this, Xie Xingyun was taken aback. "Gu Zhen, did he strike you? Did he actually lay a hand on you?" Xie Xingyun was well aware of Gu Zhen's formidable fighting prowess, having experienced a kick from him that left lingering bruises on his abdomen for days. The mere thought of him striking a woman was unfathomable. However, concerning Li Shi, Xie Xingyun quickly regained his composure and sternly instructed Xie Jiyue, "Stop your tears and tell me what transpired." Through her sobs, Xie Jiyue recounted the events that unfolded on the island. After listening, Xie Xingyun felt a headache coming on. "You slept with Zhou Yaoguang? Have you lost your mind? If Gu Huaizhou learns of this, how will you ever marry into the Gu family?" Since leaving the Gu household, Xie Jiyue had kept Gu Huaizhou's rejection a secret, even from her family. Consequently, Xie Xingyun was unaware of the explicit dismissal she had faced. Aware of her own culpability, Xie Jiyue fell silent. Xie Xingyun sighed deeply and summarized the situation. "You slept with Zhou Yaoguang, and now Xie Zheng knows. With all this pent-up anger, you sought to vent it on Li Shi, but when she ignored your summons, you attempted to strike her with your bag, only to have Gu Zhen retaliate and cause you to bleed from your nose. Is that not a fair assessment?" Xie Xingyun inquired. Xie Jiyue, not daring to conceal the truth, admitted that is about right. Xie Xingyun ruthlessly grasped her arms, then retreated to his study, leaning against the desk, massaging his forehead in frustration, muttering, "You brought this upon yourself? You slept with your best friend's fiancé and, unable to vent your anger, you turned it on Li Shi? If you have the guts, go confront Zhou Yaoguang." Xie Xingyun lifted his shirt to reveal a sizable bruise on his abdomen. "See this?" Upon seeing the mark on her brother's body, Xie Jiyue was incredulous. "Brother, who would dare strike you?" "Gu Zhen," Xie Xingyun replied. Xie Jiyue's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Is Li Shi out of her mind? Did she experience a breakup and, in her desperation, choose a violent man? Does Gu Zhen simply assault anyone he dislikes? Xie Jiyue's eyes flickered as she suggested, "Should I find someone to confront Gu Zhen? I advise against provoking that man." Xie Xingyun cautioned, feeling the weight of the situation. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, his agitation evident. "He is not an ordinary individual. I suspect he is connected to the Gu family in Kyoto." "The Gu family in Kyoto?" Xie Jiyue was taken aback. "You mean the one related to Gu Huaizhou's grandfather?" "Indeed. You know Lan Ting apartment? Li Shi currently resides there. Gu Zhen is the owner behind Lan Ting apartment, which was a dowry property provided by the Kyoto Gu family for their daughter. Do you understand now? The Kyoto Gu family and the Dongzhou Gu family have deep ties. As long as Gu Huaizhou lives, the two families will remain allies. Neither the Dongzhou Gu family nor the Kyoto Gu family is something the Xie family can contend with. The success of Zhaixing Entertainment relies entirely on the resources bestowed by the elder Gu. We are but a small company that survives on the coattails of the Gu family. Historically, there has never been a case of a subordinate overthrowing their master. Thus, I can only watch as Li Shi, our little subordinate, marries that lunatic Gu Zhen and becomes the esteemed Mrs. Gu. And I must endure her whims? Why should I? Xie Jiue, having lived as a princess all her life, could not fathom being trampled upon by Li Shi. Why should this be my fate? Xie Xingyun, amused yet exasperated, retorted, if only you had exerted yourself a bit more. Secured Gu Huaizhou sooner, would we be embroiled in these trivial matters? Xie Jiue was left speechless. By the way, Xie Xingyun probed, when you last met Gu Huaizhou, did any progress occur? Did he mention when you might marry? At this, Xie Jiue's face fell into a state of panic. Noticing her hesitation, Xie Xingyun narrowed his eyes in suspicion and pressed. Did he truly reject you? Is that why you ended up in bed with Zhou Yaowang? Overwhelmed with emotion, Xie Jiue slumped against the doorframe, tears streaming as she lamented, Brother, Gu Huaizhou never loved me. Chapter 88. Li Shi is truly Gu Huaizhou's savior. What did you say? Xie Xingyun yanked Xie Jiue to her feet, gripping her arms tightly as he demanded. Gu Huaizhou rejected you? He said to your face? Yes. Xie Jiue wiped her tears, recounting her woes. After you and sister-in-law left, Butler Gu Han took me to the lakeside pavilion. I confronted Gu Huaizhou, asking if it was true that grandfather Gu arranged a blind date for me, and he confirmed it was indeed his doing. I questioned him about his cruelty towards me. Xie Xingyun, unable to contain his eagerness, pressed further. What did he say? He said, just the thought of Gu Huaizhou's harsh words shattered Xie Jiue's heart. He called me delusional and claimed he never had romantic feelings for me. What? Xie Xingyun could scarcely believe it. He was truly a cad. Xie Xingyun seethed on behalf of his sister, muttering indignantly, he's bullying you, if he has no romantic feelings. Why did he get close and act in ways that invite misunderstanding? Who doesn't know you are his favorite? In the vast Dongzhou City, no one else has access to the Gu family or can approach him. He is toying with your emotions. But at that moment, Xie Jiue spoke up, Brother, I have deceived you all. What do you mean by that? Xie Xingyun looked at his sister in astonishment. In truth, Gu Huaizhou has never acknowledged me as his girlfriend. Each time I visited the Gu household, we only exchanged a few words through the screen. At most, he would listen to me for half an hour, and even then, he would only respond with a few sentences. I lied to you all, claiming we were in a romantic relationship. Xie Xingyun was utterly shocked. How could this be? You have made everyone, including our parents and the entire Dongzhou City, believe you are his special favorite. If it comes to light that all of this was a fabrication and that Gu Huaizhou never had feelings for you, can you imagine the ridicule you would face? Jiue, you are being hypocritical. He could apply the term hypocritical to any woman. Yet he hesitated to use it on his beloved sister. With tears streaming down her face, Xie Jiue shouted, because I love him. From the first moment I saw him at the Gu household when I was 15, I was enamored. Gu Huaizhou is the heir of the Gu family, and with his wealth and status, he is shrouded in mystery. The first time I was summoned by grandfather Gu to meet him was when I was 15. That day, as I rode in the Gu family's car around the lakeside park to the pavilion, I caught a glimpse of Gu Huaizhou in the distance. It was early summer. The 17-year-old boy, clad in a black silk shirt and a cap, stood in the pavilion, practicing shooting with a gun. The young boy pulled the trigger, and a peach on the yellow peach tree by the lake was reduced to a pulp. His precise marksmanship struck not only the peach, but also the tender heart of Xie Jiue, who was just beginning to understand love. That day, Xie Jiue was invited to the living room of the lakeside cottage, where butler Gu Han presented her with a plate of diced yellow peaches. After tasting one, she found it crisp and sweet. From that moment on, yellow peaches became her favorite fruit. I love him, and I'm the only girl he is willing to approach. My heart fluttered time and again, So you lied, deceiving everyone, including yourself? Xie Xingyun gazed at her with a complex expression, reproaching her. Is self-deception truly worthwhile? Self-deception is certainly meaningless. Yet, over the years, I have indeed been the only woman he has come close to. If he doesn't love me, then who does he love? Xie Xingyun fell silent. Who knows whom Gu Huaizhou loves? His affections are inconsequential. What matters is that he does not love you at all. Xie Zhuyue's heart shattered into pieces. Indeed, Gu Huaizhou's indifference was the most fatal blow. Xie Xingyun returned to his office chair and hesitantly asked, "So, Gu Huaizhou allowed you to approach him and instructed the Gu family to support Zhaixing Entertainment's ascent, merely out of gratitude?" Xie Zhuyue reluctantly nodded. "Yes." Upon hearing this, Xie Xingyun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Zhuyue." Xie Zhuyue looked at her brother. Xie Xingyun solemnly cautioned her. "Since Gu Huaizhou has clearly rejected you, you must understand when to let go and cut your losses. Do not engage in any unreasonable entanglements. Gu Huaizhou is a man who values gratitude, which is a good thing. You mustn't act foolishly, exhausting his sense of gratitude towards our family. The Gu family is a colossal entity. Your life-saving grace towards him must be reserved for critical moments. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Xie Zhuyue's heart sank, and she instinctively said, "I want to seek out old Master Gu." Xie Xingyun frowned. "What do you seek him for?" Without hesitation, Xie Zhuyue replied, "To ask him to agree to let Gu Huaizhou marry me." Xie Xingyun suddenly grabbed the pen holder on his desk and slammed it onto the floor in front of Xie Zhuyue, sternly reprimanding her. "Are you out of your mind? You saved Gu Huaizhou, the sole heir of the Gu family. The Gu family owes our Xie family a tremendous debt of gratitude. Such a favor should be saved for critical times." Xie Zhuyue trembled in fear, instinctively taking 2 steps back to distance herself from Xie Xingyun's fury. Xie Xingyun, exasperated, scolded her. "Our Xie family is managing well. You are a superstar. If you cannot marry Gu Huaizhou, you can still marry a man of substantial means. Even if your affair with Zhou Yaoguang is exposed, and you ruin your reputation, your brother can support you for a lifetime." Hearing this, Xie Zhuyue felt a pang in her nose, both moved and aggrieved. "Brother." Upon hearing his sister's affectionate tone, Xie Xingyun realized he had been too harsh. He exhaled, softened his tone, and earnestly advised Xie Zhuyue, "Marriage is a lifelong commitment. If Gu Huaizhou loves you and wishes to marry you, old Master Gu would surely have no objections. But Gu Huaizhou has clearly rejected you and even publicly suggested a matchmaking session for you. This indicates that he does not love you at all. Do you think someone as formidable as old Master Gu would yield to your threats? If you truly went to him, it would be tantamount to leveraging gratitude to force the Gu family to abandon the Xie family." Xie Zhuyue had not considered these implications. She simply loved Gu Huaizhou too deeply. It was only after seeing Li Shi in a relationship with a man from the prestigious Gu family that jealousy stirred within her, compelling her to seek a better marriage. After listening to her brother's analysis, Xie Zhuyue realized how naive and foolish her thoughts had been. She nearly committed a grave mistake. Wiping away her tears, Xie Zhuyue calmed herself. "I will not seek out old Master Gu anymore, but brother, if Li Shi truly marries that Gu Zhan, she will surely retaliate against our family. I do not believe she genuinely forgave us after extorting a sum from our parents." Xie Zhuyue's brows knitted with worry as she said, "Do not forget the true reason she became a foster daughter of the Xie family." "Enough." Xie Xingyun sternly warned Xie Zhuyue. "This matter must remain buried within you. If the Gu family discovers that it was not you who saved Gu Huaizhou, but rather Li Shi, our Xie family would be utterly ruined, and it would not suffice to quell old Master Gu's wrath." Xie Zhuyue fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Chapter 89. Jiang Qingkong's Miscarriage. Outside, Jiang Qingkong, who had been roused by the noise of the pen holder crashing, felt her head spin upon hearing Xie Xingyun's warning to Xie Zhuyue. 12 years ago, the savior of the Gu family's sole heir, Gu Huaizhou, was not Xie Zhuyue, but Li Shi. The entire Xie family had colluded to deceive the Gu family, and as the true benefactor, Li Shi was entirely oblivious to this. Why? Fearing that the siblings would discover her eavesdropping, Jiang Qingkong turned like a timid kitten and silently returned to her master bedroom. Just as she reached the staircase, she collided with Zhang Xiang, who had also come upstairs, drawn by the commotion. "Sneaky, what are you hiding?" Zhang Xiang stood on the staircase landing, glaring at Jiang Qingkong. Upon hearing Zhang Xiang's voice, the Xie siblings in the study fell silent simultaneously. Jiang Qingkong, like a startled bird, cast a terrified glance at the eerily quiet study. Steeling herself, she replied to Zhang Xiang, "I was looking for Mighton." Mighton was Jiang Qingkong's Maltese dog, which had its own room in the Jiang household. However, after Jiang Qingkong married into the Xie family, it lost its independent quarters. Jiang Qingkong had made a little nest for it on the balcony of the third-floor viewing lounge. Zhang Xiang remained silent, scrutinizing Jiang Qingkong as if pondering the veracity of her words. At that moment, Xie Xingyun emerged from the study, followed by Xie Zhiyue, whose eyes were red but had ceased crying. Xie Zhiyue was now casting a dark gaze at Jiang Qingkong. 3 pairs of deep, scrutinizing eyes fell upon Jiang Qingkong, inducing a sense of dread that her life was in imminent peril. Jiang Qingkong instinctively hid her hands in her coat pockets, using her thumb to unlock her phone and, by muscle memory, opened the contact list, randomly pressing a number to call. She immediately turned the volume down to the lowest setting. While she was stealthily doing all this, Xie Xingyun and Xie Zhiyue had already approached her. Sister-in-law. Xie Zhiyue's voice was as gentle as water. Were you eavesdropping outside the study just now? Jiang Qingkong forced herself to appear calm, responding, I was looking for Mighton on the balcony and indeed heard you two arguing fiercely in the study. I even heard the sound of things being smashed. Jiang Qingkong purposely laughed derisively, mocking Xie Zhiyue. I say, Xie Zhiyue, Li has found herself an extraordinary man, and you're so desperate to seek out old Master Gu, begging him to let Gu Huaizhou marry you. What are you made of? Such debts of gratitude must be reserved for times of dire need. If you truly went to him like that, I would genuinely look down on you. You are nothing but a selfish, short-sighted fool. Despite Jiang Qingkong's scathing remarks, Xie Zhiyue remained unperturbed. Instead, she pondered what Jiang Qingkong's intentions were in saying such things. Was she attempting to cover something up, or did she genuinely remain unaware of the Xie family's greatest secret, thus maintaining her usual arrogance? Seeing that Xie Zhiyue was almost misled by her words, Jiang Qingkong continued, to be honest, you're acting like a cornered animal. In this day and age, the more distinguished a man's family background, the more selective he becomes when marrying. What redeeming qualities does Li Shi have that would attract the attention of a man from a prominent family, aside from her looks? Perhaps the other party merely found her beauty enticing, playing with her affections. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhiyue finally believed she had overthought the situation. With a cold snort, she retorted, mind your own business, better focus on yourself. I've heard that the Jiang family mansion was arranged by a feng shui master, yet now it has been completely consumed by flames. The Jiang family's feng shui is ruined. Disaster is surely looming. Shut your mouth. The bond between the once close sisters had shattered irreparably due to the events at the engagement banquet. Now, they had transformed from sisters into sisters-in-law, their relationship entirely soured. In their home, every encounter sparked quarrels, creating quite a spectacle. Zhang Xiang, feeling a headache coming on, said to Xie Zhiyue, come to my room. We need to have a serious talk. Yet, Xie Zhiyue's expression was somewhat unnatural as she replied, Mom, if there's something to discuss, let's do it in the living room. The mere thought of Zhang Xiang possibly taking Qin Xiu to her in her father's room while they were away made Xie Zhiyue recoil from entering Zhang Xiang's room. It felt tainted to her. Zhang Xiang sensed the shift in her daughter's attitude. Observing the deep-seated disdain in Xie Zhiyue's eyes, her heart sank. Xie Zhiyue, your father has been keeping a mistress for years, and those mistresses are no older than you. You don't resent him, yet you disdain me? I may have betrayed my marriage, but I have only ever been with Qin Xiu. Those college boys were merely a facade for my relationship with him. If we're discussing disgrace, your father is far more disgraceful. Unexpectedly, Xie Zhiyue replied, Dad's business dealings inevitably come with temptations. In this day and age, countless girls seek financial gain through their bodies. With so many temptations outside, it's understandable if he falters. But you, all these years at home, doing nothing but visiting beauty salons and yoga studios, socializing with wealthy ladies over tea and cards. There are no temptations around you. Yet you shamelessly became involved with Qin Xiu. He is the son your father acknowledged. While we disapproved of your flings with those college boys, we did not impose restrictions. However, your affair with Qin Xiu brings disgrace upon our family. Because of you, I have become a laughingstock outside. Zhang Xiang, nearly fainting with anger, exclaimed, Fine, you are my daughter, whom I carried for 10 months and raised single-handedly. You don't feel sorry for my betrayal, yet you empathize with your father? Look at Xie Zhe, then at the silent Xie Xingyun, and recall the absent Xie Mingzong alongside the fickle Qin Xiu. Zhang Xiang felt as if her heart might give out. With a cry of despair, she turned and stormed back to her room, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Seeing her mother retreat in fury, Xie Zhiyue wished her a good night and returned to her room on the second floor. Once Zhang Xiang and Xie Zhuyue had exited, Jiang Qingkong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had managed to evade suspicion. As she turned to leave, a peculiar voice from behind startled her. Qingkong, do you know that whenever you lie, you tend to blink excessively? Jiang Qingkong halted in surprise. She sensed Xie Xingyun had approached her, his hands gripping her shoulders. Leaning down, he whispered in her ear, you heard everything, didn't you? What? Jiang Qingkong's expression stiffened. Xie Xingyun chuckled softly. Qingkong, I do not wish to harm you. But you are, after all, an outsider. Your surname is Jiang. Outsiders cannot be aligned with our family. Xie Xingyun, you. Jiang Qingkong was suddenly forcefully shoved towards the staircase, her body tumbling down the elegantly curved marble steps in a spiraling descent. She finally came to a halt on the second floor, dazed and disoriented. A warm stream began to flow from her lower body. Jiang Qingkong struggled to lift her head, only to see her legs stained with blood. Realization struck her like a thunderbolt. My child, she was genuinely pregnant, just as she had learned of her pregnancy. Her child was lost. Chapter 90, Heartless Betrayal. Hearing the commotion, Xie Zhuyue and Zhang Xiang hurried from their bedrooms. Upon seeing Jiang Qingkong sprawled on the carpet, her legs covered in blood and her face pale with pain, both mother and daughter were horrified. How could she have fallen? Zhang Xiang muttered at her age. Can't she watch where she is going? That much blood looks like a severe miscarriage. Zhang Xiang, having experienced such matters before, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. It was a miscarriage, and a particularly severe one at that. She rushed to Jiang Qingkong's side, kneeling down to cover her with her coat, while shouting for Xie Zhuyue. Zhuyue, hurry and call for an ambulance. Xingyun, why are you just standing there? Your wife. Zhang Xiang looked up just in time to catch a glimpse of her son's cold, unfeeling face. Zhang Xiang's expression changed drastically. Xie Xingyun, did you push her down? Xie Xingyun's indifference was palpable. He clearly had no intention of helping Jiang Qingkong. Xie Zhuyue, holding her phone, had opened the call interface and was ready to dial 120 for an ambulance. Just as she was about to press the call button, she paused, looking up at her brother in confusion. Brother, was it really you who pushed her? Xie Xingyun evaded the question, stating, she heard everything. She is feigning. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhuyue's eyelids fluttered. With a heavy heart, she turned off her phone, casting a remorseful glance at Jiang Qingkong before resolutely returning to her room. Zhang Xiang was left in shock as her son and daughter both refused to aid Jiang Qingkong. How could Zhuyue disregard Jiang Qingkong's life? And what about Xie Xingyun's heartlessness? In that moment, Zhang Xiang seemed to see her husband's reflection in her son. They were both equally cold-hearted. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Xiang shouted at her son. Regardless of how detestable Jiang Qingkong may be, she is your wife. You brought her into this family, and you must take responsibility. Can't you see her legs are covered in blood? This isn't a normal miscarriage. Xie Xingyun, your wife is on the brink of death. What on earth did she hear that would justify your inaction? Zhang Xiang's heart grew colder towards her son, wrapping Jiang Qingkong tightly in her coat. She attempted to lift her, but having spent years trying to please Qin Xiu and maintain her figure, she had become frail and lacked strength. She couldn't lift Jiang Qingkong, who weighed over 100 pounds. Frantically, Zhang Xiang called out to Xie Xingyun. Xie Xingyun, come and help. Xie Xingyun descended the spiral staircase with an unsettling calmness. Each step he took seeming to seal Jiang Qingkong's fate and that of her unborn child. At the bottom of the staircase, Xie Xingyun coldly regarded the fading consciousness of Jiang Qingkong. He noticed the blood between her legs and the trembling of her fingers. Yet none of this could sway his resolve to eliminate her. Mom. Xie Xingyun bent down, but instead of helping Jiang Qingkong, he forcefully pulled Zhang Xiang up from the ground. What are you doing? Zhang Xiang realized something was amiss as Xie Xingyun dragged her towards the master bedroom on the second floor. He shoved her into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Zhang Xiang kicked the door, crying out, Xie Xingyun, are you trying to kill your wife? How could you be so cruel? No matter how detestable she is still your legally wedded wife. Is it worth taking her life just because she heard something she shouldn't have? Zhang Xiang felt a mix of absurdity, fear, and disbelief. What terrible secret had Jiang Qingkong stumbled upon that warranted such drastic measures from Xie Xingyun? Zhuyue has gone to bed with Shou Yaoguang. Xie Xingyun downplayed the situation. Qingkong already harbors resentment towards Zhuyue. Once she learns of this, she will undoubtedly rush to inform Gu Huaizhou. By that time, Jiao Yu would no longer be able to marry Gu Huaizhou. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang was taken aback. Jiao Yu had slept with Zhou Yaoguang? What had this happened? When had Jiao Yu become so foolish? However, even if Jiao Yu had indeed been with Zhou Yaoguang, and even if Gu Huaizhou found her conduct unworthy and refused to marry her, that did not warrant Jiang Qing Kong's death. Zhang Xiang proposed, "You should confine her, and I will keep an eye on her. I will absolutely not allow her to go out or access the internet. But you cannot kill her." Zhang Xiang, despite her wicked intentions, was not audacious enough to take a life, especially that of her own partner. Mother, Qing Kong fell by accident. We were all asleep, and no one heard her cries for help. Remember, if anyone inquires, you must say you slept soundly and heard nothing. After speaking, Xie Xingyun withdrew the key from the lock and paid no heed to Zhang Xiang's reaction. He cast a glance at Jiang Qing Kong, motionless on the floor, before ascending the stairs without hesitation. Jiang Qing Kong had not entirely lost consciousness. Through a narrow slit of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Xie Xingyun's silhouette growing distant until it vanished completely. At that moment, her feelings of hatred and despair surged to a peak. "Xie Xingyun, how could you be so heartless, given our bond as husband and wife?" Jiang Qing Kong's awareness began to blur, and she felt excruciating pain and cold. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car approached, seemingly heading towards the Xie residence. Under the night sky, a sky-blue gradient sports car screeched to a halt at the entrance of the Xie villa, the friction creating a piercing sound in the stillness of the night. The car door was kicked open, and Jiang Xing leaped out, striding towards the gate of the Xie family, raising his right leg to deliver a powerful kick to the iron gate. "Open up." Inside, Xie Jiao Yu and Xie Xingyun were both startled by Jiang Xinghe's voice. Jiang Xinghe? Why was he at the Xie residence at this hour? Chapter 91. The dominant rescue of his sister. Jiang Xinghe went mad with handsomest bang. Bang! The sound of the Xie family gate being kicked echoed, startling Zhang Jie, the family maid, who rushed out from her quarters in a down jacket. "Who is it?" She shouted nervously towards the door. Jiang Xinghe, holding a bucket of gasoline in his left hand and a lighter in his right, shouted angrily towards the third-floor bedroom of Xie Xingyun. "Xie Xingyun, open the door and bring Jiang Qing Kong out. I will count to 3, and if no one opens the door, I will set your house ablaze tonight. I will stand right here. Anyone who dares to run out will get a kick back inside. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3 and seeing that no one from the Xie family had come to open the door, Jiang Xing nimbly climbed onto the sports car, opened the gasoline bucket, and began dousing the interior of the Xie family's courtyard with gasoline. Splash! The gasoline fell onto the tiles in the garden and pavilion. Jiang Xing ignited the lighter without hesitation and threw it towards the pavilion. Boom! The Xie family's courtyard was aflame. Brother, seeing the flames below, realizing that Jiang Xing was indeed serious about burning them alive, she hurriedly ran out of the room, racing to the 3rd floor to find Xie Xingyun. Xie Xingyun, his face darkened, strode down the stairs. He crouched beside Jiang Qing Kong, rummaging through her pockets, and, indeed, found the phone she had hidden. Using Jiang Qing Kong's fingerprint, he unlocked the phone. The screen lit up, revealing the call interface, with Jiang Qing Kong's last call made just 15 minutes prior. She had called Coward, a nickname she had assigned to Jiang Xinghe. He had truly underestimated her. While Jiang Qing Kong was acting to deceive Xie Jiao Yu, she had secretly called Jiang Xinghe. The key point was that Jiang Xinghe, who seemed to harbor the deepest animosity towards Jiang Qing Kong, had genuinely come to her rescue. Not only had he come, but he had also brought gasoline and was willing to commit arson to save Jiang Qing Kong. Wasn't it said that their sibling relationship was fraught with discord? Xie Xingyun handed Jiang Qing Kong's phone to Xie Jiao Yu, smashing it, and sent the memory card down the drain. Xie Jiao Yu hesitated as she received the phone. "Are you worried she recorded something?" "Yes." Xie Xingyun felt Jiang Qing Kong's pulse, declaring, "It will take at least 20 minutes to reach the major hospital from here. Jiang Qing Kong might not survive to see the dawn. As long as Jiang Qing Kong died, their secret would remain safe." To prevent Jiang Qing Kong from having secretly recorded anything, Xie Xingyun had cautiously instructed Xie Jiao Yu to destroy Jiang Qing Kong's phone. Xie Jiao Yu cast a fearful glance at her brother, but ultimately nodded, taking the phone to the rooftops tool room, where she found a hammer and smashed the phone. Downstairs, the maid, Zhang Jie, was terrified by the raging fire in the courtyard, screaming in panic. seeing Xie Yun carrying the young mistress downstairs. Zhang Jie rushed up to him, indignantly recounting the terrifying actions of the intruder, young master. They're the lunatic outside who set our house on fire. Noticing the blood covering the young mistress's legs, Zhang Jie let out a horrified scream. Ah, why is the young mistress bleeding so much? Xie Yun, maintaining his composure. Reprimanded Zhang Jie bevouillet. Go get the fire extinguisher. Call the fire department. Oh, okay. Zhang Jie hurried to make the call. The tightly shut iron gate slowly swung open. Xie Yun looked up to find himself locking eyes with Jiang Xinghe, who stood outside the gate. His expression as cold as Yama, the king of hell. The young man still dressed like a carefree rich heir, his hair dyed a grandmotherly gray. Wearing a black hoodie and sporting a globally limited edition sports shoe from a renowned brand. It was rumored that the shoes on his feet had skyrocketed to a price of 100,000 per pair, with only 10 pairs existing worldwide. At that moment, the tip of the young man's precious shoes had begun to peel, a result of his kicking the iron gate. Before him stood Jiang Xinghe, the familiar brother-in-law. Yet something about him had changed. If one were to articulate it, it would be in his eyes. This night, Jiang Xinghe's gaze resembled a vast black ocean, capable of swallowing all life at sea during a storm. Xie Yun suddenly realized that he had underestimated Jiang Xinghe. This brother-in-law was not merely the frivolous youth that rumors painted him to be. Jiang Xinghe rushed into the flames, snatching Jiang Qingkong from Xie Yun's grasp. Xie Yun, if Jiang Qingkong dies tonight, your family will pay for it. Just as Xie Yun was about to respond, Jiang Xinghe interrupted. I know exactly what kind of malicious person you are. Spare me the hypocritical justifications. Jiang Zhu Lang may be swayed by interests, but I will not be. I am a lone commander. I dare to set fire to the family that raised me, and I can certainly do the same to your Xie family. After speaking, Jiang Xinghe cradled Jiang Qingkong and dashed towards the sports car. Under the night sky, the sky-blue sports car sped away like an arrow towards the nearest hospital. Xie Yun stood at the entrance of the Xie family home, his expression inscrutable. When Gu Zhan was preparing for bed, he received a call from Jiang Xinghe. Gu Zhan was not particularly close to Jiang Xinghe, but after 2 years of being neighbors, he recognized Jiang Xinghe as a young man of discernment. Receiving a call at this hour undoubtedly indicated that something significant had occurred. Gu Zhan hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Zhengu. On the other end, Jiang Xinghe's voice was tense. Don't rush. Take your time to explain. The more anxious one becomes, the more likely they're to say something wrong or make a mistake. Upon hearing Gu Zhan's voice, Jiang Xinghe felt a wave of relief. You have connections. Do you know any excellent doctors? A doctor? So late at night. Who has been injured? What happened? Zhang Qingkong. Fearing Gu Zhan would not understand his family situation, Jiang Xinghe quickly added, She's my half-sister, the girl who married into the Xie family. She's pregnant and has suffered a miscarriage with severe bleeding. Her life is at stake. Zhengu, you have extensive connections and wealth. You must know the best doctor. Gu Zhan interrupted Jiang Xinghe. Go to Sheng'an Hospital and finding Cheng Feng. If he inquires, simply say it was Gu Huaizhou who sent you. After speaking, Gu Zhan hung up the phone, leaving Jiang Xinghe in a state of confusion on the other end. Gu Huaizhou. Gu Huaizhou. The rent collector turns out to be Gu Huaizhou. Jiang Xinghe, momentarily astonished by the true identity of Gu Zhan, hurried towards Saint and hospital. Gu Zhan, whose call was that? A drowsy voice suddenly emerged from the large bed behind him. Gu Zhan placed the phone on the coffee table, approached the bedside, and leaned down to ask Li Shi, Did I wake you? Li Shi had just fallen asleep, but perhaps due to the coffee she drank earlier, her slumber was not very deep. As she vaguely heard the sound of conversation, Li Shi stirred awake. Were you on the phone just now? Li Shi did not quite catch what Gu Zhan had said, only remembering the ringing of his phone. It was Jiang Xinghe. Gu Zhan did not conceal the truth from her, saying, It's quite lively in the downtown area tonight. Li Shi climbed out of bed, propping a pillow beneath her back, and leaned against the headboard, gazing at Gu Zhan with curious eyes. Her bright, sparkling gaze reminded Gu Zhan of Patrick Starr. When Patrick is curious about something, he would obediently squat at his feet, looking up with intrigue. If ignored, he would call out shyly. What would Li Shi do if ignored? Suddenly, Li Shi knelt up, leaning her face closer to Gu Zhan, tilting her head and asking, I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent? Gu Zhan couldn't help but laugh. It turned out Li Shi's reaction was her signature head tilt. He gently tapped her forehead and pushed her back against the headboard before calmly stating, Jiang Qingkong is pregnant and has suffered a miscarriage with severe bleeding. Her life now hangs by a thread. Jiang Xinghe called me earlier, seeking a reliable doctor to save Jiang Qingkong. In the span of a single night, so much has transpired. How could Jiang Qingkong possibly miscarry? Was it Jiang Xinghe who took her to the hospital? Clearly, Jiang Xinghe is the last person one would expect to escort Jiang Qingkong to the hospital. Chapter 92. What exactly do you see in me? I won't sleep. Li Shi tossed aside the covers and got out of bed, murmuring as she donned her coat. Jiang Qingkong's miscarriage seems unusually suspicious. I need to visit the hospital and ask Jiang Xinghe what is going on. Moreover, since Jiang Xinghe took Jiang Qingkong to the hospital, it indicates he does not wish to see her perish. At this moment, he also requires assistance. Gu Jin reminded Li Shi, Jiang Qingkong's parents will be at the hospital. You need not offer help. It's fine. Li Shi had her own calculations. Jiang Qingkong has a rare blood type. With her severe bleeding, she will undoubtedly require transfusion, and I happen to share the same blood type. If I willingly donate blood to aid her through this crisis, how do you think the Jiang family will perceive me? And what about Jiang Qingkong herself? If she awakens and discovers that her supposed rival, who nearly harmed her in the past, is now her benefactor, she would feel guilty and strive to treat me well. Previously, the CF family and the Jiang family were allies. By bringing the Jiang family to my side, they would become a formidable weapon against the CF family. Thus, I must go. Seeing Li Shi so gleefully lost in her thoughts, Gu Jin couldn't resist dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. But Shi, have you considered that Jiang Qingkong might die? If she does, your blood donation would be in vain. Upon hearing this, Li Shi fell silent. She stepped into her black boots, stamped her feet, and without raising her head, said, Indeed, there are grievances between Jiang Qingkong and me. However, they are not severe enough to warrant a life or death situation. Ultimately, Jiang Qingkong is merely a spoiled, capricious girl with that brain of hers. How could she possibly realize I am Xie Xingyun's first love? I suspect it was Xie Jiayue who secretly informed her and incited her to drug me. She is simply a pawn being used, all while thinking she is a close friend. I wish for her to receive her comeuppance, but I do not want her to die an unjust death. Resolute in her decision, Li Shi unplugged her charging phone, grabbed her shoulder bag, and prepared to leave the island for the city. Gu Jin suddenly grasped her wrist, stating that there were no boats returning to the city at this hour. Let me change my clothes, and I will take the boat back with you. You can drive? Li Shi looked at Gu Jin with admiration. You can sail? Gu Jin had initially intended to ask the captain to take them back to the city. However, upon meeting Li Shi's admiring gaze, he was momentarily enchanted and nodded slightly. Yes, I can. Gu Jin went to the cloakroom to change. Li Shi followed him inside, leaning against the wardrobe door and asking, Professor Gu, besides cars and boats, what else can you drive? I can fly a helicopter. Really impressive. Li Shi exclaimed. Can you operate anything else? What about an excavator? She continued excitedly. When I was a child, I loved watching excavators. Whenever my father had free time, he would take me to construction sites in the suburbs to watch them at work. You know, my favorite ad as a child was, which excavating technique is the best? Find Baijiang in Shandong, China, a well-established, prestigious school, quality assured. Gu Jin remained silent for a while before responding, That, I truly cannot do. Shi, could you please step outside for a moment? He raised the sweater in his hand to indicate, I need to change. Only then did Li Shi realize she had been monopolizing his cloakroom. Go ahead. She turned and exited. The cloakroom was separated from the bedroom by a frosted French door, which opened wide. Li Shi kindly closed the door, standing outside with her ear pressed against it. However, the hotel's soundproofing was excellent, and she heard nothing. In reality, after Li Shi left, Gu Jin remained still, holding the sweater without moving, gazing at the silhouette beyond frosted glass. The mere thought of Li Shi standing just 3 meters away ignited a tumult within him. Gu Jin lowered his gaze, observing his body's intense reaction, and, in a moment of surrender, removed his pajamas with a stoic expression before slipping into the sweater and trousers. Are you not done yet? Li Shi, growing impatient, called out, Professor Gu, are you putting on makeup in there? Or are you waxing? How didn't he take this long on our first date? Gu Jin glanced at his still reacting state beneath him, before finally retrieving a long trench coat from the wardrobe and fastening the belt. All right. Gu Jin opened the door and stepped out. Li Shi had seen Gu Jin in a trench coat before, but this was the first time she noticed how neatly and properly he wore it. She found it peculiar and looked at him a bit longer, yet failed to connect it to anything else, simply stating, "It's warm. Let us go." Several yachts were docked by the pier, most belonging to tourist companies, but one stood out for its exquisite appearance. Earlier, when Li Shi accompanied Xie Zheng to an event, Xie Zheng mentioned that this yacht was a private vessel, likely belonging to an influential figure attending an economic symposium. Now, Li Shi found herself aboard that very yacht. In the cockpit, gazing at the dazzling night view of Dongzhou City across the water, she pinched her thigh and asked Gu Zhen, "Is this your private yacht?" "Yes." Gu Zhen was personally at the helm, with the yacht's driver resting in the lounge behind. Not hearing Li Shi's response, Gu Zhen glanced at her, a hint of unease in his voice. "You do not like this yacht?" "Not at all. I adore it," Li Shi replied. "I was just pondering. As an orphan, lacking both wealth and power, besides my striking beauty, a reasonably clever mind, and an interesting soul, I possess no other noteworthy attributes. So, Professor Gu, what exactly do you find appealing about me?" Gu Zhen chuckled softly, revealing a hint of vulnerability. He gently tapped Li Shi's cheek and smiled. "Aside from those three qualities, you also possess the virtue of being thick-skinned." Li Shi was momentarily amused by anger. "I dislike you." Gu Zhen instinctively glanced at Li Shi's left hand. Li Shi caught his small movement and raised an eyebrow, questioning him, "Professor Gu, are you a hand enthusiast?" Upon hearing this, Gu Zhen was taken aback. Before he could formulate a response, Li Shi extended her left hand towards him, stating, "I already noticed that you enjoy sneaking glances at my left hand." She deliberately wiggled her 3 middle fingers, enticing Gu Zhen. "Considering that you stayed up late to personally drive me back to the city, I grant you permission to kiss my hand." As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Zhen seized her delicate fingers and lowered his head, reverently kissing the small red mole on her middle finger. She. The tender, affectionate call sent a shiver through Li Shi's heart, making her feel a sweetness in her chest and causing her legs to weaken. She dared not move, instead gazing down at Gu Zhen, who was devoutly kissing her fingers. Her mind suddenly flooded with peculiar thoughts. Could this guy be a weirdo? Chapter 93, The Master of Saint-An. Ing Changfeng, after Gu Zhen delivered Li Shi to the Dongzhou wharf, he accompanied her to Saint-An Hospital. Meanwhile, at Saint-An Hospital, the lights in the emergency room remained illuminated. Earlier, staff from the blood bank had delivered 2 bags of panda blood for Jiang Qingkong's transfusion. However, the panda blood supply at Saint-An Hospital was insufficient, and the administration was urgently applying to transfer more panda blood from a hospital in the same city. Jiang Zhuolong and his wife, Song Yunji, had just arrived at the hospital. Both were visibly distressed over Jiang Qingkong's condition, with Mrs. Jiang so frightened that her legs felt weak, unable to stand steadily. Just as Jiang Zhuolong supported his wife to a bench, the emergency room door swung open. A staff member emerged, holding a critical condition notice, and shouted at the entrance, "Where are the family members of the patient Jiang Qingkong?" Upon hearing this, the couple rushed forward. Song Yunji, weakened in her legs, stumbled midway. "Qingkong is our daughter." Jiang Zhuolong grasped the nurse's arm, inquiring, "What is my daughter's current situation? She'll be all right, won't she?" The nurse, attempting to remain composed, informed Jiang Zhuolong, "Mr. Jiang, your daughter is experiencing a miscarriage with severe hemorrhage. She was brought in too late, and her vital signs are very weak. She is a panda blood type, and we have used the last of our panda blood supply on her, but her condition remains dire. We can only wait for the staff to retrieve more panda blood from outside. Moreover, our most capable surgeon, Dr. Ing, is on his way. The patient's situation is critical, and we need family members to sign the critical condition notice." After speaking, the nurse further inquired, "Has the patient's husband arrived?" Jiang Qing was wearing a wedding ring and had just suffered a miscarriage, indicating that she was a married woman. In such circumstances, it was her legal husband who should sign the critical condition notice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhuolong's face darkened, and he angrily exclaimed, "That scoundrel doesn't know where he went. We are Qingkong's parents. We can sign for her." The nurse hesitated. "Then please call him. It would be best to obtain the patient's husband's consent before you sign. Otherwise, if anything happens to the patient and the family decides to sue the hospital, we would be at a loss. There have been precedents for this. The nurse cannot be blamed for lacking empathy." Just then, Jiang Xinghe approached with his phone, saying to the nurse, "I am the patient's brother. I will call my brother-in-law now." The nurse nodded, urging him to proceed. Jiang Xinghe dialed a number saved as rent collector. With a call connected, Gu Zhen's voice came through. "How is my sister?" Jiang Xinghe, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Xie Xingyun. Doctor, it will take a few more minutes to arrive at the hospital. The hospital's panda blood supply is insufficient, and my sister's condition is quite critical. The doctor needs family members to sign the critical condition notice and requires your consent." Gu Zhen responded, "Jiang Qingkong is a daughter of the Jiang family. As her parents and brother, of course, you can sign." After hanging up, Jiang Xinghe swiftly took the pen from the nurse's hand and signed the notice. Once the nurse went inside, Song Yunji whispered, "That voice just now didn't sound like." Jiang Zhuolong scolded her, "As long as the signature is valid. What does it matter who it is?" Song Yunji fell silent. What exactly transpired tonight? It was one thing for Qingkong to have a miscarriage. But how did it escalate to severe hemorrhaging? And where is Xie Xingyun? Where are the Xie family members? Jiang Xinghe rubbed his ears, saying, "What did you say? Your voice was too loud. It hurt my ears. You scoundrel." Jiang Zhuolong instinctively raised his arm to strike Jiang Xinghe. Song Yunji grabbed Jiang Zhuolong, scolding him, "Enough. If it weren't for Xinghe going to the Xie family to bring Qingkong back, we might have been identifying her at the morgue tomorrow. Xinghe has already done remarkably well to risk entering the Xie family to rescue her. All you do is hit and scold him. If you beat him to death, it won't help Qingkong either." After her outburst, Song Yunji began to cry, clutching her chest. "I was against Qingkong marrying that Xie Xingyun from the start. The Xie family is a den of devourers. Xie Mingzong and his wife lead scandalous lives. The man keeps young models while indulging in various perverse games. The woman is equally unruly, having affairs with her adopted son. Xie Xingyun is their offspring. How can he be a good husband?" Song Yunji speculated. What if he was having an affair, and Qingkong caught him? They quarreled, and it led to her falling and miscarrying due to severe bleeding. Jiang Zhuolong, chastised by Song Yunji's words, regained some clarity. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and asked Jiang Xinghe as gently as possible, "Please tell us everything you know." Finally willing to engage, Jiang Xinghe recounted, "A new racetrack opened near the Xie family. I was there tonight. I received a call from Jiang Qingkong. When I answered, she didn't speak, but I could hear her conversing with the Xie siblings. I sensed something was off and rushed to the Xie residence. Just a few minutes after I departed, I heard Jiang Qingkong scream and then fall." "And then what?" Jiang Zhuolong and Song Yunji asked in unison. Jiang Xinghe, uninterested in elaborating, pulled up the recorded call on his phone, stating, "I recorded it. You can listen for yourselves." Just as he prepared to hand his phone to Jiang Zhuolong, two male assistants accompanied a man in a white coat, striding towards them. The man wore a dark gray suit, black trousers, and a pair of ordinary black frame glasses. As he walked, he removed his suit jacket, which was respectfully received by his male assistant. Simultaneously, the closed operating room door opened, and a nurse hurried out, stopping beside the man to quickly and efficiently report on Jiang Qingkong's condition. "Dr. Ng, you have finally arrived. The patient is experiencing a miscarriage with severe bleeding, and the situation is critical." The man listened intently and strode purposefully into the emergency room. As he passed by Jiang Xinghe, a faint scent of mint wafted from him. Jiang Xinghe's gaze ascended to the man's face, which he could only describe in two words: exceptionally impressive. His features resembled a meticulously crafted jade sculpture, each detail infused with the artisan's lifelong dedication. This was the renowned head surgeon of St. Ng Chengfeng, truly a strikingly handsome man. No wonder Xie Xingyun's mother, who had a penchant for young male models, would be so enamored with Dr. Ng. The story of Zhang Xiang's pursuit of Dr. Ng had become a sensational topic within the affluent circles. Certainly, it was only after the revelation of Zhang Xiang's affair with Qin Xiu that they realized Dr. Ng was merely a facade employed by Zhang Xiang to disguise her infidelity. The arrival of Ng Chengfeng disrupted the conversation between Jiang Zhuolang and Jiang Xinghe, just as Jiang Zhuolang recalled his intention to listen to the audio file. Jiang Xinghe received a call from Li Shi. "Sister Shi, you have arrived? You're a panda blood type?" Jiang Xinghe exclaimed joyfully before hanging up, relaying to Song Yunji that Li Shi is indeed of the rare panda blood type, having recently undergone a blood test at the hospital, and she harbors no infectious diseases. She expressed her willingness to donate blood to Jiang Qingkong. Upon hearing this, Song Yunji was utterly taken aback, while Jiang Zhuolang narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Li Shi's offer to donate blood to Qingkong? One might wonder if the weasel is visiting the hen for ill intentions.